Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 201 Steadily Improving Strength. Back then, I thought you had passed away, but who would have thought that you would quietly step into the realm of Grand Master, not to mention the Grand Master of True Intent. If the Taixuan dynasty hadn't run out of luck this time, you might have been able to take that last step. Li Xuanji's eyes were cold, and he looked at Ji Shendao as if he were looking at a dead person. So what about the true meaning master? The Li family in Huangzhou is an immortal family, and Li Xuanji is the head of the immortal family, so their strength is extraordinary. Even if he is facing a true master, he is not afraid at all. The Taixuan dynasty has no grudges against the Li family in Huangzhou. Since the Ji family's royal family took charge of the world, they have taken care of Huangzhou a lot. Now that the head of the Li family is taking action, does he really want to fight the Taixuan dynasty with me until death? Ji Shendao held the magic sword tightly in his hand and looked at Li Xuanji with lightning-like eyes. He didn't want to take action with Li Xuanji, not because he was afraid of the other party, but because of the current situation of the Taixuan dynasty. It would be best to have one less enemy. Certainly. Ji Shendao also understood. Now that Li Xuanji has appeared, the possibility of the Li family in Huangzhou evacuating is not high. Sure enough. When Ji Shendao finished speaking, Li Xuanji said calmly, "The general trend of the world has its own destiny. 3,000 years is the limit for the Taixuan dynasty to set the world, so why should you go against the will of heaven? If we give up now, we may be able to leave some blood for the Ji family royal family. I'm afraid the Li family leader doesn't believe this either." Ji Shendao smiled sarcastically, and his words silenced Li Xuanji. Seeing the silence of the other party, Ji Shendao's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the aura belonging to the true master was quietly filling the air. What is the general trend and what is going against the will of heaven? To put it bluntly, it is the fists that speak. Our Ji family royal family has ruled the world for 3,000 years and we are not at the mercy of you. If you want to destroy the foundation of my Taixuan dynasty, it depends on whether you have the ability. As soon as these words came out, Ji Shendao took action directly. I saw the long sword in his hand slashing down, and the solid blade was like cutting through the mountains of heaven, earth, and the terrifying power of the sword soared into the sky. Everyone turned pale when they saw this sword. Even Li Xuanji looks extremely solemn now. Stubborn. He uttered a word, and immediately burst out with the strength of the top transformation realm, fighting Ji Shendao completely. Both sides are the top strong men in the world. Although the transformation realm is superior to ordinary Grand Masters, it is difficult to gain much advantage against a true master like Ji Shendao. Therefore, the moment the two sides started fighting, it was a groundbreaking moment. War! 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 The two figures fought wildly, and the terrifying wind was raging. Everyone within 100 feet of the two people was directly blasted by the aftermath of this power, turning into a bloody mist. This scene. It also made many powerful men from immortal sect families shrink their pupils slightly. Ji Shendao's strength is indeed unfathomable. The great master of true meaning has not appeared in the world for many years. I never thought that the Ji family royal family would hide such a powerful person. The strength of Ji Shendao is probably not much different from that of Guangyang Mansion. When someone mentioned the words Guangyang Mansion, the other strong men fell silent. The appearance of the man from Guangyang Mansion was completely beyond their expectations. Immediately, a strong man from the Taisui sect said coldly, "A warrior is just a warrior after all. When the situation in Zhongzhou is calmed down, how long can the so-called martial saint remain? Even if the martial ancestor from 10,000 years ago is reborn, we are not afraid. Yes, the world today is no longer what it was 10,000 years ago. In front of warlocks like us, warriors have no place on the stage." The other powerful men of the immortal sect also nodded with the same feeling. At the moment, they are not taking action against Guangyang Mansion because the situation in Zhongzhou is uncertain. But for now, It won't take too long before the situation in Zhongzhou is calmed down. It seems that the Li family leader wants to kill Ji Shendao, but he is still a little behind. There is no need for us to continue to wait and see. Let's work together to kill Ji Shendao and the Ji family royal family. A strong man from the Divine Sword sect spoke in a deep voice. Immediately after he missed a step, terrifying spiritual power exploded from his body. He slashed out with a sword in the air, and the target was clearly Ji Shendao. As this powerful man from the Divine Sword sect took action, the powerful men from other immortal sect families did not stand idly by. Immediately, strong men from all sides took action. Heimgami-do suddenly felt pressured. In the capital, when Ji Chunkai saw this scene, his expression immediately became furious. They want to besiege the Shinto ancestors. They are really shameless. I ask all the ancestors to take action. Don't let any accident happen to the Shinto ancestors. While talking, Ji Chunkai looked at the other royal ancestors beside him. These are the foundations of the Ji family royal family for many years. Even Ji Chunkai was just a junior in front of these people. Hear the words. The other ancestors of the Ji family royal family looked at each other, and they all saw determination in their eyes. They immediately took action and headed towards the battlefield. As the four great masters joined the battle, the intensity of the battlefield was directly raised to a whole new level. Guangyang Mansion. Gujia's Wang. Gu Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts were once again wiped out by the immortal blade, but this time, the side effects of the annihilation of his divine thoughts were much reduced. It just made Gu Qingfeng's mind slightly stinging, but he soon recovered as before. Then, Gu Qingfeng glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 44/3000. Realm, Intermediate Grandmaster. Martial Arts, Heavenly Thunder Sword Art, Entry, Prajna Sutra, 13th level Perfection, Prajna True Body 12th level, Heavenly Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Longevity Art, Perfection, Longevity 5th level, Pure Yang True Body, Small Success, Pure Yang Level 2, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Heavenly Sword True Meaning 12th level. Improvement Points, 41. 12 level Heavenly Sword True Meaning. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly. This time of comprehension allowed him to further improve his Heavenly Sword True Meaning, and he had already broken through to the 12th level. The Heavenly Sword technique was also promoted from the middle level of the Grandmaster to the late level of the Grandmaster. As his sword intent became stronger, it became easier to comprehend the immortal sword intent in the severed finger. However, as time went on, Gu Qingfeng also found that the immortal sword intent on the severed finger had weakened a lot. If he continued to comprehend, one day, the immortal sword intent in the severed finger would completely dissipate. But it would take a long time for the immortal sword intent to dissipate. This problem, Gu Qingfeng didn't care too much. In his spare time, Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel again. Your descendant Gu Yang divided his troops into two groups, with a total of 1.6 million troops to attack Danyang and Qidian counties. Your descendant Gu Yang obtained the secret recipe of Shenwu sect, which increases the probability of giving birth to descendants. Your descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Yang has obtained the mysterious Grand Master's inheritance. Your descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Yang has won the army with an invincible reputation. Your descendant Gu Yang was attacked and killed by a Grand Master warrior *3. Your descendant Gu Yang killed a refining Zhang warrior *6. Your descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his cultivation has improved slightly. When Gu Qingfeng saw that Gu Yang's troops were divided into two groups, with a total of 1.6 million troops directly attacking the two counties, he was not surprised. After all, if he were Gu Yang, he would have seized this opportunity to take over the two counties and completely control the entire Qingyun province. But when he saw the secret recipe of the Shenyu sect, Qingfeng was stunned. Shenyu sect can also have a secret recipe to increase the probability of giving birth to offspring. He didn't expect it. Shenyu sect can also have such a thing. But after thinking about it, Qingfeng was relieved again. Shenyu sect has been passed down for thousands of years. It is not too strange that there are some mysterious secret recipes left. Then, it's just some trivial things. Since the Iron Sword sect surrendered to the Guangyang army, Gu Yang has gone from getting the guidance of Gu Yun to getting the guidance of the Grand Master. But this is normal. No matter how strong Gu Yun is, he is only a half-step Grand Master. How can he be compared with a real Grand Master? What's more, Qingfeng also sees the foundation of the swordsman. The other party has now broken through to the realm of martial arts Grand Master, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary Grand Masters. It is a great opportunity to get the other party's guidance. At this speed, Qingfeng believes that it will not take too long for Gu Yang to break through to the perfection of bone refining. Think carefully. Gu Yang is only 22 years old now, and the other party has entered the late stage of bone refining. It seems that he can break through to the perfection of bone refining. His talent is indeed not bad. The secret recipe of the Shenyu sect can be taken a look. If it can be useful to the Grand Master, I may be able to leave some blood. Qingfeng pondered secretly. He is now a master of the extreme way, and Su Yulan has also entered the realm of the innate master. The offspring left by the combination of the two Grand Masters must not be too bad in talent. Maybe. If there is really an offspring left, the other party can be the most talented one in the Gu family now. Thinking of this, Qingfeng called a secret guard who stayed in Gujiazhuang and asked him to call Gu Yun to ask about the secret recipe of Shenyu sect. The next day, there was no news from Nanyang County, but the news from Zhongzhou arrived first. In the lobby, a secret guard respectfully reported, "Your Excellency, there is news from Zhongzhou that Li Suanji, the head of the Li family in Huangzhou, came forward and joined other strong men to besiege the capital, intending to kill Ji Shendao, the only true master of the Ji family royal family." This incident angered the Ji family royal family, and several Grand Masters took action again. At the critical moment, Ji Shendao used a secret method to kill Li Suanji on the spot at the cost of his own serious injury, shocking all parties. However, according to the latest news, although Ji Shendao killed Li Suanji, he was seriously injured and his life was not long. The words of the secret guard made Qingfeng slightly stunned. Even though he had some guesses in his heart, when he heard the words of the secret guard, he felt a little unexpected. End of this chapter. Chapter 202. How dare you secretly cultivate evil into your body? Qingfeng was a little surprised to learn that the Ji family royal family had a true master who could kill the head of the Li family in Huangzhou. For the Li family in Huangzhou, Qingfeng also has some understanding. There are only a handful of immortal sects and families in the world. The Li family in Huangzhou. He is one of the immortal family. Strictly speaking, the strength of the Li family in Huangzhou is not weaker than that of the Tianyang sword sect that has been destroyed. The strength of the head of the Li family is by no means ordinary. But even such a strong man was killed on the spot by the true meaning master of the Ji family royal family, which shows how terrifying the opponent's strength is. If there is a chance, I would like to fight with the true master, but looking at it now, I think there is no chance. Qingfeng shook his head. The reason is simple. Because the great master of true meaning is going to die. Even if the other party was not seriously injured, there was no possibility of survival. A true master who can kill the heads of immortal sects, how can those immortal sects let each other live? Not to mention, the energy and blood of a great master is also what these forces desire. Now that the army is besieging the capital of Zhongzhou, the destruction of the Ji family royal family is only a matter of time. Subsequently, Qingfeng continued to retreat. A few days later, the secret guard also sent over the secret recipe of Shen Yuzong. When Qingfeng looked at the secret recipe above, his face looked slightly disappointed. This secret recipe is pretty good, but it's a pity that it has no effect on warriors at the Grandmaster level and above. The secret recipe of Shen Yuzong is indeed extraordinary, but Qingfeng can also see that these secret recipes have almost no effect on him now. To say disappointed, there must be some. But Qingfeng soon became relieved. Putting aside the matter of the secret recipe for the time being, Qingfeng continued to comprehend the immortal sword intent. Zhongzhou, the capital of the country. Now this ancient city has been completely dyed red with blood. Broken limbs and broken arms can be seen everywhere. Corpses are piled up under the city gate, exuding a strong and nauseating smell of blood. Now, the army is still attacking the city. Several figures stood in the sky, looking in the direction of the capital, with indifferent expressions. Ji Chunkaihu, why do you have to resist? Now that Ji Shendao has passed away, what else can your Ji family royal family do to resist us? Master Taixuan looked at the figure on the city wall, his eyes full of indifference. Ji Chunkaihu's expression was cold. Our Taixuan dynasty has been in charge of the world for 3,000 years. It is simply a wishful thinking for you to want to destroy the foundation of our Ji family's royal family with the help of you. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. However, it was Li Suanji who died last time, and I am afraid it will be you who die this time. When they heard the words Li Suanji, the eyes of the powerful men from all sides flashed with subtle fear. The first battle. Ji Shendao used a secret technique to unleash a powerful blow, killing Li Suanji on the spot. That scene. It can be said that it is deeply imprinted in their minds. No one was sure they could catch Ji Shendao's sword. Just then, Master Taixuan sneered and said, Ji Shendao is dead, and your Ji family royal family can't come up with a second Ji Shendao. If you are trying to make a fool of yourself, you are taking it for granted. The words fell. Master Taixuan took action brazenly. I saw the powerful people in the top transformation realm burst out with power, and the pressure was like a stormy wave sweeping over them. Many powerful people in the imperial court turned pale when they saw this scene. In front of such powerful men, ordinary warriors are no different from ants. However, just then, Ji Chunkaihu took a step forward, and a terrifying spiritual power suddenly erupted from his body. A strange black shadow appeared behind him, and his body of 100 feet was as terrifying as a mountain. Immediately afterwards, Ji Chunkaihu then struck out with a palm. When the two forces collided, Master Taixuan's body shook wildly and he couldn't help but retreat backwards. Such changes. Master Taixuan's pupils shrank suddenly. Transformation realm. How dare you secretly refine evil into your body? This time, Master Taixuan was really shocked. He never expected that Ji Chunkaihu could refine evil into the body and become a sorcerer, and also cultivated his body to the level of transformation. No. The strength Ji Chunkaihu showed was not just as simple as the ordinary transformation realm. Such power. At least they are all at the top transformation realm, and maybe even half-step to the divine realm. At this time, seeing Ji Chunkaihu refining evil into his body, the expressions of other powerful men also changed drastically. The royal family of one court cannot refine evil into their bodies. This is a long-standing agreement between all parties, and it is also a rule that cannot be violated. After all, the emperor cannot live forever. For an emperor who rules the world to live forever, it would be a disaster for the immortal sect family. What they didn't expect was that Ji Chunkaihu secretly cultivated evil into his body, and even cultivated it to such an astonishing level, which caught them off guard. Humph, the emperor is supposed to live forever, so what if I refine evil into my body? It's a pity that you waited too fast, otherwise if you give me another 100 years, I will definitely be able to enter the realm of divine connection. Seeing that his trump card was exposed, Ji Chunkaihu was not afraid. He looked at several people with eyes full of contempt, and at the same time, there was a trace of undetectable pity deep in his eyes. If he could step into the realm of divine connection, all the warlocks in the world would be ants. That time, the Ji family's royal family would have no problem suppressing the world for 3,000 years, even if it was 4,000 or 5,000 years. It's a pity. It's not easy to break through the realm of the gods. Even though Ji Chunkaihu has been collecting the blood of living beings and secretly using many natural treasures to practice, he has only just broken through the half-step realm of the gods. Since you already know my secret, there is no need to survive. Ji Chunkaihu roared, took a step in the air, and killed Master Taixuan and others. The latter saw this, his expression was also solemn, and he burst out all his strength to compete with Ji Chunkaihu. At this moment, seeing Ji Chunkaihu refine evil into his body and achieve the half-step realm of the gods, other dark masters could not sit still, and they appeared one after another to encircle and suppress him. At the same time, the army's siege on the city became more and more fierce. Even if there were martial arts masters guarding the city gates, there was no way to completely curb the momentum of the army. In the end, the city gate was breached. The huge country was caught in a sea of fire and chaos. Kill! I want you to die without a complete corpse. Seeing the capital was breached, Ji Chunkaihu was furious, and his fierce spiritual power shattered the space, and fiercely bombarded Master Taixuan. The latter's face changed, and he tried his best to resist, but he couldn't stop Ji Chunkaihu's angry attack. His protective spiritual energy was broken, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This beast is ferocious, everyone should not hold back, otherwise you will definitely fail. Master Taixuan roared in a deep voice, and the evil shadow behind him reflected in the void, and his spiritual power burst out, which had already pushed to its limit. Seeing this scene, the others also did not dare to hesitate, and they all showed their most powerful means, joined forces with Master Taixuan, and besieged Ji Chunkaihu together. Even with Ji Chunkaihu's cultivation of half a step into the realm of the gods, now facing the siege of many strong men, he also felt great pressure. However, he looked fearless. Come on, come as many as you can, today I will catch you all in one fell swoop. Changzhou was in chaos. The first thing that happened was that a pigeon was sent to deliver the corresponding news to Guiyang. Guiyang has now returned to the Guangyang Palace. While quietly improving his own strength, he is also in charge of the central army and controlling the situation in the entire Qingyun province. Now, the Guangyang army has entered the Qidian and Danyang counties, and with the assistance of several masters, the army is invincible. The remaining court army and the rebels have no room to resist. At this speed, it won't take too long for the two counties to fall into Guiyang's control. At this moment, the pigeon letter arrived. Guiyang opened the secret letter in it, and when he saw the content on it, his expression changed slightly. Ji Chunkaihu, half a step to the divine realm. The Ji family royal family is hiding it deeply. The content of the secret letter is what is happening in Zhongzhou now. When Guiyang learned that the Ji family royal family had 5 martial arts masters, he was already a little surprised. As a result, Ji Chunkaihu himself was a strong man who had reached the half step to the divine realm, which shocked him even more. Instantly, Guiyang thought of the rumors that Ji Chunkaihu was seriously ill. Now it seems these rumors were just smokescreens released by the other party. If this person really enters the divine realm, maybe the shackles of the dynasty's reincarnation every 3,000 years will really be completely broken. Guiyang murmured to himself. Guiyang was naturally familiar with what the divine realm was. That was a realm that truly surpassed the martial arts grandmaster and the Huazheng realm. Even the so-called true grandmaster was not worth mentioning in front of the strong men in the divine realm. It's just that since ancient times, there have been only a handful of strong men in the divine realm. However, half a step away is half a step away. According to the news from Zhongzhou, although Ji Chunkaiyu is a half-step god-level warrior, the immortal sects and families also have deep foundations. When warriors from all sides gather in Zhongzhou, even a half-step god-level warrior will find it difficult to resist. But there is one thing Gu Yang can be sure. Even if the Ji family is defeated, other forces will not be able to handle it well. A half-step god-level warrior's dying counterattack is not that simple. Then, Gu Yang will pass this news back to Gu Jiazhuang. Such a big thing happened in Zhongzhou, so Gu Yang will tell Gu Qingfeng. After doing these things, Gu Yang's expression calmed down. He couldn't intervene in Zhongzhou's affairs for the time being, so he would take King Yunzhou first. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew in his face. Gu Yang looked outside the lobby, and a gentle smile suddenly appeared on his face. Lear is here. Husband. Zhongli smiled slightly. Immediately, Gu Yang pulled the other party over and held him in his arms. Gu Yang still liked Zhongli very much. After all, if he didn't like her, he wouldn't marry her. Then Gu Yang stroked Zhongli's abdomen with his palm, as if he was feeling something. Speaking of which, I wonder if the secret recipe of the Shenyu sect is really effective. End of this chapter. Chapter 203, There is no Taixuan dynasty anymore. When Gu Qingfeng was in seclusion and the Guangyang army captured Qingyun province, the situation in Zhongzhou was also turbulent. For half a month, the intelligence of Zhongzhou was constantly transmitted to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng was also a little surprised by the fact that Ji Chunkaiyu was half a step into the divine realm, but soon became relieved. At the same time, during this period of time, the information panel was constantly refreshed with text. Your descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and has broken through to the perfection of bone refining. Reward enhancement points *100. Reward bone refining pill *100. Reward marrow cleansing pill *100. Reward organ refining pill *10. The Guangyang army under your descendant Gu Yang has conquered cities and plundered land, and its reputation has soared. Your descendant Gu Yang has been attacked by Grand Master Realm warriors *6. Your descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your descendant. When Gu Qingfeng saw that Gu Yang had broken through to the perfection of bone refining, his expression did not change much. After all, Gu Yang now has a lot of resources in his hands, and he has received guidance from a martial arts Grand Master, so it is normal for him to have a breakthrough in his cultivation. On the contrary, if Gu Yang's cultivation has not improved at all, it would be a truly surprising thing. Now that Gu Yang has broken through, Gu Qingfeng used the extra 100 improvement points and directly threw them into the pure Yang true body. In an instant, this master's technique was upgraded to the perfect level by Gu Qingfeng from Xiaochang in one breath. Pure Yang true body is perfect. Physical body pure Yang level 4. This technique is really good. After the pure Yang true body was perfected, Gu Qingfeng felt the terrifying pure Yang qi and blood in his body, and his face was also a little surprised. If other people practiced this kind of pure Yang qi and blood, even if they could not transform the life level, they could make the warrior's qi and blood much stronger than ordinary masters. It can be seen from this. The strong man who created the pure Yang true body at the beginning had extraordinary vision and strength. It's a pity. It can't transform the warrior's life level. The pure Yang true body can only be regarded as an ordinary master's martial arts. At best, it is a stronger master's unique skill, and it has not yet transformed to a higher level. However, even so, the perfection of the pure Yang true body also made Gu Qingfeng's blood and qi become much more condensed. Although it did not reach the point of breaking through the late stage of the extreme Grand Master, it was stronger than before. If you want to break through the late stage of the extreme Grandmaster, you still need a little accumulation. But as long as you have enough Grandmaster's unique skills, it is not too difficult to improve your cultivation at the level of the extreme Grandmaster. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Normally, Grandmaster martial arts, from entry to perfection, only need 200 improvement points to complete. 200 improvement points are not too few, but not too many. At the current progress, it will take about 1 or 2 years to accumulate enough. The biggest problem. It is that the high-level martial arts in the back are difficult to obtain, and can only be improved by breaking the limit. Martial arts breaking the limit. The consumption is not enough to be measured by common sense. For example, for Grandmaster martial arts, normal improvement only requires 50 improvement points, and if it is breaking the limit, it will be 10 times. Such consumption can be seen. Then, Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on the martial arts in the Modeo Hall. Ever since the Tianyang sword sect was wiped out and Guangyang Prefecture captured the counties of Qingyun Prefecture, Gu Yang has been collecting martial arts from all over the world and transporting them here. But because Gu Qingfeng now has a requirement that all martial arts below the Grandmaster level are not wanted, the martial arts sent by Gu Yang are mainly Grandmaster martial arts. These Grandmaster martial arts. There are knife skills. There are sword skills. There are also other internal skills, as well as body training skills, etc. However, most of these skills are difficult to enter Gu Qingfeng's eyes. If you want to practice them, basically you can put them at the end. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on a martial art. Blood Refining Sutra. Grandmaster Martial Arts. This is a truly top-notch martial art that Gu Yang got from it after wiping out the Tianyang sword sect. This technique is similar to the pure Yang true body, both of which are mainly based on tempering the blood of martial arts. The word blood refining in the Blood Refining Sutra means to condense the blood of martial artists, so that they have the power of transcendence. According to the records in the Blood Refining Sutra, if a martial artist can condense his blood to a terrifying enough level, he can even be reborn by dropping blood. However, the so-called rebirth by dropping blood. It is just a fantasy of the creator of the Blood Refining Sutra. After all, even if a Grandmaster martial art is cultivated to the most profound and perfect realm, it is impossible to truly be reborn by dropping blood. Rebirth by dropping blood, the imagination of the strong man who created this technique is not bad, but it is a bit whimsical to want to achieve this step with a Grandmaster martial art. However, the Grandmaster cannot do it, perhaps the realm above the Grandmaster can do it, and such things are not absolute. Gu Qingfeng thought of the drop of blood that gave birth to the evil Buddha of Zhuqiudao. A drop of blood has such divine power. Perhaps such a strong person can achieve the same as the creator of the Blood Refining Sutra imagined, and master the means of rebirth with a drop of blood. But these things are too far away for Gu Qingfeng. After all, if one really reaches the stage of rebirth by dripping blood, he is afraid that he has already transcended the mundane world and reached the supreme realm that is truly comparable to immortals and gods. Then, Gu Qingfeng carefully read the Blood Refining Sutra and memorized the many mysteries of this martial art. A moment. Gu Qingfeng looked at the attribute panel again and saw that the Blood Refining Sutra had been successfully included. The Blood Refining Sutra is divided into 8 levels. The first 4 levels correspond to the 4 stages from the initial stage of the Grandmaster to the perfection. The last 4 levels correspond to the 4 stages from the initial stage of the Grandmaster to the perfection. It can be said that the Blood Refining Sutra is the top Grandmaster martial art in the true sense. After all, as Grandmaster martial arts, some can only allow people to break through the initial stage of the Grandmaster, while others, like the Blood Refining Sutra, can allow warriors to directly break through the Grandmaster perfection. There is no doubt. The higher the upper limit of a martial art, the more precious it is. The Tianyang sword sect was able to obtain such top-notch martial arts. It is estimated that the Grand Master who created the Blood Refining Sutra was also defeated by the Tianyang sword sect. The top martial arts Grand Masters are ultimately not as good as the foundation of these immortal sects. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath and calmed down. One step worse. Every step worse. There are deficiencies in martial arts in this world, which means that martial artists are destined to be inferior to sorcerers. It is extremely difficult to make up for the innate defects later. The 5 realms of body refining. In Gu Qingfeng's view, it is the most important step in cultivation. Only by building a perfect foundation in these 5 realms can a martial artist go further. Similarly, the foundation also represents the combat power of martial artists in the same realm. For example, if the same martial arts grandmaster completes the 5 realms of body refining in a perfect state, and the other has deficiencies in the 5 realms of body refining, the latter will naturally be difficult to be the opponent of the former. Even the former can easily crush the latter. This is the fundamental difference between a strong foundation and a weak one. As soon as the thought fell, Gu Qingfeng's attention fell on the broken finger again. Now, as he continued to comprehend the immortal sword intent on the broken finger, Gu Qingfeng had a new understanding of the heavenly sword technique he created. At the same time, the 12th level heavenly sword true meaning has become much stronger than before. Gu Qingfeng believes, as long as he gives himself more time, it should not be a problem for the heavenly sword true meaning to make another breakthrough. If the heavenly sword true meaning can break through to the 13th level, then Gu Qingfeng can be regarded as a top-notch grandmaster sword technique in the true sense. When Gu Qingfeng's thoughts fell into the immortal sword intent, a strong and domineering sword intent also spread from his body. In an instant, the entire sharpening hall was covered by a terrifying sword intent. The Zuxi sword, which was sent back by Gu Yang, trembled slightly under the cover of this sword intent, as if a powerful aura was escaping, shocking all kinds of divine weapons. Zhongzhou. The capital was destroyed. This place has completely become a ruin. Countless corpses are piled here, including soldiers from the court and soldiers from various rebel forces. At this moment, a terrifying wave broke out in the palace. After a long time, this wave subsided. I saw that Ji Chunkai's imperial robe was stained with blood, and his majestic eyes were full of cold murderous intent. In front of him, many powerful people from immortal sects and families gathered. Master Taixuan grabbed the head of a great master of the Ji family royal family with 5 fingers, and looked at Ji Chunkai with a cold expression. Ji Chunkai, you have already lost, and now you are willing to surrender and wait for death. This seat can keep a part of your Ji family royal bloodline. If you really want to resist to the end, the Ji family royal family will completely disappear from today. Why waste so much nonsense? Even if I lose, I will make you pay the price. Ji Chunkai looked cold, and was not moved at all by Master Taixuan's words. Sit back and wait for death. That is absolutely impossible. Even if a part of the blood of the Ji family royal family is preserved, what can it do? I am afraid that after today, the Ji family royal family will completely become prisoners of others. If this is the only way to preserve the blood, it is better to let the blood of the Ji family royal family be completely cut off. Hearing this, Master Taixuan's expression turned cold, and his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. The head of the great master exploded instantly, and the headless body fell to the ground. Kill. Seeing this scene, Ji Chunkai's eyes burst with murderous intent, and the terrifying power of the evil spirit on his body shook the sky. The weird and cold aura was rampant, and the originally strong body now appeared cracks, as if it would break at any time. Such changes are a symbol of the revival of the evil spirit. Regarding this, Ji Chunkai didn't care at all. In this battle, he didn't think he could survive. So, even if the evil spirit revived, Ji Chunkai now had only one thought, that is to kill all the invaders and bury them with the blood of the Ji family. Seeing Ji Chunkai coming, the powerful aura made these strong men look solemn. Master Taixuan shouted angrily, "What are you still hesitating about? Kill him, and there will be no Taixuan dynasty in the world." As soon as the words fell, Master Taixuan had already taken the lead and fought with Ji Chunkaiyu. The strong men from other sects and families looked at each other and attacked at the same time. End of this chapter. Chapter 204, Pacification of Qingyun Province. 3 days later, a piece of news spread from Zhongzhou and shocked the whole world. Ji Chunkaiyu died. The Taixuan dynasty came to an end. As soon as the news came out, there was an uproar in Kyushu. The first time Gu Yang heard the news, he ordered Gu Yun and other powerful men to take action to help the two armies speed up the pace of unifying the entire Qingyun prefecture. And Gu Qingfeng, who was in Gujiazhuang, now also learned the news. The Ji family royal family has failed after all. Regarding this result, Gu Qingfeng was not too surprised. After all, the failure of the Ji family royal family is already doomed. These immortal sects have a conventional agreement. Every 3,000 years, they each support a force to rule the world. If any force attempts to break this agreement and truly become the overlord of the 9 provinces, other forces will not allow it. Especially after what happened in the previous dynasty that lasted for 3,600 years, the immortal sects and families would not tolerate it. So, the Taixuan dynasty was destroyed, and no one could change it. Unless the Ji family royal family can truly emerge as a powerful person who dominates the world. This way, only then can we truly change this situation. What a pity! Although the Ji family's royal family has accumulated a strong foundation, it has not yet reached the stage of dominating the world. Although half-step to the divine realm is powerful, but still nothing changes. Now that the Taixuan dynasty has been destroyed, the war in Zhongzhou will definitely increase further. It depends on who can truly suppress the heroes and take over the land of Zhongzhou. Gu Qingfeng looked towards the direction of Zhongzhou, as if he could see the scene of war smoke. The destruction of the Taixuan dynasty was only the first step in troubled times. The game between many immortal sects and families is the real key step. Kyushu respects Zhongzhou. Whoever can stand out from Zhongzhou next will have a great probability of being able to dominate the world in the future. This game. It was even more intense than the siege of the Taixuan dynasty. After all, when the Taixuan dynasty was encircled and suppressed, all the forces united together. Strictly speaking, they were just divided into 2 camps. But it's different now. With the fall of the Taixuan dynasty, the original rebel camp was completely divided. Next came the battle between the heroes, and the war was naturally much more intense. Then, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the information panel. I saw that Gu Yang was also speeding up his pace now. If he continues at this pace, it won't be long before Qingyun state falls into the hands of the opponent. When Qingyun province is controlled by Yang, it will be considered the top prince in the world. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. There are 9 states in the world. Those who can control a state can naturally be called top princes. But if it controls a state, it will inevitably become the target of all parties. But Gu Qingfeng was not too worried about this situation. In fact, ever since the battle in Guangyang Mansion, the world's attention has been focused on this place. Even if Gu Yang does not unify the entire Qingyun prefecture, nothing will change. With my current strength, even a strong man in the realm of gods can fight. With this power, I believe I can solve a lot of troubles. Gu Qingfeng is also somewhat confident in his own strength. Tell the truth. Ever since he understood the heavenly sword technique, cultivated the true meaning of the heavenly sword to the 12th level, and perfected Chunyang's true form, Gu Qingfeng didn't know where his true limit of combat power was. But there is one thing. Gu Qingfeng can be 100% sure. As long as he uses all his trump cards and activates the 2 heavenly veins, he can be sure to kill him in the realm of divine connection. The thought fell. Gu Qingfeng continued to comprehend the immortal sword intent. 1 month later, a piece of news came. Gu Qingfeng looked happy. Your Majesty, good news has come from the palace. The princess is pregnant. Good. After hearing this news, Gu Qingfeng's heart, which had never been shaken before and now, finally made some waves. Zhongli is pregnant. It means that the Gu family can add another bloodline. This time, Gu Qingfeng also glanced at the information panel. The army under your heir Gu Yang marched down 6 cities in a row for 7 days. Wherever they passed, rebels from all walks of life descended upon the wind. Your heir Gu Yang received the guidance of the Grand Master and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Yang took the secret medicine of the Shenwu sect and successfully inherited the heir's bloodline. Your heir Gu Yang has received guidance from the Great Master, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Yang has received guidance from the Great Master, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Yang has taken the secret medicine of the Shenwu sect and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xian has acquired the innate true energy to cleanse his body, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xiu has acquired the innate true energy to cleanse his body, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Shennan has acquired the innate pure energy to cleanse his body, and his qualifications have been slightly improved. Your heir Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Yang commanded an army to suppress the entire Danyang County, and the name King of Guangyang became famous. Danyang County has also fallen into Yang Er's hands. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. Then, Gu Qingfeng was officially released from seclusion. He took one step in the air and rose into the air, heading towards the city of Guangyang Prefecture. Walk in the air. This is a method developed by Gu Qingfeng. The so-called flying in the air is actually a way for warriors to control their own power and borrow the power of heaven and earth. Theoretically speaking, as long as the true energy and blood are strong enough, even a master-level warrior can fly in the air for a short period of time. It's just that if such a strong person wants to control the air, the consumption is not ordinary. But for Gu Qingfeng, the cost of traveling in the air is not too serious. It didn't take long. Gu Qingfeng entered Fukin. When he fell from mid-air, many guards in the palace were shocked. Many of them instinctively drew their weapons and surrounded Gu Qingfeng. But soon, one of the guards recognized Gu Qingfeng's identity and shouted angrily, "Put your weapons away quickly! This is Senior Marshal Saint Gu. You must not be rude." Speaking of which, the other party stepped forward in 3 steps and bowed to Gu Qingfeng. "Subordinate Lu Feng, please pay your respects to Senior Gu." Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. He could tell that the Lu Feng in front of him was not weak in cultivation. Although he had not broken through to the Grand Master realm, he was still a master of at least the 3rd realm of Zhang refining. This time, Lu Feng said with awe on his face, "Senior Gu has arrived, my subordinates will go and report to the king, please come in for a while. This will be a good thing." "Senior, you're welcome." Lu Feng respectfully invited Gu Qingfeng into the lobby, and then immediately went to report to Gu Yang. It didn't take long. Gu Yang came in a hurry. "Father is coming, why don't you notify him in advance so that the child can prepare?" "What are you going to prepare?" Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, and his words made Gu Yang smile sarcastically. It was just a casual conversation, but when Gu Qingfeng retorted like this, Gu Yang didn't know how to reply. Immediately, he just changed the subject calmly, came to sit down next to Gu Qingfeng, and then asked curiously, "Father suddenly came to the palace, but what happened?" "I heard that Li Niang is happy." Gu Qingfeng asked directly. Gu Yang nodded, "Father, wait a moment, I will ask Lier to come over now." Immediately, Gu Yang just turned around and ordered his servants. It didn't take long. Zhongli, wearing a palace dress, was already walking gracefully. "I've met my father." Sit down. Gu Qingfeng's expression softened a bit, and he showed a gentle smile. Then his eyes fell on Zhongli's abdomen. With his current keen perception, he could detect the movement of life gestating there. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng personally checked Zhongli's pulse again. After a while, the smile on his face grew brighter. Twins from the same birth, not bad, really good. Gu Qingfeng also didn't expect that Zhongli was not only pregnant, but also twins. There was more than just one breath of life in his veins. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yang with a somewhat dissatisfied expression. Since Li Niang is pregnant with 2 children, why didn't you explain this situation when you sent someone to inform her? Twins from one birth. This kind of movement is particularly obvious. As long as any warrior with a slightly advanced level of cultivation can detect it. Gu Yang had many warriors under his command, and Gu Qingfeng didn't believe that the other party would not know this clearly. This is not a surprise to my father. Gu Yang laughed. Gu Qingfeng said, Li Niang is pregnant now. Please take care of her more. Don't be careless about this matter. My child understands. Gu Yang also straightened his face and nodded, then he hesitated and spoke. Speaking of which, my child also has something that he wants to discuss with his father. What's the matter? Hire has a lot of affairs in the palace now, and the Gu family village doesn't have much spare time to manage it. As a result, Hire's position as the owner of the village is somewhat unworthy of the name. So the child thought that the position of the village owner might as well be returned to his father. What did his father think? Gu Yang expressed his thoughts. He has always had this idea. When he got the position of the owner of Gujiazhuang, he wanted to rely on this level of status to further develop his power. But ideas are not as good as change. Gu Yang also didn't expect that his actions would go so smoothly. In just a few years, he could develop his power to such an extent and become the king on his own. This way, the position of the owner of Gujiazhuang is dispensable. But after all, Gujiazhuang is the hard work of the Gu family, and Gu Yang naturally hopes to revitalize it, but now that he is the king of Guangyang, he has too many things to take care of, and he does not have much spare time to manage the affairs of Gujiazhuang. Gu Qingfeng nodded, you have already made your decision, so I don't have any objections as a father. The owner's position. If Gu Yang doesn't want it, then he can just return it to his own hands. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng handed several more bottles of elixirs to Gu Yang's hands. This is the marrow cleansing pill. When you break through the marrow cleansing realm in the future, you can take this pill to temper your own foundation. Thank you, father. Gu Yang looked happy. Gu Yang certainly understood the magic of the elixir in Gu Qingfeng's hands. Although taking these elixirs is not as good as the secret medicine of Shenwu sect in allowing warriors to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation, they can condense the warrior's basic physique and thus have a stronger foundation. Strictly speaking, this kind of elixir is much stronger than the secret medicine of the Shenwu sect. After all, as long as the foundation is solid enough, he can go further in the future. Not to mention a strong foundation. It can also allow warriors to have stronger power in the same realm. Gu Yang is now perfect in bone refining, but his combat power is enough to kill the strong men in the organ refining realm. In addition to mastering the true meaning of the master, his own strong foundation cannot be ignored. After handing the marrow cleansing pill to Gu Yang, Gu Qingfeng did not stay in the capital city for too long, and then left. Then, Gu Yang resigned as the owner of Gujiazhuang, and the news that the old owner Gu Qingfeng took over Gujiazhuang again also spread. However, this news did not cause much fluctuation. After all, the slight changes in Gujiazhuang can only be said to be insignificant to the current things in the 9 states of the Jianghu. Back to Gujiazhuang. Gu Qingfeng is in seclusion again. The sun and the moon change. Time passed. 3 months later, Gu Yang officially unified the entire Qingyun province and became a top lord. The reputation of King Guangyang also shook the world and attracted attention from all sides. However, after occupying the entire Qingyun province, Gu Yang did not rush to mobilize troops against Zhongzhou immediately, but changed his previous offensive and began to focus on developing internal affairs. Under such circumstances, Qingyun province, which had experienced more than 10 years of war, finally restored a brief peace. Similarly, Gu Yang also issued an order to reward the evil spirits and weirdness in the world. Anyone who found the whereabouts of evil spirits and weirdness could report it to the upper level, and a certain reward would be given after verification. Such rewards can be silver or martial arts. If the weirdness can be eliminated and the evil spirits can be suppressed, the reward will be even more generous. In this way, many martial artists in the rivers and lakes are naturally very happy. After all, since the rise of sorcerers and the decline of martial arts, many martial arts inheritances are controlled by those top sects, and ordinary martial artists have almost no chance to go further. The reason for this is the lack of martial arts. But now, Gu Yang openly took out many martial arts as rewards, which naturally gave these people hope. So, for a while, King Yunzhou also broke out a wave of clearing out strange and evil spirits. Whenever the whereabouts of evil spirits are leaked, a large number of warriors will come. After all, compared with reporting the whereabouts of evil spirits, the rewards for eliminating and suppressing evil spirits are truly generous. So, after discovering the whereabouts of evil spirits, many people did not think of reporting to their superiors, but relied on their own strength to suppress these things. Of course, for ordinary warriors, evil spirits cannot be killed, and if they want to suppress them, they need gold as a vessel. But in the past, gold was controlled by many top forces and it was difficult to circulate. But since Gu Yang took charge of King Yunzhou, the restrictions on gold circulation have been lifted. In this way, some warriors can also get some gold as a vessel to suppress evil spirits. If they encounter a powerful evil spirit that is difficult to deal with, they can only report it to the higher authorities, wait for the arrival of the strong men of the Guangyang army, and then come forward to deal with it. The current king of Guangyang also has many strong men. Not only does he have a martial arts master like Jian Dao Ren sitting in charge, but there are also many masters who suppress one side. Even if a powerful evil spirit appears, it will not cause much trouble. In just a few months, the evil spirits and weirdness in King Yunzhou have been reduced by 90%. Without the evil spirits and weirdness causing chaos, and the war disasters, the people of King Yunzhou finally have a chance to recuperate. This approach, it also led to a great rise in Gu Yang's reputation among the people. You have a new offspring. In Gujia's Wang, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the text refresh on the information panel and smiled immediately. It seems that Yang Er's 2 children are finally born. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng came out of retreat. This time, he still went directly to the capital city. When Gu Qingfeng arrived at the palace, he saw that the place was decorated with lights and everyone's faces were filled with festive smiles. With the appearance of Gu Qingfeng, someone soon reported to Gu Yang, who also hurried over. "Father, I counted with my fingers, and the time for the child to be born is almost here. Now it seems that I am not too late." Gu Qingfeng smiled indifferently and made up a reason for his coming. In this regard, Gu Yang had no doubts. After all, it was normal for Gu Qingfeng to calculate the time after 10 months of pregnancy. Father came at the right time. The 2 children were born and the child wanted to ask father to give them a name. Gu Yang immediately asked someone to bring the 2 children over. Gu Qingfeng looked at the 2 babies in the cradle, and his expression was also somewhat gentle. It is said that the generation is close, and he looked at the 2 children in front of him and instinctively felt some intimacy. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng checked again and found that both were boys. He then injected some of his own qi into their bodies and smiled again. Both children have good aptitudes, much better than you. Gu Yang also smiled when he heard what Gu Qingfeng said. Although these words were a compliment to his son, Gu Yang was also very happy to hear them. Then, Gu Qingfeng pondered for a while and then said, "The eldest son's name is Shengxing, and the second son's name is Shengan." Shengxing, Shengan. Thank you, father, for the name. Gu Yang muttered for a while and nodded. Rejuvenate the country and bring peace to the country. It was just like what Gu Yang was thinking. So, the names of the two children have been decided. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at the two of them and flicked his finger again. A drop of blood suddenly separated from his fingertip, then split into two and fell into the center of their eyebrows. This drop of blood contains a little bit of the father's power, which should ensure that they are invulnerable to evil. At this point, it was not something Gu Qingfeng made up casually. At his level of cultivation, his own energy and blood are pure yang, and a drop of blood can make all evils retreat and not dare to get even close. It was precisely because of a drop of Gu Qingfeng's blood that the evil-killing sword could directly kill evil spirits. Likewise, this drop of blood, it is also Gu Qingfeng's own blood essence. For warriors, essence and blood are particularly precious. Even if Gu Qingfeng has a high level of cultivation, the essence and blood condensed in his body is limited. Every drop of essence and blood lost is a disguised form of weakening the body, and it will take a certain amount of time to slowly recover. Come over. If he were an ordinary person, Gu Qingfeng would not sacrifice like this, but for his two newly born grandchildren, he did not mind wasting a drop of blood. In fact, this kind of essence and blood not only makes it difficult for Zhu Xie to invade, but also has other wonderful effects, but Gu Qingfeng didn't say it out loud. Gu Yang on the side could also feel the majestic power contained in this drop of blood, and naturally understood that Gu Qingfeng had made a big sacrifice this time, and his face was suddenly full of gratitude. My child, thank your father for them. Think of it as something I, a grandfather, have done for them. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Gu Yang said, my father has come a long way, why not stay in the palace for a few days and then go back? That's fine. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment, but did not refuse. Hear the words. Gu Yang suddenly looked overjoyed and directly ordered his subordinates to make arrangements for Gu Qingfeng to move into the palace. News of Gu Qingfeng's arrival and staying in the palace naturally spread. The next day, the swordsman came to visit. I've met Senior Gu. This famous Grand Master in the world now has an extremely low profile. He is like a junior in front of Gu Qingfeng. If he is seen by outsiders, he will definitely be shocked. But the swordsman didn't think there was any problem. When he met Gu Qingfeng again this time, he felt more and more how unfathomable he was. Gu Qingfeng's eyes also fell on the swordsman, with a slight smile on his face. I haven't seen you for a while, and you are already a great master in martial arts. I am really happy to congratulate you. Senior is joking. If it weren't for Senior's guidance, I wouldn't be qualified to take that half step. The swordsman looked humble, without the arrogance that a great master of martial arts should have. Finished. The swordsman hesitated for a moment, then spoke cautiously, I have been fascinated by my senior for a long time. We left the Blood Mountain mansion in a hurry and never had the chance to meet again. Senior came to the palace today. I want to ask Senior for advice. Is it okay? Gu has never met other martial arts masters. Since you have this idea, Gu also wants to have a discussion with you. Gu Qingfeng certainly understood what the swordsman was thinking, and he just wanted to see the strength of the so-called martial arts master. Therefore, the two sides hit it off immediately. After receiving Gu Qingfeng's agreement, the swordsman was overjoyed and immediately asked Gu Qingfeng for advice on strength based on the martial arts master's cultivation. But it's a pity. Although the martial arts Grand Master's cultivation is astonishing, he can't make much trouble in front of Gu Qingfeng now. Just a face-to-face. The swordsmen were suppressed. The martial arts that he had practiced hard for many years was not worth mentioning in front of Qingfeng. Although the Kendo people had expected this defeat, they couldn't help but feel a little distracted now. Senior's cultivation has taken part in nature, I admire you. After a long time, the swordsman looked at Qingfeng with a little more awe. Qingfeng said, if you can become a martial arts grand master, your cultivation foundation is not weak, but your swordsmanship has not reached the Grand Master level. If you can go one step further and step into the ranks of the Grand Master, your strength will be even better. It's just that everyone has their own path to walk. Your path to swordsmanship is ultimately your own path, which is a little different from Gu's. But all the paths in the world lead to the same destination. This is the path Gu took. You may be able to learn from it. The words fell. Qingfeng pointed out a seemingly ordinary movement, but in the eyes of the swordsman, it turned into a divine sword that reaches the sky. His whole mind was involuntarily caught up in it, making him unable to extricate himself for a long time. P.S. Starting today, the next 2 chapters will be merged into one chapter and updated. The word count of the overall update will remain unchanged. End of chapter. Chapter 205, Heavenly Sword Domain, Monster Talent. The swordsman left. Thanks to Qingfeng's guidance, the other party gained a lot. Not long after the swordsman left, Gu Yun, the leader of the Shenyu sect, also came to visit. The purpose of the other party's visit is also very simple. Same as Kendo people. The other party also has some martial arts questions and wants to ask him for advice. Gu Yun knew that the reason why a swordsman was able to break through to the realm of a martial arts master was because of Qingfeng's guidance. At present, Gu Yun is a half-step grandmaster. He has been wasting his time in this realm for many years, and he naturally hopes to take a further step. So, after getting Qingfeng's consent, Gu Yun revealed all the doubts he had about martial arts over the years. To this, Qingfeng also responded. These martial arts issues are not big problems in the eyes of Qingfeng today. Let's leave aside the level of cultivation for the time being. In terms of martial arts knowledge alone, Qingfeng is infinitely better than Gu Yun. After all, he has practiced many martial arts and created his own immortality formula involving perfect martial arts. He can be regarded as a martial arts master in the true sense. This Grand Master. It does not refer to strength, but in terms of real insights. Therefore, it is easy for Qingfeng to give guidance to Gu Yun and answer his doubts. Half a day later, Gu Yun woke up from his deep thoughts and looked at Qingfeng with eyes filled with wonder and admiration. Master Gu's insights in martial arts are truly beyond the reach of my disciples. Many of the doubts he had in the past were solved, allowing Gu Yun to vaguely see the path forward for the great master of martial arts. Although this advice is not enough for Gu Yun to truly break through to the Grand Master of martial arts, at least he has a 10% greater chance of breaking through than before. To know. The probability of 10% is not low. When a normal master breaks through to a Grand Master, even if there are 100 half-step Grand Masters, not one of them may be able to take that step. So, 10% more probability. For Gu Yun, this is a great opportunity. Then, Qingfeng stayed in the palace for a few more days, personally using his own energy and blood to cleanse the bones of Gu Shengxing and Gu Shengan, and then left here and returned to Gujiaz Wang. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Your heir Gu Shengxing has been cleansed by a strong man, and his qualifications have been improved. Your heir Gu Shengan has been cleansed by a strong man, and his qualifications have been improved. Your heir Gu Shengxing has used secret medicine to cleanse his body, and his qualifications have been slightly improved. Your heir Gu Shengan has used secret medicine to cleanse his body, and his qualifications have been slightly improved. Your heir Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Yang has implemented various policies to benefit the people, and his reputation among the people has been greatly improved. Your heir, Gu Shennan, must have the innate true energy to cleanse his body, and his cultivation level can passively break through to the lower level of self-refining. Reward improvement points * 5. Your heir Gu Xian has achieved a breakthrough in blood refining. Reward improvement points * 20. Your heir Gu Xiu has achieved breakthrough in blood refining. Reward improvement points * 20. Your heir Gu Shengxin has acquired the innate true energy to cleanse his body, and his cultivation level has reached the primary level of skin refining. Reward improvement point * 1. Your heir Gu Sheng'an has acquired the innate true energy to cleanse his body, and his cultivation level has reached the primary level of skin refining. Reward improvement point * 1. Your heir Gu Yang received the guidance of the Great Master, understood the path ahead in martial arts, and achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the primary level of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points * 150. Reward marrow cleansing pill * 100. The reward is 100 Zhang refining pills. Reward the perfect master's secret skill divine movements of 100 changes. Ever since Gu Qingfeng returned to Mo Dao Hall, he has been mainly in seclusion. In his second year back, Gu Yang was able to break through to the initial level of the marrow cleansing realm. This year, Gu Qingfeng is 46 years old. Since breaking through to the ultimate master, his appearance seems to have been completely fixed there. No matter how time passes, it is difficult to leave many traces on him. Immediately, as soon as Gu Qingfeng thought about it, he saw a secret book appearing in his hand. Open the cover. Suddenly there was a stream of light directly entering my mind. In an instant, a large number of memories appeared in Gu Qingfeng's mind, all related to the various changes in the divine line. This is a master martial art that combines light skills and body skills. To be honest, Gu Qingfeng rarely had exposure to this type of martial arts. After all, no matter how good the Qinggong movement is, in his opinion, it is not as useful as true strength. As long as the strength is strong enough, there is no need to escape with Qinggong. On the contrary, if you are defeated, you may not be able to escape even if you have unparalleled lightness skills. So, all the time, Gu Qingfeng practiced many martial arts mainly to improve his own cultivation level, but he did not expect that this time Gu Yang's breakthrough would allow him to obtain such a perfect master martial arts. I have to say, as a master of martial arts, his magical movements are indeed mysterious. This martial art contains top-notch light skills and extremely powerful body movements. As this martial arts reaches perfection, Gu Qingfeng feels that the muscles in his legs have become much more condensed. It's as if he has really been practicing the magic technique for many years. Then, Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 46/3000. Realm, intermediate level of Jidao Grandmaster. Martial arts, Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique, Introductory, Prajna Sutra, the 13th level of perfection, Prajna True Body level 12, Tianmei Sutra, the 2nd level, Longevity Art, the 5th level of perfection, Longevity, Pure Yang True Body, Perfection, level 4 Pure Yang of the physical body, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, level 13 True Meaning of the Heavenly Sword, Blood Refining Sutra, not yet started, Divine Movements and Various Transformations, Perfection, level 4 Divine Speed. Boost points, 238. Speed level 4. Gu Qingfeng muttered to himself, and then he saw him stand up from the knife sharpening hall, and with one step, there were many phantoms in the knife sharpening hall, evolving into so many things that it was difficult to distinguish the true from the false for a while. Immediately afterwards, I saw many phantoms disperse again. A smile appeared on Gu Qingfeng's face. Yes, divine movement's variety of changes is worthy of being a master's martial arts. This martial arts also has merits. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the other martial arts in the attribute panel. As early as half a year ago, Gu Qingfeng's heavenly sword's true meaning has broken through to the 13th level. Level 13 true meaning. It can be regarded as the limit that the great master's true intention can reach. If we make another breakthrough, we will break through the barriers of the great master and enter a higher realm. Gu Qingfeng didn't have much understanding of what that level actually was. But the true meaning of the 13th level heavenly sword has transformed Gu Qingfeng's strength again. When Gu Qingfeng understood the severed finger again, the immortal sword intention on it was like a candle in the wind, and would dissipate at any time. A desolate world. A bloody sword light came to cut off the world, but this time, Gu Qingfeng's body was not cut off again. The true meaning of the 13th level heavenly sword exploded, and a heaven-reaching magic sword condensed from the void. The collision of the two most powerful sword intentions seemed to completely shatter the desolate world here. The terrifying true power raged, and the desolate world was shattered inch by inch. Witnessing the birth and death of heaven and earth. The true meaning of the heavenly sword on Gu Qingfeng's body shook and seemed to be transforming in another direction. In an instant. In the huge Gujiazhuang, and even outside Gujiazhuang, all the weapons trembled in unison, and then, as if guided by some mysterious force, they suddenly rose into the sky and worshipped in the direction of Gujiazhuang. Thousands of soldiers worship. Shocking everywhere. Ruoda Beishi said, when everyone saw this scene, there was unconcealable horror on their faces. What's going on? Why is my weapon out of control? Thousands of soldiers are worshipping, that is the direction of Gujiazhuang. Hiss, could it be that the senior martial saint has cultivated some kind of peerless magical skill, and has attracted tens of thousands of soldiers to worship him? Some people were confused and some were shocked. There were also some old masters who came to live in seclusion on Beishi Road because they heard about Gu Qingfeng's reputation. When they saw the scene of tens of thousands of soldiers worshipping him, the expressions on their faces were replaced by shock. True meaning. This is the power of true meaning. But how true meaning can be powerful to this level? A true meaning master looked horrified. Unlike others, he could feel that the vision of thousands of soldiers worshipping was filled with a terrifying true power. In the face of such true meaning, the true meaning of the master that one possesses is extremely weak, as if it will completely disappear if it is lightly touched by such true meaning. Such changes. It certainly shocked all the dignified Jinai masters. This moment. Only then did he understand. What is a martial saint? In the opinion of this true meaning master, the man from Gujiazhuang has truly reached the level of transcendence and sainthood. Gujiazhuang. Inside the knife-sharpening hall. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes and saw that the immortal sword intent in the severed finger had completely dissipated and no longer existed. Then he looked outside the sharpening hall. Now, with the further transformation of his true meaning, Gu Qingfeng can still see the scene outside the knife-sharpening hall in a mysterious way even if he stays in the knife-sharpening hall. Outside the sharpening hall, tens of thousands of soldiers worshipped in the sky. As Gu Qingfeng thought, all the worshipping soldiers suddenly fell from mid-air and returned to the hands of their respective masters. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel again. I saw that there were some different changes in it. Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Heavenly Sword Domain Level 1. Heavenly Sword Realm. This is the realm above the true meaning of the Grand Master. Gu Qingfeng looked solemn. The 13th level of true meaning is the limit of a great master. But in the 13th level of true meaning, there is no so-called 14th level of true meaning, but it has transformed into the realm of true meaning. The moment he took control of the heavenly sword realm, Gu Qingfeng understood what the true intent realm was. The field expands. I am invincible. If a warrior whose mastery of true meaning is not as good as Gu Qingfeng's is in front of him, once covered by the domain, he can directly suppress it. Unless his cultivation strength is too much beyond his, it is possible to break the domain. It can be said. The realm of the heavenly sword is more powerful than the true meaning of the heavenly sword by more than just one level. Gu Qingfeng had an idea. Soon, the heavenly sword realm is unfolding. The huge Gujiazhuang is covered by the power of the domain. It is the scope that the first level heavenly sword field can really cover. Gu Qingfeng had a hunch that as long as he wanted to, he could strangle everyone in the Gu family village with just one thought. At the same time, people in Gujiazhuang also instinctively have an emotion called fear, as if they are being targeted by some terrifying entity, but no matter how they probe, they never find anything wrong. Even Gu Peng and other master-level warriors found no problem. Soon, the realm dispersed. That feeling also dissipated subsequently. The true meaning field is more than just a little bit more powerful than the ordinary true meaning. With my current strength in the sword field, I can completely obliterate even an ordinary martial arts master in front of him without even having to do it myself. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly, very satisfied with the current heavenly sword field. The power of this method can be regarded as the most powerful method in his hand now except the Tianmei manual. The heavenly meridian scripture can increase your strength. In the realm of the heavenly sword, all enemies can be suppressed. The two master skills were used together, and Gu Qingfeng doubted whether the so-called warrior in the realm of gods could block his own sword. That was a problem. Then, Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel, and then began to improve other martial arts. 50 improvement points. The blood refining manual was promoted to the first level. 50 improvement points. The blood refining manual was promoted to the second level. 50 improvement points. The blood refining manual was promoted to the third level. In just a few moments, Gu Qingfeng directly promoted the blood refining manual to the fourth level without even starting it. The fourth level of blood refining scripture. It is equivalent to the realm of the pinnacle of a master. Gu Qingfeng's energy and blood suddenly became much stronger, but even so, he still had not broken through to the lower level of the Jidao Grand Master. Blood Refining Manual, 4th level, Divine Blood Level 4. The 4th level of the Blood Refining Manual. Divine Blood Level 4. Gu Qingfeng felt some changes brought about by the breakthrough of the Blood Refining Manual. He could find that his condensed blood had also undergone some slight transformations. But such transformation, it is still far from being able to achieve rebirth with a drop of blood as mentioned in the blood refining scripture. But warriors are basically qi and blood. Nowadays, the transformation of qi and blood has naturally improved Gu Qingfeng's strength. It can be said, it is also the realm of reaching the pinnacle of a master. The effect brought by the blood refining manual is much stronger than that of the pure yang true body. Visible. The blood refining manual is indeed a great master's technique. Even at the master level, it can crush other masters' martial arts. If the blood refining manual can make another breakthrough and step into the 5th level or above of the Grand Master level, then I should have a chance to break through to the lower level of the ultimate master. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Now he is only one step away from the lower level of the Jidao Grand Master. It is not difficult to break through this gap, but it is not as simple as imagined. However, the 5th level of the blood refining manual involves the level of the Grand Master, and the improvement it brings allows one to break through. In Gu Qingfeng's opinion, it is not a big problem. True meaning breakthrough. Increased strength. For the rest of the time, Gu Qingfeng also spent time in seclusion, silently practicing the blood refining manual. The immortal sword intention in the severed finger is now exhausted. After the true intention transforms into the realm of heavenly sword, further improvement will not happen overnight. So, Gu Qingfeng spent most of his time practicing the blood refining manual. The remaining small amount of time was spent instructing Gu Xian and others on their cultivation. Gu Shennan is also 6 years old. Gu Qingfeng also officially taught Fang martial arts. I saw only the inner courtyard. Gu Shennan held his chin with his little hand, his young face looked serious, his eyes were smart and full of curiosity. Occasionally, his little head tilted, and the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a touch of playfulness and cleverness. Just then, Gu Qingfeng suddenly reached out and knocked on the other person's forehead, and said with a pretended serious expression, "Have you clearly remembered what I just mentioned about what you need to pay attention to when practicing the immortality technique?" "Grandpa, remember clearly." Gu Shennan's childish little face wrinkled and he did not dare to be distracted anymore. Gu Qingfeng looked at the other party and shook his head slightly. "Since you remember it, then repeat what Grandpa just explained." "Good." Gu Shennan responded with a clear voice, and immediately recited the longevity secret that Gu Qingfeng just said, word for word. After reciting, Gu Shennan looked at Gu Qingfeng with a hint of pride. "How about it? I remember it, right? I have a good memory." Gu Qingfeng gave a rare nod of approval, and then he continued to explain other aspects of the immortality secret. Then, he personally demonstrated and taught Gu Shennan how to practice, and then repeated it to the other party. Although Gu Shennan was still young and was practicing martial arts for the first time, the other party only had to read it once to memorize everything Gu Qingfeng taught. To this, Gu Qingfeng became increasingly satisfied with this granddaughter. As soon as Gu Shennan was born, his master used the innate true energy to cleanse his bones, and he often soaked in various medicinal baths. Before he really came into contact with martial arts, he entered the realm of the advanced level of skin refining. It can be seen that the opponent's talent in martial arts is indeed extraordinary. Look now. In terms of understanding, Gu Shennan performed equally well. Gu Qingfeng was very satisfied with this. So, next, he taught Gu Shennan more carefully. Likewise, Gu Shennan's performance did not disappoint Gu Qingfeng. It was only 3 days. Gu Shennan started to learn the skin refining chapter of the immortality secret, and within 10 days, he had already completed it. 2 times. Gu Shennan has perfected the skin refining chapter of the immortality art, and his cultivation has also reached the level of skin refining perfection. To know the secret of immortality is different from other martial arts. This kind of martial arts that creates a perfect foundation is several times more difficult to practice than ordinary martial arts of the same realm. Even if Gu Shennan has been cleansed by the innate true energy all year round and has already entered the advanced level of skin refining before he came into contact with martial arts, he can cultivate the longevity art to a level comparable to his own within 2 months. Stepping a step further into the perfection of skin refining can be said to be astonishing. Gu Qingfeng did not compare with others. But if we compare people from the Gu family, whether it is Gu Yang or Gu Xian, Gu Xiu, and others, they are all far behind Gu Shennan. Seeing his granddaughter's talent, Gu Qingfeng was in a good mood. To this end, Gu Qingfeng used to give Gu Shennan the qi and blood pills he kept in his hand to further strengthen his opponent's foundation. In the 4th month when Gu Shennan came into contact with martial arts, she had successfully mastered the blood refining chapter of the secret of immortality, and her cultivation had directly broken through to the primary level of blood refining. As soon as the news came out, it shocked the entire Gujiazhuang. Many disciples from the outer hall and the middle management of Gujiazhuang knew that Gujiazhuang had a peerless genius. He was only 6 years old and had reached the first level of blood refining realm within 4 months of being exposed to martial arts. To this, the leader of the outer hall, Gu Peng, who is now the Xiantian Grand Master, was stunned when he learned the news. Being less than 7 years old in the blood refining realm, it seems that I have really lived like a dog in the past few decades. Gu Peng smiled bitterly. Thinking back to the time when he wasted several decades in martial arts and failed to break through to the blood refining realm, if Gu Qingfeng hadn't given him the opportunity, he might never have had the chance to break through in his entire life. Now compare Gu Shennan's monster, the blow to Gu Peng can be imagined. Of course, Gu Peng was not the only one who was hit. In the inner courtyard, Su Yulan wore a long skirt. Since she broke through to the master realm, it is difficult for the years to leave many traces on her body. On the contrary, it has added a bit of charm that a girl does not have. She looked at Gu Shennan, who was practicing martial arts, with a soft expression on his beautiful face. Katsuo's talent is really beyond expectations. Apart from her husband, how far can she go in the end? I'm not sure where her limit is, but in order to take care of my family and children, she must at least become a martial arts master. Gu Qingfeng smiled confidently. If this sentence were said by other people, it would definitely be ridiculed. After all, great masters of martial arts are rare, and the great masters of martial arts who have appeared in the world for thousands of years are also very rare, which shows how difficult it is to take this step. But after Gu Qingfeng said it, Su Yulan was not surprised at all. After all, Gu Qingfeng's current cultivation level has already reached an unpredictable level. In front of him, the martial arts master does not seem to be so difficult to reach. Think of this. Su Yulan withdrew her eyes from Gu Shennan and looked at Gu Qingfeng aside. What state is your husband in now? My realm is different from that of ordinary people. If you ask me what realm I am, I can't answer it well. However, even if the martial ancestor who claims to have broken the limits of the martial arts master was reborn thousands of years ago, I am sure to suppress him. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and said lightly. This sentence. He is actually a little humble. After all, he has mastered the field of heavenly sword and condensed 2 major heavenly veins. If the martial ancestor is really to be reborn, Gu Qingfeng doubts whether the opponent can catch his sword. It's just that Gu Qingfeng didn't say these words. When Su Yulan heard this, she nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. She doesn't particularly care about Gu Qingfeng's strength. As long as he can be by his side, everything is enough. The days to come. Gu Qingfeng instructed Gu Shennan to practice more frequently. When the opponent entered the 6th month of martial arts, Gu Shennan broke through to the intermediate level of blood refining. In the 10th month, Gu Shennan broke through to the lower level of blood refining realm. In the 18th month, Gu Shennan finally completed the practice of the blood refining chapter of the Secret of Immortality, and his martial arts cultivation also officially entered the realm of perfecting the blood refining. And this year, Gu Shennan was only 7.5 years old, and he was still half a year away from being 8 years old. Even though Gu Qingfeng was mentally prepared, when he actually saw this scene, he was a little shocked inside. End of chapter. Chapter 206. Which sword technique is the most powerful? Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 47/3000. Realm, intermediate level of Jidao Grandmaster. Martial arts, Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique, Introductory, Prajna Sutra, the 13th level of perfection, Prajna True Body level 12, Tianmei Sutra, the 2nd level, Longevity Art, the 5th level of perfection, Longevity, Pure Yang True Body, Perfection, level 4 of Physical Pure Yang, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, level 1 of Heavenly Sword Domain, Blood Refining Sutra, 4th level, Divine Blood level 4, Divine Movement and Variety, Perfection, level 4 of Divine Speed. Boost points, 128. 128 improvement points. It seems that the blood refining manual can be improved again. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. At the same time, he also tried to break the limit of the Heavenly Sword technique after breaking the limit of the Grand Master to see how much improvement points were needed. However, after seeing the improvement points needed to break the limit, Gu Qingfeng temporarily gave up the idea of improving the Heavenly sword skills. Very simple. The Sky Knife breaks the limit. 2000 promotion points. It has twice as many improvement points as the Grand Master's martial arts breakthrough. If you include the Heavenly Meridian Sutra, then the consumption required to improve the current Heavenly sword technique is enough to rank 2nd. As for Tianmei Zhenjing, there is no problem in being firmly ranked first. After all, the third level of Tianmei Sutra already requires 10,000 improvement points. It was hard for Gu Qingfeng to imagine how many improvement points would be needed to condense the 9 heavenly veins. Just afraid. It's a truly astronomical number. So far, Gu Qingfeng didn't even know what level of martial arts Tianmei Zhenjing was. Then, Gu Qingfeng just had a thought and spent 100 improvement points to directly upgrade the blood refining manual from the 4th level to the 5th level. Boom! The billowing qi and blood boiled like a torrent of rivers, and a terrifying aura emanated from Gu Qingfeng. The terrifying power of qi and blood escaped, covering the huge knife-grinding hall. After a long time, this blood gradually became silent. Moment. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. The final level of the Jidao Grandmaster is finally achieved. As the blood refining manual broke through to the 5th level and entered the ranks of Grandmasters martial arts, his realm also broke through and he was promoted to the lower level of Jidao Grandmaster. It may seem like a small breakthrough, but for Gu Qingfeng, his strength is an earth-shaking change. I saw Gu Qingfeng looking inside himself. The energy and blood power contained in it was already terrifying to a certain extent. Even a drop of ordinary blood weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Destroy mountains and break mountains. It's easy for Gu Qingfeng now. What a pity. There is no strong person in Kyushu who is truly worthy of my full strength. Otherwise, I can take a look at where the limit of my current strength is. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Subsequently, he just continued to meditate on the blood refining scripture. This martial art is extraordinary. Gu Qingfeng has only entered the 5th level of the 8th level blood refining manual so far. If you can practice the blood refining manual on your own, you can save a lot of improvement points. Gu Qingfeng's breakthrough in cultivation did not cause the slightest shock. Since the breakthrough from the middle level of Jidao Grandmaster to the later level, Gu Qingfeng's appearance has not changed much, and it is impossible for him to publicize his growth in strength everywhere. The days to come. That is to say, everything is restored as before. While Gu Qingfeng was practicing the blood refining manual in seclusion, he was also instructing Gu Shennan, Gu Xian, and Gu Xiu to practice. Perhaps they knew that their little niece had already reached the blood refining realm when she was less than 8 years old. Although Gu Xian and Gu Xiu were not very young, they also felt a sense of urgency, so they worked harder on their cultivation. No way. In terms of seniority, Gu Xian and Gu Xian are 1 generation higher than Gu Shennan. In terms of age, the former is already 13 years old, while the latter is just over 7 years old. The gap is also particularly obvious. Young people are all good-looking. Not to mention, Gu Xian and Gu Xian have been known as geniuses since they were young in the Gu family village. It would undoubtedly be embarrassing if they were compared to Gu Shennan. So, the two of them have become much more diligent in their cultivation. That's why, in just half a year, both of them broke through the blood refining perfection and entered the bone refining realm. Your heir Gu Xian has broken through to the 1st level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir Gu Xiu has broken through to the 1st level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. A breakthrough so soon. Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel, his expression was slightly startled, and then he shook his head and laughed. It seems that they were too lax in the past. Now that Katsuo is about to break through the bone refining realm, it can be said to have put some pressure on them, but that's fine. Only with pressure can there be motivation. Otherwise, having such resources would be a complete waste. To be honest, Gu Qingfeng didn't expect it either. The talent shown by Gu Shennan will make Gu Xian and Gu Xian feel pressured, but that's okay. The two of them are a little stressed, at least they won't be as lazy as before. The next day, Gu Jia's Wang lobby. Gu Xian and Gu Xiu came. I've met my father. Tell me, what's the matter? Gu Qingfeng glanced at the two of them. They were now in their academic years, and their bodies were much stronger than those of their peers. The two people's eyebrows are 3/4 similar to Gu Qingfeng's, and 7 cent to Su Yulan's, so their appearance is certainly not bad. The difference is that Gu Xian is dressed elegantly in white, giving people the impression of a handsome young man. As for Gu Xiu, he is tall and strong, and even for a young man, he can show some rare arrogance. Father, the two of us have broken through the bone refining realm a few days ago, so we came here to ask Father for advice and want to practice some new martial arts. The two looked at each other, and finally Gu Xian spoke. New martial arts? Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you want to learn? I heard that my father was once revered as the sword master by people in the world, and his sword skills have reached the highest level, so I also want to practice sword skills, and I hope my father can help me. Gu Xian expressed his opinion without hesitation. Gu Xian is certainly familiar with Gu Qingfeng's reputation in the world. In addition, he also has a special liking for sword skills, so he hopes to get the true inheritance of Gu Qingfeng. To this, Gu Qingfeng did not answer, but looked at Gu Xiu aside. What about you, what do you want to learn? The kid wants to learn boxing. Gu Xiu said in a deep voice. Hear the words. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. In terms of boxing, my father has a master martial arts, which was once a sect-suppressing secret from the Shen Fist sect, called the Sun and Moon Boxing Sutra. If this boxing technique can be practiced to perfection, it can also cultivate the top true meaning, and at the same time, it can also temper one's body, energy, and blood. It is truly mysterious and extraordinary. The words fell. Gu Qingfeng raised his hand and pointed, and a majestic true meaning directly entered Gu Xiu's mind. In an instant, Gu Xiu only felt that the scene in front of him changed. Suddenly, the sun and moon appeared across the sky, and the brilliant power of heaven suppressed them. He also saw an unparalleled figure punching the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. It can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Gu Xiu to react, a large number of memories emerged again, all related to the methods of practicing the Sun-Moon Fist Sutra. A long time passed. Only then did Gu Xiu wake up from this memory, his eyes filled with shock. Sun and Moon Fist Sutra. He was not only shocked by Gu Qingfeng's incredible methods, but also shocked by the power of Sun-Moon Fist Sutra. Although the information about the Sun and Moon Fist Sutra has disappeared in the attribute panel, it does not mean that Gu Qingfeng has forgotten everything about the Sun and Moon Fist Sutra. On the contrary, Gu Qingfeng has never lost his control over the Sun-Moon Fist Sutra, it just doesn't show up in the attribute panel. The true meaning of the Sun and the Moon and all the true meanings were fused together to create the Heavenly Sword technique, but the true meaning of the Sun and the Moon was still controlled by Gu Qingfeng. Now, Gu Qingfeng showed the true meaning of the Sun and the Moon in front of Gu Xiu. Such unparalleled boxing skills make the opponent immersed in them. The Sun and Moon Boxing Sutra has been taught to you by my father, but whether you can truly master this martial art depends on your own talent. The words fell. Gu Qingfeng casually handed the Grand Master's notes obtained from the Divine Fist sect into Gu Xiu's hands. This is a handbook left behind by a master of the Shen Fist sect. It contains some of the master's true meaning, and it is also of certain benefit for practicing the Sun and Moon Fist Sutra. When the true meaning of this Grand Master's notes is exhausted, or when you have officially entered the Sun-Moon Boxing Sutra and cultivated the true meaning of the Grand Master, you can come back to me. Thank you, Father. Gu Xiu firmly grasped the Grand Master's notes, his face full of excitement. The power of the Sun-Moon Boxing Sutra was the peerless boxing technique he dreamed of. Although Gu Xiu knew that Gu Qingfeng was famous all over the world for his swordsmanship, in martial arts, it was never just about being strong, but whether it really suited him was the most important thing. For example, Gu Xiu didn't like swordsmanship. Even if he got the true swordsmanship from Gu Qingfeng, his achievements in the future would be limited. During these years of staying in Gujiazhuang, Gu Xiu often received guidance from his master and discussed martial arts with others, and he already had his own views on martial arts. This kind of martial arts vision is not comparable to that of ordinary people in the world. Practice well, and never let your own cultivation fall behind. Martial arts cultivation is the foundation of everything a warrior does. Gu Qingfeng warned again. To this, Gu Xiu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Xian. You want to practice swordsmanship? My father has several swordsmanships, but there are only 2 swordsmanships for Grandmaster and above. One is sword fighting, and the other is heavenly sword. Which one do you want to practice? I dare to ask father, which sword technique is the strongest among the 2 sword techniques? Gu Xian asked seriously. Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly. Ba Dao Zhan is a top master sword technique created by the masters of the past. If you can practice it to perfection, you can be like the Sun and Moon Fist Sutra and aspire to be the ultimate master. As for the heavenly sword, it is a truly top-notch sword technique that was finally created by my father based on many martial arts. If any one sword technique is the most powerful, then the heavenly sword must be the strongest. Hear this. Gu Xian said without hesitation, my child hopes that his father can teach him the art of heavenly sword. Good. Gu Qingfeng didn't hesitate, he pointed out directly, and a terrifying true meaning belonging to the heavenly sword burst out, and instantly poured into Gu Xian's mind. The power of this true meaning is more than 10 times more powerful than the true meaning of the sun and the moon. A full hour passed before Gu Xian woke up from this true meaning. However, but he found out. He clearly had the heavenly sword technique, but he also had an innumerable and unknown strange feeling. This feeling was very mysterious and made Gu Xian feel a little uncomfortable. Gu Qingfeng saw the doubts in the other party's heart and immediately said, all martial arts in the world have traces of moves to follow, but the heavenly sword is already out of the scope of ordinary martial arts. This kind of martial arts is no longer limited to ordinary moves, but also pays attention to the understanding of martial arts. Being a father has left the seeds of the true meaning of the heavenly sword in you. You only need to comprehend it day and night, and you can hope to truly master the power of the heavenly sword. It is the secret of martial arts for those above Grand Master level. In other martial arts, even the great master's martial arts, every move can be traced. Of course. Strictly speaking, when Zhubanwu learned to reach the master level, he gradually showed signs of getting rid of the shackles of ordinary moves, but in the end he failed to really take that step. Only martial arts such as heavenly sword that surpass the great master can truly transcend the boundaries of the ordinary world. It can be said, this kind of martial arts can no longer be expressed in ordinary words, and is more often passed down through Taoist rhymes. Hearing this, Gu Xian took a deep breath, and then bowed to Gu Qingfeng. Thank you father for the gift. Okay, there is no need to say more about these scenes. I have already passed on the martial arts that should be taught to you. Whether you can master it or not depends on your own opportunities. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand and asked the 2 of them to leave. One of them got the Heavenly Sword True Transmission, and the other got the Sun and Moon Fist Sutra. Gu Xian and Gu Xiu left happily. Your heir Gu Yang secretly trains soldiers and horses, and the power of his subordinates has greatly increased. Your heir Gu Yang has been inherited by the mysterious master, and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Yang has received guidance from the great master and his cultivation has improved. Your heir Gu Yang killed the blood soul level weirdo. Your heir Gu Yang kills demon soul level weirdness. Your heir Gu Shengen has acquired the innate true energy to temper his body, and his cultivation level has reached the advanced level of skin refining. Reward improvement points *5. Your heir Gu Shengxing has acquired the innate true energy to temper his body, and his cultivation level has reached the advanced level of skin refining. Reward improvement points *5. Your heir Gu Yang has broken through to the middle level of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *150. Reward marrow cleansing pill *200. The reward is 100 Zhang refining pills. Your heir Qidian has understood the true meaning of the heavenly sword and has slightly improved his strength. Your heir Qiu has studied the Grand Master's manual and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir Yang has made a breakthrough. Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. 1 year has passed since he taught Qidian and Qiu their secret skills, and Gu Yang has also broken through from the initial level of the marrow cleansing realm to the intermediate level of the marrow cleansing realm. Qingfeng was naturally satisfied with Gu Yang's breakthrough. This year, Qingfeng also always pays attention to the changes in the information panel and the constant messages from the secret guards. So, Qingfeng also understands the changes in Qingyun state. For 5 or 6 years, Gu Yang has devoted all his efforts to develop Qingyun Prefecture, and now several years of recuperation have allowed Qingyun Prefecture to recover a lot of its vitality. At the same time, the 3 words King of Guangyang are truly deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Not only in Qingyun Prefecture, but also in the other 8 prefectures, many people heard of the virtuous name of King Guangyang and came to Qingyun Prefecture to seek refuge. So, over the years, the power under Gu Yang's command is also steadily increasing. The greater the power, the more resources you control, the more resources you have. In addition, Gu Yang's talent is not bad, and it is normal for him to break through the middle level of marrow cleansing realm now. Only when he saw Gu Yang's strange beheading, Qingfeng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to his original state. Blood soul level evil spirits are equivalent to marrow cleansing realm warriors, and demon soul level evil spirits are equivalent to viscera refining realm warriors. This level of evil spirits would have been a big hidden danger a few years ago when Qingyun Prefecture was still in chaos. After all, weirdness is the same as evil spirits. The more creatures they kill, the stronger they become. But it's different now. Qingyun Prefecture is now internally stable. It's just weird, so it won't cause any trouble. It's worth saying. Nowadays, the number of secret guards is not only less than 100, but has been supplemented by Qingfeng to more than 3,000 in one breath. Find out the reason. It is because the original 3,000 secret guards have been fully trained by Gujiazhuang, and now they are enough to shoulder important tasks. The weakest of these people have broken through to the bone refining realm, and some of the stronger ones have directly broken through to the marrow washing realm. So, Qingfeng has already completely dispersed this group of manpower. Not only in Qingyun Prefecture, but also in all 9 prefectures in the world, there are a large number of secret guards lurking, constantly providing him with information. So, even if Qingfeng doesn't leave home, he still has the situation in the world under his control. Now, another piece of information came from the secret guard. Qingfeng looked at the letter in his hand and memorized all the contents in just one glance. Then the letter turned into powder and scattered. The situation in Zhongzhou is almost clear. The person supported by the Divine Sword sect is quite good. He can actually have such an advantage. If nothing else happens, Zhongzhou will fall into the hands of that Sword King. Sword King. They are the princes supported by the Divine Sword sect. Nowadays, all the heroes are vying for Zhongzhou, and the Sword King relies on his own power to suppress all parties, and he has a great posture of suppressing Zhongzhou. Once Zhongzhou falls into the hands of the Sword King, the other party will be equivalent to controlling the land of 2 states, and the remaining princes will have no chance of resistance. Besides the Battle of Zhongzhou, all parties tried their best. Zhongzhou was defeated. In fact, it was already out of the chance of the supreme position. So, whoever can occupy Zhongzhou is already halfway to victory. As long as the forces are integrated to take down the other states, they can be the master of the world. At the same time, Qingfeng can also conclude. Once the Sword King takes Zhongzhou, the next target will be King Yunzhou. The reason is also very simple. In the past few years, all states in the world have been in turmoil, and a large number of troops from all parties have been wasted on Zhongzhou. Only King Yunzhou led by Gu Yang has been recuperating and quietly accumulating strength. If Gu Qingfeng were the Sword King, he would not allow King Yunzhou to continue to develop. Otherwise, maybe at some point, Gu Yang would directly pick the peach. Therefore, once Zhongzhou is pacified, then the Sword King's target must be King Yunzhou. The thought fell. Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel again. After Gu Yang's breakthrough, his improvement points increased to 252 points, enough to improve the Blood Refining Sutra by 2 levels again. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate. As soon as he thought about it, the 200 improvement points disappeared. The Blood Refining Sutra also improved from the 5th level to the 7th level in one breath. This time, an unprecedented majestic memory emerged from Gu Qingfeng's mind. This was his memory of practicing the Blood Refining Sutra, breaking through 2 levels of martial arts. For Gu Qingfeng, it was hundreds of years of memory. It can be seen. With Gu Qingfeng's talent, it would normally take hundreds of years to improve the Blood Refining Sutra from the 5th level to the 7th level. Such a long memory emerged from Gu Qingfeng's mind like a horse-drawn sightseeing. Then, the blood in the body vibrated and boiled. The changes brought about by raising the martial arts realm by 2 levels in one breath can be imagined. A terrifying pressure emanated from Gu Qingfeng, covering the huge grinding knife hall, and all the magic weapons trembled slightly, as if they were surrendering to the supreme power. The terrible blood and qi surged endlessly, constantly condensing and transforming. This change did not last too long, and then gradually calmed down. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Hu! The exhalation was like a strong wind, sweeping the entire grinding knife hall. Fortunately, the materials for practicing the grinding knife hall are extraordinary, otherwise Gu Qingfeng's breath alone would be enough to destroy the entire grinding knife hall. The 7th level of the Blood Refining Sutra. This time, breaking through 2 martial arts realms in one breath has caused a lot of changes. Gu Qingfeng's mind fell into his own body, feeling the changes in his body, and there was a faint smile on his face, but then he quickly recovered. Although the Blood Refining Sutra broke through. But unfortunately, until now, he has not been able to reach the end of the Extreme Master. It can be seen. The 2-level improvement of the Blood Refining Sutra is not enough to improve Gu Qingfeng's cultivation. In his opinion, even if the Blood Refining Sutra enters the 8th level, whether it can make his own cultivation breakthrough is a problem. However, although there is no breakthrough in cultivation, the growth of strength is real. Such a change. Naturally, Gu Qingfeng is very satisfied. Lingzhou. Taisu's sect. Report to the sect master, now the Sword King is pressing step by step in Zhongzhou, and our army is retreating step by step. If it continues, the Spirit King may have to withdraw from Zhongzhou completely. An elder of the sect bowed and said with a heavy look. After several years of fighting, the princes supported by Taisu's sect have not been able to gain any advantage, which is naturally not good news. After all, if the Sword King takes over Zhongzhou and abolishes the Taixuan dynasty to become the new supreme ruler of Zhuzhou, then the Divine Sword sect can use these 3,000 years to strengthen itself. In this case, the Taisui sect may also be suppressed by the Divine Sword sect. Master Taixuan's face was gloomy. The Sword King's means are indeed good. If things can't be done, let the Spirit King preserve his strength, temporarily withdraw from Zhongzhou, return to Lingzhou to integrate forces, and then compete with the opponent. Things can't be done. Then don't force it. In Master Taixuan's view, as long as the strength is retained, there will be a day of reversal. If the Spirit King is defeated and killed in Zhongzhou, then it will be too late for the Taisui sect to support others. Hearing this, The other elders of the sect also nodded and expressed their approval. But before they really opened their mouths, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, causing everyone's face, including Master Teixuan, to change suddenly. Chapter 207 Qingfeng Army. The Supreme Elder. Master Teixuan was stunned for a moment, and after seeing clearly the identity of the visitor, he hurriedly stood up and saluted. Fu Zhao, the Supreme Elder of Taisuzong. He is also the only strong man in Taisu's sect who has reached the semi-divine realm. But, looking at Fu Zhao, who was now out of seclusion, Master Teixuan seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became a little excited. The Supreme Elder is now out of seclusion. Could it be that he has entered the realm of divine connection? The realm of spiritual connection? When they heard these three words, the expressions of other sect elders also became hot. Fu Zhao looked indifferent, thanks to the sect leader for bringing me the body of the true master. Otherwise, it will take at least 10 years for me to break through to the realm of divine connection. He was only half a step away from the realm of divine connection, but that half step had trapped Fu Zhao for many years. Until recently. Master Teixuan returned with the corpse of a true master, and Fu Zhao was able to use that corpse to successfully break through. The Ji family royal family was destroyed. All the great masters have fallen. The body of a strong man of this level is naturally fought over by all parties. However, Master Teixuan was not weak, and he managed to snatch the body of the true meaning Grand Master from the hands of many forces. Otherwise, just as Fu Zhao himself said, without the body of this great master of true meaning, it would take at least 10 years for him to break through to the divine realm. Master Teixuan was overjoyed when he received a positive answer from the other party. The Taishang elders' aspiration to reach the realm of the gods is an unprecedented event for the Taisu sect. There is no need to say more about these words. What is the situation in Zhongzhou now? Fu Zhao waved his hand and got to the point directly. Hear the words. The smile on Master Teixuan's face disappeared, and then he became serious and said, to report to the Supreme Elder, since the imperial family of Ji family was defeated, the Sword King supported by Shenjian sect suppressed all parties, and the princes supported by Taisu sect have been retreating steadily. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhongzhou will probably fall into the hands of the Divine Sword sect. I thought that the Sword King was now at his peak, so the Ling King could temporarily withdraw to Lingzhou, reorganize his troops, and fight the opponent again. Why go to such trouble? Each sect in the world supports one of the princes to compete for the 9 states of the world. That is because the forces of all parties are about the same. If there is a real quarrel, both sides will lose. But now that I have broken through to the realm of the gods, and am now the only one in the world to reach the realm of the gods, I, Taisuzong, should be qualified to dominate the world. Fu Zhao raised his hand to interrupt Master Teixuan and said with a domineering tone. His words. Master Teixuan was shocked. Does the Supreme Elder want to take action personally? Why not? Fu Zhao's words made Master Teixuan look clear. Indeed. Just as Fu Zhao said. Each sect does not really participate in the struggle for the world, but secretly supports one force to fight for hegemony. The reason is that they do not want to quarrel with each other, so as not to hurt both sides. But the premise of all this is all under the condition that both sides have equal strength. Now that Taisuzong has a strong man who can reach the divine realm, there is no need to abide by the previous rules. If each immortal sect and family is the force that makes the rules, then the powerful at this level of the divine realm are the ones who can break the rules. This way, there are many rules that Taisuzong no longer needs to follow. 3,000 years in the future. After all, it belongs to the Taisu sect for 3,000 years. Master Teixuan thought of this, and a smile appeared on his face. What the Supreme Elder said is true, but I have fallen into some misunderstandings about this matter. What does the Supreme Elder plan to do next? I will personally go to Zhongzhou and kill all the resistors. If they are wise, then I may be able to leave their legacy. Otherwise, there would be no need for these forces to exist." Fu Zhao said lightly. After breaking through to the realm of divine connection, all 9 states in the world seemed to be under his control. The power of this level. It is completely incomparable to the so-called transformation realm and martial arts masters. As long as he wants, you can suppress everything. Master Taixuan nodded. The Supreme Elder has this idea, and the sect naturally supports it. But, having said this, Master Taixuan's expression became much more serious. Unknown to the Supreme Elder, a few years ago in Qingyun Prefecture came out an unparalleled powerful man who was suspected to be comparable to the martial ancestor 10,000 years ago. This man killed Gu Yushan with one sword and destroyed the Tianyang sword sect. He is considered the #1 martial artist in the world today. Before the Taixuan dynasty was destroyed, he was even canonized as a martial saint. The Supreme Elder still needs to be careful about this person. The #1 martial artist. Fu Zhao also looked stunned. He had been in seclusion for many years and paid little attention to matters in the world. Naturally, he was not aware of Gu Qingfeng's existence. It wasn't until Master Taixuan said it now that Fu Zhao understood that during the years he had been in seclusion, another strong person was born in the world. Subsequently, Fu Zhao smiled coldly. So what if I am on par with the martial ancestor from 10,000 years ago? It is said that the martial ancestor spread martial arts all over the world, and his cultivation has broken the limit of the great master of martial arts, and has entered a mysterious realm. But now that I have entered the divine realm, even if the martial ancestor is reborn, I may not be unable to deal with it. How much trouble can a young man create, even if he has a monstrous talent? When Fu Zhao learned of Gu Qingfeng's existence, murderous intent arose in his heart. Although he was very disdainful towards Gu Qingfeng in his words, the fact that Gu Qingfeng had been able to reach this level of martial arts in just a few decades was considered to be the ultimate evildoer. Such people, Fu Zhao would never let the other party live. What's more, the Guangyang army supported by Gu Qingfeng now controls a state. If Taizong wanted to unify the 9 states, Qingyun state would be an obstacle that could not be bypassed. Fu Zhao said, when I solve the matter in Zhongzhou, I will naturally go to Qingyun state. This world will not have the turn of mere warriors to be rampant. Inside the Guangyang palace, in the back garden, Gu Yang was dressed in a purple python robe. As time went by, his resolute face lost its former youthfulness and remained calm and majestic. He looked calmly at the pond in front of him, where dozens of koi were swimming happily, and the lotus flowers in the pond were in full bloom, swaying slightly in the wind. Behind Gu Yang, Gu Yi, dressed in smart clothes, stood there and reported the matter respectfully. Your Majesty, there are spies from Lingzhou secret guards coming to report that Fu Zhao, the Supreme Elder of Taisui sect, has left seclusion and is now heading towards Zhongzhou. Fu Zhao. When Gu Yang heard this name, his expression couldn't help but move slightly. I remember that there was a man in Taisui sect who had been in seclusion for many years. He was rumored to be a strong man who had reached the half-step divine realm. Could it be this person? Good. Gu nodded. Hear the words. Gu Yang raised his eyebrows. Fu Zhao has been in seclusion for many years, with the purpose of breaking into the realm of gods. Now that he has come out of seclusion, could it be that he has successfully broken through? Whether Fu Zhao has broken through to the realm of gods, we still don't know. For such a powerful person, the secret guards cannot find out much information. Gu Yi replied respectfully. Gu Yang was naturally not angry about this. After all, although the secret guards' methods are good, they are not enough to penetrate into Taisuzong. It is related to the secret of a supreme elder, and it is impossible to find out the origin. So, that person really has the possibility of entering the realm of divine connection. Gu Yang's expression became much more serious. Gu Yang had never really seen the horror of the realm of gods, but he had collected some information about this realm. At that time, the Ji family in Xianzhou had a strong man who came out of the divine realm and dominated all 9 states in the world, making it difficult for many immortal sects and families to raise their heads. It wasn't until the powerful man from the Ji family in Xianzhou died that all the sects in the world had a chance to breathe. But even so, in the hundreds of years since that person attained the realm of gods, no force has dared to target the Ji family in Xianzhou. This is the power of the divine realm. Even if he dies, his remaining power can still suppress the world for hundreds of years, making other forces afraid to act rashly. Now, Tai Suzong is another powerful man who is suspected to have stepped into the realm of the gods, and the subsequent impact can be imagined. In Gu Yang's opinion, Fu Zhao went to Zhongzhou to end the chaos in Zhongzhou. A person in the realm of Tongshen takes action personally, and there is absolutely no possibility for other forces to resist. By then, Zhongzhou will definitely fall into the hands of Taizong. Once that step is reached, Tai Suzong's next target is probably Qingyun Prefecture. The realm of divine connection, the existence of this level is really enough to change the world. If he only relied on the strength of the current Guangyang army, to be honest, Gu Yang was not absolutely sure of fighting against a person in the realm of the divine. Of course, there is no absolute certainty of confrontation. It doesn't mean that you let the other party control it. After all, Gu Yang has been quietly developing his power over the years, and the power under his command is no longer comparable to what it used to be. Not to mention, behind him, there is also Gu Qingfeng in charge. Regarding his father's strength, even from Gu Yang's current perspective, there is still a lot of confusion. But there is one thing Gu Yang is sure. That is Gu Qingfeng's strength, which may not necessarily be weaker than that of the Taisui sect's divine master. So, even when he learned that a powerful person from the Taisui sect was born, Gu Yang did not panic. After all, although the matter is serious, it is not out of control. Immediately, Gu Yang called another person. My subordinates have met the king. The person who came was Shi Zhen, now the general of the Guangyang army. I saw that although the other party was wearing ordinary clothes, he had a determined look on his face, and the iron-blooded aura on his body could not be concealed. His burly body also contained terrifying power. What is the progress of the Tiangang Shensha formation that I originally entrusted to you? Gu Yang looked at the person in front of him and asked. Shi Zhen raised his hands and said, Your Majesty, the Tiangang army has now completely mastered the Tiangang divine evil formation. If there is a head-on confrontation on the battlefield, as long as the Grand Master does not come out, they will be sure to encircle and kill them. Even if the Grand Master takes action personally, even though the Tiangang army is difficult to encircle and kill, it is still enough to withstand the siege. If the Tiangang army can perfect this formation, even the Grand Master can surround and kill it. When Gu Yang heard this, he nodded slightly. The Tiangang Shensha formation was a formation he obtained by accident. To be precise, it was a military formation used for marching and fighting. According to the description of this formation, it is necessary to use 36,000 blood-refining realm soldiers as the foundation, and then deploy a large formation, which is enough to fight against the strong masters of the Grand Master realm. If you can practice this formation to a perfect level, you can even enter it for the first time. A strong master can also fight. However, this is not the limit of the Tiangang divine evil formation. If 36,000 Grand Masters can form a large formation, then even the top martial arts Grand Masters can fight, and can even rival existences above Grand Masters. But this statement was just the speculation of the person who created this formation, and Gu Yang didn't really believe much of it. After all, not to mention other things, the 36,000 Grand Masters alone are enough to be daunting. Even though Gu Yang is now in charge of the entire Qingyun prefecture, he only asked Shi Zhen to form a 36,000 Tiangang army composed entirely of blood-refining realms. These are the real elites in Qingyun prefecture. Or rather, They are the best among the best. It would not be a problem to lead Zhen, a powerful man who had already proven the Qi and Blood Master, and cooperate with the Tiangang Shenxia formation to surround and kill the True Intention Master. Good. Shichen is now a master. As early as 2 years ago. With the help of a large amount of resources and the martial arts provided by Gu Yang, the opponent successfully broke through the barrier of internal refining and aspired to become the Grand Master. And this is not an ordinary innate master, but a Qi and Blood Master. This can be regarded as the first master-level strongman that Gu Yang has trained in the true sense. Coupled with Shi Zhen's loyalty, Gu Yang naturally let him take charge of the Tiangang army. There is news from Lingzhou that the Supreme Elder of Taisu's sect is suspected to have made a breakthrough and become the only being in the world who can reach the realm of gods. Now that person is heading towards Zhongzhou. Once the problem in Zhongzhou is solved, Qingyun State, will definitely be Taizuzong's next target. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army but only a few years to recuperate. In the next battle, I hope the Tiangang army will not disappoint me. Gu Yang said in a deep voice. His words. Shi Zhen's face was shocked, and Qian even said seriously, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, if Taizuzong invades, even if the Tiangang army fights to the last soldier, they will never let them threaten Qingyun Prefecture. Go." Gu Yang waved his hand and asked the other party to step back. Then he originally wanted Gu Yi to pass the news back to Gu Jiazhuang, but after thinking about it, Gu Yang gave up on this approach. After all, Gu Yang also knew that his father's hands and eyes were astute, and he was afraid that when he learned the news about Lingzhou, the other party would already know about it first. Just then, Gu Yang noticed the movement behind him, turned around and saw a woman walking towards him, with a gentle smile on her face. "Lier, you're here." Fu Zhao, the Supreme Elder of Taisu's sect. In Gu Jiazhuang, just as Gu Yang thought, Gu Qingfeng had already obtained the secret guard's news first and knew something about Lingzhou. Now, in the lobby, Gu Peng also sat at the bottom. Master of the village, it is said that the powerful man from Taisu's sect who was already half-stepped to the divine state hundreds of years ago has been in retreat just to take the last half-step. Now that this person is out of seclusion, could it be that he has succeeded in breaking through? Gu Peng looked solemn. Gu Peng didn't know how terrifying the realm of Tongshen was, but one thing he could conclude was that even a so-called martial arts master wouldn't be able to hold a strong person of that level with one hand. After all, the state of Tongshen is already superior to the state of transformation. And a strong person in the transformation realm is enough to suppress ordinary martial arts masters. In the same situation, Warlock is the strongest. This is a generally accepted thing in the world. Certainly. This does not include Gu Jiazhuang. Since practicing the secret of immortality, Gu Peng has only felt that he is frighteningly strong among people in the same realm. Even now, he has not understood the true meaning, stepped into the ranks of the true meaning master, and has not taken a step further to become a martial arts grand master. But in the same realm, Gu Peng asked himself whether he could suppress many powerful masters in the world. 5 Secrets of Immortality. It allows warriors to create a perfect foundation. They are both masters, but the gap between them is astonishing. Even if Gu Peng has not practiced the immortality technique to the perfection of the Zhang refining chapters so far, it is enough to just step into the bone refining chapter. Gu Qingfeng said, as expected, that person should have broken through to the realm of divine connection. I heard that the existence of the Tongshen realm is comparable to the martial ancestor from 10,000 years ago. Is the village owner confident about dealing with it? Gu Peng couldn't help but ask. Right now, the only person in Qingyun Prefecture who has the best hope of dealing with Fu Zhao is the one in front of him. Whether we can deal with it or not can only be determined through a real fight. However, my Gu family village has been established in Qingyun State for 20 years. If you want to destroy the foundation of my Gu family, I'm afraid a Taizong sect won't be enough. Gu Qingfeng's expression was calm, without any hint of nervousness about the realm of divine connection. See this? Gu Peng felt relieved. Based on his understanding of Gu Qingfeng, since the other party dared to speak like this, it meant that he was sure of suppressing Fu Zhao. This way, Gu Peng has nothing to worry about. This time, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Peng and said, "Are you practicing the Sun and Moon Fist Sutra now?" "Yes, I have been practicing the Sun Moon Fist Sutra for many years, but it's a pity that I have never been able to truly get started." Gu Peng had a wry smile on his face. The difficulty of the master's secret skills is much higher than he imagined. Even though he is now the innate master and has studied the Sun and Moon Boxing Sutra for many years, he has never been able to truly understand the true meaning of the master, nor can he get started with the master's secret skills. So many years. Gu Peng had only scratched the surface of the Sun and Moon Fist Sutra. After all. Or it's because of his lack of talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted decades in the leather refining realm. Gu Qingfeng casually handed a scroll of notes from his arms to Gu Peng, saying, "This is a note written by me in my spare time. It contains the true meaning of the Sun and Moon Fist Sutra. If you can comprehend it, it will hopefully allow you to enter the realm of the Grand Master of the true meaning faster." "Thank you, Master." Gu Peng was delighted and hurriedly took the Grand Master's notes with both hands. A note containing the true meaning of the Grand Master is naturally precious. "Go." Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, and Gu Peng retreated respectfully. Writing the notes of the Sun and Moon Fist Sutra was also Gu Qingfeng's casual idea. There are many ways to preserve the true meaning in the world, and the biggest difference among them lies in the integrity. For example, with Gu Qingfeng's current cultivation, he can leave the true meaning power when he punches casually. But this kind of true power is incomplete, and it is very difficult for ordinary people to comprehend it. At the same time, this kind of true power is particularly violent because of its incompleteness. If the cultivation level is not enough, it may cause the true power to backfire on itself. On the contrary, if the true power can be fully carried by the carrier, this kind of true power can be more easily comprehended. Then, it is a matter of preservation time. With the carrier to carry it, the latter can preserve the true power for a longer time, just like the master's true intention that Gu Qingfeng got at the beginning, and the master's handbook that he got from the Shenchuan sect later. This kind of true power has existed for hundreds and thousands of years. In comparison, whether it is the knife that Gu Qingfeng cut in Guangyang Prefecture City or the knife that he cut in Sushan Prefecture, the remaining true power will not be preserved for too long. It may be 10 years, or it may be 100 years, and it will completely disappear without a trace. This is the difference between the two. Then, Gu Qingfeng called another dark guard. "Next, pay close attention to the changes in the situation in Zhongzhou. If there is any news, you must inform me as soon as possible." "Yes." The secret guard retreated respectfully. After making these arrangements, Gu Qingfeng looked towards Zhongzhou, his expression remained calm. "A strong man in the Tongshen realm. I want to see how powerful the Tongshen realm in the rumor is. If we can kill this Tongshen realm master in Taisui sect, I believe no one in the 9 provinces of the world can stop Yang Er's footsteps." Thinking of the existence of the Tongshen realm, Gu Qingfeng also had a long-lost fighting spirit. He was eager to fight. But there was no opponent in the world. No matter it was the so-called Huazheng realm sorcerer or the martial arts grandmaster, in Gu Qingfeng's eyes today, they were no different from ants. This kind of existence can be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Only the Tongshen realm masters who came out now can really make Gu Qingfeng's heart fluctuate a little. This level of strong people only exist in rumors. In the past, the Ji family of Xianzhou had a master of the Tongshen realm, who dominated the world for thousands of years. It can be seen how powerful the masters of the Tongshen realm are. If ordinary people hear about the existence of such a master, they will only be afraid, but for Gu Qingfeng, all he has in his heart is the desire for a fight. However, although he longs for a fight in his heart, but Gu Qingfeng will not act immediately. At present, Fu Zhao's intention to go to Zhongzhou is already very obvious, so Gu Qingfeng is not in a hurry. After all, when the other party solves the Zhongzhou affairs, the next target of Taisu's sect must be King Yunzhou. Before that, Gu Qingfeng has to adjust his own state, so that he can step into the current peak level, so that he can face the master of the Tongshen realm. Regardless of whether Fu Zhao can really threaten himself, out of respect for the only master of the Tongshen realm in Zhuzhou now, Gu Qingfeng will not really be careless. A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. What's more, it is a master of the Tongshen realm who only appears once every thousands of years. Then, Gu Qingfeng returned to the grinding hall to retreat. He had already cultivated the Eightfold Blood Refining Sutra to the 7th level, but he had never been able to enter the 8th level. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng naturally hoped that he could complete the practice of the Blood Refining Sutra before the war came. If this top-notch martial arts of the Grand Master could be completed, his own strength would be further improved. However, the practice of the Grand Master martial arts is extremely difficult. To be honest, Gu Qingfeng himself was not very sure whether he could cultivate the Blood Refining Sutra to the 8th level in a short period of time. But even if he could not break through, it would be good if he could make his own strength stronger. End of this chapter. Chapter 208, The Power of the Divine Realm. Zhongzhou. The void shook. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky, overlooking the city below. In an instant, the people in the city noticed something unusual, and they all looked up, looking a little shocked. Walking in the air. This is the capital of Zhongzhou, who dares to do this? This is the Sword King's mansion, come down quickly. A warrior exuding a powerful aura looked at the figure in the void, with a look of shock and anger on his face. Walk in the air. Although these methods are extraordinary, they don't shock people too much. After all, those who are at the Grand Master level or above can control the sky for a short period of time as long as they are willing. Not to mention, this is the capital of Zhongzhou. Since the destruction of the Taixuan dynasty, this place has fallen into the hands of the Sword King, and the former imperial palace has also been reduced to the Sword King's palace. In today's capital, there are not only hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, but also many powerful people gathered here. Even if the martial arts master comes in person, he may not be able to escape. Sword King's mansion. Fu Zhao looked indifferent, looking at the city below, with a flash of blood in his eyes. With so many warriors, their energy and blood are really abundant. All the refining will allow me to completely stabilize the realm I just broke through. Maybe it will be possible to go further. Seeing many warriors gathering below, Fu Zhao suddenly suppressed them with a palm, and the terrifying spiritual power condensed into a huge palm, just like a mountain collapsing. In an instant, the expressions of many warriors changed drastically. Not good. Careful. A famous warrior roared and took action, his innate true energy and terrifying energy and blood bursting out, trying to block Fu Zhao's attack. But it's a pity. In front of a strong person in the realm of the gods, any struggle seems futile. The terrifying power suppressed it, and the so-called Grand Master's body suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of energy and blood turned into bloodlines and gathered towards Fu Zhao in the void. A palm fell. The city was shaken. A terrifying palm print was deeply engraved into the earth. Countless warriors and ordinary people were turned into minced meat by this blow. Just then, an elder from the Divine Sword sect appeared, looked at Fu Zhao in the void, and said coldly, "No strong person in the transformation realm of the major sects in Zulu world is allowed to take action personally. Your Excellency is acting like this because you want to fight to the death with me, the Divine Sword sect." He could not recognize Fu Zhao's identity, but judging from the fact that he had wiped out many masters with one slap, he was at least a strong man in the transformation realm. But even if he is in the transformation realm, this elder of the Divine Sword sect is not afraid. After all, the Divine Sword sect is the top immortal sect, and its foundation is beyond the ability of a transformation realm warlock to compete with. However, just when the other party finished speaking, Fu Zhao looked disdainful and pointed out with a raised hand. The elder of the Divine Sword sect didn't even have time to react. His body exploded directly, and the evil spirits contained in his body also revived. A mere ant in the fusion god realm dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. Subsequently, as soon as Fu Zhao thought, a terrifying force covered the entire city. At the same time, in the void behind him, there was an extremely weird body standing in the sky, like the devil from hell coming to the world. Next breath, I saw the strange figure stretched out his right hand and grabbed the resurrected evil spirit, then stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. This scene, it makes everyone else feel cold. Forbidden area. This is the supreme existence that condenses the restricted area. It's impossible. Even a strong person at the peak of the transformation realm can't condense a true restricted area. Are you a strong person in the divine realm? The moment they saw the restricted area appear, everyone smelled the breath of death. Restricted area. This is something that only disaster-level evil spirits can condense. But if the forbidden area is artificially condensed, it must at least enter the realm of spiritual connection. Now Fu Zhao used the restricted area method, which made these people feel cold all over. If the other party is really a powerful person in the realm of spiritual connection, I am afraid that I and others will be dead. Now, the Sword King also had to come forward. He looked at the figure in the void and said humbly, I don't know where I have offended you. If you tell me, I am willing to apologize. Although the Sword King was a prince, commanding millions of troops, and a single order could determine the life or death of countless people, he could only bow his head in the face of such absolute power. It's not the offense, it's the fault. You shouldn't have competed with me, Tai Suzong, for the throne. Fu Zhao shook his head slightly. His words made the Sword King look shocked. Obviously, he did not expect that the latter came from Tai Suzong. But before the Sword King spoke again, Fu Zhao dropped his finger, and the Sword King's body exploded, killing him on the spot. Obliterate the Sword King. For Fu Zhao, it was as easy as crushing an ant. In this world where the strong are respected, the so-called rights are just that. In the face of absolute strength, everything is worth mentioning. You're going to die today. Fu Zhao's eyes were full of murderous intent, and then a terrifying pressure burst out from him. For a moment, many people in the city were shaken by this pressure, and their bodies were shattered and turned into blood mist. The remaining masters and those in the fusion realm could barely block this pressure. Let's go. Some old masters looked frightened and wanted to escape from the restricted area. As for attacking Fu Zhao, he simply didn't have the courage to do so. After all, for an existence of this level, killing a master is as easy as killing an ant, and if you really resist, it will only lead to your own destruction. When the others heard this, they suddenly woke up and rushed out of the city. In the void, Fu Zhao looked at everyone fleeing with a look of disdain. Then he saw him suppress them with a palm, and instantly killed many warriors and sorcerers. Then he stretched out his right hand, and the terrifying spiritual power condensed into a palm, grabbing a sorcerer in the fusion god realm. Then, in the other party's horrified eyes, Fu Zhao squeezed hard, and the former exploded into a ball of blood mist. Die! The strange shadow behind him shook, and Fu Zhao used his real power to blast out with a palm, and the capital that had been passed down for thousands of years was shattered, and all the civilian warriors were killed on the spot. Tens of millions of lives perished, and a large amount of blood and qi flowed into Fu Zhao's body, making his aura rise steadily and become much stronger than before. After a long time, Fu Zhao showed a smile on his face. The blood and qi of the master are indeed good. This saves me 100 years of hard work. Originally, he had just entered the realm of spiritual enlightenment, and his realm was not really stable, but now he slaughtered a city and nourished himself with the blood and qi of the creatures in the city, which directly stabilized his somewhat frivolous realm. Save 100 years of hard work. I'm not kidding. Then, Fu Zhao looked at the ruins of the capital, immediately put away the restricted area, and flew away. Half an hour later, some sounds came from the ruins in a corner of the capital, and a blood-stained figure crawled out of it, looking at the direction where Fu Zhao left, with a look of horror on his face. The realm of the gods. This is the power of the realm of the gods. No, the Taisui sect has such a strong man born, we must report it immediately. This master was completely terrified and did not dare to stay in the capital for a moment. He went directly in the opposite direction of Fu Zhao's departure. Report to your majesty. The secret guards have sent urgent information from Zhongzhou, please take a look. In Gujia's Wang, a secret guard spy came hurriedly and hurriedly delivered a secret letter to Gu Qingfeng. The latter waved his hand to let the other party retreat, and then opened the secret letter. When he saw the content above, Gu Qingfeng's pupils shrank slightly. Destroy the capital. The princes of all parties died. Is the Taisui sect really overturning the table? The content of the secret letter was that Fu Zhao, the supreme elder of the Taisui sect, went to Zhongzhou to kill people, slaughtered the capital in one fell swoop, and killed all the strong men of the divine sword sect including the Sword King. That's not all. The people of the capital city and the elite army were all slaughtered by the other party. One man slaughtered a city. Fu Zhao's ruthless means can be seen. However, this is not all that Fu Zhao did. After killing the Sword King, the other party directly attacked other princes. Almost all the princes of the vast Zhongzhou were liquidated by the other party. Zhongzhou is now full of people killed by Fu Zhao. According to the news reported by the secret guards, Fu Zhao has slaughtered no less than tens of millions of people, which can be said to be the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. After a long while, Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath. The strong prey on the weak. When you have a power that is so strong that others cannot resist, the so-called rules and order are no longer important. Obviously, Fu Zhao is like this. As the only powerful person in the world who has reached the divine realm, the other party no longer takes the so-called order into consideration. In the past, the immortal sects would at least find a reason to kill the people, or act in secret, at least to retain a reputation. But Fu Zhao is now acting without caring about these things. He slaughters people wantonly. He is not afraid of the wrath of heaven and the resentment of people. The reason for this is very simple, because Fu Zhao is the only one in the world who has reached the realm of the gods. This alone is enough. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng is also clear about this. Fu Zhao slaughtered the princes of all parties with absolute strength, obviously wanting Taisui sect to take control of the world. The original chaos in Zhongzhou has been completely calmed down after this slaughter. After all, with millions of heads rolling and the pressure of the world from the realm of the gods, how dare other immortal sects and families say no? Unless there are also strong men in the realm of the gods in these immortal sects and families. But after knowing what Fu Zhao did now, Gu Qingfeng can be sure of one thing, that there will definitely be no strong men in the realm of the gods in the remaining immortal sects and families. If there really was such a strong man in the world, I'm afraid the whole world would have been turned upside down by the Tongshen realm, and there would be no movement until Fu Zhao took action. The situation in Zhongzhou is certain, and the next target of Taisui sect is King Yunzhou. Then let me see whether the so-called Tongshen realm can stop my sword. Gu Qingfeng's eyes turned cold, and the originally quiet Zuxi sword was also trembling slightly at this moment, and a majestic sword intent emanated from it, wanting to kill all the evil in the world. Looking at the movement of the Zuxi sword, Gu Qingfeng's expression returned to calmness. Don't worry, it will be time for you to unsheath soon. As soon as these words came out, Zuxi's sword suddenly became quiet. Then, Gu Qingfeng continued to retreat, waiting for the news of the secret guard. Your heir Gu Yang accidentally received the inheritance from the master, and his background has slightly increased. Your heir Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Yang has inherited the legacy of an ancient powerful man, and his cultivation level has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Shennan has gained some understanding of the immortality technique, and his cultivation has broken through to the first level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir Gu Xian has understood the true meaning of the heavenly sword, and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Xiu has gained some understanding of the Sun Moon Fist Sutra, and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xiu studied the Grand Master's handwriting and initially understood the true meaning of the sun and the moon. Your heir Gu Xian has understood the true meaning of the heavenly sword, and has initially understood the true meaning of the heavenly sword. Your heir Gu Yang learned the information about Zhongzhou and integrated the army to fight against Tai Suzong. Your heir. While Gu Qingfeng was in retreat, the information panel was constantly being refreshed. When he saw Gu Shennan's breakthrough, he wasn't too surprised. After all, it had been a while since Gu Shennan reached the perfection of blood refining. If he were an ordinary person, there would be no possibility of breaking through the bone refining realm in such a short period of time. But Gu Shennan was different. The opponent's talent is the most powerful one Gu Qingfeng has seen so far. In addition, Gu Jiazhuang's resources are not lacking, so it is normal for Gu Shennan to break through. Xianer and Xiuer's introduction to the true meaning is pretty good, but there is still a long way to go before we can truly master the true meaning of the master. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Introduction to true meaning. True meaning to the Grand Master. Those are two completely different concepts. To get started with the true meaning, you only need to understand the first level of true meaning, while to master the true meaning, you need to understand the sixth level of true meaning. The true meaning is difficult to comprehend, and it is even more difficult to raise the true meaning to the sixth level of true meaning. Certainly. Even so. For example, with their current cultivation in the bone refining realm, it is quite good for them to understand the first level true meaning. Warriors from the same realm. It is rare to be able to control true meaning at this stage. Even many warriors in the Zhang refining realm may not be able to comprehend the power of true meaning. As for the fact that Gu Yang is now integrating his army to fight against Tai Suzong, Gu Qingfeng is not surprised either. What happened in Zhongzhou is no longer a secret. Tai Suzong may take action against Qingyun Prefecture at any time now. To this, how could Gu Yang be unprepared at all? This day, when a secret letter from Gu Yang arrived, Gu Qingfeng walked out of the knife-grinding hall, carrying the evil killing knife on his back, and headed towards the city. The full-level Grand Master's magical movements are so versatile that every step Gu Qingfeng takes can span hundreds of feet in an instant. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is a heaven-defying method that shrinks the ground into an inch. Of course, if he were a normal master, even if he had perfected the divine movement, he would still not be able to reach the level of Gu Qingfeng. In the palace of the Prince of Guangyang, Gu Yang summoned many subordinate generals, including the leader of the Shenyu sect, Gu Yun, and the supreme elder of the Iron Sword sect, all of whom were among them. Tai Suzong's spirit master has already slaughtered most of the entire Zhongzhou, and King Ling used this opportunity to integrate the remaining forces from all parties. Nowadays, the Ling King is said to only control Lingzhou and Zhongzhou, but in fact, other states can hardly compete with him. Now, according to the report from the Secret Guard, that person has integrated the army and wants to attack our Qingyun Prefecture. Their first target is our Taishan County. Gu Yang looked at everyone and said seriously. There are 4 counties in Qingyun Prefecture, including Taishan County and Danyang County, which borders Zhongzhou. Now the target of King Ling's army is Taishan County, and its purpose is obvious. The other party wanted to use absolute power to directly defeat Taishan County, suppress the Guangyang army, and then control the entire Qingyun prefecture. The words fell. Shi Zhen immediately said, "Your Majesty, you can rest assured. If King Ling's army dares to come, my subordinates will definitely make it impossible for them to come back." 36,000 Tiangang troops are Shi Zhen's greatest confidence. When the other generals heard this, they followed suit and clasped their fists. Yes, Qingyun Prefecture, are by no means just a spirit king who can manipulate me at will. Tai Suzong slaughtered wantonly in Zhongzhou and treated the people like livestock and ants. He acted like this and people are angry. If a war breaks out this time, the people's hearts will definitely be with the king. Why should we be afraid of fighting with him? Qingyun state cannot be invaded, and my subordinates will fight to the death. Over the years, Guiyang had been recuperating in Qingyun prefecture, and they had seen all the policies he implemented to benefit the people. Combined with Fu Zhao's massacre in Zhongzhou, if Qingyun state really falls, the fate of others can be imagined. Therefore, when they learned that King Ling's army was going to attack Taishan County, no one present had any intention of retreating. The difference is, there were only a few people including Guyun and the swordsman, but their expressions looked much more solemn. A mere spirit king is nothing to worry about. The biggest problem now is that the supreme elder of Taisui sect, a strong man in the realm of the divine, is able to further control the evil forces and condense the restricted area. The restricted area is where even a million-strong army would be hard-pressed to defeat. The swordsman said in a deep voice. To be honest, for a strong man of this level, even he doesn't have the confidence to fight. Don't say that the swordsman has just broken through to the martial arts Grand Master a few years ago. Even if he is the top true meaning Grand Master, what can he do? In front of a supremely powerful man who has been able to condense the restricted area, the true master is completely inadequate. Even if a swordsman has not actually fought against a strong person of this level, he can still understand the terrifying aspects of such a strong person through past records about the realm of gods. I heard the words Tong Shenjing. Everyone's expressions became solemn. Good. They are not afraid of the Spirit King's army. So what if the other party controls the two states? Qingyun Prefecture has been recuperating over the years, and has an army of 3 million that can fight, and there are many among them who can be called elite. Even if it is not as good as the Tiangang army commanded by Shi Zhen, its combat power is definitely not weak. But if you are facing a powerful man in the realm of divine connection, that is a different matter. After all, once the incident in Zhongzhou came out, they also knew how powerful the Tongshen realm was. One person can destroy a city, killing millions at every turn. Grandmasters and the so-called God Fusion realm are just bigger ants in front of such existences. Guiyang said, "Don't worry about Fu Zhao's problem. I have already sent a message back. My father will personally take action in this battle to deal with the Taisui sect elder." Hear the words. Everyone's expressions softened a bit. Guyun said, "If it was Master Gu who took action, then Fu Zhao must not be a problem. Senior Gu's cultivation is as high as the sky. I remember clearly the events of the Blood Mountain Mansion's suppression of Xie Sui back then. If Senior Gu is able to take action in this battle, I believe that the person in the realm of divine connection will not be able to cause too much trouble." The swordsman also nodded in sympathy. For them, the 3 words Gu Qingfeng are the biggest reassurance. The other person is there. No matter how powerful that person is in the realm of divine connection, he may not be able to threaten Qingyun state. As for the possibility of Gu Qingfeng being defeated, neither of them thought about it. Only by truly seeing the opponent's strength can one appreciate the unfathomable power. Even though the realm of divine connection is equally terrifying, it may not be that person's opponent. As for other people's words, even if you have doubts in your heart. But on this occasion, I didn't dare to say anything, so as not to disturb the morale of the army. At this time, a guard came in from outside. "Your Majesty, Master Gu has arrived. Please invite my father in." When Gu Yang heard this sentence, his face suddenly became happy. Not long after, Gu Qingfeng stepped into the lobby. Gu Yang stood up in a hurry. "My child has seen his father, and he invites him to sit down." At the same time, he simply gave up his position and wanted Gu Qingfeng to take the lead. To this, Gu Qingfeng shook his head. "You are the king of Guangyang, so you should take the throne. I can just find a seat wherever I want." Having met Master Gu, why not take Master Gu's position as a disciple? Gu Yun also stood up at this time, with a respectful expression, and directly gave up his position. "See this?" Gu Qingfeng nodded, without any shirk, and immediately sat down in the empty seat. At the same time, Gu Yun stood behind the other party, his expression full of respect. This time, others also greeted Gu Qingfeng. "I've met Senior Gu. I've met Senior Martial Saint." Gu Qingfeng responded with a nod. Subsequently, he looked at Gu Yang aside. "I heard that Tai Suzong is planning to take action against Qingyun Prefecture. What is the situation now?" When Gu Yang heard this, his face straightened and he said, "The army of the Ling King has been integrated and is now preparing to come towards our Taishan County. This time the Spirit King's army is numbered in the millions. It is obvious that he wants to use this battle to completely establish his position as the overlord of the 9 provinces." Gu Qingfeng said, "The Ling King's army is coming fiercely, can the Guangyang army be sure of dealing with it?" "Father, don't worry. The Guangyang army has been recuperating for several years now, and there are millions of troops under its command. If we really want to fight, we will definitely be worthy of everyone. The biggest problem at the moment is the Supreme Elder of Taisui sect. A powerful man in the realm of the gods, it is basically difficult for other armies to compete." Gu Yang said without hesitation. The words fell. Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. "I will personally deal with Fu Zhao's matter." With father's words, the child will feel at ease. Gu Yang finally had a smile on his face. Although he had said before that Gu Qingfeng would take action in person, it was still not as effective as the other party's personal appearance. The next few days, Gu Qingfeng lived in the palace. Gu Yang continued to integrate the army and prepare for a battle with the Spirit King. Chapter 209, Facing the Divine Realm. Chinese military camp. There is a middle-aged man sitting on the main seat. He is wearing a brocade robe and has a straight nose. His face is as heroic as a knife and an axe, and he is more calm and majestic. His eyes are like a torch, as if he can see into people's hearts. The opponent is the current spiritual king. Below. Now it happens that my subordinates are reporting news about Qingyun Prefecture. Inform King Ling. Spies are here to report that King Guangyang has assembled an army of 2 million in Taishan County with great momentum. 2 million troops. The Spirit King narrowed his eyes slightly, but there was not much nervousness on his face. According to his understanding, King Guangyang's army could only reach the sky with 3 million people. How could the 4 counties of Qingyun Prefecture not be guarded by a large army? Therefore, the other party's ability to mobilize an army of 2 million people was completely expected in King Ling's opinion. Such a force is actually not weak among the many princes in the past. After all, it is not that easy to bring out an army of 2 million in one go. But it's different now. The strong men of Tai Suzong took action. All the princes from all sides were almost wiped out in Zhongzhou. King Ling took advantage of this opportunity to annex all the remaining forces of these princes. Now the number of his armies has increased dramatically. This time he attacked Qingyun State and personally led an army of 5 million to come. Under such overwhelming force, the Spirit King could only say that I have the advantage. But he looked at the people below and asked in a deep voice, what action can that martial saint take? According to the news, the martial saint has already left Gujia's Wang. Okay, let's explore again and report again. The Spirit King waved his hand, and the man immediately stepped back respectfully. Subsequently, King Ling looked at the people sitting aside, his expression became much more awe-inspiring. Tai Shang Elder, if nothing unexpected happens, the martial saint behind King Guangyang will also do it himself. Such a strong man will have to rely on you. Come forward and solve it. He himself is a true disciple of Taisui sect, so he also respectfully addresses Fu Zhao as Taishang Elder. Hear the words. Fu Zhao opened his eyes, and a touch of blood seemed to appear, and then quickly disappeared. Don't worry, how can a small warrior change the world? Let alone a so-called martial saint. Even if the martial ancestor from 10,000 years ago is reborn, I can kill him. At this point, Fu Zhao has absolute confidence. Zhongzhou killed tens of millions of creatures, including many masters and powerful men in the fusion of God realm. The large amount of life energy and blood not only stabilized Fu Zhao's realm, but also allowed him to take a step forward and directly break through to the realm of the gods. Level realm. For those who are strong in the realm of gods, a small level of breakthrough is a big change in terms of strength. Compared with when he first entered the realm of gods, Fu Zhao is undoubtedly stronger now. In his opinion, there were no surprises in the battle in Qingyun Prefecture. When Tai Suzong takes control of Kyushu, all the creatures in Kyushu will become his blood food. That time, Fu Zhao can then use this opportunity to go one step further, breaking through the limits of the realm of gods and entering a realm that no warlock has ever been able to set foot in. The thought of this, Fu Zhao was also a little excited inside. It is said that warlocks are expected to live forever. But one can only live 5,000 years in the realm of divine connection. But if one could break through the barriers to the realm of the gods, one might be able to truly get a glimpse of the mystery of immortality. Other side. King Ling received Fu Zhao's affirmative answer, and his fear of Gu Qingfeng dissipated a lot. Subsequently, he directly ordered the army to go out and head towards Taishan County. Taishan County. Datung Mansion. Tianxiang Pass. Now the battle flags are stern here, and millions of troops are stationed here. The silent atmosphere of murder fills the air, making people feel inexplicably depressed. On top of the tall and majestic city wall, Gu Qingfeng looked ahead and saw a plain outside Tianxiang Pass. On one side of the plain was a river, and on the other side was a vast dense forest. Beside him, Gu Yun served on one side. Tianxiang Pass is the gateway to the entire Datung Prefecture and is also a crucial place in Taishan County. The river on the right is called Yulong River. It is said that a real dragon appeared in ancient times. It was named after it. The river is very fast and wide, making it difficult for even warships to cross safely. On the left is the ancient Beast Mountain Range. Not to mention the many poisonous insects in it. It is said that there are some powerful ferocious beasts in the ancient Beast Mountain Range. Even the Grand Master may not be able to come out safely after entering. Moreover, the ancient Beast Mountain Range is extremely vast and can span several states. Therefore, if the Spirit King's army really arrives, the only way is to attack Tianxiang Pass head-on. As for bypassing the ancient Beast Mountain Range and crossing the Yulong River, it is unrealistic. Gu Yun slowly opened his mouth and told some things he knew. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the rolling river water, as if there was a real dragon stirring up the wind and clouds in the water. In ancient times, could there really be a real dragon appearing here? The theory of a real dragon is purely a rumor. No one knows whether there is a real dragon. After all, the distance between ancient times and now is more than 10,000 years. For such a long time, many things have been covered up in the long river of time. However, in the disciples' view, things like the real dragon that only exist in storybooks should be just fabrications by later generations. Gu Yun shook his head. His words. Gu Qingfeng was non-committal. However, as Gu Yun said, the things in the ancient times can be traced back to thousands of years ago, and it is impossible to verify whether they are true or false. As for the ancient Beast Mountain Range, Gu Qingfeng knows a little about it. This is an ancient mountain range that spans several states. There are many dangerous beasts in it, and there are also rumors that there are beasts that are so powerful that even masters can hardly contend with them. Then, there are many strange and poisonous insects, which are also daunting. As for the ancient Beast Mountain Range, the courts of all dynasties have attached great importance to it. Occasionally, some powerful beasts will rush out of it to cause trouble, and the impact is not small. So, whether it is Yulong River or the ancient Beast Mountain Range, they are all natural barriers. It is precisely because of these barriers that the location of Tianxiang Pass has become particularly important. Since Gu Yang led the army to enter Tianxiang Pass, spies have come to report almost every half an hour. Your Majesty, King Ling is leading an army of 5 million and is heading for Taishan County. Your Majesty, King Ling's army is only 500 miles away from Tianxiang Pass. Your Majesty, King Ling's army is only 300 miles away from Tianxiang Pass. Your Majesty, King Ling's army is only 100 miles away from Tianxiang Pass. As the messages came, Gu Yang looked outside Tianxiang Pass with a solemn expression. At this point, he naturally knew that this battle was not only related to the survival of Qingyun province, but also to the future pattern of Zhuzhu. If he could win this battle, Zhuzhu would no longer have the possibility of stopping him. Similarly, if he lost, then everything would be over. Order all the troops to get ready. Gu Yang gave the order in a deep voice. Now, there are 2 million troops stationed in Tianxiang Pass, which is the foundation of the entire Qingyun province. As the news spread, everyone was very heavy-hearted. The huge Tianxiang Pass gave off a feeling of impending storm. On the other side, the army of King Ling was also advancing. In the middle army, King Ling rode his horse, and beside him were many powerful men under his command, as well as top masters of Taisui sects such as Fu Zhao. This battle, not only Fu Zhao came to Taisui sect, but also most of the powerful men from other sects, including Taisui sect master Taisuanchi. After all, this battle was related to whether Taisui sect could dominate the world. Even with Fu Zhao, a powerful master in the realm of the gods, Taisuanchi had to be fully prepared. After half a day, Tianxiang Pass was in sight. Millions of troops were silent, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Tianxiang Pass was also guarded by a large army. That's King Ling. Gu Yang looked at the army below, and his eyes were directly locked on one of them. For a warrior, he could see clearly even from a distance. As Gu Yang looked over, the Spirit King also looked at him. The two sides looked at each other, and the aura of killing collided. Attack the city! The Spirit King waved his hand and gave the order directly. Immediately, the army attacked the city. The front row of infantrymen advanced steadily, and the archers in the back were already throwing arrows, densely covering Tianxiang Pass. Seeing this, Gu Yang's expression was also cold. Shoot! He gave an order, and the defenders of Tianxiang Pass also responded. In an instant, the arrows from both sides clashed, and blood flowers bloomed on the battlefield. Occasionally, there were arrows coming towards them, but they were easily broken by Gu Yang. In less than a moment, the enemy army had already arrived at the foot of the city. Many warriors were confused and suddenly launched a fierce attack on the city gate. Even though the city gate was made of fine iron, it could not withstand the attack of top warriors. A full-strength attack from a master can destroy mountains and break peaks. Even if the city gate is strong, it is difficult to withstand the power of the master. So, almost in a moment, the city gate was broken. Your Majesty, the city gate has been broken. A messenger came hurriedly to report. Gu Yang looked calm. Everything is going according to plan. He had never thought of relying on Tianxiang Pass to defend and fight against the army of the Spirit King. After all, in this world with extraordinary power, wars often become much more violent. The city gate is strong, but it can't stop the master. And the infantry is pressing, and if there is really a master mixed in, no one can detect it. Therefore, once the master approaches the city, it is normal to directly attack and break the city. All of this is within Gu Yang's expectations. So, even if the city gate is broken, Gu Yang is not worried at all. As expected. At the moment the city gate was breached, a terrifying force of qi and blood burst out, and the knife energy that was condensed into substance cut through the air, causing a master of the enemy army to be cut in half before he could react. The flesh exploded. Blood and flesh splattered. Shi Zhen rode out on horseback, and the crescent-shaped knife in his hand had already swept across all directions. A master of qi and blood led the charge, which was a fatal blow to ordinary soldiers. Behind him, the Tiangang army followed closely. Shi Zhen took the lead, leading 36,000 Tiangang army, like a sharp knife, fiercely stabbing into the enemy army, and forcibly tearing apart the enemy's infantry vanguard. Then, other generals had already led the army to charge closely behind. The two armies met and fought head-on. Kill! Shi Zhen roared angrily, his physical body and blood boiling, and the Yunyu sword slashed out. Any soldier it touched was directly split in half. Thieves should stop being so arrogant. A general in the Spirit King's army rushed up to fight, and his strong energy exploded, condensing into a terrifying sword and slashing down towards Shi Zhen. When the latter saw this scene, his expression was unafraid, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Kill! The words fell. The Yunyu sword fell down hard with the force of splitting the mountain. The two forces collided. They were both strong in the master realm, but after all, the Qi and Blood Grand Master was superior. The Genkai Dao Gang shattered, the man's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised the knife to resist. The powerful force vibrated, causing his arms to tremble, and the tiger's mouth to crack open. One encounter was a trauma, which shocked the innate master's heart. The Tiangang army will follow me to kill. Shi Zhen shouted angrily, as if a terrifying blood evil aura rose from the Tiangang army and merged into his body. That moment, the power of Shichen increased greatly. The Yunyu sword fell down again, and the bloody sword seemed to cut through the void of heaven and earth. The innate master looked frightened and tried to resist but to no avail. Tear. The physical body was split in half, and an innate master died instantly. Master of Qi and Blood. In the midst of the army, Master Taixuan witnessed Shi Zhen condensing the blood evil energy and directly beheading an innate master, and a cold light suddenly shot out from his eyes. Next breath, he took one step in the air, and the power of a top transformation realm expert exploded, heading towards Shichen. For a strong person at the level of Master Taixuan, the flesh and blood of ordinary people cannot play a big role. Even if they kill 100,000 people, it is not as effective as a Qi and Blood Grand Master. It's just that although there are a few Grand Masters in the world, Qi and Blood Masters are rare. Now that he saw a Qi and Blood Grand Master face to face, Master Taixuan couldn't sit still. Not good. Seeing Master Taixuan coming, a terrible pressure suddenly hit his face, making Shi Zhen look solemn. He once again mobilized the power of the Tiangang army, and the terrifying blood evil energy condensed into the phantom of an unparalleled demon god in the void. Final. This demonic shadow merged with Shichen. Immediately afterwards, the Yunyu knife fell down. The shocking sword slashed through the heaven and the earth, as if splitting the entire sky into two halves. Such a terrifying blow collided with Master Taixuan's attack, and a wave that destroyed the heaven and earth suddenly erupted. Boom! The bloody sword collapsed. The demon's phantom disintegrated. Shi Zhen only felt a powerful counter-shock force coming over him, causing blood to surge all over his body and a fishy sweet taste to fill his throat. Transformation Realm Warlock. He looked at Master Taixuan with solemn eyes. Shi Zhen was well aware of the power of the Tiangang Divine Evil Formation. But now it was just a face-to-face encounter, and the formation was completely destroyed by Master Taixuan. This shows that the strength of such powerful people is beyond his ability to compete with. But despite this, Shi Zhen did not back down. You are very good. You can block my attack, but that's all. Master Taixuan's eyes were a little surprised, and he was a little surprised that Shi Zhen could block his attack. Then he didn't waste any time and planned to kill the opponent directly on the spot. However, just when Master Taixuan was about to take action, a terrifying sword intent suddenly arose, and an infinite sword energy suddenly bombarded him. A warning sign suddenly appeared in the former's heart, and he could only turn around to resist. Boom! A collision of forces. Master Taixuan's body remained motionless. When he saw the visitor, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Kendaman. I've heard for a long time that the master of Taisua sect has reached heavenly cultivation, so I'm here to learn from him today. The swordsman came with his sword in his hands, and the majestic true energy appeared, allowing him to fly across the void. When Master Taixuan heard this, he immediately sneered, "Do you really think that because you have broken through the martial arts Grand Master, you are qualified to act arrogantly in front of me? Whether you have the qualifications or not can only be determined by fighting." When the swordsman finished speaking, the iron sword suddenly came out of the sheath behind his back. He held the hilt of the sword with his right hand. When the sword blade was slashed out, a terrifying sword energy was like a rainbow piercing the sun, coming straight towards Master Taixuan's door. Seeing this, the latter's spiritual power surged, and he stretched out his 5 fingers and squeezed hard to crush the sword energy. Immediately afterwards, Master Taixuan took one step forward, and his figure instantly appeared behind the swordsman. He struck down with a palm strike. The latter seemed to have been aware of it, and moved forward with a single step, and the iron sword edge swept out. Both of them are strong men in the world. As soon as they met, they fought dozens of times. Tianxiang closes. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, looking calmly at the fighting on the battlefield below. When he saw Shi Zhen controlling the blood evil power and being able to confront Master Taixuan head-on, his expression was slightly moved. Is this the Tiangang Divine Evil Formation? Gu Qingfeng was well aware of Gu Yang's secret formation of the Tiangang army and the practice of the Tiangang Divine Evil Formation. It's just that he has never really seen this kind of formation until now. In today's battlefield, Gu Qingfeng has finally seen the power of the so-called Tiangang Divine Evil Formation. Shi Zhen was just entering the Qi and Blood Grandmaster realm for the first time. Even with the help of the Tiangang army, he was just a bigger ant in the eyes of those who were strong in the transformation realm. Now that the opponent can withstand Master Taixuan's blow, it shows how powerful the formation is. Father, do you think Senior Jian can be Master Taixuan's opponent? Gu Yang looked solemn. Even if the swordsman is a martial arts master, his opponent is the leader of the Taisua sect, so he can't help but worry. After all, the swordsman has often taught him martial arts over the years, so he can be considered half a master. Gu Qingfeng said, Master Taixuan is at the top of the Huazheng realm, and his cultivation is naturally stronger than the swordsman, but the fight between strong people is not just about cultivation. The strength of the swordsman is not as simple as you see. Although if it really comes to a life and death fight, the probability of the swordsman falling in the end is very high, but it is not so easy for Master Taixuan to really kill him. If the two want to decide the winner, it will take a long time, and if they want to decide life and death, it will be even more difficult. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the Spirit King army again. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There was a strange and cold breath, which was much more terrifying than the evil spirit in the Blood Mountain mansion. Fu Zhao. Gu Qingfeng knew that this breath must come from the supreme elder of the Taisua sect. It is said that this person is a newly promoted god-level person, but now it seems that he is not as simple as the rumors say. Father, are you sure? Gu Qingfeng's words made Gu Yang's face change. Gu Qingfeng put his hands behind his back, his expression was still calm. Fu Zhao slaughtered millions of lives in Zhongzhou, and countless masters fell in his hands. It is normal for his strength to have a breakthrough. But even if Fu Zhao breaks through, it will not cause any waves. Just as Gu Qingfeng's voice fell, the Spirit King looked at the fighting on the battlefield, and his expression was not very good. In his opinion, he personally led millions of troops to come, and he should have crushed the Guangyang army with a crushing momentum. But now it seems, although the two sides fought fiercely, their side did not gain any advantage. If this continues, even if they can win, they are afraid that it will be a miserable victory. Thinking of this, the Spirit King looked at Fu Zhao on the side and said respectfully, "The Guangyang army is resisting fiercely. Please ask the Supreme Elder to help our army break the formation and kill the enemy." "Okay, it's time for me to move." Fu Zhao smiled slightly, and blood appeared in the depths of his eyes. Then, Fu Zhao stepped into the air and entered the battlefield directly. Then, his aura exploded. The terrifying evil shadow condensed from the void. Such a strong pressure caused countless soldiers to explode and die on the spot in an instant. "You ants dare to get in the way of our Taisui sect, you are looking for death." Fu Zhao looked towards the direction of the city wall, raised his hand and blasted out with a palm, like the terrible power of the collapse of the world, making it difficult for Gu Yang to breathe. However, before the palm strike could really land, Gu Qingfeng pointed out with his finger, and the blood-red blade light slashed through the stars, directly cutting the palm formed by the spiritual power into two halves. Boom! The aftermath of the terrifying power dissipated. Fu Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at the other person on the wall. "You are Gu Qingfeng." Although the previous attack was just a casual one, the fact that Gu Qingfeng could take it lightly also made Fu Zhao feel a little solemn. Just as the rumors said, the opponent's strength has broken the limit of the martial arts grandmaster, which is comparable to the martial arts ancestor 10,000 years ago. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng also stepped into the air. "If I kill you, I believe no one in the world can stop the Guangyang army's footsteps. Kill me." Fu Zhao smiled sarcastically as if he had heard a joke. "Do you really think that you are qualified to be presumptuous in front of me just because you blocked my attack? Not to mention you, even if the former martial ancestor is reborn, I can kill him today. Kill you, and when I refine your blood and qi, maybe I can go one step further." After the words fell, Fu Zhao's terrible aura burst out, and there was a terrifying force suppressing the void in the dark. Gu Qingfeng only felt a great pressure coming from the space, which made his body sink slightly. Restricted area. Gu Qingfeng's expression was slightly raised. Seeing that Gu Qingfeng did not move, Fu Zhao sneered, "In this restricted area, I am the real god. It is your lifelong honor to die here." Immediately, Fu Zhao blasted out with a palm. In his opinion, Gu Qingfeng was now suppressed by the power of the restricted area and could not be his opponent at all. This palm was different from the previous one. It was Fu Zhao's real full-strength attack. At this moment, a strong sword intent suddenly burst out, and the space was shattered inch by inch. The so-called power of the forbidden area was torn apart by the sword intent at this moment. Not only that, a power more terrifying than the forbidden area spread out and fell in the opposite direction to suppress Fu Zhao. The power of the full-strength attack had not really touched Gu Qingfeng before it was completely crushed by the infinite sword energy. End of this chapter. Chapter 210. I am Gu Qingfeng. You've also mastered the restricted area. Seeing his forbidden zone shattered, Fu Zhao seemed to have seen something terrible. The confidence in his victory was gone, replaced by a look of horror. After all, want to break the restricted area? Either rely on absolute strength, or use the restricted area to break the restricted area. To say that Qingfeng's strength has completely overwhelmed him and that he can easily defeat his restricted area, Fu Zhao absolutely does not believe it. So, the first thing he thought of was the restricted area. But soon, Fu Zhao noticed something was wrong again. Wrong. This is not the power of the restricted area. Who are you? Fu Zhao was a little crazy. This is Qingfeng. Qingfeng said lightly, and then with a thought, the heavenly sword domain swept across all directions, and the terrifying sword energy rushed toward Fu Zhao like a torrent. The so-called restricted area. In Qingfeng's opinion, it has almost the same nature as the realm of true meaning. But the difference is, the realm of true meaning is much more powerful than the so-called restricted area. I don't see you. The restricted area that Fu Zhao worked hard to condense was easily torn apart by the first-level heavenly sword domain. From here we can see how big the gap is between the restricted area and the true realm. No matter who you are, you will die today. Seeing the terrifying sword energy bombarding him, Fu Zhao's face turned ferocious, and his strong spiritual power burst out. The evil shadow behind him almost condensed into substance, and the strange and cold power exploded, with a snap of his fingers, a momentum that seemed to destroy the world. Boom! The sword energy shattered. After all, Fu Zhao is a strong man who has stepped into the realm of gods. He has power that surpasses that of a martial arts master in the realm of transformation. The ordinary sword energy in the heavenly sword realm cannot really pose much of a threat to him. But in Fu Zhao's opinion, this scene was a sign of Qingfeng's lack of strength. Die! Fu Zhao's eyes were fierce, and he suppressed Qingfeng with a palm again. The terrifying power of the abyss caused the space to appear with spider web-like cracks, as if it would break at any time. Qingfeng finally made a move with his right hand this time. He pointed out a sword that seemed to cut through the world. The power of one finger. It's like the galaxy is shattered. This kind of power easily disintegrated Fu Zhao's blow, and the remaining power was slashed towards the opponent, causing the latter's expression to change. Bang! Fu Zhao mobilized his spiritual power to resist, but in the next breath, he saw the spiritual shield shattered, and the powerful force caused his body to fly backwards. When he stabilized his body, Fu Zhao's face was full of shock. Even if his arm was bleeding, he didn't care. Impossible, I have already entered the intermediate level of the realm of gods. Even if the martial ancestor is reborn 10,000 years ago, there is no way he can be my opponent. This time, Fu Zhao was really shocked. He tried his best to attack, but he couldn't block Qingfeng's casual blow. The cultivation of the divine realm seems to have become a joke nowadays. Qingfeng shook his head slightly. If this is the power of the divine realm, then I have indeed overestimated you. Forget it, there is no need to continue this battle. The words fell. The long knife behind Qingfeng suddenly unsheathed. He held the handle of the knife with his right hand, and the two heavenly veins in his body activated, and a terrifying aura suddenly burst out. The evil killing sword struck down many of them. The sword that reaches the sky cuts through the world. The dazzling power of heaven makes it difficult for people to have the slightest feeling of resistance. Seeing the sky-reaching sword coming into view, an unprecedented terrifying pressure swept over him, causing panic to appear in Fu Zhao's eyes. Immediately afterwards, his expression became fierce again, and he looked a little crazy in the face of a desperate situation. I have been practicing hard for thousands of years, and now I am able to step into the realm of the gods. How can you, a junior, compete with me? Fu Zhao's expression was ferocious, all kinds of strange lines appeared on his body, and the terrifying cold air froze the void. This was a sign that the evil spirit was about to revive. Under normal circumstances, Fu Zhao would not act so recklessly. But facing Qingfeng's sword, he was not sure of catching it. It is only possible for the evil spirit to revive, and there will be a chance to suppress it again afterwards, but if it falls here, everything will be over. Boom! The evil shadow in the void overlapped with Fu Zhao, and the peak power of the divine realm blasted out, and the space like a spider web suddenly shattered. This blow. It was Fu Zhao's fatal blow. The moment the two forces came into contact, the Tongtian Dao Gang was so powerful that the terrifying sword light seemed to split the entire sky in half. The blackness after the space was shattered ran through the heaven and earth like a torrent. Fu Zhao's body also exploded instantly, turning into blood mist and scattering down in the sky. Roar! As Fu Zhao died, the evil spirits in his body also revived. But before the evil spirit could make any move, it was directly killed on the spot by the powerful Dao Gang. Rumble! This knife spans hundreds of miles. The sun and moon are dim. When the Tongtian Dao Gang dissipated, only the black torrent surged, and it took a long time for it to gradually heal completely in the eyes of everyone's stunned eyes. Quiet! The battlefield with millions of troops is now filled with deathly silence. Everyone looked at the figure in the sky, with expressions of shock, but more of horror. Cutting through hundreds of miles of space with one sword is no longer what the so-called human power can achieve. Only the immortals and gods in the legend can master such power. At this moment, when Master Taixuan saw Fu Zhao being killed by Gu Qingfeng, the sword that spanned 100 miles frightened the leader of the Taisui sect. He didn't even care about the existence of the swordsman, and directly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person turned into a long rainbow and fled in the direction outside the battlefield. Burning blood and turning into rainbow. This is a method that will only be used when facing a desperate situation. Master Taixuan fled too fast. Even if the swordsman wanted to stop him, it was too late. However, Gu Qingfeng stood in the air, looked at the direction where Master Taixuan fled, and slashed with his sword casually. The terrifying sword energy broke through the air again, and instantly chopped Master Taixuan in half. The dignified leader of the Taisui sect was no different from an ant in front of Gu Qingfeng now. With the death of Master Taixuan, the originally silent battlefield started killing again. Shi Zhen and other generals of Guangyang army personally led the army to launch an offensive against the army of King Ling. After seeing Gu Qingfeng's terrifying strength, the latter's morale has dropped sharply. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng took a step forward and went directly to the direction of the central army. Seeing this scene, King Ling's face changed drastically. Stop him! Stop him quickly! King Ling has always been calm, and he has remained calm even when facing a mountain collapse. But now seeing Gu Qingfeng coming, it is difficult for him to remain calm. Hearing the order, many guards came forward one after another, trying to block Gu Qingfeng's way. The next breath, the heaven sword domain descended. Endless sword energy strangled. Whether it was a master-level strongman or a guard wearing iron armor, they were strangled by this sword energy on the spot. In less than a breath, hundreds of guards died. Others wanted to step forward to stop him, but when they saw this scene, they instinctively stopped. The look in his eyes when he looked at Gu Qingfeng was as if he had seen a ghost. Are you the Spirit King? Gu Qingfeng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked slowly. The latter's face changed when he heard this, but he recovered after a moment, took a deep breath, and said calmly. As expected of the martial saint personally appointed by the Taixuan dynasty, his strength is more terrifying than the rumors. Now the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. There is nothing to say. I am willing to accept the loss. At the end, the Spirit King had a bitter smile on his face, and he also felt deeply powerless. So what if he had 1,000,000 soldiers under his command? In front of a real strong man, 1,000,000 soldiers are useless. To be honest, the Spirit King was not reconciled. After all, he had already defeated other princes. If it weren't for Gu Qingfeng's action, it would definitely not be a problem for him to defeat Gu Yang in this battle. The opportunity to unify the 9 states is right in front of us, but now it is like a natural chasm. Then I will send you on your way. Gu Qingfeng didn't waste any words. He raised his hand and blasted out with a palm. The bodies of the Spirit King and the surrounding guards exploded and turned into blood mist, and they died on the spot. There were no twists and turns in the process of killing the Spirit King. In fact, in the face of absolute strength, many things can be directly ignored. With the death of the Spirit King, Qingfeng stepped into the air, and the terrible momentum burst out, suppressing one side, and then shouted loudly. The Spirit King is dead, and those who surrender will not be killed. As soon as these words came out, the army of the Spirit King was immediately in chaos. Millions of troops were spread all over the place, and not everyone could witness the death of the Spirit King with their own eyes, but Qingfeng's original momentum of killing Fu Zhao with one sword was amazing. Now suddenly hearing the other party's words, it naturally made people lose their minds. At this time, Gu Yang looked happy, and immediately shouted, "The King of Spirits is dead, those who surrender will not be killed." As Gu Yang finished speaking, all kinds of angry shouts came from the Guangyang army. "The King of Spirits is dead, those who surrender will not be killed. The King of Spirits is dead, those who surrender will not be killed. The King of Spirits." The shouts rolled in like a wave, covering most of the battlefield. Originally, some people in the King of Spirits army still had doubts, but now the words that the King of Spirits was dead rushed into their minds, which naturally made them shaken. But soon, the news of the King of Spirits' death became more and more intense. In addition, the Guangyang army's offensive was fierce, and soon some people could not bear the pressure and directly abandoned their weapons and surrendered. One person surrendered, and soon there were the second and third people. "I am willing to surrender. Don't kill me, I surrender." Now the morale of the King of Spirits army has dropped to the freezing point. As one person after another threw away his weapons and surrendered, this kind of thing seemed to be contagious. Seeing more people surrendering, a general who was loyal to the Spirit King immediately cut off a head with a knife and roared angrily. "Anyone who disturbs the morale of the army will be killed without mercy." Before he could finish his words, Qingfeng flicked his finger, and a strong wind broke through the air, causing his head to explode directly. For Qingfeng now, a martial artist in the Grandmaster realm can be killed with just a wave of his hand. After killing such a Grandmaster general, Qingfeng looked at the entire battlefield with cold eyes and shouted sternly, "If anyone wants to die, I can fulfill your wish." As soon as these words came out, some generals who were loyal to the Spirit King were now terrified. There was no way. The strength of the two sides was really not at the same level. The strength they were proud of seemed like a joke in front of Qingfeng, and he could be directly destroyed with a wave of his hand. So, this battle was no longer suspenseful. Your Heir Guiyang killed ordinary soldiers *693. Your Heir Guiyang was attacked by a master-level warrior *13. Your Heir Guiyang killed *36 Zhang refining realm warriors. Your Heir Guiyang killed the marrow cleansing realm warrior *127. Your Heir Guiyang led an army to defeat King Ling, subdued a large number of surrendered troops, and the power of his subordinates increased greatly. Your Heir Guiyang won a great victory in the battle at Tianxiang Pass, and his prestige has greatly increased. In Gujiazhuang, Qingfeng felt much calmer as he looked at the text messages that were constantly refreshing. It has been 3 days since the battle at Tianxiang Pass. 3 days ago, Qingfeng killed Fu Zhao and Master Taixuan in the battle at Tianxiang Pass, and then killed King Ling, laying the foundation for the Guangyang army's victory in the battle. Later, when Guiyang subdued the Spirit King's army, Qingfeng did not interfere too much and returned directly to Gujiazhuang. After all, Qingfeng has already stepped forward to solve the biggest obstacle in this battle. I believe that Guiyang's ability can also solve the remaining problems. But, naturally, it is impossible for all of the millions of troops under the Spirit King to surrender sincerely. So, in the information panel these past few days, Guiyang had been killing a lot of people, and those who didn't surrender almost all became the souls of the other party's sword. Gu Qingfeng had no objection to this approach. When he saw the last text of the message, Gu Qingfeng understood that the millions of defeated troops brought by the Spirit King were already completely controlled by Gu Yang. After swallowing King Ling's millions of troops, Yang Er can now at least double the power of his subordinates. Now that Fu Zhao has died, no one from the immortal sect in the world will dare to take action again. As a result, all the 9 states in the world will have their real surname Gu. Even though Gu Qingfeng's temperament has rarely fluctuated now, it is still somewhat difficult to calm down at this moment. Once upon a time, Gu Qingfeng never thought that the Gu family was qualified to rule the world. But in the current situation, if nothing unexpected happens, it is only a matter of time before the Guangyang army decides to conquer Zhuzhou. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng continued to practice in seclusion. The battle with Fu Zhao allowed him to see the methods of reaching the divine realm, but to be honest, Gu Qingfeng was a little disappointed. The soul connecting realm is indeed powerful, much stronger than the Grand Master of Martial Arts, and even 3 points more powerful than the evil spirit from the Blood Mountain Mansion. However, that's all. The exciting battle that was expected did not really happen. When Gu Qingfeng was really serious, he killed Fu Zhao on the spot with just one knife. But even so, Gu Qingfeng is still keen on improving his strength. After all, there is heaven outside the world, and there are people outside the world. After getting the drop of mysterious blood and the severed finger, Gu Qingfeng understood that Kyushu was too small after all, and maybe there was a wider world outside Kyushu. Whether it was the owner of that drop of blood or the owner of the severed finger, their strength was not comparable to that of Fu Zhao. Judging from the power possessed by the Tongshen realm, compared with the first two, there is a world of difference. Therefore, even if Gu Qingfeng killed Fu Zhao, he was not complacent. When Gu Qingfeng was in retreat, the battle at Tianxiang Pass has spread throughout Kyushu like a hurricane. Everyone who heard the news changed their expressions drastically. Especially the major immortal sect families thought they had heard it wrong when they first heard the news. But when they confirmed again and again that Fu Zhao was really killed by Gu Qingfeng in front of Tianxiang Pass, they finally confirmed this incredible thing. Fu Zhao is dead. The dignified spiritual realm is no match for a martial artist. When Ji Liuyun, the current head of the Ji family in Xianzhou, heard the news, his usually steady expression changed drastically. Ji Liuyun knew very well what kind of existence the realm of spiritual connection was. Back in the day, the Ji family once had a strong man who could reach the realm of gods. Although the ancestor of the Tongshen realm has passed away, he still has a legacy left behind, and that kind of power is not comparable to that of the transformation realm. Even the so-called half-step to the divine realm is not worth mentioning in front of the true divine realm. But it is precisely because he understands the power of the divine realm. Only then did Ji Liuyun understand what Gu Qingfeng's ability to kill Fu Zhao meant. At this time, the other elders of the Ji family also looked ugly. Now that the news of Fu Zhao's death has spread throughout the world, what does the head of the family think we should do now? The elder of the Ji family asked in a deep voice. If the Ji family could barely accept the emergence of a powerful man in the realm of gods from Taisuzong, then the news of the battle at Tianxiang Pass caught the Ji family completely off guard. The reason is simple. Just because Gu Qingfeng is not a warlock, but a warrior. This is not only a question of whose hands Kyushu falls into, but also a question of the status of the warlock and warrior system. Coupled with the methods implemented by Gu Qingfeng in Guangyang Mansion in the past, and the series of policies made by Gu Yang when he took charge of Qingyun Prefecture, they were extremely unfriendly to warlocks. If warlocks are still respected now, then that's it. But now that an unparalleled powerhouse has emerged among the warriors, the meaning becomes different. What's more, Gu Qingfeng beheaded Fu Zhao, which showed that even if another person from the Ji family came out of the divine realm, he might not be able to match the former. Ji Liuyun's expression changed, and he took a deep breath after a moment. Since the death of the martial ancestor, the power of warriors in the world has been declining for thousands of years. Now that Gu Qingfeng appears, it may be the reincarnation of heaven. Now that Fu Zhao is dead, Master Taixuan is also in Qingyun province, and all the world's power has fallen into Gu Yang's hands. Even if I, the Ji family, have all my knowledge, fighting against that person is nothing more than an egg against a stone. Ji Liuyun said this very helplessly, but there was nothing he could do about it. Just because that's what it is. When the news of the battle at Xiongguan came out that day, Ji Liuyun knew that the Ji family was in doom. It's not just the Ji family. But all the warlocks in the world are like this. This time. Not to mention one Ji family, even 10 Ji families, if they become enemies with Gu Qingfeng, they will all be wiped out in an instant. Speaking of which, Ji Liuyun paused for a moment, then said helplessly, I will personally go to Qingyun Prefecture. I believe that as long as our Ji family is willing to bow our heads, the king of Guangyang will not kill everyone. After all, a warrior's lifespan is limited. If he really wants to rip off his skin, the consequences will not be that simple when the martial saint dies. After speaking, Ji Liuyun's eyes became much fiercer. He didn't want to lose both sides with the Gu family, but that didn't mean that the Ji family was really afraid of the Gu family. After all, the Ji family in Xianzhou has been standing for thousands of years, but its background is not as simple as it seems. It's just that you have to give in on some things when it's time to give in. There is no need to fight to the death with the other party. Of course. The real main reason is that warriors have a limited lifespan. The martial ancestor, who was as powerful as he was back then, died in just 2,000 years. 2,000 years is neither short nor long. As long as Gu Qingfeng dies, in Ji Liuyun's view, no one else can make any waves. After all, if someone can reach Gu Qingfeng's level in martial arts, he may not be able to get out of it in thousands of years. Martial arts is difficult, and Ji Liuyun is not worried that a second Gu Qingfeng will appear. Hearing Ji Liuyun's words, the other elders of the Ji family also relaxed. Indeed, the lifespan of a warlock is much longer than that of a warrior. As long as the martial saint is killed, the Ji family will always have a chance to turn around. When the Ji family in Xianzhou made some moves, the immortal sects in other states were now taking similar measures. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that with Fu Zhao's death, the power of Gu Yang, the king of Guangyang, has become unstoppable. This time, if you continue to be an enemy of the other party, you will be hitting an egg with a stone. Even if the immortal sect family has a strong foundation, it is not such a waste. Endure the calm for a while. The worst case scenario would be to burn that martial saint to death. A mere 2,000 years. For these sect families that have been passed down for thousands of years, it is nothing. At the same time, many warriors in the world are heading towards Qingyun state after learning that Gu Qingfeng killed Fu Zhao. Even many powerful people who are hidden in the world cannot hold back now. Kill Fu Zhao. What does this mean? It means that the warlock cannot continue to suppress the martial arts. In addition, Gu Qingfeng's performance in this battle was enough to convince others that this person's cultivation level was enough to become the second martial ancestor, even stronger than the martial ancestor. If you can get some pointers from the other party, maybe your martial arts path will be smooth in the future. So, this is the reason why many warriors go to Qingyun state. But they also know it. If they want to meet Gu Qingfeng directly, they are not qualified enough to rely on themselves and others, so these people do the next best thing and directly join Gu Yang's subordinates to work for him. They hope that they can use this opportunity to really meet Gu Qingfeng in the future. And on the other side, Gu Yang is now also using extremely fast speed to break up all the original Ling King's army and then integrate them into various parts of the Guangyang army. In just half a month, Gu Yang had completed the expansion and reorganization of the entire army. And then, it means sending troops to every state. When King Ling was defeated and the warriors from all over the world came to surrender, Gu Yang already understood that the general trend of the world was in his hands. It can be said. The battle at Tianxiang Pass. In fact, the future of Kyushu has been laid. At this time, Gu Yang naturally had nothing to hesitate and directly ordered his generals to lead the army and send troops to the various states. All the princes from various states fell into disgrace in Zhongzhou. Now the Spirit King has died again. Other states have little resistance. This world. In Gu Yang's opinion, it was within easy reach. Chapter 211 The owner and number 039, S words are the evidence. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Your descendant Gu Yang sent troops to Zhongzhou, and the army was invincible, and few could resist. Your descendant Gu Yang sent troops to Lingzhou, and the army was invincible, and few could resist. Your descendant Gu Yang was attacked by a Grand Master warrior *18. Your descendant Gu Shengxing was attacked by a strange attack, but fortunately he was protected by the blood of a strong man and was not injured. Your descendant Gu Shengan was attacked by a strange attack, but fortunately he was protected by the blood of a strong man and was not injured. Your descendant Gu Yang killed a Grand Master warrior by crossing the level. The army under your descendant Gu Yang captured 9 cities in 3 days. The momentum is huge. Your descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Yang has unexpectedly inherited the legacy of a mysterious strong man, and his strength has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Yang has swallowed the ancient elixir, and his cultivation has greatly improved. Your descendant Gu Xian has comprehended the true meaning of the heavenly sword, and his strength has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Xiu has comprehended the Grand Master's handbook, and his strength has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Shennan has received guidance from a Grand Master warrior, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Qingfeng can control the situation in the world while sitting firmly in Gujia's Wang. When he saw Gu Yang attacking Zhongzhou and Lingzhou at the same time, he was not surprised. Now that he has annexed the Lingwang army, Gu Yang's power has greatly increased. Look at Zhongzhou and Lingzhou again. The former had just experienced war, and their foundation and strength had fallen to the freezing point. The princes of all parties died, and some local sects and families could not block the way of Guangyang army. As for Lingzhou, it is even more needless to say. Fu Zhao died. Master Taixuan also died at Tianxiang Pass. As the only immortal sect in Lingzhou, Taisu's sect is also the biggest obstacle for Guangyang army. Now that the 2 top masters have fallen, it is already a toothless tiger. In this way, how much threat can Taisu sect have? Gu Yang's side has a martial arts Grand Master in person, and there are many Grand Masters. There is no problem in dealing with a half-crippled Taisu sect. However, when he saw that his 2 grandsons were attacked by strange things, Gu Qingfeng's eyes turned cold. Strange attack. Obviously it couldn't happen for no reason. This shows that there was a strong man manipulating the strangeness. Gu Qingfeng left a drop of blood for the 2 people to prevent this problem. After all, the present is different from the past. The greater the power under Gu Yang, the more people's interests will be affected. If these people can't deal with Gu Yang, they will naturally attack the people around him. As for Gujia's Wang, even if these people were given 10 courages, they would not dare to reach out, but it is not certain for the Wangfu. Then, Gu Qingfeng was the one who called the secret guards and said, I heard that my 2 grandsons were attacked strangely. I want the secret guards to find out who is behind it and which force they are from. Yes. The secret guard immediately took the order. After the other party withdrew, Gu Qingfeng continued to practice in seclusion. The blood refining sutra is only 1 step away from perfection, and most of his time is now spent on it. As for the Heavenly Vein Sutra and the Heavenly Sword Domain, which are his biggest trump cards, Gu Qingfeng has not wasted too much time for the time being. There is no way. The mysterious and unpredictable Tianmei Sutra is not comparable to the martial arts of the so-called Grand Master. Even if Gu Qingfeng looks at Tianmei Sutra with his current vision, he still feels that it is extremely profound and difficult to guess. To condense the third Tianmei, it is not a matter of a day or a night. Of course, if he can successfully condense the third Tianmei, Gu Qingfeng's strength will also advance by leaps and bounds. After all, one Tianmei can double the strength, which is naturally not comparable to the ordinary realm breakthrough. Gu Qingfeng believes it is difficult for him to practice Tianmei Sutra now because his realm is not enough. If he waits until his own cultivation is further improved, it may be easier to practice Tianmei Sutra. The same is true for the Tiandao domain. This unique skill has already broken the barrier of the Grand Master and entered a higher level. So, it is not so easy to break through the Tiandao domain. What Gu Qingfeng has to do now is to upgrade the blood refining sutra first. Inside the Guangyang Palace. Now the interior is under full martial law. Gu Yang's face was cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified. Investigate. Search with all your strength. This king wants to know who dares to manipulate the weirdness and attempt to assassinate the prince. Hearing such a cold voice, the guard leader of the palace trembled and accepted the order. I will do it right away. In addition, from today on, the palace will be under full martial law. If the previous problems occur again, you will not have to be the guard leader anymore. Gu Yang said coldly. This time, he was really angry. Even if there were often strong people assassinating him in the past, Gu Yang was not so angry. But this time, someone attacked his son, which completely touched Gu Yang's reverse scale. Critical moment. If it weren't for the drop of blood left by his father, which was enough to kill the weirdness, the consequences would be disastrous. After the guard leader withdrew, Gu Yang called the Dark Guard again. Does the Dark Guard have any news? Your Majesty, the secret guards have not been able to find out the true identity of the person who is secretly manipulating the mysteries so far, but they have some clues. Gu Yi said respectfully. Gu Yang looked at the other party, his expression still cold. Who? Wanhun sect? Gu Yi said truthfully. Without waiting for Gu Yang to ask, he continued to speak. The 10,000 Souls sect is a mysterious sect in Lingzhou. It is said that it is related to the Taisui sect. The 10,000 Souls sect masters some mysterious methods of manipulation, and its reputation is quite resounding in the world. Now that the Guangyang army has entered Lingzhou, it is bound to touch the interests of the Wanhun sect. It is reasonable for them to secretly retaliate. Of course, secret techniques for manipulating weird things like this are not limited to the 10,000 Souls sect. Some people in the world also know how to use this method. Without actual evidence, it is difficult to prove that this matter was done by the Wanhun sect. Hear the words. Gu Yang sneered immediately. Why do I need evidence for my actions? Since the 10,000 Souls sect knows the secret method of manipulating weird things, let's start with the 10,000 Souls sect. I want you to find out all the details of the 10,000 Souls sect within 3 days. Yes. Gu Yi lowered his head and accepted the order. After he left, Gu Yang still had murderous intent in his eyes. Wanhun sect. I want everyone in the world to understand the consequences of opposing me. Only the weak need to pay attention to evidence when acting. The strong act itself is evidence. Gu Yang would not tolerate someone touching his own scales now. Just right. The Wanhun sect has a relationship with Taisui sect, which will definitely cause trouble in the future. It is better to use this opportunity to uproot the Wanhun sect first. Less than 3 days. Gu Yi handed over all the information about the Wanhun sect to Gu Yang. The 10,000 Souls sect has been inherited for more than 5,600 years, and there are 9 strong men in the fusion of God realm in the sect. Among them, the leader of the 10,000 Souls sect, the ancestor Wanhun, is rumored to be a strong man in the half-step transformation realm. He carries the most precious treasure, the 10,000 Souls banner, which is rumored to be a treasure that can refine strange things. It is extremely difficult to deal with. 9 gods in the realm of fusion. The most treasured 10,000 souls flag. Gu Yang's expression moved slightly. From here, it can be seen that the foundation of Wanhun sect is indeed not weak. In the past, Gu Yang might not have been able to deal with the 10,000 souls sect, but now, things are different. Pass this king's order to have Shi Zhen lead the Tiangang army to encircle and exterminate the Wanhun sect. In addition, let Senior Jian accompany the army. I will wipe out the Wanhun sect in this battle. Gu Yang gave the order directly. So what if the 10,000 souls sect is powerful? With 36,000 Tiangang troops and a great master of martial arts, not to mention one 10,000 souls sect, even 2 or 3 10,000 souls sects can be wiped out in one fell swoop. After receiving this order, Gu Yuxuan even accepted the order and retreated. At the same time, Lingzhou. Within the 10,000 souls sect. In the main hall, there is an old man in blood robes who occupies a high position. His cheeks are sunken, his cheekbones are high, and his eyes are deep and sharp, giving people a chilling feeling. This person is the leader of the 10,000 souls sect, the 10,000 souls ancestor. And in front of him, it was an elder from the 10,000 souls sect, standing there respectfully. You mean, you failed? Ancestor Wanhun looked at the people below him with indifferent eyes and a hoarse voice that made people feel uneasy. Su Lin said hurriedly, I didn't expect that the 2 young children had mysterious means to protect themselves. I accidentally made a mistake. I hope the sect leader will forgive me. I remember that you have a pagoda-level monster in your hand, and it's so difficult to get it. Ancestor Wanhun frowned. The pagoda-level weirdness involves the level of the master and the true meaning master. Although the weird ones in Su Lin's hands are just ordinary masters who have just entered the pagoda level, but their weird methods are unpredictable, and they are often much better than ordinary masters in terms of assassination attacks. It seemed that Gu Yang was surrounded by strong guards, so it would be fine if Su Lin missed. Now that they have failed to deal with the 2 young children, the ancestor of 10,000 souls is naturally dissatisfied. Su Lin smiled bitterly, those 2 people have the most powerful power in their bodies. As soon as my pagoda-level weirdness came close, it was burned by the energy and blood power and was directly destroyed on the spot. Speaking of which, Su Lin couldn't help but have a hint of fear in his eyes, as if he had thought of something terrible. This sentence. The ancestor of 10,000 souls frowned again. The pagoda-level weirdness has already reached the master level, so it goes without saying much about his strength. If a top powerhouse appears, it will only be enough to kill the pagoda-level weirdos. But now, according to Su Lin, there is a mysterious power in the 2 people. It is a bit incredible that the pagoda-level weirdness will be destroyed directly if they get close. Could it be the martial saint's method? Ancestor Wanhun thought of Gu Qingfeng, and his expression became more solemn. For the martial saint who could kill Fu Zhao, Wanhun ancestor was naturally very fearful. Despite the rich foundation of the Wanhun sect, in front of such strong men, they can be destroyed with just a wave of their hand. Just think of this. Ancestor Wanhun looked at Su Lin and said in a deep voice, You haven't revealed your identity, have you? My subordinates act secretly and only let Wei Wei take action. I believe no one will notice. Su Lin looked a little more confident. From beginning to end, he didn't come forward personally, he just let Wei Ai do it. Now Wei Ai has also died, and there is no evidence to prove that he did this. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Wanhun nodded slightly, and then directly offered a black ancient flag. When he saw the black ancient flag appear, Su Lin's expression changed drastically. 10,000 soul flags. However, before he could make a move, the 10,000 souls ancestor blasted out with a palm, directly blowing Su Lin's body to pieces. Immediately afterwards, black mist lingered in the 10,000 souls flag, and strange heads came out of it, blowing Su Lin's body into pieces. Divided up. It takes less than a moment. Only a few traces of blood remained on the ground. As for Su Lin's whereabouts, he has long since disappeared. Don't blame me, ancestor, for being ruthless, but this matter must not be leaked. Your death will ensure the sect's inheritance. I believe you will not refuse. The ancestor of 10,000 souls murmured to himself, but his eyes were extremely cruel. From the moment Su Lin took action, the opponent's outcome had been decided. No matter whether Su Lin succeeds or not, he will be silenced afterwards. After all, once this matter is exposed, it will inevitably plunge the Wanhun sect into a place of eternal disaster. Only silence can ensure that the news is not leaked. Just then, there are disciples of Wanhun sect coming in a hurry. Seeing the blood on the ground, the disciple looked startled, and then said respectfully. Reporting to the sect leader, someone is coming from Gujiaz Wang. What? The originally calm expression of Ancestor Wanhun suddenly changed when he heard these words. Someone is coming from Gujiaz Wang. Given his temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked at this moment. But soon, Ancestor Wanhun calmed down and said calmly, Who is here? Gu Peng, the Grand Master outside Gujiaz Wang. Gu Peng, let him wait for me in the front hall. Yes. The front hall of Wanhun sect. Gu Peng, the man with the golden sword, was sitting on one side, and the disciples of the Wanhun sect were respectfully serving him on the other side, their faces full of awe. When the ancestor of 10,000 souls arrived, the look in his eyes towards Gu Peng changed slightly, and then returned to normal. I've heard about Hall Master Gu's reputation for a long time, and when I meet him today, it turns out that it's better to meet him than to be famous. Are you the ancestor of 10,000 souls? Gu Peng raised his eyebrows slightly. Ancestor Wanhun smiled slightly, Yes, I wonder if Hall Master Gu is here today, but what are your orders? This moment, the ancestor of 10,000 souls lowered his posture extremely low. Gu Peng glanced at the other party and spoke in an indifferent tone, Prince Guangyang was attacked not long ago. I wonder if you have heard about it. Is this happening? Ancestor Wanhun looked surprised, and even shook his head. I have lived in Lingzhou for a long time, but I have never heard of this matter. When Gu Peng heard this, he took a deep look at the other person and said, I heard that that person knew how to manipulate strange things. I heard that the 10,000 Souls sect also knew this method. I wonder what the relationship between that person and the 10,000 Souls sect is. Hall Master Gu is joking. The Wanhun sect is not the only one in the world who knows how to manipulate strange things. The Wanhun sect will never bear the charge of assassinating the prince. Ancestor Wanhun said calmly. When Gu Peng opened his mouth, he knew that the other party was coming to investigate. But the culprit Su Lin has been beheaded, and the ancestor of Wanhun is not worried about the matter being exposed. Seeing the other party's denial, Gu Peng's eyes turned cold. It seems that you don't dare to do it or not. Hall Master Gu, everything must be based on evidence. You said that this matter was caused by our Wanhun sect, so I wonder if Hall Master Gu has any evidence. Ancestor Wanhun also looked a little unhappy now, and looked at Gu Peng with slightly cold eyes. If there is really evidence that our Wanhun sect is responsible for this matter, then I will have no say in how King Guangyang will deal with it. But if there is no evidence and people are framed unjustly, I will not accept it. King Guangyang has implemented benevolent policies in Qingyun Prefecture in recent years, and his army is powerful. He is destined to aspire to the supreme position of Zhuzhu in the future, and I admire him very much for this. I would definitely not do anything like assassinating the crown prince. The ancestor of 10,000 souls changed the topic again, and then smiled lightly. He is not afraid of Gu Pengxing's investigation. Just because there is no evidence. No matter how much the other party says, it is useless. Seeing the Wanhun ancestor like this, Gu Peng took a deep look at him, then stood up and said, Since this matter was not caused by the Wanhun sect, Gu will not bother you anymore and leave. Hall Master Gu, walk slowly. Ancestor Wanhun smiled slightly, and then asked people to send Gu Peng out. After the opponent's figure completely disappeared, the smile on the ancestor Wanhun's face gradually disappeared, and his eyes became cold. Young master, you dare to come here to call for punishment? If it weren't for the fact that you are from the Gu family village, you would not be able to come back today. Speaking of which, Ancestor Wanhun's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty color again. Grandmaster warrior. Full of energy and blood. If it could be swallowed and refined, it would save decades of hard work. But regarding this matter, Ancestor Wanhun was just thinking about it in his mind. It is easy to kill Gu Peng. A mere grandmaster cannot make any waves in the 10,000 Souls sect. But the Gujiazhuang behind Gu Peng is definitely not someone the Wanhun sect can provoke. This is different from the previous thing. The previous thing was done by Su Lin, and the other party acted secretly. Even the king of Guangyang could not find any evidence. But now Gu Peng has entered the 10,000 Souls sect openly and honestly. If something really goes wrong with the other party, the 10,000 Souls sect will not be able to escape the involvement no matter what. Other side. Gu Peng left the Wanhun sect. He turned around and looked at the mountains in front of him, his eyes slightly cold. In the next breath, he saw him pull out the long knife from his back and suddenly slash it towards the Wanhun sect. One knife comes out. The world is shattered. The terrifying power tore through the sky and struck hard at the gate of the 10,000 Souls sect. This mountain peak that had stood for who knows how many years was completely shattered by this knife. Rumble. Mountains collapsed. The sect is extinct. Many disciples and elders of the 10,000 Souls sect were completely turned into powder by the power of this blow before they had time to react. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from the 10,000 Souls sect, and a sound containing monstrous rage shook all directions. Who dares to attack my 10,000 Souls sect? The words just fell. Then the blood-stained body of the 10,000 Souls ancestor appeared in the air. I saw that the leader of the 10,000 Souls sect looked miserable, his clothes were stained with blood, and his left arm was completely broken off, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade, with a lot of blood flowing. Looking at the ruins of the Wanhun sect and most of the disciples of the sect who had fallen, the eyes of the Wanhun ancestor turned red. Subsequently, he looked outside the mountain gate and met Gu Peng's indifferent eyes. It's you. Why do you want to destroy my 10,000 Souls sect? The ancestor of 10,000 Souls was furious. Gu Peng said coldly, assassinating the crown prince is a capital crime. Pass the village master's order to kill the 10,000 Souls sect. What evidence do you have? The ancestor of 10,000 Souls looked ferocious. Gu Peng said, the village owner's words are evidence. The words fell. The evil killing knife was slashed out again. The Tongtian Dao gang slashed through the world, and the terrifying power completely locked the ancestor of the 10,000 Souls. The latter's whole body was cold, and his face looked frightened, as if he could smell the breath of death. If you want to kill me, ask Gu Qingfeng to come in person. You don't have the ability to do so. Immediately, the ancestor of the 10,000 Souls sacrificed the 10,000 Souls flag, and a terrifying and strange statue suddenly appeared, and the black mist covered the sky and the sun, just like the arrival of a demon god. The 10,000 Souls banner is the supreme treasure of the 10,000 Souls sect. It has been tempered by the powerful men of the 10,000 Souls sect for thousands of years. Later, it fell into the hands of the 10,000 Souls ancestor and killed countless creatures to enhance the power of the treasure. Now that it is used, it will be very powerful. Ancestor, my 10,000 Souls banner contains hundreds of thousands of weird things, including 18 pagoda-level weird things, and 1 half-step Yama-level weird thing. Even if a strong person in the transformation realm takes action, he is not afraid of it. Today, the ancestor will swallow you and strengthen my 10,000 Soul banner. Now that his face has been torn, there is nothing to be afraid of, the ancestor of 10,000 souls. He activated the 10,000 souls flag, and a lot of weird and crazy things poured out and flooded towards Gu Peng. But the next breath, the Tongtian Dao Gang cut down. All the strange things melted away like the snow melting in the spring sun, making shrill screams. What a strange thing! The 18 pagodas are so weird. In front of this sword, they all perished. Only the half-step Yama-level weird figure is struggling to hold on, trying to block this sword that penetrates the sky and the earth. However, in the face of absolute power, any struggle is in vain. In less than a few breaths, the half-step Yama-level weirdo let out a scream, and was directly killed on the spot by this knife. Not only that, the remaining power of Dao Gang continued to strike hard at the body of the ancestor of 10,000 souls. A strong man in the half-step transformation realm, in front of this blow, his body suddenly exploded, and he died without a burial. Boom! The rocks are broken. The mountain gate is gone. The already shattered 10,000 souls sect was even more completely shattered under this sword. Some of the disciples and elders who were barely surviving were all killed on the spot. Looking at the Wanhun sect that was completely reduced to ruins, Gu Peng's chest was rising and falling violently, and there was a look of shock on his face. The owner of the village is mighty. Gu Peng knew the power of the evil killing sword. But no matter how clear he was, it was not as shocking as using the evil killing sword himself and destroying the 10,000 souls sect with 2 swords. After all, the 10,000 souls sect is the top sect in Lingzhou. Although it is not as good as the immortal sects like Taisui sect, if it is extraordinary, there are many powerful people in the sect. But such a powerful sect was wiped out by 2 swords of the Zuxi sword. Gu Peng knew very well that he did not rely on his own strength to destroy the 10,000 souls sect this time, but relied on the power of the evil killing sword. What a master! What a half-step transformation environment! In the face of such power, it's just a joke. Gu Peng glanced at the ruins of the 10,000 souls sect, then took away the 10,000 souls banner left by the 10,000 souls ancestor, and then turned around and left. Recommended book, The Supreme Immortal Lord, starting from the best spiritual roots. Traveling through the world of cultivating immortals, possessing the best 5-element spiritual roots and the best understanding talent, Qidian was born as the proud son of a wealthy cultivating clan. It takes 3 years to build the foundation, 10 years to form the elixir, and 30 years to cultivate to become the true lord of nascent soul. It's a pity that he was damaged by nature. The body is damaged by the sky, there is leakage in the sky, and less than 1 in 10 lifespans will be lost. Immortality template, unique, the next template can only be obtained after 100% fusion. First generation, Suzaxian. Fusion progress, 0.01%. Cultivation level, early stage of elixir formation realm, 6th transformation of golden elixir. Bonding relationship, father and son. P.S. Genius style, Gaudeo style which is not really Gaudeo, invincible style which is not really invincible, and baby style. Chapter 212, Immortal Foundry. The 10,000 souls sect was destroyed. When Shi Zhen got the news, he looked a little shocked. He had just received an order from Gu Yang and was going to lead his troops to annihilate the Wanhun sect. However, before he could take action, the Wanhun sect was already destroyed. The spy said respectfully, "General Qi, there is news that the heaven-reaching divine sword fell from the sky that day. It not only destroyed the 10,000 souls sect, but also smashed all its mountain gates into pieces." Tian divine sword. Hearing the words of his subordinates, Shi Zhen's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have thought of something. Just then, the swordsman on the side said, "This statement seems to be Senior Gu's method. Only Senior Gu in the world has such strength and can destroy a top sect in an instant. Senior Jian is right." Shi Zhen nodded, agreeing with the swordsman's statement. For now, this matter indeed seems to have been done by Gu Qingfeng. But in order to confirm this matter, Shi Zhen still went to the 10,000 Souls sect in person. I saw that the 10,000 Souls sect was now in ruins, the mountains collapsed, and there were hideous knife marks engraved on the ground, and at the same time, it exuded a terrifying and cold knife intent. The aura left here is indeed very similar to Senior Gu. The swordsman only saw the knife mark for the first time and confirmed his thoughts. The person who destroyed the 10,000 Souls sect was Gu Qingfeng. Then I thought about it. Kendo people also think it's normal. The prince's assassination undoubtedly touched this person's side, so it makes sense for Gu Qingfeng to personally take action to destroy the 10,000 Souls sect. Likewise, this is also explained sideways. That person valued the prince's son very highly. Otherwise, how could Gu Qingfeng personally attack the Wanhun sect? After all, according to the swordsman's understanding, Gu Qingfeng spent most of his time at Gujiazhuang and rarely interfered in the affairs of the world. Every time the other party takes action, it is related to the future of the Gu family and King Guangyang. Subsequently, Shi Zhen passed the news back. After learning that Gu Qingfeng had taken action to destroy the 10,000 Souls sect, Gu Yang felt relieved and smiled. It seems that my father also values Xinger and the others very highly. Yes. Zhongli also smiled. Gu Qingfeng is willing to value his children, which makes Zhongli happy. After all, Gu Yang is not the only one of Gu Qingfeng's descendants. You are a princess. Zhongli became more and more aware of Gu Qingfeng's current status. Although the other party is only the owner of Gujiazhuang on the surface, he is actually the strongest person in the world. If he can be valued by the other party, there will be a lot of benefits. This time, Gu Yang said, in a year or two, when Xinger and the others are older and old enough to practice martial arts, I plan to send them back to my hometown for guidance and instruction from my father. If father is willing, that would be best. Zhongli nodded, naturally having no idea of rejection. Gu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, how can my father refuse?" Gu Shennan has been practicing with Gu Qingfeng these years, and Gu Yang has also seen it. His daughter is young, and her cultivation level is comparable to that of many celebrities. Even Gu Yang has to admit that when he was Gu Shennan's age, his cultivation level was far different from that of his counterpart. Gu Yang had no doubt. If Gu Shennan was given some more time, the other party's cultivation might surpass his own. In Gu Yang's opinion, this must be due to Gu Shennan's talent and Gu Qingfeng's guidance. Is the matter done? My subordinates are lucky to have fulfilled their orders. Gu Peng presented the evil killing knife again with both hands. Gu Qingfeng waved his sleeves, and the evil killing knife fell into the knife sharpening hall again. He ordered Gu Peng to bring the evil killing sword to destroy the 10,000 Souls sect. Gu Qingfeng also expected this outcome. After all, the current evil killing sword is no longer comparable to the evil killing sword of the past. With Gu Qingfeng cultivating his sword skills day and night, let alone a 10,000 Souls sect, this sword can kill even an ordinary transformation realm powerhouse in front of him. It can be said, today's evil killing sword is no longer an ordinary magic weapon, and it is even out of the category of magic weapons in the world today. This time, Gu Peng handed another black ancient flag into Gu Qingfeng's hands. This is the 10,000 Souls sect's most precious treasure, the 10,000 Souls flag. Please take a look at it, Master. 10,000 Soul banners. Gu Qingfeng took over the black ancient flag, and there was a strange and cold aura emanating from it. A normal person would be bound to have his energy and blood frozen by this power if he touched it, but for him, this cold aura was in vain. The moment he held the 10,000 Soul flag, Gu Qingfeng felt the mystery within it. Even though most of the weird ones inside have been killed by the evil killing sword. But even so, there are still a few weird remnants. When Gu Qingfeng's mind fell into the 10,000 Souls banner, he seemed to see a black mist space, with hideous and terrifying strange things coming into view. These strange powers may be strong or weak. The weak ones are only comparable to warriors in the bone refining realm, while the strong ones are not weaker than those in the Zhang refining realm. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng was even more keen to discover that there was some connection between these strange things and the 10,000 soul banner, so the latter could easily control the strong. You have done a good job in this matter, go ahead and rest. Yes, owner. After Gu Peng retired, Gu Qingfeng resumed studying the 10,000 souls banner. This is a treasure. Let him see something unusual. 10,000 soul banners. Control strange ghosts. Such a method is somewhat out of the scope of ordinary martial arts. Even if many warlocks have not mastered this method, I wonder where the Wanhun sect obtained the method of refining such a treasure. Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself, his eyes flickering as he looked at the 10,000 soul banner. Warriors and sorcerers coexist in the world, but strictly speaking, the two are very similar on a certain level. Most of the methods used by warlocks are just martial arts. The difference is, what a warlock condenses in his body is spiritual power, while what a warrior focuses on is true energy and blood. But when it comes to attack methods, there is actually not much difference between the two sides. But the current 10,000 soul banner allowed Gu Qingfeng to see something unusual. Gu Qingfeng could have destroyed the 10,000 souls banner, but he decided to keep this treasure so that he could study it. He had a premonition. The 10,000 soul banner is definitely not simple. Although it seems that it is harmful to Tianhe to contain and manipulate strange treasures like this. But Gu Qingfeng has never been that pedantic person. It is also a treasure. Whether it will harm Tianhe depends on whose hands it falls into. Say it again. Gu Qingfeng asked himself that he was not a righteous person. Everything he did was based on one thought. The so-called good and evil. It's actually not that important. As for the remaining weird ones in the 10,000 souls banner, Gu Qingfeng did not deliberately kill them. These weird things are sealed in the 10,000 souls banner, and they are destined to not make any waves. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng casually placed the 10,000 souls flag in the sharpening hall. Next breath, the 10,000 soul banner shook. It seems like a black mist is about to spread out from it. But then he saw the divine weapons in the sharpening hall shaking, and many sword intentions emitted, falling towards the black mist. Moment. The black mist dispersed. It was like seeing something terrible. Immediately afterwards, hearing the whisper of the evil killing knife again, the 10,000 soul flags instinctively trembled, but never made any move again. When Gu Qingfeng saw this, his expression was also indifferent. It's a little bit weird and makes you want to shake things up, but in his opinion, it's just a joke. There are many magical weapons in the grinding hall, and they are tempered by their own true meaning day and night. The evil spirit of the true meaning is by no means something ordinary and weird can resist. Not to mention, there is also the evil killing knife in the Modeo hall. So, Gu Qingfeng is not worried about how much trouble the 10,000 soul banner can cause. The army under your heir Guyang destroyed Taisu's sect and shocked Lingzhou. Your heir Guyang has become so famous that wherever his army passes, every city in Lingzhou looks down upon him. Your heir Guyang has conquered and suppressed many rebels in Lingzhou, and his strength has greatly increased. Your heir Guyang was unexpectedly inherited by a mysterious and powerful person, and his background has been greatly improved. Your heir Guyang has made treaties with various immortal sects and families. Your heir Guyang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir Guyang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir. During the time when Gu Qingfeng was in seclusion, the world was also in turmoil. First, the 10,000 Souls sect was destroyed. Then Shi Zhen and other generals led the army, and easily defeated the entire Taisui sect. Without Fu Zhao and Master Taixuan, the Taisui sect, even the immortal sect that has been passed down for thousands of years, is no match for the Guangyang army. The Tiangang army led by Shi Zhen alone was enough to make Tai Suzong despair. Not to mention this battle, Kendo people also participated. A great master of martial arts and 36,000 Tiangang troops completely cut off Taisou sect's way of survival. Only less than 2 days, Taisou zone was completely wiped out. As the news of Taisou zone's destruction spread, all parties in the world were shocked again. Although the fall of Taisou sect was already expected by many forces, when they actually heard the news, these forces could not help but feel shocked in their hearts. Strictly speaking, counting the Tianyang sword sect in front, before and after, 2 immortal sects had been destroyed in Gu Yang's hands. For a while, many forces put everyone in danger. Especially in the land of Lingzhou, many princes and rebels who have proclaimed themselves kings and tried to resist the Guangyang army are now obediently surrendering, hoping to survive. For these people, Gu Yang did not really kill them all. After all, if he wants to suppress Kyushu as soon as possible, he must set an example accordingly. If all those who surrendered were killed, or the scores were settled later, how could the rebel princes from various states be willing to surrender? Once these rebel princes fight to the death, even if they cannot threaten Gu Yang himself, they will still be a trouble. So, as long as he didn't deliberately go against him, Gu Yang would always be open-minded. Although he was deprived of all his military power, he didn't do anything to kill the donkey. This way, that is, more forces will bow their heads. Less than a month, the entire Lingzhou fell under Gu Yang's control. At the same time, the progress in Zhongzhou is almost the same. It can be said, nowadays, Gu Yang already controls 3 states and has no less than 10 million troops under his command, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this world will definitely belong to the Gu family. Even so far, there are still 6 states that have not fallen into Gu Yang's hands, but it will be a matter of time. After all, he has 3 states and tens of millions of troops under his command. Looking at the 6 states, no one can compete with Gu Yang. Since the defeat of the princes supported by various immortal sects and families, the so-called princes in each state are just taking advantage of the chaos to rebel and establish themselves as kings, with little to show for themselves. Such princes can only command an army of more than 100,000, but only a few of them. To this end, the powerful men from various immortal sect families, headed by the Ji family in Xianzhou, all went to Guangyang Mansion to meet Gu Yang. It didn't take long. The strong men from various forces left with unhappy expressions. No one knows what the 2 parties discussed. But after these powerful men returned, within a few days, they publicly announced their recognition of Gu Yang's status. Such results. This made Gu Yang's momentum even greater. At the same time, Gu Yang also went to Gu Jiazhuang in person to meet Gu Qingfeng. The child has seen his father. In the lobby of Gu Jiazhuang, Gu Yang was dressed in brocade clothes and his noble temperament could not be ignored. However, in front of Gu Qingfeng, he still looked humble and restrained all his domineering aura. Gu Qingfeng looked at the person in front of him with a slightly emotional expression. It seemed like yesterday when I brought the other person back. The little kid who only followed behind him in the past has now truly grown up and will become the overlord of Kyushu in the future. After the chaotic thoughts dispersed, Gu Qingfeng said, "Sit down and talk." "Thank you, father." Gu Yang cupped his hands and sat down at the bottom. Gu Qingfeng said, "I heard that you made a treaty with those immortal sect families." "Good." Gu Yang admitted frankly. Not long ago, all the major forces headed by the Ji family of Xianzhou came to the palace. Their original purpose was to avoid conflict with our Guangyang palace. They support the children's ascension to the throne, but they also need to give them privileges to these sects and aristocratic families, maintain the aloof status of the previous dynasty, and not suppress them without authorization. "So how did you respond?" Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, and then asked again. Gu Qingfeng was not surprised by the requests from these sect families. After all, these sects and aristocratic families were behind the changes in previous dynasties. The so-called dynastic overlords are just tools they support. Therefore, all the time, these immortal sects and families are aloof and above the imperial power. But the problem is that Qiyang is not supported by the immortal sect family. If the other party ascends to the throne, whether these forces can maintain their previous status is open to question. So, they came to the door and made such a request, which was naturally very reasonable and reasonable. Qiyang sneered and said, "When will it be their turn to dictate the world of my Gu family, and the sorcerers are causing trouble in the world, so I have done my utmost to be benevolent and righteous by not uprooting all their sects." Therefore, Hire did not agree to the requests of these sect families. The main content of the treaty that I made with them is that in the future, when the Gu family rules the world, the basic inheritance of these sects and aristocratic families can be preserved. But as a condition, they can no longer kill people wantonly and try to practice evil arts with human flesh and blood. Hear the words. Gu Qingfeng looked at the people in front of him and said calmly, "If you make such a request, I believe they will not have the guts to refuse it while my father is still alive. But if my father is no longer here one day, I'm afraid these aristocratic sects will be in great danger. The kid knows this, but if the kid can really sit in that position in the future, he won't be afraid of a mere sect family. Moreover, my father had perfected martial arts, and the problem of a lack of lifespan for warriors no longer existed. As long as the child is given time, the warlocks will surely fall. Maybe in less than 100 years, martial arts will flourish and sorcerers will completely disappear." Qiyang said confidently. Of course. There are also hidden dangers in doing so. Xia uses force to break the ban. If martial arts grows stronger, it may not be a good thing in the future. But this time and that time. Now, if we want to fight against the warlocks, we can only strengthen our martial arts. The root cause of this world's chaos lies in the evil spirits and the warlocks. As long as these problems are solved, the subsequent problems will be much simpler. In addition, governing the world is like cooking fresh food, so you can't do it in a hurry. Qiyang had no intention of hiding these thoughts and spoke them directly in front of Gu Qingfeng. Now as the king of Guangyang, Qiyang has many thoughts buried deep in his heart. Even his closest confidants and even the person next to him cannot speak out without reservation. Only in front of Gu Qingfeng could Qiyang truly let go of all the shackles in his heart and speak freely. It's so gratifying to be a father that you can have such thoughts. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were full of approval. Back then, he let go of his control over Qiyang and allowed him to grow on his own. Now it seems that he did nothing wrong. Otherwise, if you really want the other party to stay in Gujia's Wang, it will be difficult to achieve today's achievements. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng said again, those sects and aristocratic families agreed to your conditions because of the short lifespan of warriors. Although warriors cannot live forever, as long as my father lives for one day, they will not be allowed to cause trouble. If anyone dares to break the rules, he will be destroyed. This sentence, Gu Qingfeng said it lightly. It was as if destroying an immortal sect family was an easy thing for him. In fact, it was indeed so. Gu Qingfeng, the world's number one, was the world's number one with a real gap. Not to mention that there are no strong men in the realm of the gods in these aristocratic sects now. Even if there are, Gu Qingfeng can suppress them with his bare hands, and naturally he will not allow these forces to stir up trouble. The reason for not taking direct action is that these aristocratic sects are deeply rooted, and rash actions are likely to cause some chaos. So, since Qiyang has the intention of boiling a frog in warm water, Gu Qingfeng will naturally not take direct action. The child also has another matter on this trip, and I want to ask my father for advice. At this time, Qiyang suddenly spoke, and then took out a jade slip and handed it to Gu Qingfeng. This jade slip was accidentally obtained by me in Lingzhou. It records some incredible things. I can't tell whether it is true or not. Oh! Gu Qingfeng took the jade slip with a slightly surprised look. With his eyesight, he could see that the jade slip in front of him was not simple. There was a faint and mysterious breath flowing on it. Observing the jade slip for a while, Gu Qingfeng tried to use his true energy and blood power to integrate it, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing any movement. At this time, Gu Yang said, "This jade slip needs to be pressed against the forehead to get the information in it." Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng did as he was told. When he pressed the jade slip against his forehead, a surge of information suddenly came out. After a while, Gu Qingfeng completely digested all the information. Casting Immortal Court. Gu Qingfeng muttered to himself. This information is a practice method, to be precise, it should be said to be a secret method. Casting Immortal Court. That is the name of this secret method. According to the above records, the dynasties in the world are divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades according to their luck, among which the dynasty is the lowest, and the next are the Imperial Dynasty, the Emperor Dynasty, the Divine Dynasty, the Immortal Dynasty, and the highest Immortal Court. This secret method records the means of casting the Immortal Court. Even with Gu Qingfeng's vision, when he saw this secret method, his expression was slightly shocked. Gu Yang said, "The inheritance recorded in the jade slip is really mysterious. This is the first time I have seen it. As for the method of casting the Immortal Court recorded on it, I think it is at least 70% true. If what is recorded in it is true, then where did the secret method of casting the Immortal Court come from? Stepping back, did Zhu have an ancient Immortal Court in the ancient times? In addition, if the Immortal Court really exists, then with the method of casting the Immortal Court recorded above, it is difficult to support the existence of an Immortal Court in the current situation of Zhu. In this case, does it mean that there is a wider world outside Zhu? Gu Yang set out all the doubts that he had hidden in his heart for a long time. Some things. He already had some guesses. But guesses are guesses after all. Gu Yang is not sure about the facts. In addition, Gu Yang did not tell others about these things. No way. The relationship between the casting Immortal Court is too important. Once it is leaked, no one knows what kind of chaos it will cause. Therefore, Gu Yang came to meet Gu Qingfeng. His purpose this time was to have a relationship with the major immortal sects and families, and also to find out the authenticity of Xuxian court. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng pondered for a while, and then slowly spoke. If I am not mistaken, the immortal foundry court should be real, and this world is not as simple as it seems now. As the saying goes, there is always a world beyond the sky, and there may be a wider world outside the 9 provinces. But I think that these things are not what you should consider for the time being. Even if there is a wider world outside the 9 provinces, that is a matter for the future. What you need to do now is to unify the 9 provinces first. In addition, according to the method of the Immortal Foundry Court, it is of great benefit to the Emperor to gather the luck of the day. When you settle in the 9 provinces in the future, you can follow this method. Some things, when your strength is improved to a sufficient level, all problems will be solved. Gu Qingfeng's words made Gu Yang feel relieved, and the doubts and troubles that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time were now dissipated. Since Gu Qingfeng said there was no problem, it must be correct. In this case, Gu Yang naturally doesn't have to worry so much. P.S. I was a little obsessed with reading novels today, so I updated a little late, sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 213 The 6-foot golden body. Gu Yang left. The purpose of the other parties coming here is to discuss the affairs of the Immortal Sect and the Immortal Forging Court. Now that he got the answer he wanted, he naturally didn't stay long. After all, now the world is undecided. Gu Yang, the king of Guangyang, does not have much free time. When Gu Yang left, Gu Qingfeng also looked at his attribute panel again. But no changes are seen in the properties panel. It seems that the immortal casting court does not belong to martial arts, but is similar to the secret method. Qingfeng thought to himself. Many secret techniques are not included in the attribute panel. Qingfeng was not surprised by this change. But what really concerned him was the appearance of immortal casting court. These secret techniques are so mysterious and unpredictable that they cannot be created by today's warriors. And thousands of years ago, before Wu Ziyu spread his power over the world, the martial arts of Kyushu in the world is still in its infancy. Although some people understand their own bodies and master some extraordinary powers, they can only be enemies of 10 people, or even hundreds of people. It wasn't until martial ancestor appeared and spread martial arts all over the world that martial arts in this world truly prospered. So, where did that martial ancestor come from? Since there is the immortal casting court, it means that in the ancient years, this world also had unimaginable splendor. Whether it is the original heavenly meridian scripture or the current immortal casting court, it is enough to explain a lot of things. At this moment, all the fog in Qingfeng's heart suddenly dissipated. Things that I had some ideas about before, but were not sure about, have become much clearer. He can tell. The world is not as simple as it seems today. Outside Kyushu, maybe there is a wider world. Think of this. Qingfeng couldn't help but look in another direction. Ancient Beast Mountain Range. Qingfeng murmured to himself. Nowadays, if there is any place in Kyushu that people in the world have not been able to truly explore, it must be the Ancient Beast Mountain Range. This mountain range spans several states, like a natural barrier, protecting all 9 states. There was speculation. Beyond Kyushu is the Ancient Beast Mountain Range, and at the end of the Ancient Beast Mountain Range is another world that is even more vast than Kyushu. However, these rumors were only read as novels by many people and did not attract too many people's attention. Or rather, even if someone cares, it is impossible to really go deep into the Ancient Beast Mountain Range to explore. After all, there are many dangers in the mountains, and it would be difficult for even a master to come out alive, let alone an ordinary warrior. It would also be unsatisfactory to try to push the enemy with a large army. After all, there are many poisonous insects in the Ancient Beast Mountain Range, and the dangers are countless. In addition, it spans several states. Even if millions of troops enter it, it will be like a mud cow entering the sea, and it will be difficult to stir up much waves. But in Qingfeng's current view, this so-called statement might have been true. Outside the Ancient Beast Mountain Range, maybe there really is a wider world. But Qingfeng has no plans to explore it for the time being. Unknown. It often represents danger. Qingfeng would not take risks easily unless necessary. What's more, no matter whether there is a wider world outside the Ancient Beast Mountain Range, it will not affect Qingfeng's own strength improvement. After all, for Qingfeng, as long as he develops the Gu family safely and strengthens the blood of the Gu family, he will be able to continuously gain improvement points and then improve his own strength. But everything is relative. Qingfeng himself does not need to take risks to explore, but that does not mean that others will be willing to do so. But Qingfeng will not control these things, let alone deliberately interfere. Perhaps it's time to find some time to go to Wuzhou. There is a Shenwu sect in Wuzhou, where the ancestor of Wu was enthroned. There might be some information about the ancestor of Wu left there. Just think of this. Qingfeng looked at Zuxianting again. This secret method. He also needs to study it carefully. It is indeed mysterious and extraordinary to condense one's luck into one's body. While Qingfeng was in seclusion, after Gu Yang returned to Guangyang Palace, he continued to dispatch troops to various states to suppress the rebellion. The major immortal sects and families bowed their heads, and with Qingfeng backing them up, no one in the world could stop the Guangyang army. At the same time, Gu Yang even ordered people to collect many precious ores from all over the world, and then invited famous craftsmen from all over the world to cast the important weapons of the country according to the methods recorded in the immortal casting court. After all, if you want to establish a destiny dynasty and condense the world's destiny, you must have a corresponding treasure that carries destiny. Among the immortal forgings, there is a method for refining the country's most important weapons. Gu Yang cannot be careless about such a treasure that suppresses a party's destiny. Your heir Gu Yang ordered people to collect precious ores from all over the world in order to forge important weapons for the country. The army under your heir Gu Yang entered Yunqian Prefecture, and all those who resisted were suppressed. In just 2 months, Yunqian Prefecture was under control. Your heir Gu Yang suppressed Wuzhu and became famous. Your heir Gu Yang is sitting in the land of 5 states, and his momentum is like a rainbow. Your offspring Gu Shennan has broken through to the middle level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your offspring Gu Xian has gained something from comprehending the true meaning of the heavenly sword, and his strength has slightly improved. Your offspring Gu Yang has broken through to the middle level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your offspring Gu Yang has assembled an army of 5 million and marched to Xianzhou. Your offspring Gu Xiu has broken through to the middle level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your the descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Yang has taken the ancient secret medicine and has broken through the late stage of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *150. Reward marrow cleansing pill *200. Reward organ refining pill *100. Your descendant Gu Shengxing has broken through the perfect leather refining realm. Reward improvement points *10. Your descendant Gu Shengan has broken through the perfect leather refining realm. Reward improvement points *10. This year, Gu Qingfeng is 50 years old. Gu Yang is 29 years old, and most of the 9 states in the world have fallen into his control. A year later, Gu Shengxing and Gu Shengan have also reached the age of practicing martial arts, and Gu Yang directly sent them to Gu Jiazhuang. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng was not stingy with his guidance. After all, he was his grandson, and he had no reason to refuse. Because the two were born after Gu Yang's cultivation reached a high level, and they had been tempered by the master since childhood, and they also took many precious secret medicines to cleanse their roots. So in terms of talent, the two were not bad. Before they came into contact with martial arts, the two were already in the late stage of the skin refining realm. Later, they received the longevity secret from Gu Qingfeng and guided their cultivation. It didn't take too long for them to enter the perfection of the skin refining realm. Going up, they can impact the blood refining realm. Gu Qingfeng also saw the changes in the two. So when he saw the news of the two's breakthrough on the information panel, Gu Qingfeng was not surprised. Shengxing and Shengan have good talents, but they are still a little worse than Shennan. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Logically speaking, the two are the descendants left behind by Gu Yang after he reached a high level, and their talents should be stronger than Gu Shennan. But in fact, it is not the case. Gu Shennan's talent is much stronger than the two. From this, we can see that not all people with high martial arts skills will give birth to talented offspring. Similarly, the offspring of ordinary people may not necessarily have average talents. These things are nothing more than a matter of probability. Of course, there is another point. Although the talents of Gu Shengxing and Gu Shengan are not as good as Gu Shennan, they can be considered geniuses in the outside world. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 50/3000. Realm, Late Grand Master. Martial Arts, Heavenly Thunder Sword Art, Entry, Prajna Sutra, 13th level, Perfect, Prajna True Body level 12, Heavenly Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Longevity Art, Perfect, Longevity level 5, Pure Yang True Body, Perfect, Physical body pure yang level 4, heavenly sword, perfect, heavenly sword domain level 1, blood refining sutra, 7th level, divine blood level 7, divine movement, perfect, divine speed level 4. Improvement points, 342. 50 years old. Gu Qingfeng sighed. 50 knows destiny. For ordinary people, this age has already completed most of their lives. But for him, 50 years old does not have much impact. Full of qi and blood. Strong body. The traces of time have made Gu Qingfeng much more mature, but there are no extra traces left. But this is also very normal. The lifespan of ordinary people is less than 100 years, and 50 years is already half of a person's life. But for Gu Qingfeng, who now lives for 3,000 years, 50 years is nothing. Even if it is 500 years. It does not necessarily make him feel old. Such a long lifespan naturally has great benefits. After a moment, Gu Qingfeng put away his inner feelings, looked at the blood refining sutra, and directly used the improvement points to break through this technique to perfection. He wanted to practice the blood refining sutra himself, but unfortunately, the idea is good, but the reality is often quite different from the idea. During this period of time, Gu Qingfeng has been practicing the blood refining sutra. But unfortunately, he has never been able to practice this technique to perfection. At present, there are enough improvement points, and Gu Qingfeng is too lazy to waste time. As his thoughts moved, the corresponding improvement points disappeared immediately, and at the same time, the blood refining sutra was directly upgraded from the 7th level to the 8th level of perfection. Boom! The blood refining sutra is perfect. Gu Qingfeng only felt a terrifying and powerful blood force emerging from his body, and at the same time, the blood was surging, as if some strong transformation was taking place. The blood was flowing like a rushing river. Gu Qingfeng could clearly perceive that his strength was improving little by little, moving towards a higher level. But this feeling did not last long, and it slowly dissipated. Finally, Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Blood Refining Sutra, perfect, Divine Blood Level 8. The blood refining manual has finally been completed, but it's a pity that it still hasn't allowed me to break through to the level of perfection of the ultimate master. Gu Qingfeng looked a little pity. He could clearly feel that his energy and blood were strong, and he had reached the point where he was ready to take the final step. It seemed that he only needed to accumulate some more strength to take that step directly. But just a little bit close. Gu Qingfeng also understood that his perception was just an illusion. It seems like a breakthrough, but in fact, it is not as easy as it seems to really take that step. But even if there is no breakthrough in cultivation, however, the completion of the blood refining manual also improved Gu Qingfeng's own strength. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng has no idea of breaking the limit of the blood refining manual. After all, the blood refining manual is already the secret skill of the top masters. To break the limit further is to step into a higher level. At this level, 2,000 improvement points are needed. So Gu Qingfeng chose other martial arts to practice. Nowadays, Gu Yang owns most of the 9 states in the world and has collected a lot of martial arts. Even the rare master's secret skills can be collected in more than 2 hands. These martial arts, now they are placed in the sharpening hall. These martial arts include knife skills, sword skills, and boxing skills. Some focus on cultivating true energy, and some focus on tempering the physical body, energy, and blood. After a while, Gu Qingfeng finally fell in love with the martial arts. 6 feet long golden body. This is a unique Buddhist skill. Thousands of years ago, a great Buddhist master learned a top martial art under the Bodhi tree after sitting for 300 years. If you can practice this martial arts to great perfection, you will be able to develop the Buddha's golden body, which will be invulnerable to water and fire. Even if your body dies and you sit down, your body will remain incorruptible for thousands of years. It can be said, Zangliu Golden Body is considered a top martial art that is not weaker than the blood refining manual. For the existence of Buddhism. Gu Qingfeng also heard about it. Thousands of years ago, Buddhism flourished and was the state religion of the previous dynasty. Later, with the collapse of the previous dynasty and the rise of the Taixuan dynasty, Buddhism was also liquidated. Many Buddhist and Taoist sects were uprooted, and most of the monks in the world perished. Arrive now. Although Buddhism still exists in the world, it is already at the bottom of the world and cannot reach the level of elegance. But anyway, Buddhism has been glorious in the past. At its peak, there were many top powerhouses still alive. This 6-foot-long golden body was accidentally obtained by Gu Yang from an old Buddhist site, and then he ordered it to be delivered to Gu Qingfeng. As for why the top martial arts from thousands of years ago fell into the hands of Gu Yang, Gu Qingfeng could only think that the former was lucky. Talk about luck! Gu Qingfeng believed it. Especially after seeing the existence of Zuxianting later, Gu Qingfeng became more aware of the authenticity of luck. Gu Yang was able to obtain the inheritance of many mysterious and powerful people, and he also found the method to build the immortal court, so he had great luck. A long time passed. Gu Qingfeng finally memorized everything about the Zangliu Golden Body. Immediately afterwards, over there in the Properties panel, there are also records about the 6-foot golden body. This martial arts is the same as the blood refining manual, starting from the master level. The difference is, the 6-foot-long golden body is impressively at the 9th level, and its 8th level has reached the peak of the Grand Master. Although the 9th level has not broken the limit of the Grand Master, it has also faintly touched a more mysterious realm. Before he really studied the Zangliu Golden Body carefully, Gu Qingfeng thought that this martial arts was equivalent to the blood refining manual. But now I have a look. This martial art is even better than the blood refining manual. P.S. I will update 4,000 words today, I owe 2,000 words, and I will update 8,000 words tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 214, Establishing the 9 Provinces. The first level of the 6-foot-long golden body. The second level of the 6-foot-long golden body. The third level of the 6-foot-long golden body. The fourth level of the 6-foot-long golden body. In just a few moments, Gu Qingfeng had already broken through the 6-foot-long golden body to the 4th level. A golden body weighing 4 feet and 6 feet. There was a slight change in his physical body, as if there was a touch of golden color that was not easy to detect. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng flicked his right arm with the fingers of his left hand, and there was a sound of metal and iron. There were only a few undetectable white marks on his body, but they disappeared in less than a breath. The 6-foot-long golden body is worthy of being a secret Buddhist skill from thousands of years ago. This technique is indeed extraordinary. Even with my current level of cultivation, it can further strengthen the physical body. Gu Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction. His seemingly ordinary flick of the finger actually contains enough power to destroy mountains. However, such attacks only leave insignificant white marks on his skin, which shows that his physical body is indeed much stronger. To know. This is just the 4th level of the 6-foot-long golden body. If you really step into the 9-level perfect Zangliu golden body, then your physical body will definitely become more powerful. It's a pity. Even the 4th level of 6-foot-long golden body could not allow Gu Qingfeng to break through to the lower level of the Jidao Grand Master. Since entering the realm of the Ultimate Master, he has embarked on a completely different path. It is difficult for Gu Qingfeng to achieve a true breakthrough in ordinary martial arts. Every step of his breakthrough requires the accumulation of many martial arts, and finally he is able to break through step by step. But Gu Qingfeng was not in a hurry. As long as there are enough improvement points, breaking through to a higher level is just a matter of time. The next month, Gu Qingfeng was also practicing Zangliu Golden Body. At the same time, he also taught Gu Shennan a martial art called Qinglian Sword Scripture. Qinglian Sword Sutra. It was created 6,000 years ago by a great master named Qinglian Sword Master. In the past, he was the only one in the world with his sword technique, so he was certainly very unparalleled. It's just that since the Qinglian Sword Master passed away, the Qinglian Sword Sutra has been lost, and it was only obtained by Gu Yang not long ago. In addition, Gu Shennan was very interested in swordsmanship, so Gu Qingfeng handed the Qinglian Sword Sutra into his hands and asked him to study and practice it. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also often gave guidance to Gu Shennan on his practice in the Qinglian Sword Sutra. Although he is not proficient in swordsmanship, all paths in the world lead to the same goal. After entering the realm of true meaning, Gu Qingfeng can see through the mystery of other martial arts at a glance. Even though the Green Lotus Sword Sutra is the master's secret skill, which is much more profound than ordinary martial arts, it is still sufficient for Gu Shennan's guidance. And at the same time, news about the situation in Kyushu and Gu Yang's Guangyang army also kept coming. The army under your heir Gu Yang has conquered Huangzhou. Your heir Gu Yang was attacked by a master-level expert *36. Your heir Gu Yang counterattacked the powerful master, and stepped into Xiaocheng with his tyrannical sword. Your heir Gu Yang killed the rebel soldiers *1389. Your heir Gu Yang killed Zhang Refining Realm Warrior *163. Your heir Gu Yang killed 13 demon soul level evil spirits. Your heir Gu Shennan has gained some understanding after studying the Green Lotus Sword Sutra, and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Shengxing has broken through to the first level of blood refining. Reward improvement points *20. Your heir Gu Shengan has broken through to the first level of blood refining. Reward improvement points *20. Your heir Gu Shengxing will be taught the secret skill of Heavenly Sword, and his strength will be greatly improved. Your heir Gu Shengan will be taught the secret skill of Heavenly Sword, and his strength will be greatly improved. Gu Qingfeng looked at the text on the information panel, but his heart didn't waver much. As a descendant of the Gu family, he is qualified to practice the heavenly sword he created. So, after learning that Gu Shengxing and Gu Shengan were very interested in swordsmanship, Gu Qingfeng simply taught them the heavenly sword swordsmanship. It was still unclear whether they could truly succeed in practicing it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But, to be honest, Gu Yang was able to kill a strong master with his cultivation at the lower level of the marrow cleansing realm, which was somewhat unexpected to Gu Qingfeng. But when he thought about his opponent Ba Dao Zhan stepping into Xiaocheng and mastering the 7th level true meaning, Gu Qingfeng felt relieved again. The true meaning is extraordinary. The 6th level of true meaning is already an untouchable level for many masters. If it is the 7th level of true meaning, it will only be more powerful. In addition, although Gu Yang is a late-level marrow cleanser, he has been given many elixirs by Gu Qingfeng over the years to consolidate his foundation. He often receives guidance from great masters and has many opportunities. This way, it seems that it is not impossible to kill the master in reverse. A master with incomplete martial arts cannot be compared with a truly perfect martial arts. Gu Yang has now destroyed the sect, and many of the ancient sect members have been destroyed. This man's wolfish ambitions are clearly exposed. Do we, the Ji family, really want to sit back and wait for death? In the Ji family of Xianzhou, one of the elders looked ugly. Seeing the Guangyang army growing stronger and most of the 9 states in the world falling, many members of the Ji family felt threatened. Although Ji Liuyun had already reached an agreement with Gu Yang, the method used by the Guangyang army to slaughter the clan and exterminate the family is enough to explain a lot of things. Some elders even believed that Gu Yang was gradually cannibalizing the Ji family by doing this. To this, Ji Liuyun looked indifferent. The current situation does not allow the Ji family to fall out with the Gu family. In addition, the rest of the Ji family is ordered to restrain themselves. If something goes wrong, the Ji family cannot protect them. Of course, if you want to fight with the Gu family, I have no objection. But there is a prerequisite, that is, no one can involve the Ji family, otherwise I will kill you first without Gu Yang's help. At the end, Ji Liuyun's eyes were filled with murderous intent, which made the other indignant elders change their faces and dared not speak. Seeing this, Ji Liuyun's expression eased a little, and then shook his head again. The Gu family is powerful. If that martial saint is not dead, even if the ancestor of my Ji family who has reached the realm of the gods is reborn, it will be difficult to match him. How many years can a mere warrior live if we can keep calm for a while? Since my Ji family has already signed an agreement with Gu Yang, as long as my Ji family follows the rules, there is no need to worry about these problems. After all, my Ji family is not wrong. Even if Gu Yang wants to take action, he must have sufficient reasons. Ji Liuyun knows that Gu Yang wants to re-establish the rules, so if the other party wants to establish the rules, then he must abide by the rules. The Ji family is an immortal family, and there are many forces involved behind it. If Gu Yang destroys the Ji family for no reason, it will definitely cause a lot of turmoil, which is not conducive to the other party's next plan. So, Ji Liuyun is not worried that Gu Yang will speak out of turn. He is only worried that someone in the Ji family will not obey his orders, act secretly, and then be caught by Gu Yang, and then threaten the Ji family itself. This is also the reason why Ji Liuyun will directly warn. If the Ji family is really involved because of his personal involvement, then he can only abandon the car to save the general. Gu Yang is powerful. He is unstoppable. Your descendant Gu Yang has annexed 6 states, and his power has increased greatly. Your descendant Gu Yang has annexed 7 states, and his power has increased greatly. Your descendant Gu Yang ordered people to cast the 9 states cauldron. Your descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master, and his cultivation has improved. Your descendant Gu Yang has broken through to the perfection of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward enhancement points *150. Reward marrow cleansing pill *200. Reward refining viscera pill *100. Your descendant Gu Yang dominates the world, and his the army has broken through 50 million. Your offspring Gu Yang unexpectedly inherited the mysterious strongman's legacy, and his strength has improved. Your offspring Gu Xian has comprehended the true meaning of the heavenly sword, and his strength has improved slightly. Your offspring Gu Shenan has comprehended the Green Lotus Sword Sutra, and his strength has improved slightly. Your offspring Gu Shengxin has broken through to the middle level of the blood refining realm. Reward promotion points *20. Your offspring Gu Shengan has broken through to the middle level of the blood refining realm. Reward promotion points *20. Another year has passed. The Guangyang army commanded by Gu Yang has almost occupied the 9 states of the world, and all situations are good. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also used the promotion points he got in one breath to directly upgrade his 6-foot-tall golden body to the 6th level. Break through 2 levels in one breath. Finally, he broke through from the late stage of the Extreme Dao Grandmaster to the perfect realm of the Extreme Dao Grandmaster. Although Gu Qingfeng was only half a step away from the perfection of the Extreme Grandmaster, now that he has truly broken through the barriers and entered the realm of the Extreme Grandmaster, his strength has still ushered in an amazing transformation. Qi, blood, mercury slurry. It can suppress the galaxy. The qi and blood power in Gu Qingfeng's body has now transformed to an extremely amazing degree, and every drop of blood contains extremely terrifying power. To put it bluntly, with the qi and blood that Gu Qingfeng has condensed now, he even doubts that a drop of his blood can suppress the Grandmaster. The Extreme Grandmaster realm is finally perfect. Feeling the changes in himself, he has a slight smile on his face. Going up. It is to break the limit of the Extreme Grandmaster and step into a higher level. However, Gu Qingfeng does not know what kind of mystery is above the Extreme Grandmaster for the time being. After all, the Extreme Grandmaster is his own path, which is different from the paths of other warriors. So, If you want to refer to it, there is no way to start. Only by exploring step by step can we gradually unravel the mystery. With the breakthrough of cultivation, Qingfeng rarely did not continue to retreat in the grinding knife hall, but came out to be affectionate with Su Yulan and guide her cultivation. Su Yulan now also practices the Chongsheng Ju, and almost completes the Zisui chapter. But to break the shackles of the Grand Master and enter the realm of the Grand Master, it is a lot worse. After all, Su Yulan's talent is average. The other party was able to break through the Grand Master realm entirely because of the elixir. If there were no elixir, with Su Yulan's talent, it would be a question whether she could break through the bone refining realm now. Then, Qingfeng also tested the cultivation of Gu Shenan and others, and was quite satisfied with their progress. This day, in the lobby, Gu Xian came alone. "Father." "Something?" Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Gu Xian has always been a little afraid of me, so normally he wouldn't come to see me alone. According to his previous personality, he should at least bring Gu Xiu with him." Gu Xian sneered, "Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from my father's eyes. The child really wants to ask his father for advice on something. Say it." Qingfeng nodded. "Hear the words." Gu Xian hesitated for a moment, then clasped his fists and said, "My child's practice has stalled during this period, so I want to go out and practice to see if I can find an opportunity for a breakthrough." "Experience?" Qingfeng looked stunned, looked at the other party's serious expression, and then nodded. "It's a good idea for you to have this idea. If you stay in Gujiazhuang all the time, your horizons will be limited after all. However, going out for experience means danger. Are you mentally prepared? After all, no one dares to do anything to you in Gujiazhuang, but if you leave Gujiazhuang, others may not be afraid of your identity as the young master of Gujiazhuang. Even because of your identity, it may cause trouble." Qingfeng warned. To this, Gu Xian looked serious. "My child has already made up his mind. Although it is comfortable to stay in Gujiazhuang, this is not what I want in my heart. I hope my father will fulfill my wish." Seeing this, Qingfeng stopped trying to dissuade him. "You come with me." He said something to Gu Xian, then stood up and walked out of the lobby. Seeing this, Gu Xian hurriedly followed behind Qingfeng. Not long after, Qingfeng took Gu Xian into the knife sharpening hall. Just stepped into it. Gu Xian immediately felt the emergence of a terrifying sword intention, which made his whole body tense up, as if he was being stared at by something terrible. The little sword intention he had comprehended, in the face of such sword intention, was simply fragile and pitiful. For the grinding hall, Gu Xian is naturally no stranger. But the number of times he actually stepped into the knife sharpening hall was only a handful. After all, this is a place where Qingfeng retreats, and no one else is allowed to set foot there without permission. At the same time, Gu Xian also had some doubts in his heart. He didn't understand why Qingfeng brought him here. Although the many magic weapons in the sharpening hall are not as good as the evil killing sword, they have been tempered by the sword's will for many years and are not comparable to ordinary weapons. Since you are going out to practice now, you will find a magic weapon here to protect yourself. Qingfeng pointed at the many magic weapons in the sharpening hall and said. When Gu Xian heard this, his expression suddenly became a little excited. There are many magic soldiers in the grinding hall, and he knows that. I just didn't expect that I would also have the opportunity to enter the sharpening hall and get the magic weapon in it. Immediately, Gu Xian just calmed down and looked at the many magic soldiers one by one. Sometimes there is a problem when there are too many magic weapons, that is, how to choose becomes much more complicated. Seeing this, Qingfeng also gave a reminder, magical weapons are actually the same as martial arts. It also depends on whether they suit you. You have understood the true meaning of the heavenly sword, why not use your true meaning to echo these magical weapons? If there is a divine weapon that responds, it will be compatible with you. Father is right. After being reminded, Gu Xian's eyes lit up, and he felt like he could see the sun from the clouds. Then he activated his true power and reflected each other with the many magic weapons in the knife-grinding hall. After a while, Gu Xian's eyes fell on a magic weapon. I saw that the scabbard of this sword was simple, and it seemed that it had been there for a long time. When Gu Xian picked up the sword, he suddenly felt a blessed feeling in his heart. The moment you hold the handle of the knife, it feels like blood connection. The magic sword is unsheathed. The cold light is biting. Good knife. Gu Xian couldn't help blurting out. At the same time, he also saw two small characters in seal script on the blade. Blue sky. Divine sword blue sky. Gu Qingfeng said, the magical sword Bai Kong was the sword carried by Dao Lord Bai Ruhe 3,000 years ago. The man who wielded this sword traveled across the world and defeated many strong men with half a step of cultivation at the Grand Master level. It is rumored that Bai Ruhe had a glimpse into the mysteries of the Grand Master in his later years and became a true Grand Master of martial arts. But no one knows exactly how. The secret guard unexpectedly found this sword, and later brought it back to his home. Since then, the blue sky divine sword has been kept in the knife sharpening hall, and the sword's meaning has been tempered day and night. Compared to 10 years ago, this sword is even more powerful now. Gu Qingfeng's words. It made Gu Xian like the blue sky divine sword even more. Daijun is as blue as the sea. This name is extremely unfamiliar to him. But since Gu Qingfeng said it, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. This is a magic weapon. And it's a magical weapon from a suspected martial arts master thousands of years ago. It can be seen from this that the blue sky divine sword is absolutely extraordinary. Not to mention, Gu Xian could also feel that the terrifying sword intent was filled with this sword. If activated, it would be able to exert earth-shattering power. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qingfeng handed another volume of secret techniques into Gu Xian's hands. This is the art of cultivating the sword. You can cultivate the blue sky divine sword day and night, so that its magical weapon will have the same mind as yours. Finished. Gu Qingfeng flicked his finger again, and a drop of blood fell into the blue sky magic sword. When the blood blended into the blade, the aura of this magic weapon became even more terrifying. In addition, I left a drop of blood essence in the blue sky divine sword. If the power of this blood essence is used normally, it should be able to cut 5 swords. Even a great master of martial arts can kill him. Thank you, Father. Gu Xian looked grateful and felt a sense of security in his heart. Blue sky divine sword. Essence and blood protection. With such a backup, even if you are facing a great master of martial arts, you can escape unscathed. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at the other party and said seriously, remember, people's hearts are sometimes the most dangerous. If you want to experience the world, you must be cautious. If there is no conflict, then that's it. If there is a conflict, you must eradicate it and leave no trace behind. Hand. If you are a woman of kindness, you may end up harming yourself. My child understands. So best. Gu Qingfeng did not continue talking. Many things are useless and can only be understood by the other person's personal experience. 2 days later, Gu Xian carried the blue sky divine sword on his back and left Gu Jiazhuang in a floating state. After Gu Xian left, Gu Peng also came to meet Gu Qingfeng immediately. The second young master has left Gu Jiazhuang. Gu Qingfeng's hand while drinking tea paused for a moment, and then returned to normal. It's time for him to go out for a walk. Gu Jiazhuang is too small after all. The second young master is traveling alone in the world, and there will inevitably be some dangers. Do you need your subordinates to secretly send someone to follow you? Gu Peng suggested. To be honest, he also didn't trust Gu Xian to travel alone. To be serious, Gu Xian also grew up under Gu Peng's watch. In addition, he often gave guidance to Gu Xian in his cultivation, so the relationship between them was extraordinary. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, he was about to shake his head, but after thinking for a while, he changed his mind. I will arrange this matter, so you don't have to interfere. Yes. Hearing that Gu Qingfeng would make arrangements, Gu Peng didn't say much. When Gu Peng retreated, Gu Qingfeng called someone over. Seize the soul and pay homage to your majesty. Xianer left Gu Jiazhuang to go to Jianghu to gain experience. Follow him to protect him. Remember, unless it's a life or death crisis, you can't really take action. In addition, you can't let him know your existence. My subordinate understands. Duopo looked calm and took orders with his fists clasped. See this? Gu Qingfeng waved his hand and asked the other party to retreat. He is a dead warrior and a strong man who has perfected the innate master. Although he has not truly understood the true meaning of the master, he is not weak when looking at the world. The other party protects the way. In Gu Qingfeng's opinion, it's not a big problem. Not to mention, the blue sky magic sword in Gu Xian's hand has the power to kill a great master of martial arts. So, this experience, there won't be any big problem. Your heir Gu Yang has promulgated many policies to benefit the people, and his reputation as a virtuous person has become more widespread. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by warriors *426. Your heir Gu Xian killed *137 skin refining realm warriors. Your heir Gu Xian killed *26 blood refining realm warriors. Your heir Gu Xian killed 3 bone refining realm warriors. Your heir Gu Xian killed 1 marrow cleansing warrior. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by a strange blood soul level attack. Your heir Gu Xian killed a blood soul level weirdo *1. Your heir Gu Xian gained some insights during the life and death fight and became more powerful. Your heir Gu Xian has just become famous in the world. Your heir Gu Yang has received guidance from the Great Master, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xian was unexpectedly inherited by a mysterious and powerful man, and his cultivation level has greatly increased. Your heir Gu Xian has reached the lower level of bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir. Since Gu Xian left Gu Jiazhuang, many of the texts that have been refreshed in the information panel involve Gu Xian himself. Just from the words, Gu Qingfeng could tell. After Gu Xian left Gu Jiazhuang, it was not all smooth sailing. Just less than half a month. The opponent's hands were already stained with a lot of blood. Especially the latest one, when he was attacked by hundreds of warriors at once, Gu Qingfeng wondered if the other party had offended some sect force, causing the other party to attack in groups. But, for these things, Gu Qingfeng didn't pay much attention. After all, how can you travel in the world without experiencing fighting, which can also help the opponent grow a little bit? At the same time, after seeing that Gu Xian could break through to the lower level of bone refining realm so quickly, Gu Qingfeng also understood that it was right for him to leave. Although staying in Gu Jiazhuang is comfortable, it also misses many opportunities. Today, Gu Xian went out to practice. Although the dangers involved were not small, his cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds. In a short period of time, he broke through the middle level of the bone refining realm and stepped into the lower level of the bone refining realm. Gu Qingfeng has understood one thing since Gu Yang. The history of Kyushu is not as simple as recorded. At this point, it can also be seen through Xuxianting. In those unrecorded ancient years, there may have been a more glorious period. Although that period has disappeared, there must be many opportunities left. Like the Tiangang Divine Evil Formation. It's like the Fairy Garden. Gu Qingfeng suspected that these were all products left over from that period. Now, not long after Gu Xian entered the world, he got an opportunity and could see that the other party was also very lucky. Otherwise, Getting an opportunity is not easy. The next day, the secret guard just sent some information. This information. Apparently he is related to Gu Xian. Although Gu Qingfeng let him go and let Duo Po secretly protect him, he couldn't truly not care at all. So, as long as Gu Xian makes some noise in the world, the secret guards will send the message back immediately. When he saw the information coming this time, Gu Qingfeng also understood the whole story. Things are simple. Even when Gu Xian walked around the world, he displayed profound martial arts and the extraordinary power of the blue sky divine sword, which was noticed by those who were interested. So, there are forces in the world who have evil intentions and want to capture Gu Xian, interrogate him about the secrets of his inheritance, and seize the blue sky divine sword. But the results are clear. This Jianghe force overestimated itself and underestimated Gu Xian. Final. Gu Xian single-handedly eradicated this Jianghe sect. Originally, Gu Xian wanted to save some people's lives, but after thinking of Gu Qingfeng's instructions, he simply cut the grass and roots without leaving any future troubles. Good. It seems that this brat has taken my words to heart. Gu Qingfeng smiled calmly. If Gu Xian understands this, he can avoid a lot of trouble. What follows? Gu Qingfeng's life returned to normal again. But Gu Qingfeng originally thought that when Gu Xian went out to practice, Gu Xiu would follow him. Unexpectedly, the other party was able to endure it, and still practiced quietly in Gujia's Wang, with no intention of going out to practice. To this, Gu Qingfeng didn't force anything. After all, it all depends on personal choice whether you have experience or not, and he will not force it. Your Majesty, the second young master has now entered Lingzhou. In the Guangyang prince's mansion, Gu Yi reported truthfully. Hearing this, Gu Yang nodded slightly, continue to pay attention to the whereabouts of the second brother, and let people follow him secretly to avoid any problems. At the same time, do not take action easily until the critical moment. My subordinate understands. Gu Yi cupped his fists and said. After learning that Gu Xian was going out to practice and travel around the world, Gu Yang immediately arranged for secret guards to follow him secretly. The main reason was that he was worried that Gu Xian would face some dangers as he was just starting out and not very experienced in the world. But these past few months, Gu Yang found that his worries were somewhat unnecessary. Although it is true that Gu Xian is new to the world, the other party is also cautious and mature in his actions, and his strength is not weak. Even if he encounters some troubles, it is not too dangerous. This time, Gu Yi said again, in addition, my subordinates discovered that there seems to be a Grand Master secretly following the second young master. Don't pay attention to this matter. If I guess correctly, my father should have secretly sent someone to protect the road. Gu Yang's expression was as usual. It only took a moment of thought to figure out where the Grand Master following Gu Xian came from. Obviously, it is normal for his father to not trust Gu Xian to practice alone and send a master to secretly follow him to protect the Tao. Subsequently, Gu Yi presented the information from other states to Gu Yang one by one. It has been more than a year since many immortal sects bowed their heads to now. More than a year. The Guangyang army campaigned against Kyushu. Until now, 8 states of Kyushu have already been controlled. Although the remaining one state has not yet been completely conquered, it is only a matter of time. After all, on the premise that a large army is suppressing the border, how many waves can the rebels in a mere state cause? When the order is sent to Shijian, I want him to capture the last state within a month. Yes. Gu Yi retreated with Gu Yang's order. Subsequently, Gu Yang came to the sand table in the lobby and saw that the 9 states were clearly displayed here. Most of the world was filled with the flags of the Guangyang army, leaving only a handful of places that had not yet been completely conquered. Soon, it won't be long before all 9 states in the world will fall into the hands of this king. Gu Yang murmured to himself, with great pride in his chest. Who would have thought? It only took him less than 10 years to develop from 100,000 soldiers to this point. It took Beijing, the Shenyu king, more than 10 years to defeat Qingyan prefecture. But now, it only took Gu Yang less than 10 years to completely capture Zhuzhu. To this, Gu Yang also understood what the key issue was. The most critical part is because of Gu Qingfeng. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't suppressed Zhuzhu and made those immortal sects bow their heads, the Guangyang army would have spent at least twice as long, or even more, if they really wanted to suppress Zhuzhu and reshape the world. But nevertheless, Gu Yang also has the qualifications to be proud. Although he relied on Gu Qingfeng's reputation to go so smoothly, it would have been impossible for him to be able to integrate various states, put down rebellions, and implement many benevolent policies in such a short period of time without the corresponding means. Force can suppress the world. But wanting to govern the world is another matter. Gu Yang couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that it wouldn't be long before Kyushu would completely fall into his hands and he would create a dynasty. This is also normal. Be anyone else. When you really get to this point, it's hard to really calm down. Other side. After receiving Gu Yang's order, many generals led by Shi Zhen directly sent their troops to fight without any hesitation. Thousands of troops are pressing down on the territory, just like a strong wind sweeping away fallen leaves. What rebels! What princes! In the face of such absolute power, it is just a joke. When the last rebel general was beheaded, Zhuzhu was completely under the control of Guangyang army. And this? It only took 20 days. The 1 month given by Gu Qingfeng was shortened by 1/3. When the news of Zhuzhu's pacification came out, it soon spread all over the world. Many people smiled and were sincerely happy about it. After all, the people suffered the most in the war. In addition, Gu Yang's benevolent governance over the years has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Now that they know that Zhuzhu has fallen into Gu Yang's hands, these people are naturally happy. When the other powerful people of many sects and families heard the news, their faces changed and finally they breathed a sigh of relief. The only evil thoughts in their hearts disappeared. Zhuzhu is settled. From today on, the world falls into the hands of the Gu family. This is the general trend. Even those immortal sects and families with a heritage of thousands of years have no ability to stop the general trend. End of this chapter. Chapter 215, The Establishment of a Powerful Nation, Skyrocketing Improvement Points. Your descendant Gu Yang conquered Zhuzhu and became famous all over the world. Your descendant Gu Yang wants to establish a new dynasty. Your descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master and has made some progress. Your descendant Gu Yang has received guidance from the Grand Master and has made some progress. Your descendant Gu Xian has been attacked by warriors *36. Your descendant Gu Xian has killed warriors in the leather refining realm *18. Your descendant Gu Xian has killed warriors in the blood refining realm *9. Your descendant Gu Xian has killed warriors in the bone refining realm *9. Your descendant Gu Xian has deepened his understanding of the true meaning of the heavenly sword in the life and death battle and has improved his strength. Almost done. Gu Qingfeng's expression was clear when he saw the information that Gu Yang conquered Zhuzhu. Zhuzhu surrendered. Create a new dynasty. Gu Qingfeng could conclude that this move would definitely trigger new achievements. When Gu Yang became a vassal, the achievements triggered by the other party gave him a lot of rewards. Now that he has established his capital in Zhuzhu, I am afraid it will be even more extraordinary. 2 days later, Gu Qingfeng set off for Guangyang Palace. Inside the palace, the two met. Gu Qingfeng asked, "Now that Zhuzhu has established its capital, when do you plan to ascend the throne and become emperor, and where do you plan to place the capital?" September 8 is an auspicious day. I plan to announce to the world and establish a dynasty on this day. As for the capital, I plan to use Guangyang Prefecture as the capital of the new dynasty. Gu Yang did not hesitate much and directly expressed his opinion. Hearing this, Qingfeng nodded slightly. That's good. Although the capitals of dynasties in history were all in Zhongzhou, and few would choose other places, nothing is absolute. Although Zhongzhou is the center of Zhuzhou, it is also the accumulation of dynasties in history. Since Guiyang chose Guangyang Prefecture as the capital, there is no problem. After a long time, King Yunzhou can also be the center of Zhuzhou. It is now July. September 8th. It won't be long. In the following time, Qingfeng will stay in Guangyang Palace. After all, things have come to this point, and he will not allow any problems to arise. In the past 2 months, Guiyang has arranged many things. The establishment of the dynasty. Of course it is not that simple. 2 months later, in the city, many Jianghu sects, as well as immortal families, etc., have personally sent strong men to come. For a time, the whole Guangyang Palace was full of wind and clouds. However, no one made trouble. After all, Guiyang wanted to establish the capital in Guangyang Palace. There were already heavy troops guarding here. Anyone who tried to make trouble was suppressed on the spot at the first time. In this way, naturally, no one dared to make trouble. Besides, Guangyang Palace is still a truly transcendent force, that is Gujia's Wang. Qingfeng, the martial saint who is now respected as the strongest man in the world, is the current owner of Gujia Manor. Not to mention the general forces in the martial arts world, even those sects and families with a history of thousands of years and known as immortals dare not offend each other. So, although Guangyang Mansion is now full of strong people and many people in the martial arts world, it has not caused much unrest. The evil spirit is rising to the sky. The spirit is as powerful as a tiger. The elite under his command is not simple. The speaker is Li Xiankong, the current head of the Li family in Huangzhou. Since Li Suanji fell in Zhongzhou, the Li family has caused a lot of internal strife. In the end, it was Li Xiankong who came out of nowhere and showed the top cultivation of the Huazheng realm to suppress all the turmoil and succeed the position of the head of the Li family. Now, Guiyang wants to ascend the throne and become emperor, so Li Xiankong must come in person. After all, the Gu family is now powerful and dominates the world. Although the Li family in Huangzhou is an immortal family, it has suffered heavy losses after the battle in Zhongzhou. At this time, Li Xiankong would naturally sell the Gu family a favor. Let alone anything else. At least he couldn't offend the other party. Otherwise, the Huangzhou Li family might also be in trouble. At this time, an elder of the Li family said in a deep voice, looking at the flags of this military camp, it should be the Tiangang army. Tiangang army, no wonder it has such a fierce aura. When Li Xiankong heard this name, his expression was also a little solemn. The name of the Tiangang army. Now it can be said to be resounding throughout the 9 states. The most famous battle was that Shi Zhen personally led 36,000 Tiangang troops to defeat the 500,000-man army head-on, and even killed a top master of the true meaning in the battle. As soon as this news came out, it completely established the reputation of the Tiangang army. You know, the army was fighting in chaos. The role that ordinary warriors can play is actually not much different from that of ordinary soldiers. In such a situation, it is not something that ordinary people can do to defeat a force that is more than 10 times their own and kill a top master of the true meaning. So, since that battle, everyone in the world knows the name of the Tiangang army. This is the most elite army under the command of the king of Guangyang. Although the number of people is small, it is enough to make people tremble with fear. The Tiangang army also played an indispensable role in Guiyang's ability to conquer Zhuzhou so quickly in the later period. Wherever this army goes, almost everyone surrenders. Occasionally, there are resistances, but they are all wiped out on the spot. Even with Li Xuankong's current strength, he doesn't want to face the Tiangang army head-on. After all, even if he is sure, he will have to pay a heavy price. But what really concerned Li Xiankong was not the Tiangang army, but the terrifying sword intent that was pressing over the city. Ordinary warriors cannot detect the existence of such sword intent. Only those who understand the true meaning can truly feel such powerful sword intent. In Li Xuankong's eyes, I saw a magic sword standing in the sky above Guangyang city. It seemed that as long as I made any move, the magic sword would fall down. Even though Li Xiankong had already entered the realm of transformation, when he faced the divine sword that reached the heavens, he still felt his heart palpitating. Martial Saint Gu Qingfeng. Unless this person dies, who can shake the Gu family in the slightest? Li Xiankong took a deep breath, his seemingly calm expression revealed a subtle shock. For this one, he was afraid from the bottom of his heart. The king of Guangyang was able to reach this point, and the other party was also indispensable. There is only one strong man in the world who can be revered as the martial saint for thousands of years. Li Xiankong would not naively think that with the ancient Li family's heritage, he could compete with this person. Subsequently, Li Xiankong looked at the elders of the Li family aside and said coldly, "Let the family members who come to Guangyang mansion this time restrain themselves. If they offend the Gu family, I can only clean up the family." Yes. When the elders of the Li family heard this, they nodded hurriedly. He was also aware of this kind of sword intention, so he understood Li Xuankong's concerns. In the palace, Gu Qingfeng sat alone in the small courtyard drinking tea. Although he did not leave home, he could understand from his perception that many powerful people had arrived in Fukan. To this end, Gu Qingfeng also deliberately exuded some sword intent as a deterrent. He believes it. Anyone with a certain level of strength can see the intent of this sword, so they would not dare to do anything untoward. As for other people who can't even spy on the sword's intention, they are not qualified to make waves. The 8th day of September. The altar is built high. There are many armies, and the evil spirit is rising into the sky. Your Majesty! A eunuch shouted loudly, and everyone was seen bowing their heads. Gu Yang was dressed in an imperial robe, with fine gold threads, and a black jade crown on his head. His face was resolute, and he had a domineering aura about him that was difficult for ordinary people to look directly at. I saw Gu Yang slowly walking up to the altar, on which 9 ancient tripods were placed in special directions, with incense curling up, as if they were going straight into the 9th heaven of Qingming. I, a common people, am blessed by God. I saw Gu Yang opening the book of worshipping heaven, and his loud voice reached everyone's ears. As his words came out, the sky above the entire Guangyang mansion seemed to be changing. Unspeakable pressure suddenly appeared, causing the expressions of many people who came to watch the ceremony to change slightly. What is he going to do? Ji Liuyun looked slightly horrified. Throughout the history of dynasties, there has never been such a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. The inexplicable pressure even made Ji Liuyun feel a little flustered. Good. Just flustered. It feels like something big is about to happen. Ji Liuyun was not the only one like this. The same goes for everyone else. And in the palace, Gu Qingfeng raised his head and looked at the sky. In his sight, he seemed to see vast green energy gathering. This green energy seemed to be between reality and illusion, and was almost difficult to detect with the naked eye. Above the green energy, Gu Qingfeng seemed to see a pair of eyes, a pair of extremely indifferent eyes, which seemed to be filled with all the world. The moment their eyes met, there was a brilliant divine power coming over them. Boom! The sword's intention soared into the sky. The next breath was a sudden collapse. Gu Qingfeng only felt a slight sting in his eyes, which made him instinctively close his eyes. After a while, he opened them again. They were already covered with bloodshot eyes. It took a long time for him to return to normal. The way of heaven. Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself, his expression very solemn. The moment their eyes met, he instinctively realized that those eyes were the way of heaven in this world. This kind of brilliant heavenly power is somewhat unbearable even with Gu Qingfeng's current level of cultivation. But this is normal. After all, the way of heaven that governs all living beings cannot be shaken by any ordinary force. This time, Gu Qingfeng stopped prying into heaven. Now, Gu Qingfeng looked at his information panel. I saw that the text above was also refreshed accordingly. Your heir Gu Yang is offering sacrifices to heaven. Your heir Gu Yang recited the heavenly sacrifice book, attracting the attention of heaven. Your heir Gu Yang. Lines of text are refreshed. They are all related to Gu Yang. Just then, the sacrifice to heaven has also come to an end. There must be a name for the world called Chenyu, and the capital will be built in Guangyang. The country will be controlled by 9 tripods, and we will look to the heavens to learn from it. Gu Yang's heaven sacrifice document had also come to an end. As he spoke these words, the sky in Kyushu suddenly shook, as if the voice of heaven was echoing endlessly. The terrifying green energy gathered from all directions and turned into a green lotus that took root in the sky, as if suppressing the eternal sky. Immediately afterwards, there was even more mysterious power falling into the 9 cauldrons. The 9 ancient cauldrons cast by Gu Yang were seen shaking in unison. The phantoms of the 9 cauldrons guarded Qinglian, and the brilliant power of heaven swept over everything. Not only that. At this moment, the overwhelming green energy fell into Gu Yang's body, causing his aura to surge suddenly. His cultivation seemed to have been empowered by a supreme power, directly breaking through the original bottleneck barrier. The first level of Zhang refining. The second level of Zhang refining. The third level of Zhang refining. The fourth level of Zhang refining. The fifth level of Zhang refining. Within 10 breaths, Gu Yang instantly reached the perfection of the 5 realms of viscera refining. This hasn't stopped yet. After reaching the perfection of the 5 realms of refining the internal organs, Gu Yang just stayed for a moment and directly broke the shackles of the 5 realms of refining the internal organs and stepped into a higher level. Grandmaster beginner level. Intermediate Grandmaster. Grandmaster's lower level. It wasn't until he reached the pinnacle of being a master that these breakthroughs stopped. Entering the master realm. A terrifying aura erupted from Gu Yang's body. This moment, the whole world was shocked. The shock and horror on the faces of all those who witnessed this scene could not be concealed, and their eyes looking at Gu Yang were full of disbelief. First, they feel that things are somewhat out of their control. I thought it was just a simple heaven sacrifice ceremony, but I didn't expect such a turn of events would occur. The green lotus rooted in the void of heaven and earth, the 9 cauldrons that suppressed the 8 desolations, and the terrifying aura of Gu Yang stepping into the master's peak, all made the Ji family and other immortal sect's strong people's brows jump wildly. Obviously, the other party's heaven sacrifice ceremony this time was completely different from the past. Don't say anything else. Just the terrifying aura emanating from the Juding made them feel frightened. Even strong men such as Ji Liuyun and Li Xiankong, who have entered the realm of transformation, have an irresistible illusion when facing Juding. No. This is not an illusion. But it is what it is. The Ji family has a deep background. Brother Ji may be able to tell. What exactly are these changes? Li Xiankong couldn't help but look at Ji Liuyun and asked in shock. Hear the words. Ji Liuyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. My Ji family has never recorded such changes. I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as we thought. Originally, according to the Ji family's idea, now they just tolerate the calm for a while. When the martial saint is enthroned, the Gu family is left to their own devices. But now it seems the situation was completely out of Ji Liuyun's control. So what if Gu Qingfeng dies? With the terrifying power of Juding now, it is probably enough to suppress the world. Any aura emanating from the ancient tripod frightened Ji Liuyun. If the hidden power of these treasures really exploded, the Ji family would all turn into ashes. Not only that. Covered by Juding's aura, Ji Liuyun felt an unspeakable fear coming from his body. Such fear. It does not come from himself, but from the evil spirit that carries the seal in his body. That is to say, the power of Qidian is enough to scare even evil spirits. Suppress evil spirits. When Ji Liuyun thought of this possibility, his expression became even more ugly. Ji Liuyun knew that Qingfeng knew how to eliminate evil spirits. This was also the reason why he didn't break up with the Gu family. But Qingfeng is the only one who can suppress the evil spirit from beginning to end. As long as the other party is dead, it will be difficult for anyone in the Gu family to reach the other party's level. But now, the appearance of Qidian. Let Ji Liuyun understand. Even if Qingfeng dies, there are still 9 cauldrons hanging high above the heads of all immortal sect families. If Ji Liuyun had known that this would be the case before, he would not have backed down. After all, such changes may completely change the entire world and even the future. If the Ji family wants to get over from this, it will be extremely difficult. What a pity! There are no ifs for anything. What happened happened, and Ji Liuyun had no way to change it. Today's hymn. I can only watch everything happen, but I am powerless. Evil spirits are causing chaos in the world, and weird things are rampant, causing harm to the people of the 9 provinces. I am deeply saddened. Today I will use Qidian to suppress the evil spirits and weird things in Juzhu and reshape the world. Gu Yang shouted in a deep voice. When he finished speaking, he saw the 9 cauldrons vibrating, and then he saw the 9 cauldrons rising into the sky, 8 of which turned into streams of light and disappeared into the world. At the same time, in the sky above the other 8 states, only ancient cauldrons could be seen overwhelming the heaven and earth. The suppression of Huang Tianwei fell, and all the hidden evil spirits and strangeness on the land of Juzhu now looked at the ancient tripod in the void, with frightened expressions in their eyes. An evil spirit that had been sleeping for hundreds of years woke up, but before it could take any action, the power of God suppressed it, turning the evil spirit into powder in an instant. Pictures like this are just a microcosm of Kyushu. 9 cauldrons flew across the sky. Suppress Kyushu. Such terrifying power is like the divine sun shining on the heaven and earth. Whenever evil spirits and weirdness touch this power, they are like the filth in a dark corner, being baptized by the sun and completely wiped out. Only the evil spirits hidden in the warlock's body can barely survive in the world. But the warlocks all over the world had the same frightened look on their faces. They all had a premonition that if they used the power of evil spirits and caused the evil spirits in their bodies to show signs of resurgence, once Qidian noticed it, they would be killed on the spot. Using even the slightest amount of spiritual power related to evil spirits may become the target of Qidian's suppression. In this case, no one dares to gamble. The appearance of Qidian. It was like a sharp knife hanging above their heads, as if it would fall down at any moment and kill them. Damn it, what on earth is this? Why does this kind of thing appear in Kyushu? Some warlocks looked shocked. Looking at the Qidian in the void, they were angry, but mostly fearful. But there are also warlocks who suppress the ominous premonition in their hearts, with a ferocious look on their face. I don't believe it. A mere ancient tripod can really have such power. It can slaughter a city in front of me. I will be able to enter the realm of merging gods. When the sky is high and the sky is high, who can stop me? He looked at the city in front of him. There were many people living in it, and in his view, they were providing blood for his breakthrough. Immediately, this warlock activated his spiritual power and wanted to take action directly to kill all the people in the city. However, the moment he used his own power, the ancient cauldron in the sky trembled slightly, and a divine light suddenly fell from the ancient cauldron, instantly bombarding the warlock's body. Boom! The divine light fell. The warlock, who had already half-stepped into the god-melting realm, had no time to struggle and was directly killed on the spot. Even the evil spirits carried by the opponent's physical body were completely wiped out before they could truly revive. Scenes like this happen all over Kyushu. After all, there are many warlocks in the world. Even if Gu Yang's army suppresses Zhu, it will be difficult to kill all the warlocks who are causing trouble. Some warlocks are hiding in secret, waiting for the opportunity to take action directly, destroying villages and cities at every turn, causing endless killings. By the time the army arrived, these rebellious warlocks had already fled. But now, under the suppression of Zhu, all the warlocks had nothing to hide. As long as they try to use their own power to massacre the people, they will be killed on the spot by Zhu before they can actually succeed. For a while, all of Kyushu was purged. Everything seemed to be long, but in fact it happened in a flash of lightning. Other side. Gu Qingfeng's information panel is also refreshing like crazy now. Your descendant Gu Yang sacrifices to the heaven and earth, establishes the Shenyu dynasty, rules the 9 states, and achieves the achievement of ruling the world, can only be triggered once. Reward improvement points *3000. Reward Grandmaster Direct Ascension Pill *10. Reward Level 9 True Meaning Direct Ascension Pill *10. Reward the Ancient Immortal Body. Your heir Gu Yang has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the first level of Zhang refining. Reward improvement points *200. The reward is 100 Zhang refining pills. Reward Golden Body Pill *10. Your heir Gu Yang has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the second level of Zhang refining. Reward improvement points *200. The reward is 100 Zhang refining pills. Reward Golden Body Pill *10. Your heir Gu Yang has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the third level of Zhang refining. Reward improvement points *200. The reward is 100 Zhang refining pills. Reward Golden Body Pill *10. Your heir Gu Yang has broken through to the primary level of Grandmaster Realm. Reward improvement points *300. Reward Golden Body Pill *100. Reward True Meaning Pill *10. Your heir Gu Yang has broken through to the intermediate level of Grandmaster Realm. Reward improvement points *300. Reward Golden Body Pill *100. Reward True Meaning Pill *10. Your heir Gu Yang has broken through to the primary level of Grandmaster Realm. Reward improvement points *300. Reward Golden Body Pill *100. Reward True Meaning Pill *10. Your heir Gu Yang has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the master level. Reward improvement points *300. Reward Golden Body Pill *100. Reward True Meaning Pill *10. Your heir Gu Yang used the 9 cauldrons to suppress the 9 provinces, purge the world of evil spirits, and shock the world. Your heir Gu Yang. A large amount of information was constantly being refreshed, making Gu Qingfeng a little dazzled, and at the same time, he could not suppress the smile on his face. Before Gu Yang established a kingdom, Gu Qingfeng had already thought that once Gu Yang established a dynasty, he would definitely benefit greatly. But Gu Qingfeng never expected it. The so-called benefits can be so amazing. Lots of rewards. Even Gu Qingfeng couldn't look at it. Not to mention other pills, Gu Qingfeng's points increased by a total of 5,200 points in one go. Achieve 3,000 points. 1,000 points in the 5 realms of Zhang refining. Grandmaster 1,200 points. The rewards given by the information panel this time are much more than those accumulated by Gu Qingfeng in the past decades. This time, I really gained weight. Gu Qingfeng barely suppressed the shock in his heart. If all these improvement points were converted into his own strength, he could not imagine how amazing his cultivation level would be. Apart from the improvement points, what Gu Qingfeng cares about the most is the so-called ancient immortal body. End of chapter. Chapter 216 The Role of National Destiny. Ancient Immortal Body. The most ancient immortal body in the world. When Gu Qingfeng took out all the ancient immortal bodies from his inventory, this was the only message that appeared in his mind. The most ancient immortal body in the world. Gu Qingfeng looked at the drop of blood in front of him, which contained the ancient breath of eternity, and was completely different from the blood he got when he killed the evil Buddha. Without hesitation, Gu Qingfeng swallowed the drop of blood directly. The blood entered his stomach. In an instant, a huge wave was set off in his body. Gu Qingfeng only felt that an extremely powerful force was washing his body. Blood, bones, veins, and so on were all undergoing terrible transformations. I don't know when it started, but there have been terrifying phenomena between heaven and earth, as if there is a figure of Wushang standing in the sky, the mountains and rivers are shaking, the void is cracked, and the sun and the moon have become dim. The charm of various great ways intertwined and turned into ancient totems. The power of the mighty heaven descended, making everyone's face change. Before, Gu Yang established the Shenwu dynasty, which caused the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Now there is another mysterious phenomenon, and judging from its momentum, it is even more shocking than the strange phenomenon of founding a country. Among all people, only Gu Yang can barely keep calm. Control the luck of a dynasty. He can find that the source of this strange phenomenon comes from the palace. And the entire palace. There is only one person who can cause such a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Father. Gu Yang's expression is solemn. Such a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth is terrifying. If other people cause such a strange phenomenon, he will not be able to treat it so calmly. However, this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth came quickly and disappeared quickly. In less than half an hour, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth dissipated. But the terrifying pressure still remained, which made people feel frightened. Inside the palace, Gu Qingfeng finally woke up. He was also somewhat surprised by the appearance of such a strange phenomenon. I didn't expect that the appearance of the ancient immortal body would cause such a powerful phenomenon, but this also indirectly shows that the ancient immortal body is indeed extraordinary. Although he did not make any breakthroughs in his own realm, Gu Qingfeng could truly feel that his strength was more than doubled compared to before he got the ancient immortal body. His physical body had broken through to a terrifying degree. A simple punch was thrown. The space in front of him suddenly cracked like a spider web. Then, the broken space gradually healed, and it was restored to its original state in less than a moment. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Gu Qingfeng also took a breath of cold air. Break the void. If he used all his strength, he could do it. But in that punch just now, Gu Qingfeng just did it casually, and hardly used much strength. Even so, this punch can still shatter the void. It can be seen. The extraordinary of the ancient immortal body. The next few days, Gu Qingfeng was in seclusion in the palace, while Gu Yang was dealing with the follow-up matters of establishing the dynasty. After all, establishing a country is just the beginning. There are still many things to deal with. Conferring titles on all ministers. Stabilizing the situation in Zhuzhou. After all, the Shenwu dynasty has just been established, and Zhuzhou is in a state of disrepair, so it is natural to deal with it step by step. Hey! This is the mystery of the ancient immortal body. In the secret room, Gu Qingfeng let out a long breath, with a gleam in his eyes. After obtaining the ancient immortal body, he found that his own aptitude and bones had been greatly changed. In the past, it was difficult to practice, but now it has become completely different. It only took a few days. Gu Qingfeng felt that his practice on the 6-foot golden body became much easier. It would not take much time for him to break through the 6-foot golden body to the 7th level. This has never happened before. His own aptitude is dull. Gu Qingfeng has long known it. But now, the appearance of the ancient immortal body has transformed his aptitude from the so-called dullness to an extremely powerful level. To put it another way, even if there is no upgrade point, Gu Qingfeng can still rely on the ancient immortal body to enter a higher level. But now, the combination of the ancient immortal body and the upgrade point makes it difficult for Gu Qingfeng to imagine how far he will go. Originally, I thought that the biggest benefit of the achievement triggered by Gu Yang's founding of the country was the upgrade point, but now it seems that the biggest benefit of this achievement is not the upgrade point, nor the so-called elixir, but the final ancient immortal body. Then, Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 51/3000. Realm, Perfect Grandmaster. Martial Arts, Heavenly Thunder Sword Art. Entry, Prajna Sutra, 13th level Perfect, Prajna True Body 12th level, Heavenly Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Longevity Art, Perfect, Longevity Level 5, Pure Yang True Body, Perfect, Physical Body Pure Yang Level 4, Heavenly Sword, Perfect, Heavenly Sword Domain 1st level, Blood Refining Sutra, Perfect, Divine Blood Level 8, Divine Movement, Perfect, Divine Speed Level 4, Zhonglu Golden Body, 6th level, Golden Body Level 6. Improvement Points, 5302. 5302. When Gu Qingfeng really saw so many improvement points, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. More than 5,300 improvement points. If it were all turned into his own strength, Gu Qingfeng couldn't even imagine how far he could take it. Without any hesitation, Gu Qingfeng directly used 300 improvement points to improve the 6-foot-long golden body to perfection first. Immediately, a memory appeared in Gu Qingfeng's mind. At the same time, the majestic power of qi and blood emerged, and a golden light glowed in Gu Qingfeng's body. The shadow of the golden Buddha suddenly appeared behind him, and the Buddha's voice seemed to be chanting in the huge secret room. The 6-foot-long golden body is perfect. Buddha's vision. If anyone from the Buddhist sect is here, they must be bowing their heads now. However, compared with the vision of the ancient immortal body, this kind of vision was insignificant, and it did not last long before slowly dissipating. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, and a ray of light burst out. The 6-foot-long golden body is complete. He could clearly find that with the perfection of Zhangliu's golden body, his physical body had transformed a lot again. According to the records of the Zhangliu golden body, a perfect Zhangliu golden body can be invulnerable to water and fire. And the 8th level 6-foot-long golden body is equivalent to the peak of a great master. The 9th level Zhangliu golden body has a vague intention of breaking the barrier of the Grand Master and stepping into a higher level. But after all, this is no real breakthrough success. At the same time, in terms of Gu Qingfeng's realm, he still stayed at the perfect realm of the Jidao Grand Master, unable to go further and step into a higher level. A 6-foot-long golden body is not enough for me to break the limit of the Jidao Grand Master. I must have more and more powerful martial arts. In this case, Shen Wuzong will have to make a trip. Although Gu Qingfeng mastered some of the great master's martial arts, with his large number of improvement points, he could completely rely on quantity to break the barriers of the ultimate master. But Gu Qingfeng suspected that the martial ancestor, who was suspected to be a strong man above the Grand Master, might be able to survive with martial arts skills above the Grand Master. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng suppressed his thoughts and looked at the other rewards this time. The Great Master ascended directly to the elixir. This goes without saying. Take the place where you achieve the Great Master's perfection. To be honest, even though it was not the first time for Gu Qingfeng to obtain the Zhizheng pill, he was still shocked when he saw such a pill appearing. For thousands of years, there are only a handful of great masters in the world. Not to mention a powerful person at the pinnacle level of Grand Master. Any powerful person at the top of the Grand Master was in the past a truly top-notch existence in the world, capable of competing with the powerful people in the realm of metamorphosis. However, how difficult it is to truly step into this level. Like a swordsman, the opponent's talent is not weak, but he only reluctantly took the last step to become a Grand Master after hundreds of years of seclusion and almost dying. But even so, breaking through to the Grand Master over the years, Kendo practitioners are still struggling at the beginning level of the Grand Master, and have never been able to break through to the intermediate level. From here we can see how difficult it is to break through to the Grand Master realm. But now, Qingfeng has 10 Grand Master Direct Ascension pills in his hand. He can create 10 powerful Grand Masters in an instant, which shows how powerful these pills are. 10 Great Martial Arts Masters. Any force that controls such a force can sweep the world. Many immortal sects and families may not be able to compete with the 10 martial arts masters. And then, it's the 9th level True Intent Direct Ascension pill. As the name suggests, taking these elixirs can allow people to enter a state of enlightenment and then understand the true meaning of the 9th level master. The true meaning of the master. Taking the 6th level as the starting point, the 9th level of true meaning is the top true meaning among the master's true meaning. If you go one step further and break through the 10th level of true meaning, you can step into the threshold of the Great Master's true meaning. The true meaning is difficult to grasp. To master the 9th level true meaning, the difficulty is no less difficult than breaking through to a martial arts master. It can be said, a great martial arts master, coupled with the true meaning of a 9th level master, is powerful enough to undergo transformation. If the true meaning goes one step further and enters the category of the 10th level true meaning, he will be promoted to a true great master. If so, ordinary grand masters are weaker than the strong ones in the same realm of transformation and rebirth, so the true master is enough to compete with the strong ones in the same realm of transformation and rebirth. In the past, there was a battle between the Taixuan dynasty. The Ji family royal family walked out of a true master and killed the previous head of the Li family in Huangzhou. Visible. The true meaning of the great master is terrifying. Although the 9th level true meaning is not as powerful as the 10th level true meaning, it is by no means easy. 10 Grand Master Direct Ascension pills plus 10 level 9 True Intent Direct Ascension pills are enough to instantly create a top master among Grand Masters. Qingfeng thought to himself. Now that the Shenyu dynasty has just been established, relying solely on oneself to suppress the world is ultimately insufficient. After all, it is difficult for one person to take care of everything. But if there are a few more great masters, it will be different. Then, Qingfeng looked at the other pills again. This time, when he made a breakthrough in Guiyang, he got 2 brand new pills. One is the Golden Body Pill. One is the Elixir of True Meaning. The former is taken by warriors in the Grand Master realm. It can temper the true body of the Grand Master and strengthen the warrior's own foundation. It can even be taken by warriors in the 5th realm of Viscera Refining, which can hopefully break through the Qi and Blood Master. Qingfeng tried to take a Golden Body Pill and found that his body seemed to have become a little stronger, but the change was so slight that it could be ignored. It works. Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Even if the effect of the Golden Body Pill was weak, it was useful. After accumulating to his level, every bit of growth was not that easy. More importantly, the change brought by the Golden Body Pill was not a change in realm growth, but a process of accumulating one's own foundation. If taking the Golden Body Pill made one's accumulation in the extreme Grandmaster realm more powerful, then the transformation brought about by the subsequent breakthrough would naturally be stronger. Then, Qingfeng took the True Meaning Pill. The Golden Body Pill was to improve the Grandmaster's body, while the True Meaning Pill could help warriors realize the truth and then comprehend the power of the true meaning. But the difference was, the effect of this True Meaning Pill was completely different from the 9-level True Meaning Direct Ascension Pill. After all, the latter can directly allow people to master the 9th level of true meaning. Although the former can also make people realize the truth, whether they can really comprehend the true meaning and make the true meaning breakthrough depends on their own understanding and opportunity. It's a pity. Although the True Meaning Pill is good, it has no effect after Qingfeng took it. In this regard, Qingfeng thought about it and understood it. He has now broken the shackles of the true meaning and stepped into the realm level, so no matter how good the true meaning pill is, it can't affect him. But although the true meaning pill is useless to me, it can help others speed up the pace of comprehending the true meaning. For example, the true meaning of the swordsman is not weak. If he can get the true meaning pill again, he may be promoted to the true meaning Grand Master. Half a day later, Qingfeng called the secret guard. Then he asked the other party to bring 2 Grandmaster Direct Ascension pills and 2 9th level True Meaning pills Direct Ascension pills back to Gu Jiazhuang and give them to Su Yulan and Gu Peng respectively. After all, although the 2 of them were perfect masters, their aptitude was too poor. If there were no other opportunities, they might not be able to break through the Grandmaster realm in their entire lives. Just right. Now that he had the elixir in his hand, Qingfeng naturally wanted to improve the strength of the people around him. Then, Qingfeng called another person. Here are 2 elixirs. One can allow you to directly break through the peak of the Grand Master, and one can allow you to master the true meaning of the 9th level. You can take it here. Yes. Hong Yi's cold expression was a little moved, but soon returned to normal. Without any hesitation, she took the 2 elixirs directly. As a dead soldier, she was absolutely loyal to Qingfeng and would not refuse any order. Seeing Hong Yi take the 2 elixirs, Qingfeng did not say anything else. The reason why Hong Yi took the elixir was because Gu Yi and others had been handed over to Gu Yang for management. Hong Yi often followed him, and Qingfeng asked her to do many things. In this way, if Hong Yi's strength can be stronger, it will be much easier to do things. I saw the pill enter my stomach. The aura on Hong Yi's body exploded. In less than a moment, the other party has already broken through from the peak of the Grand Master to the peak of the Grand Master. A breakthrough in a great realm was completed very quickly, and the whole process was not abrupt. However, this has not stopped. After the realm breakthrough, Hong Yi's eyes were closed, and the whole person entered a state of enlightenment. A terrifying sword intent rose from his body, and then a strange phenomenon emerged, as if a green lotus phantom appeared. Green Lotus Sword Sutra. This is the martial arts that Hong Yi practiced. However, this Grand Master's unique skills are mysterious and unpredictable. Even with Hong Yi's cultivation level, it is difficult to comprehend too much. But now, with the consumption of the 9th level True Meaning Direct Pill, Hong Yi's comprehension of the Green Lotus Sword Sutra has skyrocketed a lot, and an extremely powerful Green Lotus Sword intent has condensed on his body. Although this sword intent seemed a little weak in front of Qingfeng, for others, the 9th level of True Meaning was terrifying. When the sword intent appeared, many strong men in the city seemed to have sensed something, and looked towards the direction of the palace, with some doubt in their eyes. What a strong sword intent! This kind of sword intent is probably only one step away from the true meaning of the Grand Master. Is there another strong man hidden in the palace? Many people were shocked. The former capital city, now the capital of the Shenwu dynasty, has been a gathering of strong men from all over the world, and many old masters are living in seclusion here. Many of these masters have comprehended the true meaning, and some are about to step into the true meaning master, or have already become the true meaning master. In terms of strength, naturally, it should not be underestimated. But in the sword intent coming out of the palace now, these old masters are all shocked. The same is the true meaning. The sword intent coming from the palace is undoubtedly much stronger. However, the one who is really shocked is the swordsman who has already entered the Grand Master stage. He looked towards the palace, with an indescribable shock in his eyes. When did such a swordsman hide in the palace? If it was the sword intent, the swordsman would not be too shocked. After all, it is well known that the martial saint is the sword saint, and his understanding of the true meaning of the sword has reached an unpredictable level. However, this true meaning happened to be the sword intent. A person may be able to comprehend multiple true meanings, but if a strong man like Gu Qingfeng can master such a powerful sword intent, the swordsman will never believe it. The more powerful the warrior, the purer he is. The other party has reached such an unpredictable state in the way of the sword, it is impossible for him to take care of the sword. It is for this reason the swordsman will feel incredible. After all, since Gu Yang ascended the throne, the capital has already built the imperial city, and many people in the palace have moved into the imperial city, and only a very few people remain in the former palace. However, although the swordsman is curious, he also suppressed the impulse in his heart and did not go to the palace to take a look. After all, although there are not many people staying in the palace, Gu Qingfeng is among them. If he goes there rashly, it will be bad if he bumps into him. This kind of sword intent comes quickly and goes quickly. When the sword intent dissipates, everything is restored to its original state. But now many strong men know that there is a sword master hidden in the palace, which makes people more afraid of the former palace. Inside the palace, Gu Qingfeng looked at Hong Yi, whose aura had changed, and nodded slightly. It seems that you have successfully broken through, not bad. Thank you for the opportunity, Your Majesty, I will die for you. Hong Yi knelt on one knee, and on his face, as cold as a cold pond ice lotus, there was a rare expression of gratitude. 2 pills. Not only did he break through the peak of the Grand Master, but he also mastered the true meaning of the 9th level. Hong Yi was very grateful for this. As a dead man, Hong Yi was implanted with another memory by the information panel, making him think that he had been with Gu Qingfeng for many years, so he didn't know much about Gu Qingfeng's trump cards. You go down first. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, and Hong Yi regained his coldness. Hearing this, he immediately stood up and left. After Hong Yi left, Gu Qingfeng looked towards the direction of the imperial city, and finally walked out of the palace where he had been for a long time. My son greets his father. In the imperial garden in the imperial city, Gu Yang, dressed in an imperial robe, saluted Gu Qingfeng respectfully. Since he took this position, Gu Yang's imperial aura has become more and more intense, but in front of Gu Qingfeng, his attitude remains the same. Or rather, only now that he has reached the peak of the Grand Master, Gu Yang can truly feel the unfathomable depth of his father. With such strength, even the peak of the Grand Master is as small as an ant in front of him. You know, Gu Yang has laid the foundation by practicing the Chongsheng Ju. Unlike other Grand Masters in the world, although he is at the peak of the Grand Master, he can be directly suppressed by ordinary Grand Masters. You have now established the Shenwu dynasty with the method of Zuxianting. I wonder what means you have? Gu Qingfeng asked. He had seen the method of casting the immortal court, so he knew that once the dynasty was built and the world's luck was gathered, all kinds of mysterious methods could be used. But what kind of methods were they? Gu Qingfeng had not really practiced this secret method in depth, so he didn't know much. Hearing this, Gu Yang said, My child is now in charge of the luck of the Shenwu dynasty. As long as it is within the dynasty, it can manipulate the national luck to suppress the strong enemy. If it is simply to suppress one side with the national luck, even the general Tongshen realm will find it difficult to stir up any waves. In addition, in the dynasty realm, if there is a natural disaster, it can be suppressed by the power of national luck and change the celestial phenomena, so that the people can have good weather and will not be troubled by natural disasters. However, such methods will all consume national luck. Once used frequently, national luck will be exhausted. Once national luck is exhausted, the dynasty will be hit by natural disasters and man-made disasters. At that time, the Shenwu dynasty will not be far from falling apart. Gu Yang's words made Gu Qingfeng nod slightly. This may seem like a serious consequence, but in fact, the mystery of national destiny can be seen. If the Taixuan dynasty had such a method, it would not be the turn of those immortal families to cause chaos, and all those who were not loyal would be suppressed. This kind of power that can suppress the realm of the gods is definitely not something that other forces can contend with. And then there is. As a monarch, you can get the blessing of national destiny, and your cultivation will be much faster than before. Even many officials of the dynasty, big and small, as long as they hold official positions, can get the corresponding blessing of national destiny and get some corresponding benefits. While Gu Qingfeng was thinking secretly, Gu Yang continued to speak. He established the Shenwu dynasty, and with the first condensed and skyrocketing national destiny, he directly stepped into the peak realm of the Grand Master. But even so, after these days of practice, Gu Yang not only stabilized the peak realm of the Grand Master, but also seemed to have the intention of going further. Even if Gu Yang's talent was not bad in the past, he would never do this. It can be seen that under the blessing of national destiny, his cultivation talent has grown to what extent. Compared with the past, today's Gu Yang is completely several levels ahead of the previous one. End of this chapter. Chapter 217, Poking the Beast and number 039, S. Lair. Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yang. He had strong luck, and there was a faint shadow of a green lotus gathering above his head. 3rd grade Qinglian. This is the luck of the dynasty. When the 3rd grade Qinglian transforms into the 6th grade Qinglian, the dynasty can be promoted to a dynasty. But real promotion doesn't happen overnight. If a dynasty wants to be promoted to a dynasty, the most basic aspects are the number of people, the public sentiment, and the number of strengtheners. There is no particular criterion for this. But just one sentence. The dynasty is very strong. It is much stronger than dynasty in all aspects. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng handed part of the elixir directly to Gu Yang. There are 4 kinds of elixirs in it, namely the Grand Master elixir, the 9th level True Intent elixir, plus the Golden Body elixir and the True Intention elixir. Anyone who takes the Grand Master's elixir can become a powerful master at the peak of Grand Master's level. If you take the 9th level True Meaning elixir, taking it will allow the warrior to comprehend the 9th level True Meaning. The Golden Body pill can solidify the foundation of a master. Although the True Intent pill is not as powerful as the 9th level True Intention pill, it can also help warriors speed up their understanding of the true meaning. As soon as these words came out, Gu Yang's expression suddenly changed. He did not doubt the truth of Gu Qingfeng's words, but was shocked by the power of these pills. All the time, Gu Yang always took the elixirs given by Gu Qingfeng, but those elixirs had the same properties as the Golden Body pill and were used to solidify the foundation of a warrior. But now, a pill like this that can directly promote a person to a Grand Master is a bit unbelievable. Not to mention, there are also pills that can allow people to directly understand the true meaning of the 9th level. When these pills are released to the outside world, they are enough to make everyone in the world go crazy. Take a deep breath. Gu Yang looked at Gu Qingfeng and finally asked the long-buried doubts in his heart. Where did my father get so many mysterious elixirs? Being a father brings your own opportunities to be a father, just like the opportunities you get yourself. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly and said with a slight smile without explaining much. Hear the words. Gu Yang felt relieved. Indeed, he himself also received many opportunities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grow so fast. Since he can get the opportunity, it is normal for Gu Qingfeng to have his own opportunity. Soon, Gu Yang reacted and looked at the many pills in front of him with a smile on his face. Now the Shenwu dynasty is in ruins and waiting to be reborn, and the child is worried that no one can help him. Now that this elixir is here, we can cultivate a group of strong men who can be used. The biggest problem for the Shenwu dynasty now is its weak foundation. The Gu family is unlike other families, with thousands or even tens of thousands of years of accumulation. It only took about 30 years for the Gu family to reach Gujiazhuang in the back. 30 years. How much can be accumulated? Even though Gu Yang has conquered the world now, he still lacks some useful people under his command. In the past, behind the Taixuan dynasty, there was the Ji family of Xianzhou, who even founded the Suppression of Evil Division to recruit warlocks from all over the world for their own use. In comparison, nowadays, Kyushu martial arts is in decline. Although there are some strong men who can reach the master level, most of them are related to those immortal sects and aristocratic families. There are actually very few grandmasters with truly clean backgrounds. If you want to cultivate a strong person who can be used by yourself, it will take a lot of time. But it's different now. A pill can directly create a top grandmaster. In this way, the manpower problem can be solved. However, although there are no hidden dangers in taking elixirs, it is a shortcut after all. Now that you have the luck of the dynasty, it is only a matter of time to break through to the Grand Master. Step by step, it is better to strengthen your foundation and break through. It is better than taking shortcuts. Many. Gu Qingfeng finally reminded him again. Although there were no hidden dangers in taking the elixir, he still didn't want Gu Yang to take the elixir directly to achieve a breakthrough. After all, if Gu Yang takes the elixir, it will be equivalent to the stage where the opponent breaks through to the Grand Master, without any reward of improvement points. It turns out that Gu Yang also had the idea of taking pills to directly reach the top of the Grand Master. But now that he heard Gu Qingfeng's reminder, he gave up this idea. Since Gu Qingfeng said so, it must not be false. In addition, just as Gu Qingfeng said, now that the fortune of the dynasty is coming, Gu Yang believes that it will not be long before he breaks through to the Grand Master level. Not long after Gu Qingfeng left, Gu Yang secretly summoned Shi Zhen into the palace. Shi Zhen, pay homage to His Majesty. Shi Zhen bowed respectfully. In this era, it was not popular to kneel down. Gu Yang looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, "Get back on your feet." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Shi Zhen straightened up. Gu Yang said, "General Shi has been with me for many years, right?" "I have been following His Majesty for 10 years. Shi Zhen replied without hesitation. Gu Yang nodded, 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye. I have seen everything you have done over the years. You are also indispensable for the Shenwu dynasty to be what it is today. Your Majesty is serious. If it hadn't been for Your Majesty's helping hand back then, I would have been just a homeless man dying on the streets at any time. I will definitely not forget His Majesty's kindness in rebuilding my life." Shi Zhen said hurriedly. Seeing the other party's somewhat frightened expression, Gu Yangxian even smiled and handed the 2 pills into his hands. Then under Shi Zhen's puzzled eyes, Gu Yang said, "Of these 2 pills, one can allow you to directly break through to the peak of Grand Master, and the other can allow you to understand the true meaning of a 9th level Grand Master. Although you are a Grand Master now, your cultivation is still a little behind. I give you these 2 pills. I only hope that you will not disappoint my high expectations." This sentence. Shi Zhen's expression changed, and then he became excited, and his hand holding the elixir became a little tighter. "Your Majesty is so kind to me, I will be ashamed of myself. These elixirs are precious, so take them here. I can also protect you. It would be rude of me to do this." Shi Zhen didn't refuse, and he swallowed the 2 pills without any hesitation. Seeing the other party take the pills so decisively, the smile on Gu Yang's face became gentler. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yang's expression was solemn. In his perception, Shi Zhen's aura is rising steadily now, and his breakthrough speed is comparable to that of his previous founding of the country. Intermediate Grand Master. Grand Master's lower level. The pinnacle of Grand Master. When reaching the pinnacle of a Grand Master, there is almost no pause before the barrier of a Grand Master is broken and the realm of a Great Master is reached. Several couldn't breathe. Shi Zhen has successfully reached the peak of Grand Master. The powerful and terrifying aura made Gu Yang feel a little frightened. Even though he knew the effect of the elixir, it was difficult not to be shocked when he actually saw someone in front of him, who entered the Grandmaster realm in just a few breaths and stepped into the ranks of the top Grandmasters in one breath. However, this hasn't stopped yet. After stepping into the level of the Grandmaster, Shi Zhen's body radiated an extremely powerful sword intent, which seemed to evolve into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. An infinite killing power burst out. This scene. It directly alarmed many people in the palace. Gu Yang's expression moved slightly, and he ordered in a deep voice to the guards who came after hearing the news. Pass on my order to seal off the entire imperial garden. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Yes. Under Gu Yang's order, the entire imperial garden was blocked by guards. Only then did he turn his attention to Shi Zhen again. 9-level true meaning. Gu Yang thought to himself. Although he has now understood the true meaning of the master, he has not yet reached the 9th level of true meaning. Think of this. Gu Yang also had some thoughts about taking the 9th level true intention pill. After all, Gu Qingfeng just asked him not to take the Grandmaster pill, but he didn't say he couldn't take the 9th level true meaning pill. But this idea, Gu Yang suppressed it temporarily. It didn't take long. The sword intention dissipated. Shi Zhen opened and closed his eyes, with a look of astonishment on his face, which then turned into surprise, and then bowed to Gu Yang. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. I will never forget this opportunity. He looked excited and his tone of voice was trembling. The pinnacle of Grandmaster. Level 9 true meaning. This is something Shi Zhen doesn't even dare to think about. He thinks that his talent in cultivation is good, but he is not very sure about becoming a martial arts master in the future. But now, one pill allowed him to break through to the top level of a Grandmaster, directly saving him hundreds of years of hard work. How could Shi Zhen not be excited? And there is. The 9th level true meaning pill also allowed him to realize the extremely powerful true meaning. The cultivation level of a top Grandmaster. The true meaning of the 9th level top master. The two are superimposed. Shi Zhen has now become the top powerhouse in the world. You go down first to familiarize yourself with the strength you have just broken through. In addition, this matter must not be made public. Gu Yang said. Shi Zhen naturally accepted the order respectfully. After Shi Zhen left, Gu Yang was the one who called the secret guard again and handed 2 pills to Gu Yi. Even after establishing the Xinyu dynasty, Gu Yang still did not disperse the secret guards. He always regarded them as a force in his hand that could play a big role when necessary. Even now, the secret guards can also secretly monitor the officials, and at the same time, they can patrol the 9 states on their behalf, which is quite useful. Today's secret guards, Gu Qingfeng has secretly expanded to 3,000 people, of which 1,500 are in the hands of Gu Yang, while the remaining 1,500 still obey the former's orders. Gu Yang didn't know the true number of secret guards. But for Gu Yang, the 1,500 secret guards under his command have greatly alleviated the problem of shortage of secret guards. Originally, Gu Yang had the idea of continuing to expand the secret guards, but as his most trusted force, the secret guards could not expand at will. This needs to be done. You also have to be cautious. Before that, the first thing Gu Yang has to do is to improve Gu Yi's strength. With the top Grandmaster at the helm, the secret guards can play a greater role. Now, the 2 Grandmaster elixirs have been given to Shi Zhen and Gu Yi, and Gu Yang also has some ideas for the remaining 5 elixirs. Your heir Gu Yang canonize hundreds of officials, stabilize the world, and bring long-lost peace to Kyushu. Your heir Gu Yang has been blessed by the luck of the dynasty, and his qualifications have greatly increased. Your descendant Gu Yang sat and discussed with a great master warrior, and his strength has improved. Your descendant Gu Yang implemented a series of policies that benefit the people, and his prestige among the people has improved. Your descendant Gu Xian strayed into a dangerous place and was attacked by a ferocious beast. 103. Your descendant Gu Xian accidentally took a natural treasure, and his realm broke through to the perfect bone refining realm. Reward improvement points. 30. Your descendant Gu Xian was attacked by a ferocious beast. 361. Your descendant Gu Xian was attacked by a ferocious beast. 476. Your descendant Gu Xian was attacked by a powerful ferocious beast, and used his trump card to kill it at a critical moment. Your descendant Gu Xian gained some insights in the life and death struggle, and his understanding of the true meaning of the heavenly sword deepened. When leaving the palace and temporarily returning to the former Guangyang Palace, Gu Qingfeng flipped through the information panel. When he saw some of the information at the back, his expression was a little strange. Ferocious beast. Did he poke the beast's nest? Ferocious beasts are not common in Zhuzhou, because whenever a ferocious beast appears, it will be suppressed by the court immediately. It was only with the disintegration of the Taixuan dynasty that the problem of ferocious beasts became more serious. But it was only slightly more serious. For someone like Gu Xian, who was attacked by ferocious beasts hundreds of times, it was a bit unbelievable. Normally, there can't be so many ferocious beasts in Zhuzhou. Unless Gu Xian entered the ancient beast mountain range. Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly when he thought of this. Did Xian really enter the ancient beast mountain range? The ancient beast mountain range is unpredictable. There are too many secrets hidden in it. Since ancient times, no one has been able to truly explore what is in the ancient beast mountain range. So, as long as you know the existence of the ancient beast mountain range, you can't rashly enter it. But judging from the current situation, the probability of Gu Xian entering the ancient beast mountain range is very high. After all, apart from the ancient beast mountain range, Gu Qingfeng couldn't figure out where else could hide so many beasts. However, when he saw Gu Xian's breakthrough, Gu Qingfeng's expression eased a little. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the empty yard in front of him, and then said, "Come here." As soon as the voice fell, Hong Yi's figure appeared. "What do you want, Your Majesty?" "Contact Duopo immediately, and check Xianer's whereabouts. This matter must be done quickly," Gu Qingfeng said coldly. Hearing this, Hong Yi immediately retreated respectfully. Looking at the other parties leaving back, Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. "I hope you didn't really enter the ancient beast mountain range, otherwise, things will be a bit tricky. The ancient beast mountain range is too big. Entering it alone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is not easy to find the whereabouts. Don't think that the dark guards are very powerful now, but they are not enough in front of the ancient beast mountain range." This point, Gu Qingfeng is clear. After all, how can it be easy for a master to enter a place where it is difficult to guarantee a safe exit? So, if Gu Xian really entered the ancient beast mountain range, it would not be so easy to find the other party. P.S. I will update 4,000 words today, and I owe 2,000 words. I will update 8,000 words tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 218, Great Wilderness Fist Scripture, Inheritance of the Martial Ancestor. This is Wuzhu. Gu Qingfeng stepped into Wuzhu and felt the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth here, with a slightly surprised look on his face. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. He found that the aura of heaven and earth here was much richer than that in Qingyun State. Only then did Gu Qingfeng understand why the martial ancestor wanted to lay his foundation in Wuzhu. Warriors practice. You cannot do without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to polish your body. That's all for the early stage. You just need to polish your muscles and bones normally and use medicinal baths and other supplements to practice. But at the master level and beyond, if you want to rely solely on this method to achieve breakthroughs, you will need a huge amount of resources. The aura of heaven and earth. But it has become the first choice of warriors. The aura of heaven and earth in Wuzhou is at least half as rich as that in Qingyun state, so practicing here is naturally different from other places. But these are only temporary. Ever since Gu Yang established the Shenwu dynasty in Qingyun state and then established the capital in Guangyang Mansion, the aura of heaven and earth in Kyushu has been converging towards Qingyun state. Today, the aura of heaven and earth in Qingyun prefecture is gradually recovering. No surprises. As time goes by, the concentration of spiritual energy in Qingyun prefecture will be the highest among Kyushu in the future. Behind him, Gu Yun said with a respectful look, the reason Wu ancestor liked Wuzhou back then was because the aura of heaven and earth here was rich. This time when Gu Qingfeng came to Wuzhou, he did not come alone. Gu Yun, the head of the Shenwu sect, also accompanied him. Hear the words. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly and continued on his way. The two of them headed towards the Shenwu sect, one behind the other. This time when he went to Shenwuzong, Gu Qingfeng did not disturb many people, nor did he send out an army to accompany him. Not long after, the two of them stepped into the Shenwu sect. As soon as he entered the mountain gate, a disciple of the Shenwu sect came forward. When he saw Gu Yun on the side, he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Disciple has met the sect master. Well, go and do your work. Gu Yun put his hands behind his back and nodded slightly, pretending to be profound, and the disciple respectfully stepped back. Subsequently, he just looked at Gu Qingfeng aside, his expression becoming odd again. This is the Shenwu sect. Master Gu, why not stay in the sect for a few days, and then the disciple will bring the things that martial ancestor left in the sect to Master Gu for a look. That's fine. Looking at Gu Yun's hopeful gaze, Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. See this? Gu Yun was immediately overjoyed. He finally invited Gu Qingfeng to come to Shenwuzong for a visit, but he didn't want him to leave immediately. After getting Gu Qingfeng's approval, Gu Yun immediately arranged a place for Gu Qingfeng in person. It was a courtyard in the back mountain of Shenwuzong. The environment was beautiful and the aura of heaven and earth was also quite rich. Gu Yun said, it is rumored that the courtyard here is the place where Wu Ziyu lived before he was enthroned, but since Wu Anzu was enthroned, no one is qualified to live in it. However, the Shenwu sect masters in the past generations would come here from time to clean. Now that Master Gu is here, he should be able to stay here. You have a heart. Gu Qingfeng was also quite satisfied with the environment in front of him, then looked at Gu Yun who was hesitant to speak, and spoke. I think there are quite a few disciples of Shenwu sect. Now I am staying here for a few days. If there are any talented disciples who can be brought here, I will give you some advice. Thank you Master Gu. Gu Yun thanked him immediately. He had this purpose in letting Gu Qingfeng be looked down upon by the Shenwuzong for a few days. As long as a strong person like Gu Qingfeng is willing to give a few words of advice, it will be enough for ordinary warriors to benefit from for a lifetime. To this, Gu Qingfeng didn't pay much attention. After all, he came here to get the benefits of Shenwuzong, and it would be unjustifiable to say that he would not get a dime from it. When Gu Yun left, Gu Qingfeng looked at the courtyard in front of him. The layout of this courtyard is simple, but it has a natural feel. A jujube tree stands in the courtyard, with strong roots like a horned dragon, and the trunk is full of the breath of time. Obviously, this tree has existed for a very long time. Normally, a jujube tree cannot live for such a long time. When Gu Qingfeng came to the jujube tree, he saw the jujube tree swaying slightly, and a weak wave emanated from it, which made his expression even more surprised. Is this about to give birth to spiritual intelligence? No wonder this tree can live for such a long time. If you don't die, you will become a monster. The jujube tree in front of me has obviously lived for an unknown number of years, and it has reached the point where it is about to give birth to spiritual wisdom. If the jujube tree really gives birth to spiritual wisdom, what is the difference between it and the rumored demon? When Gu Qingfeng's palm landed on the tree trunk, he could clearly feel the jujube tree trembling slightly, and there seemed to be a mysterious Taoist rhyme flowing on it. At the same time, in his sight, a picture suddenly appeared. The courtyard is still the courtyard. A jujube tree is still a jujube tree. The difference is, the jujube tree in the picture is not as strong as it is now. Sometimes a middle-aged man in Xingyi is telling something to the jujube tree, sometimes he is drinking tea under the tree and playing chess with himself, and sometimes he is practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Spring passes and autumn comes. Flowers bloom and fall. The jujube trees are growing stronger day by day, but the appearance of the middle-aged man in Qingyi has never changed. But not for long. The middle-aged man in Xingyi has grey hair on his temples. Finally, he cannot withstand the erosion of time and his body is getting older. Day after day again. Year after year. The young man turned into an old man, and his aging body was still repeating the things he did when he was young. Then, the scene disappeared. A feeling called sadness emanated from the jujube tree. Is that person the martial ancestor? Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself. He seemed to be talking to himself, and seemed to be asking the jujube tree in front of him. Until the moment he saw the scene just now, Gu Qingfeng finally understood why the jujube tree in front of him was so extraordinary. The other party followed the martial ancestor and accompanied him day and night. He was nourished by the martial ancestor's martial arts. In addition, the spiritual energy of the world of the Shenwu sect was rich. After a long time, some magic was naturally born. At the same time, the Dao rhyme and traces of the martial ancestor were also left on the jujube tree. If someone later could detect the Dao rhyme on the jujube tree, they would see this scene. However, if the cultivation level is not up to a certain level, it is absolutely difficult to find the clues. In addition, this also indirectly illustrates one thing. The martial ancestor of the Shenwu sect is very strong. It is definitely not comparable to the ordinary spiritual realm. After all, such a Dao rhyme has remained for 10,000 years, which is enough to show that such a strong man is unfathomable. Then, Gu Qingfeng sat down under the jujube tree, just like the martial ancestor back then. The jujube tree swayed slightly, and it seemed that a mysterious Dao rhyme was emanating. He closed his eyes and seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. It seemed like a day. It seemed like a year. Gu Qingfeng sat motionless under the jujube tree, but his body was filled with a mysterious Dao rhyme. The sun set in the west. The jade bough was hanging high. When the sun rose in the east, Gu Qingfeng finally opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and then looked at his own attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 51/3000. Realm, Perfect Grandmaster. Martial Arts, Heavenly Thunder Sword Art. Entry, Prajna Sutra, 13th level Perfect, Prajna True Body 12th level, Heavenly Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Longevity Art, Perfect, Longevity Level 5, Pure Yang True Body, Perfect, Physical Body Pure Yang Level 4, Heavenly Sword, Perfect, Heavenly Sword Domain 1st level, Blood Refining Sutra, Perfect, Divine Blood Level 8, Divine Movement, Perfect, Divine Speed Level 4, Zanglia Golden Body, Perfect, Golden Body Level 9, Great Wilderness Fist. Scripture, not yet entry. Improvement points, 5032. Great Wilderness Fist Scripture. Gu Qingfeng looked calm. He knew. This is a legacy left by the martial ancestor. Great Wilderness Fist Scripture. This is an unparalleled martial art that broke the barrier of the Grand Master. To put it bluntly, the mystery of this martial art is completely comparable to the heavenly sword created by himself. Even the Great Wilderness Fist Scripture is more mysterious than the heavenly sword. It's a pity that the Shenwu sect has not had a Grand Master of true meaning so far, and it is difficult to find the clues here. Otherwise, the Xinyu sect's achievements with this martial art are definitely not comparable to what they are now. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. The Great Wilderness Fist scripture is very mysterious. Without the realm of the Grand Master of true meaning, it is difficult to comprehend even if you get it. After all, high-level martial arts are not just simple moves, but also a manifestation of Tao. Without a deep enough understanding of the power of true meaning, it is difficult to practice the Great Wilderness Fist scripture. It can be said that the lowest threshold for practicing this Great Wilderness Fist scripture is the Grand Master of true meaning. But the problem is, the Xinyu sect does not have a Grand Master, let alone a Grand Master of true meaning. Then, Gu Qingfeng thought about it and directly upgraded the Great Wilderness Fist scripture. 200 upgrade points. The Great Wilderness Fist scripture is the entry. 200 upgrade points. The Great Wilderness Fist scripture is a small success. 200 improvement points. In less than a moment, Gu Qingfeng upgraded the Great Wilderness Fist scripture from the beginning to the perfect stage in one breath. The full-level Great Wilderness Fist scripture. Suddenly, a large amount of memories came surging. At the same time, there was a shocking fist intention emanating from Gu Qingfeng, which turned into a domain covering the huge Xinyu sect. All the people in the Xinyu sect felt this terrifying pressure, and their blood and qi became much more stagnant. However, this kind of pressure came quickly and disappeared quickly. In less than a few breaths, it disappeared. Great Wilderness Fist Scripture, Perfection, Great Wilderness Domain Level 4. Great Wilderness Domain. Gu Qingfeng now seemed to have practiced the Great Wilderness Fist Scripture for many years, and this martial art has truly reached a perfect level of perfection. The only pity is, the Great Wilderness Fist Scripture, a martial art that breaks the limit of the Grand Master, does not have the effect of tempering the physical body like other ordinary Grandmaster and Grandmaster martial arts. Otherwise, with the power of this martial arts, Gu Qingfeng can break the limit of the Extreme Master and step into a higher level. However, despite this, when Gu Qingfeng truly understood the mystery of the Great Wilderness Fist Sutra, even if he did not make any breakthroughs in his own cultivation, his strength would be improved. To be honest, now that his own cultivation has gradually improved, Gu Qingfeng is not sure what level his true strength has reached. At this time, Gu Yun has come. Behind him, 5 disciples of the Xinyu sect followed. Master Gu, these people are the most outstanding disciples of my Xinyu sect. Gu Yun said directly. He originally wanted to ask Gu Qingfeng what was going on with that fleeting pressure just now, but after seeing the other person, Gu Yun suppressed this idea. Now that this person is in charge of the Xinyu Zong, it is obvious that the previous changes are also inseparable from this person. There are some things that the other party will naturally say if they are willing to say them. If you ask more, it will be a bit offensive. When Gu Yun finished speaking, the 5 of them all saluted Gu Qingfeng with clasped fists. I've met Senior Gu. Before coming here, Gu Yun had already told a few people Gu Qingfeng's identity. Naturally, they did not dare to show any disrespect to this world-famous martial saint. Not only that, the eyes they looked at Gu Qingfeng showed not only awe, but also a hint of admiration for the strong martial saint Gu Qingfeng. Now the most powerful person in Kyushu. The rumors are comparable to the supreme existence of the martial ancestor thousands of years ago. A journey of martial arts. The person in front of me is the real pinnacle. It is a great honor for several Xinyu sect disciples to be able to see such powerful men now. Gu Qingfeng's eyes also fell on a few people. There are 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, all of whom are young, about 20 to 25 years old. At Gu Qingfeng's current level of cultivation, he can tell the bone age of a person just by looking at him. The weakest one among the 5 has reached the bone refining realm, and the strong one has entered the marrow cleansing realm. Look at Kyushu. Anyone who can step into this realm at such an age can be called a true genius. From here, it can be seen that these people are indeed outstanding disciples of the Shinryu sect. It's not bad to have such a level of cultivation at such an age. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, it is inevitable to break through to the Grandmaster level. Even if you break through to the Great Grandmaster level, there is still a slight chance. Gu Qingfeng nodded and gave some affirmation. Upon hearing his words, Gu Yun immediately looked overjoyed. Subsequently, Gu Yun said again, "Then disciple, please leave first and don't disturb Master Gu. You can stay too." Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other party, and then said again, "Yesterday, I came to enlightenment here, and I got an inheritance left by the martial ancestor thousands of years ago. This thing originally belonged to the Shinryu sect, and now I will pass it on to you. But how much you can comprehend depends entirely on your own opportunities." Enlightenment. Martial ancestor inheritance? Gu Qingfeng's words made Gu Yun look shocked. He did not expect that the inheritance of the martial ancestor would be left in this courtyard. After all, successive sect masters have searched this place many times, inside and out. If there really was a martial ancestor inheritance here, it would have been discovered by successive sect masters long ago. But Gu Yun didn't dare to question Gu Qingfeng's words. Seeing the confusion on Gu Yun's face, Gu Qingfeng said, "The inheritance left here is difficult for a grandmaster to detect without the true meaning. So it is normal that your Shinryu sect has not discovered the inheritance here in these years." One sentence. Gu Yun looked embarrassed. The world's #1 martial arts sect doesn't even have a true master, so it's really embarrassing to tell them. In fact, not just a true master. Even ordinary martial arts great masters have not appeared in Shinryu sect in these years. But, ashamed, Gu Yun was a little ecstatic again. Needless to say, the inheritance left by the martial ancestor is extremely powerful. Now that Gu Qingfeng has obtained this inheritance and is willing to pass it on to the Shinryu sect, he can hope to revitalize the sect with this inheritance. Before Gu Yun could think too much, Gu Qingfeng raised his hand and pointed, and suddenly a mysterious Taoist rhyme fell into the minds of 6 people, including Gu Yun. In an instant, as if a restraining spell had been cast on them, several people closed their eyes instinctively and silently digested the message. An hour passed. Gu Yun woke up first. He looked back at the memories that came to his mind, with a look of excitement and gratitude on his face. "Thank you Master Gu for preaching." Gu Yun solemnly bowed to Gu Qingfeng, with a genuine expression on his face, without any pretense. He now has a martial arts called Dawang boxing in his mind. This martial arts is much more mysterious than any of the previous secrets of Shinryu sect. Even after getting the memory of the Great Wild Boxing Sutra, Gu Yun felt like he was in a fog. This feeling let a thought arise in his mind. That is, skilled in Taoism. This is martial arts that truly involves the level of Tao, and is comparable to ordinary martial arts. Although he is currently unable to comprehend any of the mysteries of the Great Wilderness Boxing Sutra, this is still an opportunity. If one day, he can comprehend some of the mysteries of the Great Wilderness Boxing Sutra, he can also exert infinite power. For this, Gu Yun was extremely grateful. After all, no one can easily leak out martial arts of this level like the Great Wild Fist Sutra. If Gu Qingfeng didn't tell him, he wouldn't know. But now that the other party is willing to directly leave such martial arts in Shinryuzong, it is enough to show his ambition. Another hour has passed. The other 5 people also woke up one after another. Looking at the shocked looks on several people's faces, Gu Qingfeng said, "The Great Wilderness Boxing Sutra is a martial art that breaks the limits of the Grandmaster. It is especially difficult for a Grandmaster who is not the true meaning to truly practice. However, for ordinary warriors, even if they can't really get started with the Great Wild Boxing Sutra, they can still benefit from a glimpse of some of its mysteries. Today I will give you another chance, please wait and see." Gu Qingfeng came to the middle of the courtyard and punched seemingly casually, causing the void to suddenly burst. Gu Yun and others' pupils widened, looking at the punch that broke the void. Their whole bodies trembled with energy and blood, and they could hardly move at all. Break the void. What a concept! Such terrifying power made several people feel that if some power affected them, they would be wiped out in an instant. Such terrifying power! It's enough to make people despair. A long while. They just woke up from the shock. This time, only a few people discovered that there was already a fist mark left there on the ground of the courtyard, which seemed to be completely natural, full of terrifying pressure and infinite mystery. This is my little understanding of the Great Wilderness Boxing Sutra. I will leave it here for now. How much you can understand in the future depends entirely on personal opportunities. This time can be regarded as some compensation given to the Xinyu sect by inheriting it from the martial ancestor. Gu Qingfeng said calmly. The Taoist rhyme contained in this fist seal cannot be preserved for thousands of years like the Wuzhe Taoist rhyme. After all, Wuzhe Dayun's ability to survive for so long may have something to do with the existence of the jujube tree. But anyway, it is not a problem to leave this fist seal for 100 years. Hundreds of years. How much the people of the Xinyu sect can understand from it really depends on their own opportunities. In Gu Qingfeng's opinion, as long as the people of the Xinyu sect are not too stupid, there is no problem in using this fist seal to understand some of the mysteries of the Great Wilderness Boxing Sutra. Stay until the back. Whether anyone in the Xinyu sect can truly practice the Great Wild Fist Sutra depends on whether a true master is born. Without the level of cultivation of the Great Master of Jinai, it is absolutely impossible to truly successfully practice the Great Wilderness Boxing Sutra. At present, the strongest person in the entire Xinyu sect who has the greatest hope of breaking through to become the true meaning Grand Master is actually Gu Yun. Now, Gu Yun looked at the fist seal, feeling faintly touched in his heart, as if he had touched something, but he still couldn't catch it. But he had a hunch. If I can seize this insight this time, it might be the time for me to break through the Grand Master. Disciple has some understanding that he needs to go back to retreat for a while, so he will say goodbye first. Gu Yongxuan even handed over and left, leaving behind a few disciples who followed him. Gu Qingfeng nodded, then looked at the people in front of him. If you have any questions about martial arts, you can tell me, and I will answer your questions. Thank you, Senior Gu. Several people were overjoyed when they heard this, and for a while they stopped trying to figure out the mystery of that fist seal, or ponder the memory of the Great Wild Fist Sutra in their minds. For them, these things can be understood in the future. The most important thing right now is to seize this opportunity and get Gu Qingfeng's guidance. 2 days in a row. Gu Qingfeng is always giving guidance to a few people on their cultivation. He is often very sharp on the cultivation issues below the master level. His casual advice makes a few people feel that it is of infinite benefit. 2 days later, Gu Qingfeng just said, "You don't have to come back tomorrow. I have already taught you what should be taught. As for how far you can go in the future, it depends on you. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance these past 2 days. I will never forget it, Junior and others." The 5 people looked at each other. Although there was some regret in their eyes, they could only leave as they were told. After all, it was a blessing that such a strong man was willing to give some advice to himself and others for 2 days, and he definitely couldn't force too much. And the harvest from these 2 days of guidance is comparable to the hard work of the past 10 years. If the insights of these 2 days can be fully digested, at least there will be no big bottlenecks until the breakthrough to the Grand Master. Such an opportunity is not small, and the 5 people will not be greedy. Being able to be trained by the Xinyu sect and regarded as the foundation for the future naturally requires not only talent, but also all aspects of character and behavior. On the 4th day of arriving at Qinyuzong, ancient clouds are coming. The other party now looks a little younger than before, and the aura on his body has become much stronger. The strong energy and blood power has not been completely restrained, and sometimes escapes a little, which makes people feel frightened. Congratulations to the ancient sect leader, you have achieved enlightenment and achieved the status of a great master. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly and congratulated him. He could tell with just one glance that Gu Yun had already broken through the shackles of a half-step grandmaster and truly broke through to the ranks of martial arts grandmasters. To be honest, Gu Qingfeng was also a little surprised that Gu Yun could break through so quickly. It can also be seen from the side that this person's accumulation of knowledge is quite profound, otherwise he would not have become a martial arts master so quickly. Hear the words. Gu Yun couldn't suppress the smile on his face, but he looked at Gu Qingfeng with much more awe and gratitude. If it hadn't been for Master Gu's guidance, this disciple might not have had the chance to break through to become a grandmaster in this life. Master Gu's kindness will help us rebuild, and this disciple will be extremely grateful. This moment, Gu Yun felt extremely wise about his decision to invite Gu Qingfeng to come to Shenmuzong. If not, how could he break through the Grandmaster so quickly? But even if he broke through the Grandmaster, Gu Yun was not proud in his heart. He knew that even if he stepped into the realm of a great master, he would still be just a junior in front of this person. With the opponent's unfathomable strength, he can suppress himself with just a raise of his hand. So, when Gu Yun finished speaking, he handed the wooden box he brought this time directly into Gu Qingfeng's hands. This is what martial ancestor left behind, please take a look at it, Master Gu. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, he immediately took the wooden box and opened it. A long sword with a frost-like blade came into view. The first time he saw this sword, Gu Qingfeng could feel that it was extraordinary. In this magical weapon, he seemed to sense an aura similar to that of the evil killing sword. In the wooden box, in addition to this divine sword, a jade slip was left. When he saw this jade slip, Gu Qingfeng's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Such jade slips. Gu Qingfeng is no stranger to this. At the beginning, Gu Yang came with the jade slips so that Gu Qingfeng could see a secret method called Immortal Casting Court. Now seeing the jade slip in front of him, Gu Qingfeng was not surprised at all, but he confirmed many of his original guesses. This time, Gu Yun said, "This sword is called Qingyu, and it is the sword left behind by the martial ancestor. This sword retains a part of the martial ancestor's power. This is the fundamental reason why the Shenmue sect has been able to stand in Wuzhou for many years." Not long after the news of the enthronement of the martial ancestor came out, many forces invaded the Shenmuzong, trying to seize the martial ancestor's inheritance. Later, the ancestors of the Shenmuzong sacrificed the Qingyu sword and killed a great martial arts master, which was considered a deterrent. All forces. In the following tens of thousands of years, there were also attacks by top experts from the immortal sect, but they were also killed by the Qingyu sword. It's a pity that every time the Qingyu sword is used, the power left by the martial ancestor will be weakened by 1 point. Therefore, the Shenmue sect does not dare to use the power of such treasures easily unless it is absolutely necessary. To the end, Gu Yun already had a wry smile on his face. The Shenmue sect has been able to stand for thousands of years and not fall down because of the divine weapons left behind by the ancestors. Such a comparison makes the Shenmue sect look like a waste. But there is no way, the descendants of the Shenmue sect are indeed unsatisfactory, and there is nothing worth defending. If it weren't for the martial ancestor's sword left to frighten all parties, the Shenmue sect would have been destroyed long ago. This sword is indeed extraordinary. When Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on Qingyu's sword, he nodded. The power hidden in this sword is already much weaker, but even so, it is still irresistible to the strong ones below the level of divine connection. But if you are facing a strong person in the realm of the gods, relying on the Qingyu sword is not enough. Perhaps the Qingyu sword from thousands of years ago could have the power to suppress the realm of gods, but now, the power contained in the Qingyu sword has weakened a lot. This is also normal. After all, this is the sword left behind by the martial ancestor thousands of years ago. It is not easy to retain the power to kill the Grand Master now. This also further proves that martial ancestor was indeed very strong back then. Subsequently, Gu Yun pointed at the jade slip and said, "This jade slip was left with the sword that the martial ancestor used to wear, but the strong men of our Shenyu sect have studied it for a long time over the years and found that it can be used as long as the jade slip is pressed tightly against the forehead. It's just that there are powerful restrictions in the jade slips, and the powerful Shenyu sect in the past have no way to break the restrictions." Finished. Gu Yun smiled bitterly again. Wu Zhu did indeed leave a lot of things behind when he sat down, but the descendants of Shen Yuzong failed to live up to expectations and couldn't get anything. Only the Qingyu sword was able to guard the sect. But Gu Yun could also find that the power in the Qingyu sword was gradually weakening. If the Shen Yuzong failed to change, when the power in the Qingyu sword completely dissipated, the Shen Yuzong would have lost its most powerful deterrence. But these are things of the past. After receiving the Dawang Boxing Sutra taught by Gu Qingfeng, the Shen Yuzong had a new trump card. As long as someone in the sect can understand the mystery of the Great Wild Fist Sutra, it will be enough to ensure the longevity of the Shenyu sect. Other side. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, he also pressed the jade slip against his forehead. Just as Gu Yun said, there was indeed a restraining force in the jade slip that would prevent future generations from exploring. However, this kind of restraint power is not very powerful. Gu Qingfeng only used a slight impact with his true power to completely break the restraint. As the band breaks down, a lot of information comes out of it. Such terrifying and turbulent information, even with Gu Qingfeng's current cultivation level, took a long time to barely suppress it. Subsequently, he looked at Gu Yun and said, "It's easy for me to understand the things here, so you can go back first." As he spoke, Gu Qingfeng handed the Qingyu sword back to Gu Yun's hands. As for his jade slip, it was now completely broken into powder. "Farewell, disciple." Seeing this, Gu Yun naturally knew that Gu Qingfeng must have gotten something from the jade slips, but he did not ask too much, took the wooden box containing the Qingyu sword and left respectfully. After Gu Yun left, Gu Qingfeng sat cross-legged and meditated under the jujube tree, and began to gradually digest the information and memory that suddenly appeared. Time passed little by little. Gu Qingfeng's body was still sitting cross-legged, but a strong Taoist charm emerged from his body, covering the entire courtyard. Under the cover of this kind of Tao Yun, the courtyard has turned into a forbidden area, and even the great master can hardly break in. Such a large courtyard. Now everything is calm. Only the jujube trees sway in the wind, exuding subtle charm. 1 day. 2 days. In the blink of an eye. 3 days have passed. 3 days. Gu Yun came here more than once, but found that this place had long been covered by a powerful true meaning of the Tao. Even as a Grand Master, he did not dare to really set foot in it. Whenever Gu Yun wanted to enter, he would have a warning sign in his heart, as if as long as he took that step, he would suffer a devastating blow. Such a change. Naturally, Gu Yun dared not move rashly. At the same time, he also ordered other people from the Shenyu sect not to step into the back mountain without permission, so as not to disturb Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's body moved, and his tightly closed eyes opened with a flash of brilliance, and soon returned to calm again. So that's it. This is the inheritance left by the martial ancestor. End of this chapter. Chapter 219, Ancient World, Rapidly Expanding Realm. Shenyang Holy Land. The inheritance of the saint. From the information in the jade slip, Gu Qingfeng finally understood the origin of Wu Ziyu. The other party was named Murongxiu, and he was a true disciple of a force called Shenyang Holy Land. As for Shenyang Holy Land, it came from the ancient world. The so-called ancient world. In fact, it was the 9 provinces under our feet. To be precise, a corner of the ancient world is the 9 provinces. Just as Gu Qingfeng had originally guessed, there is a wider world outside the 9 provinces. The 9 provinces and other places are collectively called the Ancient World. Shenyang Holy Land. It is a major force in the ancient world. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also understood what realm is above the Grand Master. Divine Transformation, Dao Palace, Saint. These are the 3 realms above the Grand Master. The Divine Transformation realm is divided into 9 levels. Once you enter this realm, your blood can be transformed again, and you will have all kinds of magical powers, such as regeneration of broken limbs. At his peak, Murongxiu was a strong man at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Transformation, and he was only 1 step away from entering the legendary Dao Palace realm. At that time, Murongxiu accidentally obtained the inheritance of a saint in a certain ancient secret realm. Later, this news was accidentally leaked, and the entire Shenyang Holy Land was affected. Although the Shenyang Holy Land was not weak, it had a strong man at the Dao Palace realm in its peak period. But the Shenyang Holy Land had long since fallen. The strongest man in such a large Holy Land was only a strong man at the half-step Dao Palace realm. Therefore, the Shenyang Holy Land was destroyed. Murongxiu himself was also severely injured. However, he relied on his trump card to fight out of the chaos, and finally crossed the ancient Beast Mountains and entered Zhuzhou. When he first entered Zhuzhou, Murongxiu found that the martial arts here were backward, so he settled down here temporarily, trying to recover from his injuries, comprehend the inheritance of the saints, and then fight back in the future to avenge the Shenyang Holy Land. What a pity! Murongxiu underestimated the severity of his injuries. Such injuries not only made it difficult for him to heal himself, but also greatly reduced his lifespan. For this reason, Murongxiu founded the Shenwu sect, and then, seeing that the martial arts in this world were weak, he casually passed on some methods of cultivation. However, these methods of cultivation were just some ordinary techniques that Murongxiu had obtained in the past, and they were not the true inheritance of the Shenyang Holy Land. What was left in this jade slip was the inheritance of the Shenyang Holy Land. The reason for doing so was that Murongxiu had his own considerations. After all, the Shenyang Holy Land was destroyed, and he was also hunted down. If he rashly passed on the inheritance of the Shenyang Holy Land, it might also expose his whereabouts. Therefore, Murongxiu left the inheritance of the Shenyang Holy Land and the inheritance of the saints he had obtained in the jade slip, and waited until a real strong man appeared in the Shenwu sect in the future. He could break the jade slip restriction and inherit his will. The reason why the restriction is set at the level of the Grand Master of True Meaning is that the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in Zhuzhou is relatively weak, and it is not easy for ordinary people to cultivate to the Grand Master level. If he can break through the Grand Master of True Meaning in such a place, then once he leaves Zhuzhou one day, it is a foregone conclusion that he will step into the Divine Transformation realm, and it is not impossible to go further and achieve the Dao Palace. On the contrary, if the inheritance falls into the hands of ordinary cultivators, it will be a real waste. Yes, it is a cultivator. In the ancient world, warriors have a unified title, that is, cultivators. Now, in Gu Qingfeng's mind, there are a total of 2 inheritances. One is called the Divine Yang Sutra. The other is called the Ancient Heavenly Sword. The former is the inheritance of the Divine Yang Holy Land, and the latter is the inheritance of the saint that Murongxiu obtained. As the inheritance of the Divine Yang Holy Land, the Divine Yang Sutra is the top-notch secret skill that directly points to the 9th level of the Dao Palace. As for the Ancient Heavenly Sword, it is a secret skill that involves the 6th level of the saint. The 9th level of Divine Transformation. The 9th level of Dao Palace. The 9th level of Saint. Each of these 3 realms is divided into 9 levels. Although the Divine Yang Sutra is not as powerful as the Ancient Heavenly Sword, as a top-notch secret skill that directly points to the 9th level of Dao Palace, it is naturally extraordinary. The 9th level of divine transformation. I wonder which level of divine transformation I belong to with my current true strength. The world is so big, it is indeed not just a few acres of land in Zhuzhou. Qingfeng truly felt the vastness of the world, which is definitely not just a small piece of land in Zhuzhou. At the same time, from the Divine Yang Sutra and the information left by Murongxiu, Qingfeng also understood one thing from the side. That is, the martial arts of Zhuzhou today are not actually incomplete martial arts. It is because the grade of this martial arts is not high. In the ancient world, there are ordinary inheritances, just like the current Zhuzhou inheritance, and there are also powerful inheritances that can lay a perfect foundation for people. Whether the foundation is perfect or not affects both the underlying strength and the lifespan. Let's not talk about the former for now. As for lifespan, as long as one can enter the divine transformation realm, the gap can be made up. No matter what the foundation of the cultivator is, as long as one can break through the divine transformation realm, he can get a lifespan of 5,000 years. So, even if one cultivates ordinary inheritance, he can only live for 800 years in the Grand Master realm, but as long as one can break through the divine transformation realm, he can enjoy a lifespan of 5,000 years. But in today's Zhuzhou, it is already extremely difficult to break through the Grand Master realm, and it is even more of a luxury to break through the divine transformation realm. So for thousands of years, no cultivator in Zhuzhou has broken through the divine transformation realm. This is due to both the lack of inheritance and the difficulty of breaking through the divine transformation realm. Of course, if Zhuzhou really has a divine transformation realm technique passed down, perhaps there are really strong people who can enter this realm. After all, over the years, Zhuzhou has also had some amazing talents who have reached the peak of the Grand Master with their own talents. But because there is no guidance for the future, they have not been able to truly break through. There are very few people who really want to open up a future on their own. Then, Qingfeng turned his attention back to the Divine Yang Sutra in his mind. The Divine Yang Sutra is divided into 5 chapters. Body Refining Chapter, Grand Master Chapter, Grand Master Chapter, Divine Transformation Chapter, Dao Palace Chapter. Each chapter corresponds to a realm. Just as Qingfeng originally thought, the 5 levels from skin refining to internal organs refining can actually be regarded as one realm, collectively referred to as the body refining realm. This is the case in the Shen Yang Sutra now. Among them, the body refining chapter is divided into 5 levels, corresponding to the 5 realms. The Grand Master and Grand Master chapters are divided into 4 levels, corresponding to the 4 realms. Finally, the Divine Transformation chapter and the Dao Palace chapter are divided into 9 levels, directly pointing to the Divine Transformation 9 heavens and the Dao Palace 9 heavens. It is worth mentioning that the body refining chapter of the Shen Yang Sutra involves the level of perfect body refining. In terms of the mysterious level, it is not inferior to the Chongshengju originally created by Qingfeng. If I had obtained the Shen Yang Sutra earlier, why would I waste so much time to create the Chongshengju? Qingfeng shook his head. In order to create the Chongshengju, he spent a lot of effort. As a result, now it seems, there is a method of practicing perfect body refining in the Shen Yang Sutra. This also indirectly shows the power of the Shen Yang Sutra. As cultivators in the 5th realm of body refining, practicing the top-notch skills of the Shen Yang Sutra is naturally much stronger than practicing ordinary skills. Not only that, even the cultivation methods in the Grand Master and Grand Master chapters, as recorded in the Shen Yang Sutra, are much stronger than the Grand Master and Grand Master secrets that are now circulating in Zhuzhou. Then, it is the ancient heavenly sword. This involves the inheritance of the saint realm. Even with Qingfeng's current realm, it is difficult to comprehend much. It can be seen. The inheritance of the saint realm is indeed unfathomable. The Great Wilderness Fist Scripture and the Divine Sun Scripture are both considered the inheritance of the Divine Sun Holy Land, while the ancient Sky Sword is the inheritance of the saints. Although the latter is not a cultivation method, if I can successfully cultivate this unique skill, my strength can be improved to a terrifying level. From the information left by Murongxiu, it can be seen that saints are rare in the ancient world today. If you can enter the divine transformation, you can already rule a place. If you can enter the Dao Palace, you are already qualified to open up a major sect. If you can enter the 9th peak of the Dao Palace and step into the so-called semi-saint realm, you can even open up a holy land. Normally, only saints can open up holy lands, but as saints are rare, being a semi-saint can barely qualify to open up a holy land. A lot of information left by Murongxiu appeared in Qingfeng's mind. This information all involved many things in the ancient world. After all, Murongxiu knew very well that the cultivators in Zhuzhou would not know much about the ancient world. If the other party has the inheritance of Shenyang Holy Land and leaves Zhuzhou rashly, once he exposes himself, he may die on the spot. Leave the inheritance. Murongxiu naturally hopes that the other party can revive Shenyang Holy Land. So, all the information he knows is left in the jade slip. But I am afraid Murongxiu himself did not expect the Shenwu sect he founded would be so disappointing. 10,000 years. Not a great master of true meaning has appeared. In the current situation of Shenwu sect, if it were not for Qingfeng's appearance, it is estimated that it will be destroyed by other forces after another 1,000 years of inheritance. In that case, who will the inheritance left by Murongxiu fall into? I can't revive Shenyang Holy Land, but I will not let the inheritance of Shenyang Holy Land be cut off. If someone in Shenwu sect can succeed in cultivation in the future, maybe your wish can be fulfilled. Qingfeng murmured to himself. No matter what, he got the inheritance left by Murongxiu, so he owed him a favor. Qingfeng mastered the Shenyang Sutra, and he didn't think of keeping it for himself. In the huge Shenwu sect, the only person who can inherit the Shenyang Sutra is Guyun. It's just right. Guyun has already broken through the Grand Master realm. If he passes the Shenyang Sutra to the other party, he may have the possibility of reviving the Shenyang Holy Land in the future. Even if the probability is very small. But it does exist. Then, Qingfeng set his eyes on the Shenyang Sutra, and he started to practice this unique skill as soon as he thought about it. Consume 1 point to improve. Shenyang Sutra breaks through the first level of the body refining chapter. Consume 2 points to improve. Shenyang Sutra breaks through the second level of the body refining chapter. Consume 20 points to improve. Shenyang Sutra breaks through the fifth level of the body refining chapter. Consume 50 points to improve. Shenyang Sutra breaks through the first level of the Grand Master chapter. Qingfeng used a lot of improvement points, and the Shenyang Meridian, which had not yet been introduced, also improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the improvement of the Shenyang Meridian, a large amount of information also emerged in Qingfeng's mind. At the same time, his aura became more and more terrifying. Grand Master Chapter. Grand Master Chapter. In less than a moment, Qingfeng had already completed the Grand Master Chapter of the Divine Yang Sutra in one go. In response to this, he did not pause at all and directly upgraded again. Boom! When the Divine Yang Sutra entered the Divine Transformation Chapter, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Qingfeng's body. This terrifying aura seemed to suppress the eternal void, making the entire courtyard covered with terrifying power. The jujube tree next to it trembled slightly, as if cheering and jumping for joy, and seemed to be afraid of something. Guyun, who had been waiting outside the courtyard, had a horrified look on his face when he felt this terrifying aura. His own Grandmaster cultivation realm now seemed as small as an ant. His blood trembled. Guyun looked horrified, and there was an unspeakable throbbing in his heart. Did Master Gu's cultivation level break through again? Such a terrifying aura, I wonder what realm Master Gu has entered. Gu Yun was shocked. But he didn't dare to break in. Not only because the courtyard was now covered by terrifying power, anyone who broke in would be killed on the spot. Also, Gu Yun was afraid of disturbing the other party's breakthrough. The first level of divine transformation. The second level of divine transformation. The third level of divine transformation. Gu Qingfeng's aura rose steadily, and his improvement almost never stopped. In an instant, the Divine Transformation chapter of the Divine Yang Sutra had been completely cultivated. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng improved again. In an instant, he only felt a terrifying blood and qi power gathering in his danshan, as if something was bred in it, and at the same time, a mysterious power spread from Gu Qingfeng's body, and soon rushed out of the courtyard, and then covered the entire Shenwu sect. For a long time, this change dissipated. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 51/6000. Realm, Dao Palace Realm First Level. Martial Arts, Heavenly Vein Sutra, Second Level, Heavenly Sword, Perfect, Great Wilderness Fist Sutra, Perfect, Divine Sun Sutra, Dao Palace Chapter First Level, Ancient Heavenly Sword, not yet started. Improvement Points, 1294. The current attribute panel has changed a lot. Many martial arts in the past have disappeared, and only some martial arts have been preserved. Then, the characteristics behind also disappeared. The huge panel. It has become much neater. But Gu Qingfeng understood. The disappearance of the characteristics is just a literal disappearance, and his strength has not declined at all. It seems that the low-level martial arts I am practicing now will no longer be displayed in the attribute panel. Only martial arts that have at least entered the divine transformation realm can be displayed in the attribute panel. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. This actually had no effect on him. Whether the attribute panel was displayed or not, it did not affect the fact that he had already mastered these unique skills. Then, Gu Qingfeng began to observe his own changes. After continuous improvement, his cultivation had completely broken through the original boundaries, even breaking the limit of the original martial ancestor, and stepped into the rumored Dao Palace realm. After experiencing the transformation of the 9th level of the Divine Transformation, and then breaking through the Dao Palace realm, Gu Qingfeng's blood and energy had broken through to an incredible level. If it was against his former self. In Gu Qingfeng's view, he only needed one finger to directly suppress his former self. This is the power of the Dao Palace realm. At the same time, after breaking through the Dao Palace realm, Gu Qingfeng even opened up the Danshan Dao Palace and cultivated the Yuan Shen. The original existence. It involves the power of the spiritual level. Before breaking through the Dao Palace realm, the cultivator could not truly master the power of the Yuan Shen, and could only rely on understanding the true meaning to improve the power of the spiritual level. If one's own spiritual power is not strong enough, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of the Dao Palace realm cultivator. Normally speaking, it is easy for the Dao Palace realm to suppress the Shenbian realm. This level gap. It is greater than the gap between the so-called Grandmaster and the Grandmaster, or even the gap between the Grandmaster and the Shenbian realm. But, according to the records of the Shenyang Sutra, the Yuan Shen condensed by a normal new Dao Palace realm first level cultivator should be only 1 inch, but my Yuan Shen is now 5 inches. In this way, my Yuan Shen is several times stronger than the average cultivator who has just broken through the Dao Palace realm first level. Gu Qingfeng looked inside himself and saw that there was a Dao Palace opened up in the Danshan, and there was a 5-inch Yuan Shen sitting cross-legged in the Dao Palace. If you look carefully, you can find that this 5-inch Yuan Shen looks exactly like Gu Qingfeng. 5-inch Yuan Shen. Gu Qingfeng suspected that the reason why he could condense such a yuan shen was largely because he had comprehended many true meanings. After all, comprehending the true meaning is actually a disguised way to enhance the power of the spiritual level. Condensing the soul. It is also a manifestation of the power of the spiritual level. Therefore, Gu Qingfeng's current breakthrough in the Dao Palace realm is to condense the 5-inch soul. Then, Gu Qingfeng broke his little finger on his right hand again, and blood was seen spilling out, but within a few breaths, the blood stopped flowing from the wound, and then granulation appeared, and within a moment, a brand new finger had appeared. When the finger recovered, Gu Qingfeng also felt a little weak. However, Gu Qingfeng did not pay too much attention to this feeling of weakness, and there was an unconcealable smile on his face. Regeneration of broken limbs. So the rumors are true. The cultivators of the divine transformation realm can indeed regenerate broken limbs, but ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators cannot regenerate broken fingers so easily. After all, Gu Qingfeng has broken through the barrier of the divine transformation realm and reached the level of the Dao Palace realm. However, although there are benefits to regenerating broken limbs, the consumption is also very large. It is already like this if a finger is broken. If it is a broken arm, or even a more serious injury, then even if you want to regenerate a broken limb, it is probably not that simple. These things, Gu Qingfeng did not try further. It was enough to know that he could regenerate a broken limb, and there was no need to continue to verify it. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the broken finger in front of him. There was still a surging breath of life on it, and it was filled with a strong pressure. With the power of this broken finger alone, it was enough to suppress the general cultivators in the God transformation realm. This also indirectly shows the power of the Dao Palace realm cultivators. A broken finger. It can suppress the God transformation. This reminded Gu Qingfeng of the broken finger he got from the evil spirit of the Blood Mountain Mansion. But even from Gu Qingfeng's current perspective, that broken finger is still unfathomable. Although his broken finger also has a good power. But if there is no special secret method to preserve it, the power in the broken finger will be exhausted over time. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng took out a jade bottle and put the broken finger in it to see if it can play a role in the future. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the jujube tree next to him. In the past few days, he practiced under the jujube tree, and broke through the 9th level of the divine transformation in one breath, entering the Dao Palace realm, which also made the tree contaminated with a lot of mysterious aura again. In addition, the blood from Gu Qingfeng's wound just now was absorbed by the jujube tree silently, and now the spirituality of the tree has greatly increased. In this way, it will not take long for the jujube tree to truly breed spiritual wisdom. This time, you have found an opportunity, but it's good. I got the Great Wilderness Fist Sutra from you, and now you have an opportunity from me, and the cause and effect are cleared. Gu Qingfeng smiled indifferently. Hearing his words, the branches and leaves of the jujube tree swayed, as if they were grateful, and as if they were telling something. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng didn't pay too much attention and turned his attention back to his own attribute panel. The rest of him. There are more than 1,200 improvement points left. Each level of improvement in the Dao Palace realm requires 500 improvement points. If all of it is used to improve the Divine Yang Sutra, it can allow oneself to break through the 3rd level of the Dao Palace. But Gu Qingfeng looked at the ancient heavenly sword. This sage inheritance is also what he wants in his heart. According to the records of the Divine Yang Sutra, the Dao Palace realm also pays attention to the foundation polishing. The strength of the Yuan Shen is related to whether it can break through the Saint realm in the future. The best way is to refine the Yuan Shen to the limit and then improve the realm of cultivation. My 5-inch Yuan Shen is much stronger than other Dao Palace 1st level cultivators, but it has not reached the real limit. In this case, I don't have to rush to break through the 2nd level of the Dao Palace. I will first refine the Yuan Shen to the limit of the current realm, and then it will not be too late to break through. Gu Qingfeng had an idea in his mind. The simplest way to refine the Yuan Shen is to comprehend the true meaning that is strong enough. Like the unique learning of the Saint Realm, once you get started, the true meaning that can be truly mastered must be extremely powerful. But when Gu Qingfeng's thoughts fell on the ancient heavenly sword, he shook his head. 2000 upgrade points. If you want to upgrade the ancient heavenly sword, you can only wait until later. Gu Qingfeng knew the power of the Saint Realm inheritance, and expected that the upgrade points required to upgrade this kind of martial arts would definitely be high. But the entry level requires 2000 upgrade points, which makes Gu Qingfeng hesitate. At present, he only has less than 1300 upgrade points. If he wants to upgrade the ancient heavenly sword, he needs to accumulate more. Even so, Gu Qingfeng is already very satisfied with this trip to the Shenwu sect. A breakthrough in his cultivation, directly breaking through the barriers of several major realms, stepping into the Dao Palace realm higher than the martial ancestor, not to mention a great increase in strength, but also a lifespan of more than 6,000 years. If he hadn't come to the Shenwu sect, even if Gu Qingfeng had thousands of upgrade points, he would not be able to maximize the benefits of these upgrade points. Soon, Gu Qingfeng's mind moved, and the power covering the courtyard suddenly dissipated. End of this chapter. Chapter 220 Soul Search. Disciple pays homage to Master Gu. Gu Yun saluted respectfully and looked at Gu Qingfeng with eyes filled with awe. If Gu Qingfeng a few days ago only gave him a strong sense of oppression, then Gu Qingfeng now is as unpredictable as an abyss. Even though the other party was just standing there, Gu Yun had the urge to kneel down and surrender. To this, Gu Yun felt more and more in awe. In front of others, he was a high-ranking martial arts master, but in front of Gu Qingfeng, he was really just a junior. I have obtained the inheritance left by the martial ancestor, but that inheritance involves a lot of cause and effect. If you are not capable of cultivation, don't expose it for the time being. After Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, his mind moved, and a majestic information poured directly into Gu Yun's mind. Open up a Taoist palace. Gather the spirit. It was much easier for Gu Qingfeng to teach the skills. With just one thought, he taught Gu Yun everything about the Shenyang Sutra. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also passed some information about Shenyang Holy Land and other things to Gu Yun. Only the saint passed it on, and he did not pass it on to the other party. A large amount of information emerged, and this time it took Gu Yun longer to digest than Gu Qingfeng. A few days later, Gu Yun opened his eyes, and there was an illusion that he felt like he was in another world, but he soon recovered. Shenyang Holy Land. Shenyang Meridian. Inherited by saints. The large amount of information made Gu Yun's inner shock difficult to calm down for a long time. Until now. Only then did he understand. How vast is the world? I thought Kyushu was already vast, but now it seems that Kyushu is just a corner of the ancient world. At the same time, the mystery of the Shenyang Sutra also gave Gu Yun an eye-opening feeling. Comparing the Shenwu sect inheritance that he had practiced in the past with the Shenyang Sutra, the difference between Yinghuo and Haoyu was completely different. Gu Qingfeng said, the inheritance of saints is of great importance. Even if you get such an inheritance with your current cultivation, it will not be of any benefit. If you can step into the Dao Palace in the future, you can find me. At that time, I will pass on the saint inheritance left by Murong Xiu to you. Hear the words. Gu Yun said hurriedly, Master Gu is able to pass down the Shenyang Sutra, and the disciples are extremely satisfied. They never dare to expect that a saint will pass it on. At this point, Gu Yun did not pretend to be against his will. Just because the huge Shenyang Holy Land was destroyed due to the inheritance of the saints, the majestic martial ancestor had to come to Kyushu to escape, and was severely injured as a result. The existence that was originally expected to step into the Dao Palace realm eventually died sadly. Visible. Although the saint's inheritance is good, you must have enough strength to master it. If you don't have the matching strength, trying to obtain this kind of inheritance will bring disaster to yourself. To this, Gu Yun can certainly tell the difference. One more thing is, after Gu Qingfeng got the Shenyang Sutra, he could have not taught it to him, or even directly erased the existence of the saint's inheritance, but the other party told him truthfully, and Gu Yun was even more grateful. Now that he could obtain the Shenyang meridian, he was already very satisfied. As for more, he had no extravagant hopes. The Shenyu sect itself is the sect founded by Murongxiu, and it can also be regarded as the continuation of the Shenyang Holy Land. The Shenyang Sutra should also be something of your Shenyu sect. It is natural for me to pass on the Shenyang Sutra to you. The saint's inheritance was also obtained by Murongxiu in the past, and it is also regarded as the inheritance of the Shenyu sect. However, such an inheritance is beyond the control of ordinary monks. Now that it is passed on to you, it will harm you. Gu Qingfeng shook his head, his expression indifferent. In addition, the Holy Land of Shenyang is of great importance. If you are not sufficiently cultivated about the Shenyang Sutra, I suggest you not to leak it out easily for the time being. After all, Zhu belongs to the ancient world. Who can guarantee that there are no strong people from other ancient worlds here? This matter involves the inheritance of saints. If it is leaked, it may bring disaster to Shenyu sect. The end. Gu Qingfeng warned again. Gu Yun nodded solemnly. Disciple understands what Master Gu said. That's good. Gu Qingfeng stayed in Shenyuzong for one more day, and then left. Gu Yun wanted to retain the other party, but Gu Qingfeng refused. The former sees this. There was no further effort. This time, after receiving guidance from Gu Qingfeng, he successfully entered the realm of martial arts master, and then was taught the Dawang Fist Sutra and Shenyang Sutra. Gu Yun also needed time to digest these things. But there is one thing. Gu Yun knew it very well. That means Shenyu sect is about to prosper. The Great Wilderness Boxing Sutra is the ultimate skill for divine transformation. The Shenyang Sutra is the inheritance of the pinnacle of the Tao Palace realm. Two things. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it will be enough for Shenyuzong to become the top force in Kyushu. No. It should be said that he has become the third top force in Kyushu. The first must be the Gujiazhuang where Gu Qingfeng sits, the second is the current Shenyu dynasty, and the third is the Shenyu sect. But this is enough. 10 years ago, the Shenyu sect has the reputation of being the best sect in the world, but it is on the verge of collapse at any time. Today, 10 years later, Shenyuzong has a solid foundation. Even now, if faced with other immortal sect families, Gu Yun would not be afraid at all. The so-called evil spirits never die. It's just because the original Kyushu martial arts were too weak. With the Shenyang Sutra, one can practice the truly top inheritance, and evil spirits can also be suppressed. Less than 2 days. Gu Qingfeng has returned to Gujiazhuang. When a monk steps into the realm of divine transformation, he can truly fly in the air. When he steps into the realm of Taoist Palace, his speed becomes even more astonishing. I've met the owner of the village. After Gu Qingfeng returned to Gujiazhuang, Gu Peng came to see him immediately. Nowadays, Gu Peng has apparently taken the Grand Master's direct ascension pill, and his cultivation has broken through to the level of the Grand Master's pinnacle, and he is expected to reach the realm of divine transformation. But in the current situation where the inheritance of Kyushu martial arts is incomplete, the probability of truly breaking through to the realm of divine transformation is very slim. The greatest possible. He stayed at the peak of the Grand Master throughout his life, until he ran out of life and died. Did nothing happen during this period? Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Peng shook his head, everything is fine now. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, looking at Gu Peng a little, his spiritual thoughts moved again, and a surging spiritual force poured into Gu Peng's mind, making the latter stunned on the spot. After a long time, Gu Peng finally woke up. Shenyang Meridian. There was a look of astonishment on his face, ranging from shock to disbelief. The information in his mind was about a top martial arts called Shenyang Jing. This martial arts was mysterious and unpredictable, and it pointed directly to the realm above the Grand Master. Until now. Only then did Gu Peng understand. It turns out that above the Grand Master, there is a person named Divine Transformation Realm. Gu Qingfeng said, I will teach you the Shenyang Sutra. You can practice this technique, and one day you may be able to break the limits of the Grand Master and enter the realm of divine transformation. But one thing needs to be remembered, the affairs of the Shenyang Meridian must not be leaked, do you understand? As soon as these words came out, Gu Peng's body trembled and he immediately woke up. After hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, he hurriedly bowed down. Don't worry, Lord. Even if your subordinates die, they won't leak anything. Well, please step back. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand and told Gu Peng to step back. The most fundamental reason why he taught the other party the Shenyang Sutra was because Gu Peng was already at the top of the Grand Master level and hoped that the other party could make further progress. Of course, Gu Qingfeng did not teach the other party the complete Shenyang Sutra, but only taught him the first level of the Divine Transformation Realm and the previous cultivation methods. As for the later ones, Gu Qingfeng has not taught them yet. After all, with Gu Peng's talent, it is still a question whether he can break through the divine transformation state. As for the future, it is too far away. Your heir Gu Yang has been taught by the Great Master and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Yang unexpectedly received the inheritance from a powerful person in the divine transformation realm. Your heir Gu Yang practices mysterious techniques and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by a vicious beast *1286. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by a vicious beast *369. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by a powerful beast and seriously injured. Your heir Gu Xian accidentally took the treasure of heaven and earth in a mysterious cave. His cultivation level increased greatly and he broke through to the first level of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Your heir Gu Xian accidentally met a mysterious and powerful man and was accepted as his disciple. Your heir Gu Xian has received guidance from a mysterious and powerful man, and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Shenan has gained some insights through practice, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Shengxing has gained some insights through practice, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Sheng'an has gained some insights through practice, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir in Gujia's Wang, Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel, his expression changed slightly. When he saw that Gu Yang had received the inheritance from a powerful person in the divine transformation realm, he felt a little shake in his heart. When he learned that Kyushu was part of the ancient world, Gu Qingfeng had already thought that Kyushu might also have powerful people from the divine transformation realm involved. Coupled with the extraordinary nature of the forging immortal court, it could also explain many problems. It's just a guess. Now when I actually see Gu Yang receiving the inheritance from a powerful person in the divine transformation realm, I can't help but feel a little surprised. The inheritance of divine transformation. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't gone to Shenwuzong this time, he wouldn't have been able to get this opportunity. But Gu Yang gets opportunities every now and then, which shows how lucky he is. Originally, Gu Qingfeng wanted to find an opportunity to teach Gu Yang the Shenyang scripture, but now it seems that the other party also has his own opportunity. But when he saw the information about Gu Xian, Gu Qingfeng's face turned completely gloomy. So far, he could tell, Gu Xian must have entered the ancient beast mountain range. Otherwise, there would not be such frequent vicious beast attacks. The reason why the ancient beast mountain range is dangerous is because it is not only connected to Kyushu, but also to other places in the ancient world. It can be said, the ancient Beast Mountain range is actually a barrier to Kyushu. It is precisely because of the existence of the ancient Beast Mountain range that the rest of the ancient world can be isolated from Kyushu in disguise. This information, Gu Qingfeng naturally learned this from Murongxiu. The reason why that person crossed the ancient Beast Mountain range was, ultimately, because he wanted to rely on the danger of the ancient Beast Mountain range to stop other people who were pursuing him. In other words, the dangers in the ancient Beast Mountain range are so great that even masters of the Divine Transformation realm or even the Dao Palace realm may perish there. According to the information left by Murongxiu, the ancient Beast Mountain range is one of the oldest mountains in the ancient world, and it is also one of the many dangerous places in the ancient world. In the depths of the ancient Beast Mountain range, there may even be fierce beasts comparable to the Divine Transformation realm and the Dao Palace realm. Gu Qingfeng recalled the information about the ancient Beast Mountain range left by Murongxiu, and because he understood the dangers of the ancient Beast Mountain range, he realized how risky it was to enter it. However, when he saw Gu Xian being accepted as a disciple by a mysterious master, Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes again. Mysterious master? A mysterious master who appeared in the ancient Beast Mountain range? Could it be a cultivator from outside Zhuzhou? Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. After all, if it was a cultivator from Zhuzhou, it would basically be impossible to enter the ancient Beast Mountain range. At this moment, red leaves that had not been seen for many days floated in. Seeing the other party coming, Gu Qingfeng frowned. Are you injured? Hong Yi in front of him could not see anything on the surface, but the other party's breath was slightly disordered, and there was a faint smell of blood. With Gu Qingfeng's current cultivation, whether the other party was injured or not could not be hidden from his observation. I have failed the trust of the Lord. Hong Yi's face was full of shame, and there was a trace of paleness on her cold and beautiful face. With your current strength as a Grand Master, there is only one place in Zhuzhou that can hurt you. Did you enter the ancient Beast Mountain range? Gu Qingfeng only thought about it for a while, and he understood a lot of things. Hearing this, Hong Yi smiled bitterly. Your Majesty asked me to contact Duopo and find the whereabouts of the second young master, but according to the news from the secret guards, the second young master was tracking a warrior who practiced evil magic deep into the ancient Beast Mountains, and Duopo also followed him in. After hearing this news, I naturally went into the ancient Beast Mountains to search for the whereabouts of the two. Later, I found the secret signs left by Duopo in the ancient Beast Mountains, and finally found Duopo, who was seriously injured and unconscious, in a cave, but there was no trace of the second young master. I wanted to take Duopo away from the ancient Beast Mountains first, but when I left, I was attacked by a fierce beast. I was defeated and injured. When she said the last sentence, Hong Yi frowned, and there was deep fear in her eyes. With her cultivation as a top Grand Master, and having comprehended the true meaning of the 9th level, she was defeated by a fierce beast and almost didn't walk out of the ancient Beast Mountains alive. This level of fierce beast was also the first time Hong Yi had seen it. She had long heard of the dangers of the ancient Beast Mountain range, but it was only now that she had a deep understanding of it. Duopo is seriously injured. How is he now? The secret guards are treating him. There is no major problem for the time being, but he is still in a coma. Do your best to treat him. In addition, let the secret guards hand over the time when Qianer entered the ancient Beast Mountain range, as well as all related information, to me. When Gu Qingfeng said this, he glanced at Hong Yi, who was in a depressed state. You should also go down and rest. I'll take my leave. Hong Yi bowed and left. One day later, all the news about Gu Xian appeared in Gu Qingfeng's hands. It happened that Duopo also woke up and told him all the information he knew. The matter was very simple. It was nothing more than Gu Xian tracking a warrior who practiced evil magic into the ancient Beast Mountain range. Duopo followed him in, and saw Gu Xian being attacked by a fierce beast, so he stepped forward to stop him and strive for the opportunity for the former to leave. Then Dupo was defeated by the fierce beast and finally fell into a coma. As for Gu Xian, it was obvious that he was also trapped in the ancient beast mountain range, and then a series of things happened. After figuring out the whole story, Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate and went directly to the ancient beast mountain range. Half a day later, Gu Qingfeng stepped into this dangerous place that made the Zhuzhu cultivators shudder. As soon as he entered the ancient beast mountain range, he saw towering trees. The whole person seemed to be deep in the primeval forest, completely isolated from the world, and at the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became much richer, which was completely incomparable to the outside world. No wonder the ancient beast mountain range can breed many powerful beasts. With the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here, it is not surprising to give birth to some powerful beings. Gu Qingfeng looked calm, and at the same time his own divine consciousness spread out, covering the entire area of 10 miles. In his divine consciousness perception, there were beasts fighting, breaking many trees, and a lot of blood infecting the earth, accompanied by bursts of roaring and roaring. The next breath, Gu Qingfeng took a step forward and his figure disappeared on the spot. A moment later, he appeared in another place. 2 beasts were seen crawling on the ground. One beast was like an ape, several feet tall, with strong arms, green face and fangs, and a fierce breath. The other beast was on all fours, covered with scales, like a crocodile. The auras emanating from the 2 beasts were quite powerful, comparable to the existence of a Grand Master. But now, both beasts were crawling on the ground, trembling, and there was an instinctive look of fear in their eyes that should have been bloodthirsty. The powerful aura of Gu Qingfeng, which belonged to the realm of Dao Palace, was a great deterrent to the 2 beasts. The beasts instinctively sought good fortune and avoided harm, so they dared not move. When they came to the ape beast, Gu Qingfeng covered the other's head with his palm, and a powerful divine power rushed into it, and then began to forcibly search the soul. In an instant, the beast's body trembled, but Gu Qingfeng's palm was like an unshakable mountain, leaving it no way to struggle. A large amount of information emerged. All the memories about this beast appeared in Gu Qingfeng's mind. This ape was originally an ordinary ape, but later it was lucky enough to swallow a rare fruit, and then it learned to swallow and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and embarked on the road of a beast from an ordinary beast. Then, the ape relied on its own powerful strength to kill other beasts and eat their flesh and blood, gradually strengthening itself, and finally became an existence comparable to a Grand Master. Most of the memories of the ape beast were about fighting, and the remaining memories were not of much use to Gu Qingfeng. What a pity! Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly, and then flicked his finger, and the body of the ape beast in front of him suddenly exploded, turning into a blood mist all over the sky. Seeing the opponent die, the beast that looked like a crocodile became more and more terrified. Gu Qingfeng followed the same method and searched the other party's memory, but after searching through all the memories, he did not find any memory about Gu Xian, so he gave up the idea of searching the soul. Then, Gu Qingfeng struck out with a palm, giving the beast in front of him a quick death. Killing 2 beasts. Gu Qingfeng continued to search for the whereabouts of other beasts. His purpose was very simple, that is, to search the memories of other beasts to see if he could get some useful information from them. In the past, for other cultivators, the powerful beasts that were terrified to talk about were now as weak as ants in front of Gu Qingfeng. One beast after another was forcibly searched for souls, and then killed on the spot. These beasts, the weakest ones, were comparable to the refining organ realm, and there were also many who were comparable to Grandmasters and Grandmasters. Even Gu Qingfeng saw a beast comparable to the divine transformation realm. If a beast of this level appeared in Zhuzhu, it would be enough to slaughter the entire Zhuzhu. However, even a beast as powerful as the God Change realm was not Gu Qingfeng's opponent. The latter suppressed this beast with one hand, and then forcibly searched its soul. This time, Qingfeng got some different information. In the memory of this beast of the God Change realm, he saw many cultivators. The strength of these cultivators varied. There were masters, great masters, and even the God Change realm. However, most cultivators, when they encountered this beast of the God Change realm, became its food. After all, in front of a beast of this level, the so-called masters and great masters were just ants. Even there was a strong man who had already entered the God Change realm and could regenerate his limbs, but he was brutally killed by this beast and completely became its food. These should be cultivators outside Zhu. Qingfeng understood. A cultivator in the divine transformation realm, this is a strong man that has not appeared in Zhu for thousands of years. In addition, the other party's clothing is somewhat different from that of Zhu, so it is easy to determine his origin. Obviously, although the ancient beast mountain range is dangerous, many cultivators from the ancient world have also set foot here. After all, fierce beasts are often accompanied by opportunities. For example, if you can take the top natural treasures, you may be able to prove the Dao of the Grand Master on the spot and break through the divine transformation realm. Such an opportunity. It is no wonder that some people are flocking to it. However, it is precisely because there are many fierce beasts in the ancient beast mountain range that these cultivators from the ancient world are cut off. Otherwise, Zhu would have been exposed to the eyes of the strong men in the ancient world. This fierce beast in the divine transformation realm has lived for thousands of years, so its memory is particularly long. After a moment, Qingfeng's expression moved slightly. In the memory of the beast in front of him, he found a figure of a middle-aged monk in purple clothes. The other party was flying in the air, and the aura on his body was particularly strong, which made the beast in the God transformation realm instinctively fearful. And beside the purple monk, Qingfeng saw a familiar figure. Gu Xian. He could be sure. The memory he saw was not wrong. However, Qingfeng only had a glimpse of the scene about the purple monk and Gu Xian, because facing the power of the purple monk, the beast in the God transformation realm did not dare to show up at all. After finding the information he wanted, Qingfeng looked at the beast in the God transformation realm in front of him, and blew up its body with a palm, and then a blood-colored ball appeared in his hand. Beast Pill. This is a treasure that can only be condensed in the body of a beast that has entered the God transformation realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 221, Comprehending the Ancient Heavenly Sword. God Transformation Beast Pill. If the top Grand Master submits when he breaks through to the realm of divine transformation, he will have more chances to break through to the realm of divine transformation. Qingfeng played with the beast elixir in his hand, and some relevant information appeared in his mind. Murongxiu left a lot of information, basically so that the people of the Shenmue sect could one day break through the restrictions on the jade slips and obtain the inheritance he left behind. When they really leave Kyushu and go to other places in the ancient world, there will be no common sense. Error. It seems that there are records about beast elixirs, but they still exist. Ferocious beasts in the divine transformation realm can condense beast elixirs. But at the same time, if you take the beast pill directly, you have a chance of forcibly refining the power in the beast pill for your own use, thereby greatly increasing your strength. However, you may also suffer the backlash from the power of the beast pill, causing injury to yourself. Severe ones. It is even possible to be corrupted by the will of the ferocious beast in the beast elixir and become even more bloodthirsty. After all, the beast elixir is the condensed essence of a ferocious beast, and it is filled with the most primitive violent power. On the contrary, it would be best if the beast elixir could be refined into elixir. But it is not something that ordinary people can do if they want to refine the beast elixir into elixir. At the same time, the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts are also of great use to monks. It's just that every ferocious beast is quite big, and Qingfeng doesn't bother to take them out himself, so he just kills them. Judging from the purple-robed monk, he should be the so-called mysterious powerhouse. From the memory of the ferocious beasts in the divine transformation realm, this person's strength is at least at the peak of the divine transformation realm, and he may even be able to enter the Deo Palace realm. Otherwise, just relying on the breath will not prevent a ferocious beast from the divine transformation realm from daring to move rashly. The beast in the divine transformation realm that Gu Qingfeng casually killed should be at around the third level of the divine transformation realm. Being able to intimidate such a vicious beast with just its breath shows that its strength is not weak. However, looking at Gu Xian's appearance, it didn't look like he was being coerced, and the prompt on the information panel was that Gu Xian was accepted as a disciple by the other party. This way. This matter was Gu Xian's opportunity. That's fine. A monk who is suspected to be at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm probably has quite a lot of power behind him. Xianer worshipping him as his teacher is not necessarily a bad thing. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the information panel and felt relieved again. Your heir Gu Xian received the guidance of a 9th level master of the divine transformation realm, and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Xian received the guidance of a 9th level master of the divine transformation realm, and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Xian received the guidance of a 9th level master of the divine transformation realm, and his understanding of the heavenly sword technique has improved. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Your heir Gu Xian has received the treasures of heaven and earth to cleanse his body, and his foundation has become even stronger. Your heir. Now the mysterious strong man in the information panel has directly transformed into the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. It can be seen from this. The so-called mystery would only appear when Gu Qingfeng has never seen the other party. If you see the other person face to face, his level of cultivation will be directly displayed. Visible. As Gu Qingfeng's own cultivation level improved, the information panel was also optimized independently. When he saw the words 9th level of divine transformation realm, he undoubtedly confirmed what Gu Qingfeng was thinking. Even in the ancient world, those who can enter the realm of divine transformation are considered strong, and the 9th level of divine transformation is even more powerful among the strong. Don't look at Mirong Xiu's transformation into the 9th level, but he was hunted down to the point where he had to flee to Kyushu for refuge. But in fact, the reason why this is the case. It was entirely because Mirong Xiu carried the inheritance of a saint that attracted many ancient forces to take action. Otherwise, with Mirong Xiu's cultivation at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, he would not be so embarrassed even if he was rampant in the ancient world. More importantly, Mirong Xiu was not too old when he broke through to the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. If the opponent was not accidentally seriously injured and died, it would be a certainty to break through to the Deo Palace realm in the future. In the future, if the Shenyang Holy Land is in the hands of the opponent, it may be possible to restore it to its former glory. There are just no ifs for anything. If the strength is not enough, opportunities will often turn into disasters. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the depths of the ancient Beast Mountain range. That was the direction that the purple-clothed monk and Gu Xian left, but it was already a few days ago. Even if he really pursues her, it will be difficult to find her whereabouts. One more thing. The ancient Beast Mountain range is not that simple. When Gu Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts swept across the front, he had felt a lot of powerful aura. With his current level of cultivation, dealing with such beings would be a big problem. So, Gu Qingfeng left simply. But when he left, he searched again and collected some rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures in Kyushu. These things. Just because Gu Qingfeng can't use it himself doesn't mean that others can't use it. And then, Gu Qingfeng encountered two more ferocious beasts in the divine transformation realm. One is only at the 5th level of the divine transformation realm, and the other has already entered the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. It is only one step away from entering the Deo Palace realm. Such an encounter made Gu Qingfeng even more fearful of the ancient beast mountain range. So, Gu Qingfeng didn't want to waste any more time in the ancient beast mountain range, so he directly used the powerful power of the real Dao Palace level to kill the vicious beast at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm with one slap. When Gu Qingfeng left the ancient beast mountain range, he already had a batch of natural treasures and 3 beast pills. One was at the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm. One was at the 5th level of the divine transformation realm. And the last one was at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. Boom! The sword light was sharp, and the powerful sword intent seemed to be able to cut through the void, directly killing a beast that had already entered the refining organs realm on the spot. When the beast in front of him was killed, Gu Xian's chest was also slightly ups and downs, obviously consumed a lot. Beside him, the purple monk nodded with satisfaction. Yes, at such a young age, he has comprehended the 4th level sword intent, and with the cultivation of the initial stage of the marrow cleansing realm, he killed the beast of the 1st stage of the refining organs realm. It seems that I didn't make a mistake. Fu He was more and more satisfied with Gu Xian. He didn't expect that he would meet such a genius when he entered the ancient beast mountain range this time. With Fu He's eyesight, he could tell that Gu Xian was only about 17 or 18 years old, but his cultivation had entered the marrow cleansing realm. In the Taixu Holy Land, cultivators who could break through the marrow cleansing realm at this age could be called geniuses. What's more, during the conversation with Gu Xian, Fu He discovered that the other party came from the other side of the ancient beast mountains. According to the records of the Taixu Holy Land, it was a barren place called Zhuzhu, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could not be compared with that of the eastern region in all aspects. So, the genius who came out of such a place is destined to become more valuable. Moreover, when Fu He learned that Gu Xian had already comprehended the 3rd level of true meaning at such a young age, he felt like he had found a treasure. You know, the realm of cultivation can be forcibly improved with natural materials and treasures, but the comprehension of true meaning often depends on one's own comprehension. The fact that the other party could comprehend the 3rd level of true meaning at this age shows his comprehension talent. Facts have proved Fu He's guess was not wrong. In his subsequent guidance, Gu Xian soon understood the true meaning of the 4th level. Such performance! Fu He was very satisfied. If such a genius could be brought back to Taixu Holy Land, it would be enough even if there was no other gain from this trip. Master! After killing the beast, Gu Xian came to Fu He. He was also quite curious about the mysterious master in front of him. When he was being hunted, it was this person who rescued him. Later, following Fu He, Gu Xian saw the other party's terrible strength. No matter whether it was a beast comparable to a master or a grand master, they were all killed by the other party with a flick of his finger. There were even beasts that were much more terrifying than the Grand Master, and they were killed on the spot. Such strength! Gu Xian even saw the shadow of Gu Qingfeng in Fu He. So when the other party proposed to accept him as a disciple, Gu Xian agreed so straightforwardly. After all, the ancient beast mountain range is now full of dangers. If you rely on yourself, you may not be able to walk out alive. If you worship the other party as a teacher, you can have more protection. Your swordsmanship is very good. You have already glimpsed some of the mysteries of the divine transformation. I wonder when it was passed on. Fu He asked. Hearing this, Gu Xian hesitated. Seeing him like this, Fu He smiled dumbly and said, You don't have to worry so much. My Taixu Holy Land is an ancient force in the East region. Not to mention the unique skills involving the mysteries of the divine transformation, even if it is a method that enters the Dao Palace realm, my Taixu Holy Land is not lacking. This sentence made Gu Xian look relieved. Then, he said, this swordsmanship was created by my father. Your father created it? Fu He looked surprised. I didn't expect that there are strong people in such a barren place like Zhuzhu. To be able to create martial arts in the divine transformation realm, it seems that your father's cultivation is not weak. At this moment, 2 terrifying auras burst out. Then, 2 powerful men flew in the air one after another, and disappeared in front of the 2 in less than a moment. Master, may I ask what level of existence is this? Gu Xian's face was shocked. In those 2 auras, he felt deep despair, as if this existence could kill him on the spot with just one look. Dao Palace. Fu He's expression became solemn now. After hearing Gu Xian's question, he uttered 2 words. Dao Palace. This realm was the second time Gu Xian heard from Fu He. As if he saw the other party's doubts, Fu He said, if the saints don't come out, the Dao Palace realm is the top powerhouse in the ancient world now, and any Dao Palace realm powerhouse can sit in one place. Even in my Taixu Holy Land, there are only a handful of powerhouses who can really enter the Dao Palace realm. At this point, Fu He's face was full of awe, yearning, and pride. The Dao Palace realm is very strong. But there is more than one Dao Palace realm strongman in the Taixu Holy Land. Fu He has always aimed to break through the Dao Palace realm, but unfortunately, it is not easy for ordinary people to enter the Dao Palace realm. Even if he has entered the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm, he is only one step away from the Dao Palace realm, but if he wants to take this step, he must pay attention to the opportunity. In the Taixu Holy Land, there are many 9th level cultivators of the Divine Transformation realm who have never been able to truly break the shackles of the Divine Transformation realm and enter the Dao Palace realm throughout their lives until their lifespans are exhausted. So many strong men have entered the ancient Beast Mountain range. It seems that the rumors are true. The opportunity may really be in Zhuzhu. Fu He murmured to himself. Hearing his words, Gu Xian's face changed again. What does the opportunity mentioned by Master have to do with Kyushu? As soon as he said these words, he instinctively had some bad premonitions. Fu He glanced at Gu Xian and didn't hide anything. It is rumored that tens of thousands of years ago, the Shenyang Holy Land in the eastern region was inherited by a saint, and later attracted various forces to attack. In the end, Shenyang Holy Land was destroyed, but one true disciple of Shenyang Holy Land managed to survive, carrying the inheritance of Shenyang Holy Land and the inheritance of the saints, and disappeared without a trace. Since then, all forces have been searching for his whereabouts. Until a few years ago, there was news that that person was suspected to be hiding in Kyushu. Therefore, many powerful people stepped into the ancient Beast Mountain range one after another, hoping to find the whereabouts of Kyushu. It's a pity that the ancient Beast Mountain range is vast and there are many ferocious beasts. For several years, no one has been able to truly cross the ancient Beast Mountain range and find the location of Kyushu. Fu He did not ask Gu Xian about the direction of Zhuzhu, because the ancient Beast Mountain range was extremely easy to confuse the direction. Even if the other party came from Zhuzhu, it would be impossible to find it back now. And the other side? After hearing Fu He's words, Gu Xian's heart sank. He didn't know about the inheritance of saints, and he had never heard of Shenyang Holy Land, but there was one thing that Gu Xian understood best. That is, once these powerful men from the eastern region step into Kyushu, they will definitely cause a lot of trouble. The principle of law of the jungle. How could Gu Xian not understand? Even though he had always stayed in Gujiazhuang, he still knew a lot about these things. It would be fine if Kyushu could have the power to intimidate all parties. If not, it would just be a soft persimmon that can be manipulated. Exactly. Guiyang has established the Shenwu dynasty. Today's Kyushu is dominated by the Shenwu dynasty. If a strong man from the eastern region really comes to Kyushu, no matter whether he comes for the Gu family or not, the Shenwu dynasty will be the first to bear the brunt. After hearing Fu He's words and understanding of the eastern region, Gu Xian understood that even his own father was only a strong man who had entered the realm of divine transformation. With Gu Qingfeng's strength, one can imagine the consequences of facing these strong men from the eastern region. Please Master, Please save my Gu family. Gu Xian immediately bowed to Fu He with a sincere expression. Fu He frowned slightly, then relaxed it again, and said with a slight smile, "You can rest assured, even if the strong men from the eastern region really set foot in Kyushu, they may not necessarily kill indiscriminately." However, Gu Xian still maintained his bowing posture. "See this?" Fu He straightened his expression and said, "Forget it, you are my disciple of Taixu Holy Land, so naturally I will not just sit back and watch your family suffer disaster. Our Taixu Holy Land also has some reputation in the eastern region, I believe they will give me some face. But the top priority is still to find the location of Kyushu first." Fu He has no idea about the saint's inheritance. It's not that he is not interested, but he understands his own strength. Even if he gets the saint's inheritance, it is difficult to maintain it. Although Taixu Holy Land has a good reputation, it is difficult to deter other forces in the face of the inheritance of saints. Unless he can bring the inheritance back to Taixu Holy Land alive. But in this matter, Fu He seems to have little hope. This time, because of the saint's inheritance, even the strong men in the Dao Palace realm were alarmed. I am a 9th level divine transformation realm, and it would be impossible for me to carry the saint's inheritance away under the eyes of many strong men. 10. What's more, nowadays, it is not only the inheritance of saints that is being targeted, but also the inheritance of Shenyang Holy Land itself. After all, although Shenyang Holy Land was destroyed, it is undeniable that the former Shenyang Holy Land was not weak, and the inheritance in the hands of these forces is naturally extraordinary. Originally, Fu Zhao was planning to get involved in this matter. But now that Gu Xian opened his mouth, he could only agree. Guangyang Mansion. Gujia's Wang. Inside the knife-sharpening hall, Gu Qingfeng is currently in retreat, comprehending the mystery of the ancient heavenly sword. I saw the terrifying aura emerging from his body, and the power of qi and blood permeated the air, as if he had evolved all the aspects of the world, and had an unparalleled body that travelled backwards through the long river of time. It also seemed that there was a wild and ancient sword intention looming. Various auras intertwined and covered the entire knife-sharpening hall. Many divine weapons, including the evil killing sword, trembled slightly, which was not only an instinctive fear of the sword's intention, but also an indescribable joy. And on the other side, a small black flag was trembling, and the strange and frightened expression inside it seemed to have seen something terrible. In the face of such sword intent, the strangeness of the 10,000 soul banner completely lost its former ferocity, as if there was a magic sword above his head that might fall down at any time. But Gu Qingfeng has long ignored the affairs of the outside world. Now, all his body and mind are focused on the ancient heavenly sword. The saint's inheritance that Murongxiu received from the secret realm can only be described as profound and unpredictable. The moment Gu Qingfeng's spiritual thought fell into it, a terrifying ancient sword intention emerged. In his eyes, it was like going back in time and returning to the barbaric and ancient times, where an invincible saint fought against the heavens and the earth with a magic sword and cut off the eternal sky. Even if it is just a shadow, it makes people feel heart palpitated. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't opened a Tao palace to condense his soul, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to truly comprehend such a Tao. When comprehending the ancient heavenly sword, there is also an ancient aura emanating from Gu Qingfeng's body. Such power! Astonishingly, it comes from the ancient immortal body. Even though the aura of the ancient heavenly sword is extremely ancient, compared to the existence of the ancient immortal body, it still appears to be much inferior. The power of the bloodline of the ancient immortal body emerged, and the previously obscure and difficult charm of the avenue became much simpler at this moment. For a while, all kinds of insights came to Gu Qingfeng's mind. Realize. Comprehend with all your strength. Gu Qingfeng didn't expect it. The ancient immortal body I obtained can bring such wonderful effects. Even if you are to comprehend the sage's secret knowledge, the ancient immortal body will provide assistance. The ancient heavenly sword, which was previously obscure and difficult to understand, is now much easier to understand. Regarding these changes, Qingfeng must seize the opportunity and master the mysteries of the ancient heavenly sword as much as possible. The sage's secret knowledge. Mastering even a hint of its mystery can greatly increase your own strength. After receiving the information left by Murongxiu, Qingfeng already understood that there is a world outside the sky. There are so many strong people in the ancient world, and being able to enter the Taoist palace realm does not necessarily mean that they can really run wild. One more thing. The problem of Shenyang Holy Land has always been a hidden danger. The inheritance of saints is heartwarming. Although Murongxiu has been incarnate for 10,000 years and the saint's inheritance has fallen into his hands, in Qingfeng's view, this is a time bomb. Who can guarantee that the forces that caused the destruction of Shenyang Holy Land and forced Murongxiu to flee to Kyushu to survive would not discover the other party's whereabouts hiding in Kyushu? Even though this probability is very small, it cannot be completely ignored. So, Qingfeng naturally wants to improve his strength as much as possible. Dao Palace 9th level. The 9th level of the saint. It can be seen that the water in the ancient world is not ordinary deep. Your Majesty, there is news from Tianxiang Pass that there is a ferocious beast rioting from the ancient Beast Mountain range, causing harm to one area and many people have died as a result. Above the court, a minister said in a deep voice. Hear the words. Gu Yang looked indifferent. Shi Zhen. I'm here. I order you to immediately lead the Tiangang army to Tianxiang Pass to suppress the vicious beast. I obey the decree. Shi Zhen took the order with a solemn expression. It is a well-known fact that ferocious beasts are rampant in the ancient Beast Mountain range, but Shi Zhen is not afraid in his heart. After all, I am different now. Him now. His cultivation level has already reached the pinnacle of Grand Master. Moreover, the Tiangang army under his command has also made breakthroughs in strength to varying degrees, and the original Tiangang Shenxia formation has even made breakthroughs. This way, even if faced by a so-called powerful person in the realm of gods, Shi Zhen is sure of a fight. Seeing Shi Zhen receiving the order and retreating, Gu Yang looked at the other ministers and said, during this period, there are often news of vicious beasts causing trouble in Kyushu. There may be some changes in the ancient Beast Mountain range. Send me an order to have people explore the ancient Beast Mountain range as much as possible to see what is causing the ferocious beasts to become turbulent. Whoever can find out this information will be greatly rewarded. Whoever investigates this matter will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver and a piece of the Grand Master's secret knowledge. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the court was shocked. 10,000 taels of silver. They could probably care less. But the great master's unique skills are different. This level of martial arts, even above the imperial court, is enough to make most people excited. In today's world where martial arts is becoming more and more popular, if you want to become an official in the court, you must have a certain level of cultivation. Likewise, this is also Gu Yang's standard for selecting officials. If you really have no cultivation at all, you are not qualified to serve as an official in the court. Ability, cultivation, both are indispensable. After all, in today's world, ordinary mortals, even if they are truly talented and capable, find it difficult to truly protect themselves. After all, it is extremely easy to kill a mortal. Looking at the expressions of the people below, Gu Yang paused and said again. In the past, there were evil spirits and troubled times, and strange things caused disasters. This was caused by the inaction of the previous dynasty and the weakness of the people. Therefore, I plan to follow the example of the martial ancestor 10,000 years ago and set up an academy in Kyushu to spread martial arts all over the world. All the people of our Shenwu dynasty, who are over 6 years old and under 18 years old, can join the academy and be taught martial arts. I only hope that everyone in the world will be like a dragon. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Subsequently, Gu Yang looked at a middle-aged Confucian scholar and said, Yan Yun, this matter will be left to your Imperial College. You can also serve as the Dean of Shenyu Academy. I want to see Shenyu Academy established in various places in Zhuzhou within 1 year. I respectfully obey His Majesty's order. Yan Yun said seriously. End of chapter. Chapter 222 Probabilistic Reward, 4th level of Dao Palace Realm. Outside Tianxiang Pass, fierce beasts were rampant. Many villages along the way were reduced to ruins, and blood and debris could be seen everywhere. When Zhen led the Tiangang army to arrive, he saw a ferocious beast like an ape wreaking havoc. Its big hand like a palm leaf fan grabbed a person directly. In the other person's horrified eyes, it opened its ferocious bloody mouth and bit down, and blood splattered immediately. Looking around again, there were many corpses lying. These corpses came from ordinary people and from the Imperial Army. When the attacks of other people fell on this ferocious beast, not to mention hurting the other party, even its fur on the surface was difficult to damage. Terror, despair, all kinds of emotions spread among the crowd. At this moment, there was a roar. Evil beast, how dare you harm my Shenyu people? Before the voice fell, then a terrifying blood force turned into a terrifying sword aura, slashing down fiercely at the monkey beast. The latter roared and punched the sword aura fiercely. Boom! Instantly, the fur was broken and blood and flesh were splattered. The monkey's right hand was bleeding, and even faint white bones could be seen. The hideous and terrifying face became distorted, and a painful roar came out of his mouth. Someone came. It was Shi Zhen. Seeing that this beast could block his sword, Shi Zhen's eyes were still cold. The killing under the Anya sword suddenly rose, and the top master's true meaning burst out. The strong sense of oppression finally made the monkey feel fearful. Immediately, the latter didn't care about anything else and turned around to escape. The next breath, a cold light flashed. The monkey's body suddenly stiffened, and then a huge head fell from its neck, blood column rushed into the sky, and the corpse several feet in size fell heavily on the ground. This scene let everyone else be stunned in place, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on their faces. Dead, this beast is finally dead. This lord is so strong, such a beast can be killed directly with 2 swords. For a while, everyone looked at Shi Zhen with awe. The weak respect the strong. This is an eternal fact. However, Shi Zhen's face was not very happy. He looked at the corpse of the ape in front of him and frowned. From the fight just now, Shi Zhen could see that this was a beast that could rival the Grand Master. He was able to kill it so easily because he took the initiative and made the beast feel fearful, so he was able to kill it on the spot. If it was a real head-on confrontation, Shi Zhen would also be confident that he could kill it, but it would definitely not be so easy. Half a day later, the Tiangang army arrived late. Logically speaking, the speed of the Tiangang army is naturally not slow, but Shi Zhen got the news of the beasts, so he arrived first. In the past 6 months, the problem of beasts in Zhuzhou has become more and more serious. It seems that there is something in the ancient beast mountain range that drives all these beasts out. For this reason, Gu Yang also had to issue a corresponding bounty order, not only using the power of the court, but also mobilizing people from all walks of life to suppress the rebellious beasts. But what can I do? The ancient beast mountain range is too big. There are also many beasts living in it. In such a situation, even if the court suppresses it with all its strength, it can only barely relieve the pressure. However, some people found that the flesh and blood of these beasts contained tremendous energy when they killed the beasts. If they were eaten, they could strengthen their own blood and qi, and then improve their strength. In this way, there are more martial artists who spontaneously took action and went to the border of Zhuzhou to hunt beasts. On the other side, under Gu Yang's deliberate promotion, the Shenyu Academy, headed by Yan Yun, was also opened in various places in Zhuzhou. Spread martial arts to the world. As soon as this news came out, it caused an uproar in the martial arts world. Since ancient times, the knights broke the law with martial arts. Even in the previous dynasty, the court suppressed the martial arts sects of various parties. But now the Shenmu dynasty wants to follow the example of the martial ancestor of the year to spread martial arts to the world, which is completely unexpected for them. This day, in Gujiazhuang, an ancient sword intent suddenly soared into the sky, straight into the sky, and it was clearly audible within 100 miles. All the cultivators who sensed this kind of sword intent could not help but look towards the direction of Gujiazhuang, with horror in their eyes. In front of this level of sword intent, the so-called masters and great masters are no different from ants. Such sword intent. It lasted for several days before it dissipated. As soon as this news came out, it shocked the world. However, as for the outside world, Qingfeng ignored it. Now, his attention has fallen on himself. Your offspring Yang has gained some insights in cultivation, and his strength has slightly improved. Your offspring Yang was furious when he learned that the beasts were causing trouble, and sent strong men from the court to suppress the beasts' turmoil. Your offspring Yang established the Shenmu Academy in Zhuzhou, spreading martial arts throughout the world, and the people's hearts supported him, and his reputation soared. Your offspring Yang felt something in his heart, and his cultivation broke through to the initial stage of the Grand Master realm. Reward improvement points *500. Reward true meaning pill *100. Reward divine blood pill *100. Reward for the perfection level divine transformation technique purple G Deo Cannon. Reward for God transformed dead soldiers. Your Ergu Shennan has broken through to the lower level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your Ergu Shennan has gained some understanding of the Green Lotus Sword Sutra and his strength has greatly increased. Your Ergu Shen received the guidance of a 9th level master of the divine transformation realm, and his strength has improved. Your Ergu Shen has experienced a lot in the ancient Beast Mountain range, and has deepened his understanding of the true meaning of the heavenly sword during life and death fights. Your Ergu Shen has broken through to the middle level of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Your Ergu Xiu received the guidance of the Grand Master and his cultivation level has reached the lower level of bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your Ergu Shengxing has reached the lower level of blood refining realm. Reward improvement points *20. Your Ergu Shengen has reached the lower level of blood refining realm. Reward improvement points *20. Your Ergu Shengxing has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the blood refining realm. Reward improvement points *20. Your Ergu Shengen has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation to the blood refining realm. Reward improvement points *20. Your Yanger has broken through the Grand Master. Gu Qingfeng looked at the densely packed information and had some understanding of what happened during the period of seclusion. When his cultivation reaches his level, he has almost reached a point where he can completely escape from the grain. Breathe in spiritual energy. It can maintain the daily needs of the body. So, since seclusion, Gu Qingfeng has almost completely abandoned everything in the outside world. Only when he finally understood the ancient heavenly sword did he realize that 1 year has passed. This year, Gu Qingfeng is 52 years old. Gu Yang is also 31 years old. Gu Qingfeng didn't find it too strange that the latter could break through the Grand Masters so quickly. After all, Gu Yang has the luck of the dynasty, and the great luck of the 9 provinces is controlled by the opponent. It is natural to break through the Grand Master. What's more, Gu Yang also had many opportunities. When he first met the other party, Gu Qingfeng knew that Gu Yang was not far from a breakthrough. The current result can only be said to be expected. And then, it's the other heirs. Over the past year, basically several people have made breakthroughs to varying degrees. But What really concerned Gu Qingfeng the most was the impact of Gu Yang's breakthrough. Judging from the past rewards, Gu Qingfeng can understand that the perfection level skills and the rewards for dead soldiers are all probabilistic things. The difference is, compared with perfect level martial arts, the probability of being rewarded for a dead soldier is lower. But no matter what, it is not easy to trigger both. For example, the last time Gu Yang broke through to the Master's Peak from the Zhang refining realm in one go, nothing probabilistic was triggered. Until now, Gu Yang broke through the Grand Master. Finally, the probabilistic reward was triggered. Moreover, it is triggered by perfect level martial arts and dead warriors at the same time. Gu Qingfeng's thoughts moved, and 4 middle-aged monks appeared in front of him. Like the dead warriors in the past, the dead warriors who are rewarded now are all at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. They are only one step away from being able to enter the Tao Palace realm. Greetings, Your Majesty. I give you the surname Gu, in the name of martial arts Changlong, and your identity is the elder of my Gu family village. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name. From now on, you just need to call me the owner of the village. Gu Qingfeng corrected the title, and then taught the Shenyang Sutra to the 4 of them. As the inheritance of the former Shenyang Holy Land, the Shenyang Sutra points directly to the top techniques of the 9th level of the Dao Palace. It is also the only technique in Gu Qingfeng's hands that can be practiced to the Dao Palace. Naturally, he wants to pass it on to a few people. After all, the 4 of them, Gu Wu, have all entered the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm, and are expected to reach the Dao Palace realm in the future. Without the corresponding skills to match, there is no possibility for them to break through. This is the Elder's token. If you want to supplement your martial arts, you can go to the library pavilion. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask Gu Peng, the master of the outer hall, to explain your current identity. Gu Qingfeng handed over the 4 identity tokens to several people again. Now Gu Jiazhuang's identity tokens have been replaced by Gu Qingfeng. Each identity token has a piece of his true meaning in it. This way. This is to prevent someone from forging identity tokens. This way. It was Gu Qingfeng who got some inspiration from the information left by Murongxiu. According to Murongxiu's information, the identity tokens of many major forces in the ancient world are recognized by blood, and there are even corresponding soul tokens left in the faction. Once they fall unexpectedly, the soul tokens will be broken. What a pity! Murongxiu did not keep the method of refining such identity tokens and soul tokens. The reason why the other party gave such information was just to let those who came after him know more about the great forces in the ancient world. So, Murongxiu naturally would not leave behind the refining method. Without such a method, Gu Qingfeng could only settle for the next best thing and leave some true meaning on the identity token. Although it was not as good as the identity tokens of the big forces in the ancient world, it was still pretty good. Although there are still flaws, at least there is a way to identify it. After letting the 4 people leave, Gu Qingfeng took out the Ziji Taoist code. The moment Gu Qingfeng opened the technique, he saw it turn into a stream of light and escape into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a flood of memories came flooding back. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng's blood was boiling, like hundreds of rivers converging into a sea, a terrifying torrent rushing forward with extremely powerful momentum. But despite this, Gu Qingfeng's cultivation has not made any breakthroughs, but his energy and blood have become more condensed. A long time. Gu Qingfeng exhaled a breath with a faint smile on his face. The top divine transformation technique, although there is no breakthrough in cultivation, but the strength has become a lot stronger. This is another advantage of its own golden finger. After ordinary people's qi and blood have been condensed to a certain level, if they want to further condense and compress it, every point is as difficult as reaching the sky. However, Gu Qingfeng doesn't have to worry about these issues. As long as you have enough improvement points, you can temper your own energy and blood to a true limit. Nowadays, the emergence of Ziji Taoist canon has saved Gu Qingfeng a lot of hard work in polishing the foundation, and it has also made up for the shortcomings of Shenyang in the Shenbian realm in disguise. After all, even if the Shenyang meridian is powerful, it is impossible to deduce every realm to the extreme. Just perfecting the body makes Shenyang Sutra extraordinary. It is impossible to deduce every step of the Master, Grand Master, Divine Transformation Realm, Tao Palace Realm, etc. to the extreme. Same reason. Even if the Shenyang Sutra can really achieve this step, it will be difficult for practitioners to achieve great success. After all, the more extreme the martial arts, the more difficult it is to practice. The finishing touch. The most difficult to break through. Nowadays, the emergence of Ziji Taoist canon can save Gu Qingfeng a lot of hard work, and it can also be regarded as giving Gu Jiazhuang another skill that is at the peak of the Gate God realm transformation. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked inside himself and towards the Taoist palace Yuanshen. The ancient heavenly sword breaks through. The 5-inch soul has grown directly to the 9-inch soul. 9 is the ultimate number. The moment the Yuanshen stepped into 9-inch, Gu Qingfeng noticed the bottleneck, as if there was an invisible force suppressing the restriction, preventing the Yuanshen from making any further breakthroughs. When this feeling appeared, Gu Qingfeng already understood that it was time for him to make another breakthrough. As soon as Gu Qingfeng had an idea and spent 500 improvement points, Shenyang Sutra suddenly broke through from the first level of the Dao Palace chapter to the second level. As a large number of memories appeared, Gu Qingfeng's aura suddenly surged. The suppressive power in the soul also disappeared suddenly. Growing up, the soul began to grow crazily. 10 inches. 11 inches. 12 inches. A moment of effort. Yuanshen has already stepped into the 18th inch. But after the soul breaks through to 18 inches, the bottleneck that disappeared appears again. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng continued to break through. The third level of Dao Palace. The fourth level of Dao Palace. Gu Qingfeng used up all the improvement points in one go and directly upgraded the Shenyang Sutra to the fourth level of the Dao Palace chapter, and also raised his own cultivation to the fourth level of the Dao Palace chapter. Extremely powerful power was revived from the physical body, and it was several times more powerful than when he was at the first level of the Dao Palace realm. At the same time, because of the soaring realm, the power of the soul has skyrocketed. Now, even if a strong person at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm comes face to face, Gu Qingfeng can directly kill him with his divine thoughts. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 52/6000. Realm, 4th level of Dao Palace realm. Martial arts, Tianmei Zhenjing, the 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Dawang Fist Sutra, Perfection, Shenyang Sutra, the 4th level of Dao Palace, Huanggu Heavenly Sword, Introduction, Ziji Dao Canon, Perfect. Promotion points, 534. 4th level of Dao Palace Realm. Introduction to the Ancient Heavenly Sword. For the first time, Gu Qingfeng had a truly clear understanding of the saint's inheritance. The Ancient Heavenly Sword was just an entry point, and it caused the power of his soul to skyrocket, causing the soul of the Dao Palace to grow accordingly, allowing his cultivation to break through to the 4th level of the Dao Palace in one go. When Gu Qingfeng looked inside the Danshan Dao Palace, the soul had grown to 32 inches. But this has not yet reached the limit of the 4th level of Dao Palace. Let's take 9 inches as a limit. Gu Qingfeng suspected that he could only truly touch the limit of the 4th level of the Dao Palace when his soul broke through to 36 inches. Using the information left by Murongxiu as a record, the limit that can be reached at each level of the Dao Palace realm represents the monk's talent and potential. For ordinary Dao Palace monks, it is good if the soul of each realm can grow to 2 inches. Those whose soul can grow to 3 inches or more belong to the category of genius. If you have a spirit of more than 5 inches, you are a true genius. And my current limit for each level is 9 inches of soul. Such a change must be inseparable from the ancient immortal body. Qingfeng knew very well that his talent and bones could only be said to be quite ordinary. Now that he could achieve this step, the only possibility was the ancient immortal body. The emergence of this immortal body allowed him to step into the true peak of qualifications. The oldest immortal body in the world. Qingfeng murmured to himself. He found that he had never been able to discover the true mystery of the ancient immortal body, but even so, with the advantages of the ancient immortal body, his own background was unfathomable. Now, 32 inches of soul. Even those at the peak of many Dao Palace realms may not be able to possess them. Tell the truth. Qingfeng himself now doesn't even know what level his strength is. The realm of skyrocketing. It only gave Qingfeng a feeling. That's who he is now, simply terrifyingly strong. Immediately. With a thought from Qingfeng, the evil killing knife fell directly into his hand. The long sword is unsheathed. Cut the palm. Qingfeng infected the scabbard with his own blood, and then seeped into the blade bit by bit. With his current level of cultivation at the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm, every drop of blood contains infinite divine power. Now that this blood is integrated into the evil killing sword, it also makes the divine weapon tremble slightly, as if there is a shocking sword intent emanating from it, but it does not leave the scope of the knife grinding hall. Knife skills. Qingfeng has practiced this secret technique for decades. To him, the evil killing knife is no longer a simple weapon, but also one's own partner. After being nourished by his own blood for many years, Qingfeng felt that his connection with the evil killing sword had been further deepened. At the same time, something seemed to be born in this magical sword. Qingfeng was no stranger to this feeling. Qingfeng had the same feeling on the jujube tree of Shenwuzong. The difference is, compared with the spirituality of the jujube tree, the spirituality of the evil killing sword is obviously much weaker now. To truly reach the level of the jujube tree, it will take time to slowly cultivate it. But what Qingfeng lacks most now is time. To him, 6,000 years of life in the Dao Palace realm is already quite long. I am only 52 years old now. Compared to a lifespan of 6,000 years, even 1% is less than 1%. The next day, Qingfeng came out of seclusion. After he came out of seclusion, Gu Peng arrived immediately. My subordinates have met the owner of the village. Congratulations to the owner for his great progress. Well, what happened during this period of seclusion? Qingfeng nodded slightly, and when he looked at the person in front of him, his mind could easily see through him. The qi and blood at the peak of the Grand Master are strong, but they are not much different from a year ago. If you want to break through the realm of divine transformation, you need to further condense the qi and blood and give birth to all kinds of miracles. Only in this way can you truly break the shackles of the Grand Master and step into the world. Higher level. But obviously, Gu Peng is still far behind from breaking through to the divine transformation realm. For a moment, the latter felt as if all the secrets in his body had been exposed. His body trembled instinctively, but he soon recovered. After hearing Qingfeng's question, Gu Peng did not dare to hesitate and immediately spoke respectfully. During the period when the village owner was in retreat, His Majesty established Shenwu academies in various places across Kyushu. There were also academies established in Beishi City. However, because there were not enough disciples, he ordered people to come to Gujiazhuang and let some of the disciples in the village go to Beishi Road and other places. Served at Shenwu Academy. Gu Qingfeng looked as usual. Gu Yang's purpose of spreading military power over the world was naturally clear to him. The Zuxianting dynasty was just the beginning. If he wanted to further advance to the dynasty or even the imperial dynasty, he needed to improve the luck of the entire dynasty. The easiest way to improve a dynasty's luck is to enhance the overall strength of the dynasty. This whole refers not only to the interior of the imperial court, but also to the entire world. So, setting up a divine martial arts academy to teach martial arts to the world is the simplest method. However, Kyushu is so big that if it really wants to set up many academies, it would be difficult for the imperial court to come up with enough manpower, so it would be logical to target all parties in the world. Gujiazhuang is now the largest force in the world and the backbone of the Shenwu dynasty. It is normal for Gu Yang to speak to Gujiazhuang. These things. Gu Qingfeng was too lazy to pay too much attention. When he first founded Gujiazhuang, he just wanted to give future generations a foundation to settle down and live their lives. This time, Gu Peng handed another black iron box to Gu Qingfeng's hands. In addition, this is something that His Majesty ordered to be brought to the owner of the village half a year ago. However, the owner of the village has been in retreat, so his subordinates do not dare to disturb it. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, his mind moved, and the black iron box was directly separated from Gu Peng's hands and fell into his hands. This dark iron box is completely sealed without any keyholes, but this is not difficult for Gu Qingfeng. He just squeezed it and easily broke open the black iron box. Inside was a jade slip that came into view. At the same time, there was a letter next to the jade slip with a few large characters written on the cover. Father's Blessing. From the text, Gu Qingfeng could tell at a glance that this was Gu Yang's handwriting. On the other hand, Gu Peng looked at Xiantai, which even the Grand Master could not really shake. It was like paper in Gu Qingfeng's hands, and the expression on his face could not help but be a little more shocked and awe. End of chapter. Chapter 223, Suppressed with One Finger. The jade slip contained a technique for changing realms, called Li Feng Zhenjing. This technique, like the Ziji Taoist canon, is the top technique that directly points to the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. Obviously, this was the opportunity Gu Yang got. The other party asked people to bring this technique over, and the purpose was obvious. When Gu Qingfeng's spiritual mind read out the skills inside, he saw that the jade slip was slightly dimmed, but it was not really broken yet. Visible. This jade slip can be passed down many times. Is there anything else? Gu Qingfeng put away the jade slip and asked. Gu Peng said respectfully, Your Majesty once said that the evil beasts in Kyushu are becoming more and more serious now. Although the imperial court has stepped in to suppress it, it can only temporarily alleviate the urgent need. If the owner of the village comes out of quarantine, Your Majesty hopes that the owner can go to the capital for a visit. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, he nodded slightly. I already know about this matter. If there is nothing else, you can go ahead. Subordinates resign. Gu Peng bowed respectfully. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng summoned Gu Wu and the other four, and at the same time handed a palm-sized jade box to one of them. You can go to the palace and take orders from Gu Yang for the time being, and leave this thing in his hands. Subordinates take orders. Gu Wu and the others didn't ask any further questions, and immediately accepted the order with clasped fists. After a few people retreated, Gu Qingfeng came outside the lobby, looked in the direction of the ancient beast mountain range, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The ferocious beasts are in turmoil. Could it be that my guess came true? Somewhere. Gu Qingfeng's sixth sense told him that something seemed to be happening. Soon, Hong Yi arrived and handed all the information collected by the secret guards during this period directly into Gu Qingfeng's hands. After reading this information, Gu Qingfeng's face became clear. Sure enough, this matter is not that simple. Behind the riot of ferocious beasts, there is someone behind the scenes. According to the secret guard's intelligence, although the human traces behind the current ferocious beast riots are obscure, some things were discovered after in-depth investigation. There were even secret guards who went into the ancient beast mountain range to learn more about it, but in the end it was like nothing happened. The result of not being able to come out of the ancient beast mountain range is self-evident. Continue to pay attention to the movements of ferocious beasts. Gu Qingfeng told Hong Yi to step back. Your heir Gu Yang met the 4 elders of Gu Jiazhuang and learned that the 4 of them are 9th-level powerhouses in the divine transformation realm. He was immediately overjoyed. Your heir Gu Yang received the jade box you handed over, and his confidence increased greatly. At the same time, he was shocked by your strength and once again lamented your unfathomable power. Your heir Gu Yang has confirmed his martial arts with the strong man, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Yang took the true intent pill, achieved a breakthrough in the sword slash, and comprehended the 8th level of true intent. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by a vicious beast *695. Your heir Gu Xian has been taught his unique skills by a powerful person at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, and his strength has greatly increased. Your heir Gu Xian fought to the death, broke through the 5th level with the true meaning of the heavenly sword, and killed the ferocious beast in the 5th level of Zhang refining. Your heir. The text on the information panel continued to refresh, and Gu Qingfeng could increasingly understand that the information panel was indeed much more complete than before. Although there is no hint of these improvements, you can find the difference from the past just by reading between the lines. Seeing that Gu Yang had already met with Gu Wu and others, Gu Qingfeng felt relieved for the time being. 4 strong men at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, and they have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. If they go further, they can break through to the Dao Palace realm. Their background is a bit deeper than the ordinary 9th level of the divine transformation realm. The purpose of sending 4 people to the palace was to allow them to protect Gu Yang. As for how Gu Yang arranged it, it all depended on the other party. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng continued to understand the ancient heavenly sword. Although he is already a beginner in this sage's secret skill, it is not enough. If the ancient heavenly sword can be taken a step further, it will be much easier to face the next problem. Qingyun Prefecture. In a certain city in Guangyang Prefecture, an old man and a young man were sitting in a restaurant, and the lively scene of people coming and going below came into view. According to the records of my Qidian dynasty, the spiritual energy of the world in Kyushu is thin, and it should be due to the decline of cultivation. But I didn't expect that there is a Qiluk dynasty in Kyushu now, which is a bit unexpected. Hanan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then shook his head again. It was indeed difficult to eat such things, but thinking about the remoteness of the country here, he suppressed his unhappiness. Speaking of which, Hanan's eyes flickered again. One side of the Qiluk dynasty has gathered the 3rd grade Qinglian. If the whole country's strength is used, even the 9th level of the divine transformation realm can fight. Is Mr. K sure about this? When he said the last words, Hanan looked at the old man in front of him. The other person was wearing grey clothes and had an ordinary face. If other people looked at him, they would just think of him as an extremely ordinary old man. Judging from the information we have received, the Shenyu dynasty was founded less than 2 years ago, and no matter how strong its foundation is, it is limited. Now the strongest person in the world is named Gu Qingfeng, who is revered as the martial saint by Kyushu. Judging from his record, his strength should be in the divine transformation realm, and at best it will not exceed the 6th level of the divine transformation realm. Even if he is at the 6th level of the divine transformation realm and has a new dynasty, he will not be able to pose much of a threat to me. Mr. K said calmly. In his words, the Shenyu dynasty is like a chicken or a dog, which can be suppressed at will. At this point, Mr. K also has absolute confidence. As a member of the royal family of the Qidian dynasty, although he did not have the realm of the Dao Palace, he was still above the ordinary realm of divine transformation and had entered the level of the halfway palace. Such strength! Looking at the ancient world, they are not weak. On this 3/3 of an acre of land in Kyushu, it is enough to push it horizontally. Hanan nodded slightly after hearing this. No surprise, the true successor of the Shenyang Holy Land 10,000 years ago should be related to the Shenyu dynasty. Otherwise, Given the current situation in Kyushu, how could the Shinryu dynasty have the qualifications to establish a destiny dynasty? Perhaps, that saint's inheritance also fell into the hands of the Shinryu dynasty. When the leader of the Shinryu dynasty is captured and his soul is searched and interrogated, the Giwan dynasty, can get the saint's inheritance first. At last, a cold smile appeared on Han An's face. The reason why he knows so much about Kyushu is because of what he learned through soul searching. The rise of the Shinryu dynasty was sudden. Han An could tell something was wrong at a glance. Thousands of years ago, Kyushu martial arts declined, but since the mysterious martial ancestor appeared and spread martial arts all over the world, Kyushu martial arts gradually flourished. This point in time happened to be the time when Shenyang Holy Land was destroyed. So, by comparing the two, many things can be deduced. Originally, Han An planned to go to Shinryuzong for a visit. But now it seems that instead of wasting time going to Shinryu sect, it is better to go directly to Shinryu capital. Right now, Mr. K is using his beast control skills to let the ferocious beasts in the ancient Beast Mountain range find the location of Kyushu. Giwan dynasty, are one step ahead, but there are many monks who have entered the ancient Beast Mountain range now. If there are other monks who can also find Kyushu, it's a problem. Han An's expression became much more solemn, staring at the many forces inherited by the saint. If Mr. K had not mastered the art of controlling beasts and drove many ferocious beasts to explore the whereabouts of Kyushu in the ancient Beast Mountain range, he would not have been able to find this place so quickly. But there are many powerful people in the ancient world, who can guarantee that other monks will not have the means to find Kyushu. One step first. Step by step. Han An didn't want to waste time going down. When Mr. K heard this, he also nodded. What the sixth prince said is true, we will go directly to Shinryu Kingdom for a visit. The two of them were seen taking one step into the air, and immediately walked in the air, openly heading towards the capital of Shinryu Kingdom. This scene. All the people who witnessed it looked shocked. At the same time, there were also secret guards who passed the news back as quickly as possible. Less than half a day, the two of them entered the capital. Han An looked at the prosperous scene in front of him with a little disdain in his eyes. In the majestic capital, there are only a few so-called masters and grand masters, which shows the weakness of the Shinryu dynasty. While talking, Han An looked towards the palace. That is where luck is most abundant. Hearing this, Mr. K shook his head and said, the Shinryu dynasty has a shallow foundation, so naturally it cannot be compared with the Giwan dynasty. Subsequently, the two of them headed directly towards the palace. When he was about to enter the imperial city, a guard stopped him. Before the guard could really interrogate him, he saw Mr. K's eyes turned cold and a terrifying aura erupted. Several guards did not even scream. With a sound, his body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered. Such movement immediately alerted the imperial city guards. Who dares to break into the imperial city? Rebellious ministers and traitors should be killed. A large number of imperial city guards appeared, led by several powerful masters. When they saw the flesh and blood corpses on the ground, as well as Han An, the leading master's eyes turned cold. Catch them alive! One of the Grand Masters waved his hand, and a large number of guards attacked the two of them. An ant dares to attack this prince? Han An smiled disdainfully, and before Mr. K could really make a move, he saw him slapping the palm with his hand, and a devastating power burst out. Hundreds of guards were blown away in an instant, and they died on the spot. This sight caused the pupils of the leading masters to shrink. This guy is ruthless. Don't hold anything back, capture him first. A Grand Master shouted angrily and took the lead to kill Han An. However, with such a full-strength attack at the master level, the latter just smiled contemptuously. Immediately afterwards, Han An stretched out his right hand and grasped it with 5 fingers in the air. The Grand Master's face turned red instantly and his body suddenly tightened, as if being grasped by an invisible big hand. Bang! Hanan exerted force with his 5 fingers, and the master's body exploded, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Grand Master, you're just an ant. Hanan had a sick smile on his face. Killing the weak was also a kind of fun for him. When the other Grand Masters who were about to take action saw this, their faces suddenly turned pale. Kill a Grand Master from afar with bare hands. I am afraid that ordinary Great Masters may not be able to do it. No wonder. The 2 people in front of them had the courage to break into the Imperial City. Who are you waiting for? One of the Grand Masters forced himself to calm down, looked at Hanan and asked in a stern tone. Hanan stood with his hands behind his back, and said with contempt, I am the 6th prince of the Qidian dynasty. Let Gu Yang come to see me quickly, otherwise I will destroy your Xinyu dynasty. Qidian dynasty. When they heard this name, several masters were all surprised and doubtful. To them, this name was really unfamiliar. But the disrespect in Hanan's words made them angry. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from the Imperial City, and a cold voice followed. Bold lunatic, dare to speak wildly here, disrespect His Majesty, this crime should be punished. As soon as the words fell, a terrible palm force suddenly suppressed and fell, and the extremely powerful force even caused spider web-like cracks in the space, as if it would be completely shattered at any time. This blow. Hanan's expression changed. Even the calm old man K behind him was serious. Don't even think about hurting the 6th prince. He took a step forward, and his right hand also slammed out with a palm. The 2 palm forces collided with each other, causing the space to shatter, and the rolling air waves swept all around, forcing everyone to retreat. 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Old K looked at Gu Wu who appeared, and his expression was slightly surprised. From the information of the previous soul search, the strongest person in the Xinyu dynasty should be Gu Qingfeng, who was respected as the martial saint, but Old K also recognized Gu Qingfeng's appearance. More importantly, from the calculated strength, the martial saint would not exceed the 6th level of the Divine Transformation Realm at most. But the person in front of him was a 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm, which was unexpected for Old K. Hanan, who was standing aside, also had a slightly changed expression. 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. How could such a strong person exist in a small Xinyu dynasty? Even in the Qidian dynasty, there were not many people in the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Nowadays, Hanan was surprised that a 9th level expert in the Divine Change Realm came out of the Xinyu dynasty. On the other side, Old K reacted quickly, and the aura of the half-step Dao Palace permeated his body. The 9th level Divine Change Realm is indeed not weak, but it is still a little behind me. My Qidian dynasty has a strong man in the Dao Palace realm. I came here to follow orders and meet Emperor Gu. Although Old K was not afraid of a 9th level expert in the Divine Change Realm, he did not want to really tear his face with the other party, so he simply showed his strength and even brought up the Qidian dynasty behind him to deter the other party. It's a very simple truth. This is the Xinyu dynasty. The fortune of a dynasty itself cannot be underestimated. With a 9th level expert in the Divine Change Realm, even a half-step Dao Palace realm would feel difficult. So, in Old K's opinion, if it can be resolved peacefully, it would be the best. Of course. The reason for all this is because of the appearance of Gu Wu. If this 9th level expert in the Divine Transformation Realm had not come forward, Old K would not have wasted his words. Hearing this, Gu Wu looked indifferent. This is the Divine Wu dynasty. It is not your turn to be presumptuous in the Qidian dynasty. Today, you are killing people in front of the Imperial City. If you know what's good for you, you should surrender. What a big tone! How dare a mere dynasty be so presumptuous? Old K laughed in anger, and his eyes looking at Gu Wu were already full of cold murderous intent. He did not want to conflict with Gu Wu, but he was not afraid of fighting with him. Since you are shameless, then I will suppress you first. Just as Old K was about to take action, several powerful auras burst out in the Imperial City, making the former's face stiff, his pupils involuntarily widened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. For 9th level Divine Transformation Realm. Impossible. When he saw Gu Dao and others appear, Old K's forehead was immediately sweating. For 9th level Divine Transformation Realm. This was something he had never expected. If it was just Gu Wu, Old K would be able to deal with him, but if it was 4 powerful 9th level God Transformation Realm warriors, it would be completely different. In the final analysis, half-step Dao Palace Realm is also in the scope of God Transformation Realm. At this level, even if one has half a foot in Dao Palace Realm, there is no real breakthrough. The strength is superior to the general 9th level God Transformation Realm, but it will not be much stronger. So, when Gu Wu and the other 4 appeared, Old K knew that things were beyond his control. Hanan, who was originally a little arrogant, now also changed his face. He understood. I am afraid that he is in big trouble this time. At this moment, Gu Wu and the other 2 had already taken action directly and suppressed Old K. Facing a powerful half-step Dao Palace Realm warrior, they were not careless at all. Seeing the 3 people attack, K Lao's blood and energy burst out. His old body now gave people the illusion of being in his prime. When he raised his hand, a magic sword appeared, and the magnificent sword energy tore through the void. On the other side, Gulong had already attacked Hanan. With the 9th level of Divine Transformation Realm, it was easy for him to defeat Hanan, a 6th level cultivator of Divine Transformation Realm. Even if the latter had some trump cards, it would not cause any trouble. When Hanan was about to be completely suppressed, his face turned fierce, and a jade talisman was directly crushed by him. Boom! A tall shadow suddenly appeared, and a terrifying breath burst out, and a palm was pressed towards Gulong. Such a powerful force made the latter's face become solemn. The aura erupting from the phantom in front of him was that he had stepped into the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm, and was even much more powerful than the ordinary 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. The moment the phantom appeared, Hanan did not dare to stay and rushed directly outside the capital. At this time, in the Imperial City, an ancient tripod suddenly appeared and fell towards Hanan. Ancient soldiers. Hanan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately took out a magic spear from the storage ring and collided with the ancient tripod. The 2 treasures bombarded each other and erupted into terrifying waves. Next breath, the ancient tripod flew back upside down. Hanan also paused as he retreated. Before he could make the next move, he saw Gu Yang coming through the air. A jade box in his hand opened, and a severed finger was thrown out, and he suppressed the former. It was obviously just a severed finger, but now it seemed to occupy all the sight in Hanan's eyes, and the aura of brilliant heavenly power came across, causing his expression to change drastically. The broken body of Dao Palace. Hanan never expected that a mere Shenwu dynasty not only had 4 powerful men at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm sitting in their hands, but also had the remains of the Dao Palace Realm in their hands. When one's cultivation has reached the level of Dao Palace, even a fragment of his body has astonishing power. Not to mention, the severed finger in front of him made Hanan feel an extremely terrifying aura. Such breath! It is even much more powerful than some Dao Palace realms in the Qingfeng dynasty. Obviously, this truncated finger is not as simple as coming from the hands of ordinary Taoist palaces. Seeing the suppression of the severed finger falling, Hanan couldn't care about anything else and pushed his energy and blood strength to the limit. The cold light of the divine spear penetrated the void, trying to block this terrible blow. But unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, any struggle is in vain. Just a face-to-face. I saw the cold light shattering. The magic weapon that was comparable to an ancient soldier also suddenly shattered. The powerful force bombarded Hanan, causing him to fly out instantly. He was vomiting blood in large mouths. He was already severely injured. Seeing that Gu Yang was about to kill him again, Hanan no longer cared about his face and spoke with a horrified expression. "Don't kill me. I am the sixth prince of the Qidian dynasty." After hearing this, Gu Yang's expression moved slightly, and then he saw the severed finger fall into the jade box again. When I looked at the severed finger again, it was much paler than before, and the blood on it seemed to be somewhat dry. Visible. The power of a severed finger cannot be used arbitrarily. But even so, Gu Yang was a little shocked when he saw a strong man with severed fingers suppressing a god's transformation in front of him. He knew that the severed finger came from Qingfeng, and he also knew that a strong man in the divine transformation realm could regenerate his limbs. However, Gu Yang never expected this. Qingfeng's severed finger was so powerful. It can be seen from this. How unfathomable is his father's strength! All the time. Every time Gu Yang thought he could see Qingfeng clearly, the other party would reveal even more terrifying details. Just like not long ago, 4 elders walked out of Gujiazhuang who had entered the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. Like now. A truncation refers to suppressing a powerful person in the god transformation realm. But Gu Yang quickly suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then said to Gu Long beside him, "Elder Gu Long, please suppress this person first." "Yes." Gu Long took the order, then came to Hanan and suppressed all his energy and blood. Faced with such things, Hanan did not dare to make any resistance. Joke. In the current situation, if we cooperate, we may have a chance of survival, but if we resist, it will definitely be a dead end. What really made Hanan feel desperate was the severed Dao Palace level finger in Gu Yang's hand. The fact that the opponent has such a treasure in his hand, does it mean that there is also a powerful Dao Palace realm behind the Shenyu dynasty? If that were the case, things would be even trickier. Just when Hanan was captured, Mr. K, with the joint efforts of Gu and Wu, was beaten and retreated. However, the opponent was a strong man at the half-step palace level. It was not easy to defeat him directly. Easy. Immediately. Even if Gu Yang asked Gu Long to take action, they would work together to suppress Mr. K. With the addition of Gu Long, it became the straw that broke the camel's back. Facing the combination of 4 powerful men at the 9th level of the God Transformation realm, even a strong man at the half-step palace realm would have a hard time contending. A moment later, Mr. K was severely injured by Gu Wu's palm, and then all his cultivation levels were banned and he fell on the ground. When he saw Mr. K defeated and captured, Han An's face became increasingly desperate. End of chapter. Chapter 224 Dao Palace Restriction. Your Majesty, I need to see you for something. Outside the knife-sharpening hall, there was a voice. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, and there was a flash of terrifying knife intent. "Come in." He trailed off. The closed door of Modado Hall seemed to be opened by an invisible hand, and Hong Yi walked in from the outside. "Your Majesty, this is the news from the palace. Please take a look at it." While speaking, she had already handed over a secret letter with both hands. Gu Qingfeng opened the secret message and took a look, his eyes couldn't help but move slightly. Subsequently, he just looked at the information panel. Your heir Gu Yang met an invading enemy and used his fingers to cut off a 6th-level cultivator of the divine transformation realm. Your heir Gu Yang suppressed the people of the Qidian dynasty. Your heir Gu Yang returned to the Yuan dynasty. Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself. When he saw Gu Yang using severed fingers to suppress a 6th-level cultivator of the divine transformation realm, Gu Qingfeng understood where the so-called severed fingers came from. Although the severed finger was only left when Gu Qingfeng first entered the Dao Palace realm, it cannot be compared with the current realm. But even so, that severed finger also has the divine power of the Dao Palace. Suppressing a 6th-level cultivator of the divine transformation realm is naturally nothing to be shocked about. Then, Qingfeng left the sharpening hall and headed to the imperial city. It takes less than half a day. Qingfeng stepped into the imperial city. Gu Yang also came to meet him immediately. The child has seen his father. I heard that monks from outside Zhuzhou came to invade. Where are they now? Qingfeng asked straight to the point. Gu Yang said, my son has put them all into the sky prison and will wait for his father to come for interrogation. For such a strong man, Gu Yang knew that it was not easy to get him to tell the truth, so he simply invited Qingfeng to come and see if the other party had any means to make him speak. What's more, a force called the Qidian dynasty was involved behind Hanan and the two of them, and Gu Yang did not dare to be careless. Luck dynasty. That was a force that was above the dynasty. Now that he has become the head of a dynasty, Gu Yang understands how powerful it is to be in charge of one's destiny. The dynasty is still like this. If it is a dynasty, that would be even more terrifying. The dark prison was filled with the smell of moisture and moss. Qingfeng and Gu Yang walked into the prison, with no other guards following them. This prison is divided into 9 floors. The first 5 floors are for ordinary prisoners, and the last 4 floors are for masters and above. Now those 2 people are temporarily imprisoned on the 9th floor of the heavenly prison, which is made of black iron. Even if the Grand Master uses all his strength, there is no real chance of escape. If a powerful person in the divine transformation realm is imprisoned, as long as his cultivation is not fully restored, he can be suppressed. After entering the prison, Gu Yang patiently explained to Qingfeng. In order to build this heavenly prison, he spent a lot of effort. For example, the black iron needed for the 9th floor of the heavenly prison is a rare treasure in Kyushu. If ordinary people can get a little mixed into the weapon and cast it, they can get a magical weapon that can cut iron as if it were clay. This shows how precious black iron is. If Gu Yang hadn't been the lord of Kyushu now, he wouldn't have been able to collect so much black iron to build the 9th floor of the heavenly prison. When the 2 of them entered the 9th floor of the heavenly prison, the place was as bright as day. In 2 adjacent cells, an old man and a young man were imprisoned respectively. The 2 men were covered in blood, and their bones were pierced by iron hooks, but no blood flowed from the wounds. When he heard the news of someone arriving, Mr. K, who was leaning on the corner, opened his cloudy eyes, looked at Gu Yang and said with a sneer, I advise you to be sensible and leave while we wait. The Qidian dynasty is not something you can offend, even if a powerful man from the Yudao palace of your Shinryu dynasty is in charge. There are many powerful people in the Qidian dynasty, and there are no less than 1 powerful person in the Tao Palace realm. In addition, we have also left a soul card in the Qidian dynasty. If we die, the dynasty will be aware of it immediately. By the time the imperial army reaches Kyushu, it will be too late if you want to regret it. Until now, Mr. K is not too panicked, and is still holding on to the tiger skin of the Qidian dynasty. In his opinion, Gu Yang did not kill him because he was afraid of the existence of the Qidian dynasty, so he did not dare to do it rashly. After all, even in the Eastern Territory, the Qidian dynasty belonged to a big force, and a mere Shinryu dynasty meant nothing in the eyes of the former. However, facing Mr. K's words, Gu Yang looked indifferent. I will give you another chance to tell me your purpose of coming here and all the information about the Qidian dynasty. Maybe I can let you live. Snort. Mr. K snorted coldly and did not answer. See this? Gu Yang's expression suddenly turned cold, and then he looked at Qingfeng aside. This person is a strong man with a half-level palace status in the Qidian dynasty. It's a pity that his mouth is too harsh, so he bothers his father to come forward. After hearing Gu Yang's words, Mr. K looked at Qingfeng standing aside, looking a little surprised. Are you Marshal Saint Qingfeng? The name. Mr. K is no stranger to this. But in his calculation, this monk should be a monk in the realm of divine transformation, but if Gu Yang hadn't mentioned it, Mr. K would have almost regarded him as an ordinary person. Think of this. Old K was shocked again. Even if his cultivation was sealed, a cultivator in the God transformation realm could not hide anything in front of him, but he could not see through the other party's strength at the moment, which was a bit intriguing. It seems that you have heard of my existence. Qingfeng walked slowly to Old K and looked at him calmly. In response, Old K was silent again. Qingfeng shook his head, looking at you. If I ask, I'm afraid you are unwilling to speak. Well, since you don't want to say, let me come and see it myself. You want to search the soul. Old K seemed to have thought of something, his expression suddenly changed, and then he smiled contemptuously. You want to search the soul of this old man, wishful thinking. However, before Old K's voice fell completely, Qingfeng had a terrifying divine power on his body, and he broke into the other party's sea of consciousness. At that moment, Old K's face changed drastically, and his eyes became terrified. Dao Palace. Just after uttering 2 words, his expression became dull. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. At the same time, Qingfeng's mind searched the other party's memory wantonly, and soon found a lot of information. The only pity is that the person in front of him is a strong man in the half-step Dao Palace realm. Although he has not really opened up the Dao Palace to practice the Yuan Shen, his mind is also quite powerful. In addition, the other party has lived for thousands of years and his memory is extremely long. Even if Qingfeng wants to read all his memories now, it is difficult to do it. However, even so, Qingfeng also got the information he wanted. Qidian dynasty. Royal worship. The art of taming beasts, the inheritance of the saints. Qingfeng muttered to himself, and the look in his eyes when he looked at the other party had become clear. In Old K's memory, Qidian dynasty was founded by a half-saint strongman 100,000 years ago. Since then, the strength of the Qidian dynasty is growing stronger day by day. Until now, although the Qidian dynasty does not have a strong man of the semi-saint level, it also has several strong men in the Dao Palace realm. Among them, the Han Emperor who is in charge of the Qidian dynasty is a strong man who is at the peak of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. As long as the other party does not die unexpectedly, it is very likely that he will enter the semi-saint realm in the future. At the same time, Qingfeng also understood why the 2 old men, K, were able to find Zhu. The other party knows the art of controlling beasts, driving a large number of beasts to walk in the ancient Beast Mountain range, and then finding the location of Zhu based on the information fed back by these beasts. I have to say, such means really surprised Qingfeng. In addition, it also indirectly explains the fundamental reason why the beasts in Zhu have become more and more serious during this period. As for the purpose of the 2, just as Qingfeng thought, they came for the inheritance of the saint. Even the Qidian dynasty, which was once a top force with a semi-saint in charge, attaches great importance to the inheritance of the saint. There is a huge difference between having a saint's inheritance and not having a saint's inheritance. When Qingfeng's mind faded, Old K's face turned pale, and he looked at him with horror and sarcasm. You already know the strength of our Qidian dynasty. Now that you have released us, there is still room for maneuver. Otherwise, it will be a dead end. Bang! Before Old K finished speaking, Qingfeng flicked his finger and made his head explode, killing him on the spot. It is true that a strong man in the God transformation realm can regenerate limbs, but he cannot regenerate a head without one. Old K. When Hanan in the cell next to him saw the headless body, he could no longer suppress his fear. When he looked at Qingfeng again, his face was full of fear. Don't kill me. I am the 6th prince of the Qidian dynasty. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. Seeing that Qingfeng did not reply but came directly to his cell, Hanan became more and more frightened. I will tell you. I am willing to tell you anything. Don't kill me, don't. While speaking, a warm current was flowing between Hanan's crotch. The sixth prince of the Qidian dynasty was completely frightened. I still believe what I saw. Qingfeng shook his head and immediately used means to search his soul. Searching Han An's memory is much easier than searching K Lao's memory. After all, the gap between the two realms is not small. The former is only the sixth level of the divine transformation realm, while the latter has already entered the level of the half-step Dao Palace realm. Very quickly, Han An's memory was searched almost completely. Just when Qingfeng was about to focus on searching for the cultivation method of the Qidian dynasty, suddenly, a huge divine thought suddenly appeared. Who dares to spy on the inheritance of our Qidian dynasty? Seeking death. The divine consciousness exploded. Such a terrifying aura is enough to crush ordinary Dao Palace realms. But Qingfeng's eyes turned cold, and he also fought back with divine consciousness to suppress it. Boom! The two forces collided, and the divine consciousness was easily defeated. But at the moment when the divine consciousness was suppressed, Han An's head also exploded, and there was no sound at all. What a pity! Seeing Han An's death, Qingfeng shook his head with some regret. As a top force, the Qidian dynasty is also a strong man who has walked out of the semi-saint realm. The inheritance of this force must not be underestimated, and it is even stronger than the inheritance of the Shenyang Holy Land. As the sixth prince of the Qidian dynasty, Han An is likely to have the complete inheritance of the Qidian dynasty. What a pity! In the depths of the other party's sea of consciousness, a strong man has set up a ban. If a cultivator attempts to explore and search for his inheritance memory, this power will be passively triggered. This ban is either to kill the intruder, or if it cannot be killed, then the carrier will be erased to prevent the dynasty inheritance from being leaked. Recalling the vast divine thought, which has the domineering aura of the emperor, Qingfeng suspects that it is the Han Emperor of the Qidian dynasty. A top strong man of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. However, although the Han Emperor is strong, he only left a part of his divine thought on Han An, so he is naturally no match for Qingfeng. The 9th level of the Dao Palace realm does not seem to be as strong as I imagined. Qingfeng's eyes moved slightly, and then he recovered as before. Gu Yang looked at the dead Han An and couldn't help asking, what was the result of searching the soul, father? Almost. I originally wanted to get the inheritance of the Qidian dynasty from this boy, but it's a pity that this boy has a Dao Palace restriction in his sea of consciousness. When someone intends to search the soul, it will trigger this restriction. Qingfeng said with some regret. Gu Yang's expression was a little solemn when he heard it, and then he ordered the jailer who followed behind him. Clean up all these corpses. Yes. The jailer immediately took the order. Ancient World. East Region. In the Qidian dynasty. In the court, there was a middle-aged emperor sitting on the throne, with a serious expression. His black eyes were as deep as the abyss, and his eyebrows were full of the emperor's tyranny. The Han Emperor, who was originally listening to the report of the ministers below, suddenly frowned, and then his eyes burst out with cold murderous intent. Who dares to spy on the inheritance of our Qidian dynasty? Before the words fell, a domineering aura suddenly burst out, putting pressure on the huge court. All the ministers' expressions changed drastically, and they instinctively knelt on the ground under the pressure, trembling. Soon, Emperor Han also realized his loss of composure, and the aura on his body suddenly subsided. The ministers breathed a sigh of relief and stood up from the ground tremblingly. Afterwards, an old minister bowed and asked, "May I ask why your majesty is so angry?" The inheritance restriction on the sixth prince has been triggered. Emperor Han uttered a sentence, and the faces of the ministers changed again after hearing this. They naturally understood what Emperor Han meant by the inheritance restriction. When the inheritance restriction was triggered, it meant that someone was trying to search the soul. At this moment, after Emperor Han was furious, he was also thinking about who did it. After all, although Han An's strength is not strong, the other party has the protection of the royal family. Old K has half a foot in the Dao Palace realm, and his strength should not be underestimated. In addition, Hanan also has a life-saving trump card given by the royal family. Normally speaking, even if he encounters danger, it should be no problem to get out. What's more, Hanan is backed by the Qidian dynasty, and other forces cannot be unaware of this. Immediately, Emperor Han thought of something. At this time, a guard hurried in and bowed to Emperor Han and said, "Your Majesty, the soul tablets of Old K and the sixth prince are broken." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. The soul tablet is broken, which means that the person who left the soul tablet has died. If only a royal family priest died, it would be fine, but now that a prince has died, the consequences are extraordinary. However, Emperor Han was not as angry as expected. When he learned that someone searched the soul in an attempt to seize the dynasty's inheritance, he had already anticipated Hanan's ending. It was obvious. The other party was completely at odds with the Qidian dynasty. "Dismiss the court," Emperor Han said coldly, announcing the dismissal of the court. The ministers did not dare to say anything more, they could only bow and withdraw. Only one person remained standing still. After everyone left, Emperor Han looked at the person in front of him and spoke. "Honor followed my order to enter the ancient Beast Mountain range to find the whereabouts of the saint's inheritance. Now that he and Old K are dead, I'm afraid it has something to do with the saint's inheritance. You will lead the Divine Emperor army to the ancient Beast Mountain range immediately, and you must bring back the saint's inheritance, and find out who killed Honor. Anyone who dares to oppose my Qidian dynasty will only die." At the end, Emperor Han's face was full of murderous intent. He had many descendants, and the death of a sixth prince alone would not make Emperor Han so angry. What really made Emperor Han angry was that the other party was slapping the face of the Qidian dynasty, and this was more likely to involve the saint's inheritance. These two are what Emperor Han really values. The man in front of him is a general of Qidian dynasty named Qingfeng. His cultivation has already entered the 7th level of Dao Palace. He is one of the strongest in Qidian dynasty. The 100,000 Divine Emperor army under his command are even more extraordinary. Now Emperor Han asked Qingfeng to lead the Divine Emperor army into the ancient Beast Mountain range, which shows the importance he attaches to this matter. "I accept your order." Qingfeng clasped his fists and accepted the order. Return to the palace. Qingfeng told Gu Yang all the information he got from soul searching. The strength of Qidian dynasty is not weak. It is a top dynasty in the East region. It was founded by a semi-saint 100,000 years ago. Later, when the semi-saint died, the strength of Qidian dynasty did not drop much. The current emperor of the Qidian dynasty is a powerful man at the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm. As the old man said, they all have soul cards left behind by the Qidian dynasty. Now that the two of them have died, the Qidian dynasty will probably also learn the news. These words. Gu Yang's expression became serious. The Dao Palace realm exists above the Divine Transformation realm. At the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, one can almost step into the holy realm with half a foot. Such strong men! It certainly made Gu Yang feel great pressure. What is the purpose of the Qidian dynasty coming here? Gu Yang asked out his doubts. Qingfeng said calmly, they came here just to get the inheritance of the saint. Subsequently, Qingfeng told the story about Shenwu sect and Murongxiu again. It was only at this moment that Gu Yang truly understood the purpose of the Qidian dynasty and what the Shenwu dynasty would face next. If Qingfeng and the 4 Gujiazhuang elders are not included, it can be said that the Shenwu dynasty does not have a single powerful person in the Divine Transformation realm. If you include the 4 elders who are at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm, they are a bit underwhelming in front of the Dao Palace realm. Not to mention, in the Qidian dynasty, there were even more powerful men from the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Think of this. Gu Yang couldn't help but look at Qingfeng and asked, what kind of cultivation level does my father have now? How confident is my father if the Qidian dynasty invades? For now, just think of me as a Taoist palace. But if the saint doesn't come out, it shouldn't be a big problem. Qingfeng pondered for a moment and roughly revealed his own strength. Tell the truth. Although he is only at the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm now, his background is definitely not comparable to that of the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm. Judging from the restrictions in Hanan Sea of Consciousness, it seems that the 9th level of the Tao Palace realm is not as strong as he imagined. So, if someone at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm were to confront him, Qingfeng would have the confidence to fight. This sentence. Gu Yang felt reassured and looked at Qingfeng with admiration in his eyes. It's not a big problem if the saint doesn't come out. Doesn't that mean that even if the 9th level Dao Palace realm expert from the Qidian dynasty comes in person, there won't be many problems? Take a deep breath. Gu Yang said, with my father's words, I feel relieved. Since they are inherited from the saints, the 2 people from the Qidian dynasty are just the beginning. Next, I will order people to search all the states and keep a close eye on the ancient Beast Mountain range. If another strong man from the eastern region arrives, the court will know it immediately. In addition, I think Beishi Road is too small after all. How about finding a place within the capital city as the foundation of Gu family village? Without waiting for Qingfeng to answer, Gu Yang said with a wry smile again. I'm not afraid of my father's jokes. In the current situation, the imperial court lacks strong people to take charge. If my father can take charge of the capital, I believe he can avoid a lot of trouble. Of course, if the father doesn't want it, the child won't force it. Having said that, but Gu Yang's scorching gaze made Qingfeng understand that he had no choice but to refuse. But to him, it doesn't matter whether Gujiazhuang is on Beishi Road or in the capital. Okay, you open your mouth, and your father will do as you wish. Qingfeng nodded in agreement under the other party's expectant eyes. As soon as this statement came out, Gu Yang was immediately overjoyed. Okay, then father will rest in the palace first, and the child will immediately order people to move Gujiazhuang here. Now there are many places in the capital. I wonder where my father wants to be the address of Gujiazhuang. You can arrange it as you wish. Qingfeng waved his hand and ignored these things. Hear the words. Gu Yang did not hesitate. He first ordered people to arrange for Qingfeng to take a rest, and then he sent people non-stop to find a suitable place for Gujiazhuang's residence. Immediately afterwards, on the other side of Beishi Road, Gu Yang was also doing it simultaneously. Gujiazhuang has been rooted in Beishi Road for decades and has accumulated a solid foundation. Now it is not that simple to relocate. But after Gu Yang used the power of the court, these things became much simpler. Less than 10 days. The entire Gujiazhuang was moved to the capital. The former Guangyang prince's mansion has now been completely rebuilt by Gu Yang and used as the new Gujiazhuang. As soon as this news came out, the country was shocked. On the day when Gujiazhuang reopened, officials from all walks of life and political forces came to visit. Qingfeng did not pay attention to it, and just let Gu Peng take care of it. He was in retreat and continued to comprehend the ancient heavenly sword. End of chapter. Chapter 225 The Remnant Soul of the Strong, Happy National Day. Your heir Gu Yang ordered to monitor the ancient Beast Mountain range, and at the same time, make every effort to investigate the people in Kyushu to prevent anyone from sneaking into Kyushu without knowing it. Your heir Gu Yang has studied the scripture of beast control and gained some understanding. Your heir Gu Xian received the guidance of a 9th level monk in the divine transformation realm, and his cultivation level has improved. Your heir Gu Shennan has gained some understanding of the Green Lotus Sword Sutra, and his strength has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xiu has gained some understanding of the Sun Moon Fist Sutra, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xiu has received the inheritance left by the mysterious strong man, and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Xiu received the guidance of a strong remnant soul, and his cultivation level has improved. Your heir Gu Xiu took the ancient elixir and achieved a significant breakthrough in cultivation. His cultivation reached the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir, Gu Xiu, took the ancient elixir and achieved a significant breakthrough in cultivation. His cultivation reached the primary level of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Your heir, Gu Xiu, took the ancient elixir and achieved a significant breakthrough in cultivation. His cultivation reached the middle level of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Mysterious inheritance. The remaining soul of a strong man. Gu Qingfeng looked at the text that appeared on the information panel with a slightly strange expression. After Gu Jiazhuang moved to the capital, Gu Xiu went out to practice. To this, Gu Qingfeng didn't stop him either. He just warned Gu Xiu again and again not to enter the ancient beast mountain range without authorization. There were many dangers there, and you could fall into it if you were not careful. To this, Gu Xiu nodded in agreement. What Gu Qingfeng didn't expect was that Gu Xiu had just left Gu Jiazhuang for a short time before he encountered an unexpected encounter, and from the looks of it, he got an old man with him. The remnant soul of the strong. This kind of thing is simply not too familiar. With Gu Yang in front, Gu Xian behind, and Gu Xiu again, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He found out. My descendants seem to have good luck. But that's fine too. The free-range training of one's own offspring will lead to more uncertainties. Like Gu Xiu. The other party's original cultivation level had already been opened up by several levels by Gu Xian, and now a single ancient elixir could make up for all these gaps. If Gu Xiu had been practicing in the Gu family manner, it was still a question whether he could achieve the perfection of bone refining, let alone enter the marrow cleansing realm. Speaking of which, Xianer and Xiu'er are almost at the age of discussing marriage. Shouldn't they also get married and have children to expand the bloodline of my Gu family? Gu Qingfeng pondered for a while, then shook his head. It doesn't matter, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. This kind of thing can't be forced. To continue the bloodline, we still have to rely on the boss. Gu Yang is now the lord of Kyushu and has given birth to 3 descendants. With his current status, he is destined to leave more descendants. So, Gu Qingfeng didn't need to say these things, Gu Yang believed that he understood them. Then, Gu Qingfeng returned his attention to the ancient heavenly sword. This sage's secret knowledge is indeed mysterious and extraordinary. Although Gu Qingfeng is now a beginner, it is not that easy to go further. If you want to upgrade the ancient heavenly sword with upgrade points, you need a full 2000 upgrade points. For Gu Qingfeng now, 2000 improvement points is a bit much. But now Gu Yang and others have grown up, and each subsequent breakthrough in the realm will bring a lot of improvement points, which is not comparable to the past. Just like other descendants other than Gu Yang, when they were in the blood refining realm, they only had 20 improvement points when they broke through a level, but they already had 50 improvement points when they broke through the marrow cleansing realm. This increase has more than doubled. And then, it was Gu Yang's breakthrough. When the opponent breaks through to the Grand Master realm, he can be given 300 promotion points at a time. Now that he has broken through the Grand Master realm, he can be given 500 promotion points at a time. If Gu Yang goes from the beginning of Grand Master to the peak of Grand Master, a total of 2000 improvement points can be provided. If you look at it this way, a saint's secret skill requires 2000 improvement points to improve at a time, which doesn't seem so difficult to accept. The more important point is, when Gu Yang can break through the barriers of the Grand Master and step into the realm of divine transformation and higher levels, the improvement points provided will only be more. This is the advantage of being the first heir. Senior, are there really as many powerful people as there are in the ancient world? In a certain restaurant, Gu Xiu, dressed in smart clothes, sat alone at a table with food and wine placed in front of the table, but his mind fell on the ring in his hand. Hidden in this ring is the remnant soul of a person known as the Supreme Saint. Hear the words. The great sage Huang said in a deep voice, the ancient world is divided into 5 regions. There are many top sects and families, and there are so many powerful people. It is beyond your imagination. Among your 9 states, it is extremely rare to be able to become a great master. But in the past, in the Southern Territory, the so-called great masters of the Imperial Holy Land created by me were only low-level disciples. Hearing his words, Gu Xiu was shocked. The 5 regions of the ancient world. The Holy Land of the Emperor. From just a few words from the Emperor's great sage, Gu Xiu seemed to have seen a vast world. Subsequently, Gu Xiu asked out of curiosity, since the senior is a strong man from the southern region, why did he appear in Kyushu? Hear this. The Emperor and the great sage remained silent for a while. After a long time, he then spoke slowly, actually, Kyushu is not as simple as you think. It is rumored that in the most ancient years, there was a powerful force here. This force arose from Kyushu and oppressed the entire ancient world. But later, for unknown reasons, this force fell apart overnight, and even the Kyushu earth line was broken, causing the spiritual energy of the world to weaken and gradually decline. At the beginning, many powerful people from other regions entered Kyushu, hoping to find the inheritance of that side's supreme power. However, they all returned in vain. Over time, Kyushu gradually faded out of the sight of the ancient world. When Gu Xiu heard this, he couldn't help but feel slightly startled. Kyushu still has such an origin? Then why did the senior die here? Gu Xiu asked out his doubts. With the strength of the emperor and the great sage, he should not have fallen in Kyushu. After all, from the words of the great sage Huangji, he had some understanding of the practice system of the great master. Above the Grand Master is the Divine Transformation, above the Divine Transformation is the Dao Palace, and above the Dao Palace is the Saint. As for the Great Sage, it is the Supreme Existence above the Saint. The strength of an existence at such a level can be imagined. The Supreme Sage Huang smiled bitterly. When I stepped into Kyushu, I wanted to find an opportunity for a breakthrough, but I never thought that I would trigger the restrictions left by the former Supreme Power, and then I would be severely injured and die. If I hadn't had this precious treasure to protect me, I would have been able to keep a remnant of my soul sleeping, and I would have died long ago. Although I have used secret methods to preserve the remnant soul, it is difficult for me to survive for many more years if I wake up now. If you can't find an opportunity for me to condense my body, in another 1 or 2,000 years, I will completely disappear between heaven and earth. The words fell. The emperor and the great sage sighed again. Back then, he had already reached the pinnacle of becoming the great sage. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to go further, but he didn't expect that he would be stuck here. Tell the truth. The emperor and the great sage also had some regrets. If he had not set foot in Kyushu, with his own talent, he might have already succeeded in breaking through, so why would he end up like this? But regrets are useless now. Monks in the great sage realm can live for 8,000 years. When he died, the great sage had already lived for 6,000 years. Later, he sealed himself with a secret method so that he would not be affected by time. But now that he wakes up, the seal is released on his own. In this way, if he can't gather his physical body to make a breakthrough, he will reach the end of his life after 1 or 2,000 years. The younger generation has inherited the inheritance from the elders, so they should do their best. Gu Xiu said. After hearing the words, Emperor Huangjisheng spoke again. Kyushu was indeed very strong back then, but it was a matter of ancient times. The decline of Kyushu now is a fact. With your talents, it would be a waste to stay here. I created a holy land in the southern territory 300,000 years ago. You can bring my token to the southern territory. If you can worship at the Holy Land of the Emperor, you will save a lot of trouble. At the end, the Emperor gave a reminder. Can the power created by our predecessors 300,000 years ago really still exist? Humph, the Emperor Holy Land that I created back then was the top force in the southern territory. Even if I fell in Kyushu, relying on the foundation of the Emperor Holy Land, it would be easy to inherit it for hundreds of thousands of years. Don't think that my death means that I am very weak. In fact, there are not many strong people who can enter the Great Sage realm in every era. Now that the Great Road has not been revealed, I am afraid that there is no holy realm in the ancient world, let alone the Great Holy Realm. The Emperor laughed angrily at Gu Xiu for looking down on him. Gu Xiu felt at a loss for this angry person, and then asked out of curiosity. What does the senior mean when he says that the Great Road has not yet been revealed? Every 10,000 years in the ancient world, the Great Avenue will gradually manifest itself, and as the Great Avenue manifests, it means that this era has truly entered its heyday. In the era when the Great Dao is manifested, spiritual practice will become much easier than before. One can enter the Dao Palace to become a saint, and a saint can enter the Great Saint. The Great Saint can also peer into the road ahead, and then step by step reach the top, and even become an immortal. When it came to the final words of becoming an immortal, the Emperor's great sage's tone became a little fiery. Become an immortal? Are there really immortals in the world? Gu Xiu couldn't help but ask. The Emperor's sage regained his tone, showing a hint of melancholy. No one knows whether there are really immortals in the world, but I heard that the disappearance of the supreme power in Kyushu was related to immortals. But throughout the ages, in the endless years, I don't know whether there are really strong people who have stepped onto the path of immortality and aspired to become immortals. But since there are rumors about immortals, they probably exist. Become an immortal. It is the lifelong pursuit of the powerful men of all ages in the ancient world. If becoming an immortal is fake, why should these powerful people pursue it so hard? Subsequently, Emperor Huangjisheng changed the subject and said again, the manifestation of the Great Road is the age of great strife. This is the peak of an era, and it is also the beginning of the decline of the next era. When the Dao is hidden and the Dao of heaven is obscured, it becomes much more difficult for monks to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation. Even if there are amazingly talented people who aspire to the top of the Dao Palace, it will be difficult for them to achieve enlightenment and become a saint in this era. It should be noted that an era lasts for 13,000 years, with 10,000 years for the end of the Dharma and 3,000 years for its peak. It is undoubtedly extremely difficult for the geniuses who were born in the early days of the end of the Dharma to truly wait until the 3,000 years for the heyday. Even a monk at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm only has a lifespan of 6,000 years. The Emperor's words made Gu Xiu suddenly understand the sorrow of these geniuses. The end of the Dharma era. Hard to prove. He was obviously an extremely talented person with unparalleled talents. During the 3,000 years of great struggle, he was expected to attain enlightenment and become a saint, but in the end he had to die sadly. This is indeed a bit sad for these geniuses. Gu Xiu said, Senior, do you know whether this era is the age of ending Dharma, or does it belong to the age of great strife? Now that the great Dao has not been revealed, it should be in the age of ending Dharma. Gu Xiu's heart sank slightly after hearing the Emperor's words. Subsequently, the other party added another sentence. However, although the Great Road has not yet been revealed, there are already some faint fluctuations. If I am not mistaken, it should be the end of the age of ending Dharma. Maybe in 1 or 2,000 years, we can truly enter the age of great conflict. Speaking of which, you kid is also very lucky. With your talent, if you can survive the great battle, you will definitely shine. Emperor Huangji Sage is also very optimistic about Gu Xiu. His talent is very good and it is very suitable for his own inheritance. With the other party's talent, it will not be a problem to attain enlightenment and become a saint in the future, and maybe he can take a step further and step into the realm of a great saint. Of course. As for higher In the opinion of Huang Jishan, it is not very possible. But in the 5 regions of the ancient world, how many strong men have been able to truly become saints since ancient times? Those who can break the limits of saints and become great saints are even rarer. Practice first step by step. Juzhu is too young after all. At your current age, you have not completed the 5 stages of body refining in Juzhu. If you were in the Southern Territory, at your age, the real genius would have already reached the level of master or even master. It is the Grand Master realm. Some monsters even aspire to become gods. So I think that you should go to the Southern Territory immediately, go back to the Holy Land of Emperor Ji, and then get some opportunities in the secret realm that I left behind. Before the age of great conflict comes, it is not a big problem to step into the Dao Palace realm. The Emperor's great sage's words made Gu Xiu fall into deep thought. A long while. He looked determined. What the senior said is reasonable, but leaving Kyushu is of great importance. I don't know when I will be able to return to the Southern Territory this time. I need to go home first and say goodbye to my parents. That's fine. Huang Jishan nodded, and at the end, he reminded him again. However, regarding my existence, you must not expose it easily, even to your parents. You must know that the inheritance of the great sage involves too much. If you go to the Holy Land of Emperor Ji in the future, you must not let others know before you become a saint. Know this. Hear the words. Gu Xiu nodded slightly. He also understands the concerns of the emperor and the great sage. Subsequently, Gu Xiu just dropped a piece of silver and left immediately. P.S. Previously, Gu Yang only gave 300 promotion points for his breakthrough to the Grand Master, a typo. Now it has been changed to give 500 promotion points for his breakthrough to the Grand Master. In addition, I am lazy during the National Day and will update it to 4,000 words. I will resume the 6,000 word update tomorrow. End of chapter. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.